On the day I was reborn, I made $100 billion from precognition. Chapter 1: The Return of the Prodigal Son. The late fall night was slightly cool. In a certain cemetery outside of Suzhou, Hangzhou, Qin Xuan carefully placed his daughter's body into a grave dug in advance. She maintained her dying smile, as if death was not a pain but a relief. When I lie in, please bury the soil. All this money is yours. Qin Xuan looked at the old man guarding the grave beside him and handed out a bunch of $100 bills. Don't worry, after receiving the money, I will do a good job. The old man gratefully accepted the money. Qin Xuan took a highly poisonous pill, slowly walked into the cemetery, hugged his daughter and closed his eyes. Before he died, his whole life also flashed by quickly at this moment. Qin Xuan had lived his entire life. His father had died in an accident years ago, and Qin Xuan was supposed to be the pillar, carrying the entire family. But what about him? He ate, drank, glanced and gambled without doing his job. And in order to continue to splurge at the gambling table, he cheated his mother out of her pension under the pretext of doing business. Even his own sister's hard work to save a few years of college money are cheated clean, resulting in his own sister to Qin Xuan like an enemy, old and dead. What's more, Qin Xuan sold his daughter to human traffickers for $5,000, and his wife also sold his daughter after the 5th day of the morning, jumped into the river and hanged himself. Qin Xuan does not care about this. Focusing on the gambling table, the money to sell the daughter soon lost all the money to the life of a completely hopeless Qin Xuan, ready to jump into the sea to get rid of. Perhaps it is the goddess of fate, but he did not die, and even drifted to a small island. Was a mysterious old man to save. Qin Xuan followed the old man to become a new man, and learn Qi Men Dun Jia, back to the sky medical skills. Feng Shui Yin Yang, just 3 years, learned, returned to the city. Another 3 years' time, in the city mixed with the wind and water, $100 billion worth. When Qin Xuan's prodigal son returned, looking for his daughter all over the world, by chance a chance encounter on the roadside made him almost collapse. It was a girl who had her legs chopped off and an eye gouged out, lying alone on the side of the road begging. It wasn't a bystander. It was his daughter Qin Xiaodai. Since being taken away by the traffickers, Qin Xiaodai was resold to a few evil men, who used cruel means to cut off her legs and make her beg for money. Qin Xuan could never forget the first words his daughter opened her mouth to say after seeing him. Dad, I beg you, kill me. Xiaodai hurts. It really hurts. I want to go to my mom. At this moment, Qin Xuan's heart was completely broken. Even though Qin Xuan used his medical skills to cure Xiaodai, the severe pain in his heart could never be healed. Taking advantage of Qin Xuan going out and not being at home, Xiaodai slit her wrists and hanged herself. Qin Xuan knew that only by dying himself could he make up for what he had done. He took his daughter's body and found the cemetery where his wife used to be buried, and stayed with them forever, to die and atone for his sins. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Xuan had thought he was dead, but when he opened his eyes in a daze, he realized that he was carrying a bottle of wine in his hand, and in front of him stood a large and small two beautiful women. The little girl was around 5 years old. Her small body was as thin and short as 3 years old due to malnutrition, and the woman 25 years old, wearing a washed yellow shirt, face pretty, looks like a good wife and mother type. If you want to sell me, don't you touch my daughter, or I'll fight you to the death. The woman protected the girl behind her and pointed at Qin Xuan and roared. At this moment, Qin Xuan's entire being was confused. He didn't die? At this moment, Qin Xuan was very sure that he indeed didn't die, and it wasn't a dream before he died. Could it be that? Was he reborn? Dad, I beg you not to sell me. I'll only eat one steamed bun a day from now on. I can wash my clothes, and I can pick up bottles and sell them for money. Oh, I don't want to leave you and Mom. The girl flopped down and moved to Qin Xuan with her knees, desperately pleading, as if this was not like what a 5-year-old should look like. Chapter 2: Disappointed to the core. Looking at his daughter in front of him, Qin Xuan's eyes could no longer suppress the reddening tears. He had really been too much of an asshole in the past. Damned, death by 1,000 cuts is not too much. Simply not human. Are better than him. Qin Xuan, are you still a human being? You cheated Mom and your sister out of their money, and now you're hitting on your daughter. The woman on the side was trembling and shouting in sadness. Qin Xuan dropped the bottle of wine and slowly got up, hugged his daughter who was kneeling on the ground, tears in his eyes. Xiaodai, it's Dad who is wrong. Daddy won't sell you. Even if I give Daddy the whole world, I won't throw you away again. Oh, thank you Daddy. The girl howled on Qin Xuan's shoulder, but this short-lived warmth didn't last long, as Xia Chan on the side snatched little butterfly away. Crocodile tears. You think I'll believe you? Xia Chan, I'm sorry, I was too much of an asshole. I won't sell my daughter. Don't worry. Qin Xuan tried hard to explain. Don't you dare lie to me anymore. You've used all sorts of excuses to cheat money over the years. You think I'll still believe you? Xia Chan's eyes were brimming with tears. She couldn't remember how many times she had forgiven, but all she got in return was the next time it got worse. Xia Chan, listen to my explanation. Qin Xuan was just about to speak. Xia Chan slowly stepped forward and shoved more than $60 from her pocket into Qin Xuan's hand. This is the money that Xiao Dai has exchanged for a month of picking up bottles. All of it is for you. Let Xiao Dai go. Qin Xuan looked at the change in his hand. His heart was also hit hard again. He wanted to continue to say something, but the current situation, even if he said a big day, Xia Chan will never believe him, because after being disappointed in a person, his every word is a lie. Xia Chan was exactly like that. He knew that Qin Xuan's change at this moment was not a real change. He was just playing the emotional card intentionally in order to sell Xiao Dai. Xia Chan, Qin Xuan's words hadn't even left his mouth, only to see Xia Chan picking up the scissors on the table and aiming them at Qin Xuan. She said angrily, Qin Xuan, I said, you can sell anything, but you can't sell my daughter. Looking at the scissors in Xia Chan's hand, Qin Xuan took a step out. But, in the next moment, letting the scissors stab into his chest, blood flowed out with it. Xia Chan was shocked by this sudden scene and instantly dropped the scissors. Dad! Xiao Dai was also startled. Luckily, the wound wasn't deep. I know that I've done a lot of wrong things over the years, making you mother and daughter suffer a lot following me. I will make up for the years of indebtedness with practical actions. I'll let you all live a good life. I'll let Xiao Dai be just like any other child, with clothes to wear, endless snacks to eat, and no worries. Qin Xuan didn't care about the bleeding chest and stepped forward. On the contrary, it was Little Butterfly, who broke away from Xia Chan and ran to Qin Xuan. Daddy, are you in pain? Are you alright? Perhaps Qin Xuan's approach at this moment did move Xia Chan, but only for a moment, then picked up Xiao Dai again and said, Xiao Dai, go to work with Mom. Xia Chan picked up the bag on the side and was ready to go, but a piece of paper pressed under the bag fell out. Qin Xuan picked it up with a quick hand, but it was a summons for court enforcement? It was a loan that Xia Chan had taken out in her own name, and if she couldn't pay it back within the next 6 days, Xia Chan was going to be sentenced. Xia Chan also jumped into the river to commit suicide on the morning of the 5th day. Chapter 3, Aspiration. This $300,000 loan, exactly 1 year ago. Xiao Dai sick. Xia Chan originally intended to go to find relatives and friends to borrow money. However, those friends and relatives saw Xia Chan as if she had seen the plague. Under no choice, Xia Chan could only find a bank to borrow $300,000. If Qin Xuan hadn't seen the bank summons, he wouldn't have known what was going on. Although the money owed was a lot. For a mother, nothing was more important than her daughter's life. However, Qin Xuan had sold even her only thought of living in this world. So naturally, Xia Chan had no motivation to live. You don't have to worry. Isn't it just $300,000? 4 days, just 4 days. I'll definitely help you pay it back. Qin Xuan gazed at Xia Chan and said, you really open your mouth. Are you going to steal or rob? Xia Chan laughed with sarcasm, as if at this moment, Qin Xuan uttering these words, how comical and ridiculous it was in her eyes. Holding Little Butterfly, Xia Chan left without looking back. Watching the mother-daughter duo leave, Qin Xuan then noticed the injury on his chest. He then took out a few needles from the needle and thread bag on the side, sterilized them with a lighter and stabbed them around the wound to stop the bleeding. Almost in a short moment, the bleeding stopped. Then Qin Xuan sat down and closed his eyes, using the condensed air resolve to quickly recover from the injury. When Qin Xuan followed the mysterious old man to learn a lot of skills, this condensing air resolve is a kind of ability to mobilize the power of nature to restore themselves. Any one of the many skills would be enough to allow him to accumulate wealth in a short period of time. This was also the basis for his return from rebirth. After Qin Xuan had recovered slightly, he had planned to give his mother and sister a call, but thinking of his current situation, and what he had done before, Qin Xuan still held back. It is imperative to make money as the main task, and when he has everything, he will go and make amends to his mother and sister. Dad, are you alright? Just at this moment, a small head suddenly poked in outside the door. It was none other than Xiao Dai, because Xia Chan had to go to work. It was impossible to take Little Butterfly with her, but she was worried that Qin Xuan had sold Little Butterfly, so she entrusted Little Butterfly to the landlord, Grandma Chen, to help take care of her. But Little Butterfly sneaked back again, and in his last life, it was because Xiao Dai sneaked back that Qin Xuan had the opportunity to sell her. Xiao Dai, come here quickly. Qin Xuan hurriedly beckoned. Little Butterfly hurriedly ran in and jumped into Qin Xuan's arms. Then her small hand pulled out an egg from the pocket of her torn pants. Daddy, you're hurt. Here's an egg for you. It won't hurt if you eat it. Looking at the egg handed to him by Xiao Dai, Qin Xuan's eyes once again wet moist up. How understanding daughter. If he can let his daughter grow up happily, let him die in place he is willing. This is also more determined. Qin Xuan must be outstanding. Give his wife and children the best life. Xiao Dai, who gave you this egg? Qin Xuan said. It's from Grandma Chen. Xiao Dai laughed. The Grandma Chen in Xiodia's mouth was his neighbor and the landlord of this small building. Grandma Chen was a kind person. Knowing that Xiao Dai was hungry for 8 meals in 3 days, she often gave Xiao Dai food. You grow your body. It's better for you to eat. Qin Xuan smiled. We'll both eat together. Xiao Dai peeled the egg, broke half of it, and forced it to Qin Xuan. Father and daughter ate the poached egg. At this moment, Xiao Dai smiled brightly. It seemed that no matter what kind of dad was like, at the very least at this time, her dad loved her. Xiao Dai, Daddy is going out to make money. Will you go to Grandma Chen's house? And when Daddy comes back, he will take you to eat your favorite big lobster. Qin Xuan touched Xiodia's head and said, Really? Xiao Dai was instantly delighted. Her favorite food was shrimp, but she had only eaten it once, or her mom took her there last year after she recovered from her illness, and she hadn't eaten it since then. Chapter 4, Getting Money. Leaving home, Qin Xuan headed to the center of Suong City. Actually, making money wasn't difficult for Qin Xuan, but he needed an opportunity. An opportunity that would allow him to make $300,000 in cash within 4 days. In his last life, he just happened to meet a tycoon who was obsessed with feng shui, and with the help of his nobleman, he made money day by day, and in just 3 years, he was worth $100 billion, and stood at the peak of the times. What Qin Xuan wants to do is to go and find a nobleman who can help him stand at the peak. But before that, Qin Xuan first went to the breakfast store. After all, man is iron and rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hunger. Wanting to earn money, naturally he had to fill his stomach first. Qin Xuan spent $3 on 3 buns, and then bought a morning newspaper at the roadside newsstand. Squatting on the side of the road while eating the buns and looking at the morning paper. As expected, a message on the newspaper caught Qin Xuan's attention. Suong Economic Development Zone construction site sudden strange things. Shocking mysterious potholes. Filling 3,000 tons of cement cannot be filled? Seeing this message, Qin Xuan stood up violently. Just him. This economic development zone Qin Xuan simply don't be too familiar with. Because in the last life here was a big event that stirred up the whole country. Here was originally to be built into a shopping mall. A big boss surnamed Lu contracted this project. However, during the construction process, this unfillable pit was encountered. But this big pit is also located in the center of the construction. This construction was delayed for a long time. The boss surnamed Lu can be said to lose even pants. In the end, he was desperate for help, and he heard that this kind of place needs to hit the raw pile. That is, to drive the living person in, so that the pit can be buried on. Initially surnamed Lu's boss was reluctant, but with more and more time, he was really no way out. Looking for 3 workers to do a triangular stake, but it did not work, and even the last window. This boss surnamed Lu not only blood compensation, but also faced sentencing shot, and finally hanged himself. Qin Xuan naturally know what this place is. It is a yellow skin hole. Not a raw stake can be fixed. The so-called yellow skin hole, in fact, is a hole in the yellow skin essence. You this side of the cement, it is over there digging a hole, can fill in the strange. As for the method of cracking, Qin Xuan naturally has a good idea. In the roadside hit a car. Qin Xuan straight to the economic development zone. This small butterfly pick up the bottle of $60 is spent, but Qin Xuan will use this $60 to create endless wealth. After arriving at the construction site, Qin Xuan vaguely felt a tummy disturbance, probably caused by eating those unclean buns. Qin Xuan had no choice but to go to the toilet first. This just squatted down. Qin Xuan heard angry shouts coming from the next toilet. Old Wang, hasn't that pit been filled yet? What are you doing for food? Do you know how much money I'm going to lose this day? A man shouted angrily while squatting in the pit. Boss, we filled another 1,000 tons of cement in the morning. It's still too deep to see the bottom. The people in the geology bureau said that there might be a dark river down here, and all the cement has been washed away, echoed the voice on the phone. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's hard to drill a well in this place. Where is the dark river? Which master did I ask you to invite last time? What did he say? The man asked. After a moment of silence on the phone, he said, Boss, which master said that this is the 3 deadly places, and that it might take 3 living stakes to make it work. That is, to bury 3 living people in it. Upon hearing this, the man flinched and said, Are you kidding? Do you know how much I'll have to pay for 3 dead people on the construction site? In case it's discovered, being shot on the spot is light. The man finished and hung up the phone in anger. There is no wall in the south of the construction site. How can it be a 3 deaths position? This is clearly a yellow hole. Not to mention hitting 3 raw stakes. It's useless even if you hit 10. Just as the man was at a loss, a ghostly voice came from next door. It was Qin Chuan who spoke. As soon as the man heard that there was someone in the toilet room next door, he was startled and said, "What kind of person?" Chapter 5, Rights Before War. It was at this time that Qin Chuan slowly lifted up his pants and walked out. The man then followed out as well. It was a middle-aged man around 1 m, with a big back hair, slightly blonde, and in a suit. This man was none other than the big boss who had contracted this big project, called Lu Wu. "Friend, what kind of person are you? You don't look like a construction site worker either?" Lu Wu looked at Qin Chuan warily and said, "I'm passing by from the neighborhood. I have a bit of diarrhea. I'm borrowing the construction site's toilet for a while." Qin Chuan responded with a smile. "Oh, just now you said something about the yellow skin cave. Could it be that you know what happened here?" Lu Wu asked. Qin Chuan said, "Not only do I know, I can also dissolve it." Upon hearing this, Lu Wu was immediately startled. But seeing that Qin Chuan was only 24 or 25 years old, he immediately questioned it. Looking at the other party's disbelieving eyes, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and didn't care as he turned around and wanted to leave. "Wait, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to the project department and talk slowly." Lu Wu hurriedly called out to Qin Chuan. If it was the time when the pothole was just discovered, Lu Wu would never have called Qin Chuan, and would even have flirted with him about the trickery. But now that the pit had existed for a long time, he had to find another way. If he could meet someone who knew what he was doing, then the site would be saved. And if the other party was a charlatan, then he would sacrifice half an hour of his own time at most. Arriving at the project department, Lu Wu arranged for the female secretary to bring 2 cups of tea. "Friend, what did you just say about the solution to the dissolution?" Lu Wu said, "There is a way, but I can't do it for nothing, can I?" Qin Chuan was also too lazy to beat around the bush and spoke directly. When these words came out, Lu Wu smiled. "Oh, refreshing man. If you can really help me solve the problem, money is not a problem. That's good. You now let people go to buy brushes, vermilion sand, chicken blood, hen, yellow paper. I guarantee you a moment and a half after the pothole to fill. If you can't fill, not a penny," Qin Chuan said. Although at the moment Lu Wu still do not believe in the heart, but the other side also said that the fill cannot take a penny. Besides, these things add up to a maximum of $200. Cannot lose anything? Try, it won't hurt. Soon Lu Wu arranged for his men to put together what Qin Chuan needed in half an hour. Only to see Qin Chuan pick up the brush and write and draw on the yellow paper. 10 seconds done. Tie this talisman to the hen's leg. Throw it into the hole and fill it with cement in half an hour, Qin Chuan spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu froze and said, "This one ghost drawing talisman can stand up to my thousands of tons of cement? Didn't I say? This is called the yellow pie hole. You pour cement on top and it digs a hole underneath. How can it possibly fill in?" Qin Chuan said. "Seems a bit reasonable." Lu Wu was about to reach out for it. However, Qin Chuan suddenly retracted it and said, "This price hasn't been negotiated yet." "Say it." "What price?" Lu Wu said. "A price of $150,000. Qin Chuan said. Lu Wu instantly got up and said, "Are you crazy? You're asking me for $150,000 for a ghost drawing talisman? Why don't you go and rob it? It's only $500, not a cent more." Qin Chuan directly stuffed the yellow talisman in his hand into his pocket, got up and walked away, saying as he walked, $150,000 is too expensive. Next time you want to look for me, it won't be money that can please you. Seeing how dry Qin Chuan was, Lu Wu also clenched his teeth and said, "Wait a minute. What if I fill it in today and it collapses tomorrow? No, if that yellow skin spirit isn't stupid, it will go away on its own when it sees this hen and the yellow talisman." Qin Chuan said. The hen was a tribute to the yellow-piked spirit, and the yellow talisman was a warning to the yellow-piked spirit to see that a high person was onto you. This is called a courtesy first and then a soldier. If you don't realize it, then Qin Chuan can only drive you to the end. Chapter 6, The First Bucket of Gold. Lu Wu can only nod his head and agree. However, he is the old man who has been in the world for many years. This feng shui yin and yang, true and false and true, may not be fooled. Before he was sure that the other party was really capable, the money naturally could not be given to the other party so easily. "Little brother, $150,000 for a talisman is too expensive. Just 100,000. I won't pay one more cent, and I can only give you 30,000 first. The rest must be given after 3 days, when the cement is dry and I'm sure there's no risk." Lu Wu opened his mouth. It's not hard to understand. After all, the cement that has just been poured down, even if it's filled in, who can guarantee that it won't collapse? So wait until the cement concrete is completely dry. Even if there really is a yellow skin spirit, it can't be dug up, okay? Just 100,000. I hope you can do what you say, or else suffer the consequences. Qin Chuan immediately handed out the yellow talisman. Lu Wu smiled and said, don't worry, if you're really capable, I naturally won't owe you people who know the secret yin and yang arts. Afterwards, Lu Wu immediately gathered a few of his men to join Qin Chuan in going to that pit. Some of the workers in the movable room also gathered around with the attitude of watching the fun. The pit was huge, as big as half a basketball court, which also showed that there were quite a lot of yellow-skinned spirits in this pit. According to Qin Chuan's request, a hen was tied with a yellow talisman and thrown down. Then it was a long half-hour wait. Time passes by. There was still one last minute left before the half hour. Just when the crowd had thought that Qin Chuan was just a charlatan, there was a sudden movement inside the cave. Dozens of weasels drilled out from the pit and ran in all directions. Holy, there's really something. At this moment, Lu Wu on the side also looked dumbfounded. The other workers on the construction site were all dumbfounded. Master, this is definitely a master. Awesome. No wonder thousands of tons of cement couldn't fill it in. With so many yellow pixie spirits digging holes, it's only strange that it can be filled in. Qin Chuan saw that the yellow-skinned elves had all run out, and then he said, Boss Lu, you can fill it in now. Lu Wu nodded and picked up his walkie-talkie. Let the cement trucks come in. First fill 1,000 tons. A cement truck then drove in and started filling the pits with cement one by one. Boss, I saw the cement. It's really filled in. A worker standing next to the hole at this moment was instantly overjoyed. At this time, Lu Wu was also impressed with Qin Chuan, and hurriedly went forward to hand over cigarettes. Little brother. No, master, your name? Surname Qin. Single word Chuan. Qin Chuan took the cigarette and said, Master Qin, you are really great. Lu Wu also had to give a thumbs up at this moment, and then added, Xiao Zhang, go to my car and get 30,000 in cash for Master Qin. Saying that, the female secretary called Xiao Zhang hurriedly jogged to get the money. Taking advantage of this, Lu Wu added, Master Qin, haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Wu. See if you can leave a contact information. Qin Chuan wrote his cell phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to Lu Wu, saying, whenever you encounter any problems in the future, you can contact me. Good. How about this? I have a bureau tonight. Master Qin, go together. Lu Wu seemed to have initial recognition of Qin Chuan's strength. No need. Qin Chuan slightly raised his hand. He still had to go back to take care of his daughter. How could he be in the mood to dine with a group of people he didn't know? Just at this moment, the female secretary walked over with $30,000 in cash. Receiving the money, Qin Chuan did not stay long and turned around to leave the site. If Xia Chan saw this money, she should be very happy. Chapter 7, Father and Daughter. Qin Chuan now has money. The first thing he does when he goes home is naturally to honor his promise with Xiao Dai and take her to eat lobster. At this moment, Xiao Dai has long returned from Grandma Chen's house, sitting by herself at the door with her small hands resting on her cheeks waiting. Dad! Xiao Dai saw Qin Chuan coming from a long way away and hurriedly got up and pounced on him. Good daughter. You've waited impatiently. Qin Chuan hugged Little Butterfly and rubbed Little Butterfly's head painfully. Daddy, are we going to eat shrimp? Asked Xiao Dai. Yeah, let's go now. Qin Chuan pulled Xiao Dai and walked in the direction of the restaurant. Walking on the way to the restaurant, Xiao Dai kept her eyes on the roadside. Finally, when Qin Chuan was not paying attention, she ran to the trash can and started rummaging around. See small butterfly dusty face from the trash can out of a mineral water bottle. Qin Chuan knows a sour people will always be lost before you know how to cherish. Xiao Dai, we won't pick up bottles in the future. Okay? Qin Chuan held back his reddened eyes and wiped Xiao Dai's dirty little face. Why? I still want to pick up a few more, or else I won't have enough money to eat a big lobster. Little Butterfly spoke up. Qin Chuan pulled out a bunch of bills from his pocket and laughed. Look, Daddy earned money today. Eat as much as you want. Wow, Daddy is awesome. Xiao Dai looked at the pile of banknotes and was instantly mesmerized. After arriving at the restaurant, Qin Chuan ordered a lot of food, and originally thought that little Dai would eat until she was full, but Xiao Dai didn't, and ate a small half of it herself. Instead, she put most of the peeled shrimp in a packing box, ready to take it back to her mom. It seemed that she thought it was not always possible to eat shrimp like today. After eating and drinking enough, Qin Chuan pulled the bouncing Xiao Dai towards home, stopping by the roadside newspaper to buy an evening paper. Reading newspapers is a habit Qin Chuan developed in his last life, and the morning and evening newspapers are a must. The nobleman who helped Qin Chuan in his previous life said that if a person wants to be rich, he should not only rely on his mind, but more importantly, his mastery of information. And the newspaper, published at home and abroad a variety of news. If these news can be grasped, it is easy to find a windfall of money. Xiao Dai, Where are you? Qin Chuan, you bastard. You returned my daughter. I really shouldn't have trusted you. Oh, you returned my daughter. At this moment, outside the entrance of her home, Xia Chan was constantly shouting as if she was crazy. Probably having searched for too long, her entire body had already been deflated and she sat paralyzed on the ground with despair in her eyes. She already thought that Qin Chuan must have secretly sold Xiao Dai. Some of the surrounding neighbors all came out, pointing at this. Alas, Xiao Chan is such a good woman. How could she get such a bad husband? Yes, this Qin Chuan, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. It's a pity that Xiao Chan is such a gentle and beautiful woman. The most pitiful is Xiao Dai. At a young age, she went to the street to collect bottles to sell for money, and now she was sold by her own father. The surrounding neighbors showed their regret. What are you guys talking about? Qin Chuan walked next to the neighbors with Xiao Dai on his back and said, what can I say? It's still that bastard. A woman was just about to say asshole when she saw at a glance that it was Qin Chuan who had pulled Xiao Dai back. This instantly left the surrounding neighbors speechless, and they turned away in embarrassment. At this moment, Xia Chan also saw in a trance the man who was pulling Xiao Dai in the distance. Mom! Xiao Dai shouted, then ran over. When Xia Chan saw Little Butterfly, tears instantly welled up in her eyes, but they turned to anger in a split second. Mom, look at the shrimp I peeled for you. It's delicious. Little Butterfly revealed a bright smile, holding up the packing box in her hand. But what she got in return was Xia Chan's anger, even raising her hand and hitting Xiao Dai's wrist. The box of shrimp that Xiao Dai had peeled for half an hour also scattered all over the place. Chapter 8 3 feet of frozen feet is not cold in a day. Oh, Mom, why are you hitting me? Xiao Dai didn't even know why her mom was hitting her, and cried in aggravation. Xia Chan didn't notice the shrimp scattered on the ground and said, who told you to follow him out? Didn't I tell you to stay at Grandma Chen's house? Why don't you listen? Do you know how worried I am about you? Mom, I'm sorry, Dad took me out to eat shrimp, and I brought it back to you. Xiao Dai cried as she wiped her tears. It was only at this time that Xia Chan noticed the shrimp scattered on the floor. Qin Chuan slowly walked over and squatted down, picking up the shrimp on the ground while saying, a plate of shrimp. Xiao Dai only ate a few, the rest all brought back for you. I know you resent me. If you have a temper you can charge at me. There is no need to be angry at your daughter. Xia Chan knew that she misunderstood Xiao Dai, so she hurriedly hugged Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, I'm sorry, it's Mom's fault. It didn't hurt you. Mom, I don't hurt. Little Butterfly shook her head. Only at this time did Xia Chan notice the problem and said, Qin Chuan, I'm really disappointed in you. You say you'll help me pay back the loan, but then you turn around and have a few tens of dollars and go to eat and drink a lot. Do you still want to be shameless? That's the $60 that Xiao Dai saved for a month. Suddenly hearing this, Qin Chuan stopped his hands and said, I did spend Xiao Dai's money, but I've earned it back. Mom, Dad has money. Lots of it. Little Dai hurriedly spoke. It was then that Qin Chuan took out the 3 piles of $100 bills in his pocket and said, this is the $30,000 I earned today, and I spent 100 on eating shrimp. Although it's still a long way from 300,000, but 300,000 will surely be able to make it up in 4 days. Looking at the $30,000 in Qin Chuan's hand, Xia Chan flinched for a moment, then angrily said, you really went to steal and rob? Do you know that this is against the law? If you are caught and sentenced, do you know that this will affect Xiao Dai's life? Hearing these words suddenly, Qin Chuan froze, then said, every penny here is earned by my true ability. How can it be stolen or robbed? Real skill? I see. You went gambling again. You win a bet and earn some money and that's considered real skill? Do you know anything else? When Xia Chan said this, the light in her eyes was gone. She understood that this $30,000 might just be Qin Chuan's good hand today, making a big profit on the poker field. After all, Qin Chuan had won tens of thousands of dollars in the past when he had a good hand. But unsurprisingly, the next day those tens of thousands also lost everything. There was never a winner at the gambling table, and family bankruptcies abounded. No, I earned it by reading feng shui for others, Qin Chuan explained. However, how could Xia Chan, who had long since failed to report any hope for Qin Chuan, believe it? Which picked up Xiao Dai and said, make it up. Just keep making it up. I don't care about your stinking money. As long as you don't hit my daughter's attention. 300,000 I'll think of a way to come up with it. The so-called 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Qin Chuan does not blame Xia Chan for being mean to him at the moment. After all, since he married Xia Chan 6 years ago, he has been either hitting or scolding her. Obviously a gentle and virtuous woman. But by life was Qin Chuan forced to have to wear thorns to protect themselves. Qin Chuan looked at the Summer Chan back to the room. There is no hurry to explain anything. Everything without words. 4 days later, he will honor his promise to solve all this. Chapter 9 Borrowing Money. The bright moon hangs high, The stars are dotted. At this moment it was already 9 o'clock at night. Xiao Dai had already gone to sleep, while Qin Chuan himself slept in the utility room. In fact, a few years ago, Qin Chuan and Xia Chan have been sleeping in separate beds. The name of husband and wife has long existed in name only. At the moment lying in bed, Qin Chuan took the evening newspaper bought in the afternoon and read it. Looking at it, a message caught Qin Chuan's attention. Atmospheric heavy pollution causes and governance attack. Suzhou and Hangzhou responded to the call to carry out a major reform of the heavy pollution industry. Seeing this message, Qin Chuan sat up violently. This isn't, there's a doorway to making money. Compared to Qin Chuan's excitement, Xia Chan, who was in the master bedroom, was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It was because there were still 6 days left before she would be enforced. If she was taken away and sentenced, then Xiao Dai was left in Qin Chuan's care, and she was 10,000 times more uneasy. Xia Chan was ready to call to borrow money, and after thinking about it, she could only call her good girlfriend Wang Xiaoyan. Beep beep beep. Hello, is this Xiaoyan? Xia Chan said. Little cicada, why are you still up? A female voice came from the phone. This Wang Xiaoyan was Xia Chan's hairdresser's best friend, and she worked in the same luxury company. Not asleep. There's something I want to ask you to do a favor. Xia Chan said a little embarrassed. As soon as she heard this, Wang Xiaoyan immediately knew what was going on and said, Xiao Can, I'm really sorry, the money is being controlled by my husband. I only have $2,000 here right now. If I had it, I would have lent it to you. Xia Chan was silent for a while. Thinking about it, she has a husband who eats, drinks, whores and gambles without doing his job. Who among her relatives and friends doesn't know that? Even if it was herself, it was impossible to lend money to such a person. Okay, I know. I'm looking for other people to think of a way. Xia Chan didn't continue. Little cicada. I do know a big boss who is very rich and specializes in lending money. If you really need it urgently, you can look for him. Wang Xiaoyan spoke up. Big boss? Xia Chan frowned slightly. You should recognize, is my client, called Lu Wu, is the big boss of the package construction site, worth tens of millions of dollars. Often comes to our store with a pretty beauty to buy bags. Wang Xiaoyan said. Xia Chan pondered for a while and immediately found information about Lu Wu. Indeed, he was a big boss. Every time he went to the store to spend a minimum of $100,000 to start with. I want to borrow $300,000. Can I do it? Xia Chan was like grabbing the last straw at this moment. It's possible, but the interest rate might be a bit high. $300,000 will cost $100,000 a year. Wang Xiaoyan said. Then wouldn't I have to pay back $400,000? Xia Chan froze. It seemed that the interest rate was a bit outrageous. She only earned $50,000 to $60,000 a year from her exhaustion. There's no other way but this. Think about it, Wang Xiaoyan said. No need to think about it. I'll borrow. Xia Chan gritted her teeth and said. That's good. Boss Lu sent me a message this afternoon. He's going to come to the store to spend money in 3 days. I'll introduce you then. Wang Xiaoyan said. Good. Thank you, Xia Chan said, hanging up the phone. She knew that once she opened the door to borrowing from loan sharks, then in the future, it might be a case of tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall, and continue snowballing. But Xia Chan had no choice. Xiao Dai was her only spiritual support. If there was no Xiao Chan, she simply did not have the courage to continue to live. So for the sake of little butterfly, she must also hold on. Chapter 10, The God of Fortune Splashes Gold. Early in the morning of Kasai Day, the sky just dawned. Qin Chuan got up early and made some breakfast in the kitchen. However, Qin Chuan did not wake up Xia Chan and Xiao Dai, but put the breakfast in the pot to keep warm, and sat himself on the living room sofa to look at yesterday's newspaper. It was at this time that Xia Chan, who had a sleepless night, woke up with Xiao Dai. Mommy, I'm hungry. Little butterfly rubbed her bleary eyes and said, Good, Mommy will cook for you right now. Xia Chan spoke. Qin Chuan then slowly got up. Breakfast is ready in the pot. You guys have some. Suddenly hearing these words, it was as if Xia Chan had hallucinated. Xiao Dai ran to the kitchen and lifted the lid of the pot. It was Qin Chuan who made the egg pancakes in clear porridge. Wow, Dad really made it. Hey, Xiao Dai exclaimed with the same unbelievable astonishment. It wasn't surprising that the mother and daughter could be so surprised. Xia Chan had never seen Qin Chuan enter the kitchen once since she married him. Not to mention cooking. Obviously, there must be a demon when things go wrong, which made Xia Chan unable to figure out what Qin Chuan really wanted to do for a while. Qin Chuan also knew what Xia Chan was thinking and said, Eat it, it's not poisonous. At this moment, Xiao Dai had already picked up the bowls and chopsticks and set them on the table. Mom, eat quickly. Little butterfly spoke. Xia Chan's view of Qin Chuan at this moment seemed to unknowingly have a slight warmth in that frozen heart. Could it be, Qin Chuan had really changed? Or was it just an illusion that he had created? Shout I. After dinner later, Dad will take you to play. Okay, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Little Butterfly immediately agreed. Xia Chan came back to her senses and said, No, I'll send you to Grandma's house later and pick you up after work. Little Butterfly pouted and seemed a little less happy, but did not dare to disobey her mother, and could only nod her head obediently. After breakfast, Xia Chan took Little Butterfly out, and Qin Chuan similarly moves off to the outskirts of Suzhou Hangzhou. After all, the evening newspaper he read yesterday provided him with an excellent opportunity to make money. This opportunity was enough for him to earn the money to pay back the loan in one go, and even have quite a bit left over. This opportunity was the news that Suong had responded to the call for environmental protection. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this was an ordinary news about environmental protection, but for Qin Chuan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because in his last life, he had seen a news that several famous tycoons in Suzhou Hangzhou had fought over a piece of land, and had even put someone in the hospital. At that time, this incident was a big deal, and Qin Chuan naturally remembered it vividly. At first, Qin Chuan only thought that those tycoons were crazy, but after he followed that mysterious old man to learn feng shui in Yinyang, he understood. What those tycoons were fighting over was a piece of feng shui land, which was called God of Wealth Splashing Gold in feng shui. The so-called God of Wealth Splash Gold is that 3 mountains fall in the west, north, south and south directions respectively, leaving only the east without mountains. In this way, this inconspicuous place will gather the chi of the 3 mountains, plus the sun rises in the morning. When the first ray of sunlight shines over, it is like the God of Wealth pouring gold, forming a perfect feng shui treasure land. If an ancestor is buried here, the family is definitely rich or noble. But this is such a good feng shui treasure land. But because of the large power station built in the east and completely scrapped, but the third day after the environmental news came out, this power station was listed as a key target for demolition. Once the news of the demolition was released, those tycoons who enjoyed reading newspapers as much as Qin Chuan would immediately notice. At that time, they would throw away money to buy this piece of feng shui land. The preliminary estimate was that at least $500,000 could be made. Chapter 11 Must Divorce. After leaving his home, Qin Chuan took a taxi straight to the suburbs. Upon arrival, it was only after Qin Chuan made many inquiries in the fields that he was able to find the owner of this piece of feng shui land. It was an old man who was childless and made a living by picking up scraps. And this piece of land is about a basketball court big. Is the old man's home base? Originally intended to build a house, but because the money is not enough to delay again and again, and finally the power station are built, this piece of land is no longer in a condition to build a house. Moreover, it is located in the depression, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and blocked by a big pipe in the east, with insufficient sunlight, so it is not possible to plant the land, and there is no value to speak of at all. So the old man lived in the old mansion, and the place was deserted for decades. When Qin Chuan offered to buy it for $28,000, the old man was also overjoyed. After all, he can't earn a fraction of $1 a year picking up scraps, and this piece of wasteland is a waste to leave it, so he simply agreed to do it. See, the old man agreed so quickly. Qin Chuan is also very dry, directly paid the full amount. In fact, the price Qin Chuan offered is considered very high, because in the last life to buy the old man this piece of land of a few tycoons, the highest only to 23,000 yuan. After signing the contract, Qin Chuan left his phone number again. After all, on the 4th day those tycoons would come over to buy the land. Not surprisingly, his own $500,000 is definitely on the table. After finishing the errand, it was already afternoon, and Qin Chuan returned home. But before he even entered the door, Qin Chuan vaguely heard what sounded like someone talking in the house. Mom, you don't have to persuade me. I don't agree with this matter, Xia Chan said with her head down as she sat on the living room bench. Besides Xia Chan, there was also a woman in her 50s, who was bitterly saying something to Xia Chan. This woman was Xia Chan's mother, Zhang Zuelian. Although she was over half 100 years old, she knew how to take care of herself. Her crow's feet were very few, and even her figure was not blossoming. Instead, she was revealing a mature plumpness. Zhang Zuelian is a senior sister-in-law, basically in this part of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Those who can afford to hire a senior sister-in-law are all rich families. After all, this day will be $1,000 or $2,000 of wages. The average person cannot afford to hire. Probably having seen the life of rich and noble people, Zhang Zuelian was very eager. So gradually she became alienated from Xia Chan's father, and finally divorced, pursuing her own high quality of life with all her heart. You child, you just didn't listen in the beginning. Look at what kind of life you are living now. That bastard doesn't care about the family and loafs around. What are you still guarding for? You must get a divorce. Zhang Suilian's tone was harsh, as if there was no room for negotiation at all. Mom, when you first divorced my dad, do you know how much of a psychological shadow my sister and I had? I know that I'm not living as well as I'd like now, but I don't want Xiao Dai to go through the same childhood shadow as me. I want her to have a complete home. Although Xia Chan had long been disappointed with Qin Xuan in her heart, but for the sake of Xiao Dai, she had to persevere no matter what. Silly child. What can mom say for you to understand? You're only 24 or 25 now. It's the age of great youth. I promise, if you divorce that bastard, mom can definitely find you a rich man worth tens of millions. Don't be like me and run into your dad's kind of low-eyed, bragging loser, Zhang Suilian said with conviction. Qin Xuan, who was standing on the side of the doorway of the house at the moment, also heard these words clearly, and even compared him to his father-in-law. Speaking of his father-in-law Xia Chenghua, Qin Xuan has seen a few faces. This Xia Chenghua live 2 words, poor burn, not much ability, but also everywhere to rituals. All day broken suit does not leave the body. The rules are also more. Always give a person a kind of the former dynasty downtrodden king's sense of vision. Anyway, at that time, Qin Xuan and Xia Chenghua, who also do not see who, meet only quarrel, but now Qin Xuan's eyes. The identity of this Xia Chenghua is not simple. After all, the average person who will understand those rules that only the big families have. Perhaps this Xia Chenghua is really a big family in a certain place is not allowed to say? Qin Xuan pondered for a moment before he pushed the door open. Chapter 12, A Man's Promise. As soon as he entered, Qin Xuan immediately opened his mouth to greet. Mom, you're here. When Zhang Suilian saw Qin Xuan, she didn't give half a good face at all, saying, did you go gambling again? Did you lose or win? I didn't go gambling. I went to make money, Qin Xuan said. Yo, making money? Did I hear you right? You still know how to make money? Zhang Suilian seemed surprised by Qin Xuan's answer. Mom, I did a lot of wrong things in the past. I've changed now. Don't worry. I'll let Xia Chan and Xiao Dai live a good life in the future, Qin Xuan said in a calm tone. Zhang Suilian suddenly laughed and said, Qin Xuan, how many times have you said this to me? Do you still remember? If you don't remember, I'll do the math for you. The year before last when the family couldn't make ends meet. You said it when you went to me to borrow money, right? Last year when Xiao Dai got sick. You said it when you went to me to borrow money, right? And 6 months ago, 3 months ago, you borrowed $100,000 from me before and after. And you still have the face to say that you'll let Xiao Chan and Xiao Dai have a good life? Qin Xuan wanted to explain, but being blocked by his mother-in-law in this way, he was really helpless. But since he had already made up his mind to let his wife and daughter live a good life, then he couldn't let his mother-in-law stir things up. Mom, I am indeed powerless to refute what you said right now. 2 days later, the 100,000 I borrowed from you will be returned to you with interest. Qin Xuan spoke with a somewhat cold expression on his face. Xia Chan, did you hear that? Qin Xuan is going to pay back my $100,000. Laugh me to death. If he can pay back this money, sows will go up trees. Zhang Suilian didn't believe a single word of Qin Xuan's words. Xia Chan looked at Qin Xuan and said, didn't you say you earned money yesterday? You take this money out and return it to mom first. Obviously, Xia Chan also seemed to not want to see Qin Xuan being degraded to nothing in front of his own mother. Moreover, what Qin Xuan did yesterday and this morning did make Xia Chan have so much confidence in Qin Xuan. Perhaps her man had really changed, which was why she planned to let Qin Xuan take the money to prove it. Hearing this, Qin Xuan was slightly pleased and was just about to take the money when his brain, as if electrified, said, I forgot. I used this money for investment. Buzz. Qin Xuan's words. Xia Chan was like a lightning strike, but Zhang Suilian on the side had long been accustomed to it, and did not believe that Qin Xuan could take out the money at all. You're going to piss me off. Didn't you say you weren't going to gamble? Yesterday, there was clearly still $20,000 to $30,000, and you lost it all again. Xia Chan was so angry that she stood up on the spot. Qin Xuan immediately took out the contract for the land purchase and said, I really invested, and there will be a profit soon. Xia Chan looked at the land purchase contract in Qin Xuan's hand. Her lungs exploded with anger, saying, you spent $20,000 to $30,000 and bought a piece of wasteland that is not. You tell me this is an investment? Ghosts don't believe it. At the loss of me having a little faith in you, you disappoint me too much. Saying this, Xia Chan's eyes were so red that she was on the verge of crying. It seemed that this also proved that no matter how many times she gave Qin Xuan a chance, all she got in return was disappointment. Daughter, this kind of person doesn't deserve you at all. Prepare for a divorce. Zhang Suilian added fuel to the fire. Mom, I know. I will consider your words, said the heartbroken Xia Chan, holding back her spinning teardrops. It was also at this moment that Xiao Dai, who was standing at the bedroom doorway, but with tears streaming from both eyes, said, "Oh, bad grandma, why did you make mommy and daddy separate? I like daddy and I like mommy. I don't want them to be separated." Qin Xuan stepped forward to pick up Xiao Dai and wiped her tears before looking at Zhang Suilian and said, "Mom, 2 days later, if I can't fulfill any of the promises I said, I'll leave on my own, so there's no need for you to be persuading Xia Chan." Qin Xuan's words caused Zhang Suilian to be slightly startled. It seemed that this was not quite like Qin Xuan's style. Even Xia Chan was surprised by Qin Xuan's words. Chapter 13, Trust me this last time. Good. This isn't me forcing you, it's your own promise. If I don't see $100,000 after 2 days, you'll leave Xiao Chan on your own, promising not to come back for her in this lifetime. Zhang Suilian immediately stepped forward to add her words, fearing that Qin Xuan was backtracking. However, these words deeply stung Xia Chan, because she knew that Qin Xuan was absolutely impossible to get 100,000 within 2 days. He even threatened to pay back the 300,000 for her, which added up to 400,000. Even if he went to rob or steal, it was impossible to reach it in 2 days. Qin Xuan, do you know what you're saying? Xia Chan was anxious. She was more worried about what Xiao Dai would do after she and Qin Xuan divorced. This was a very huge psychological shadow for a child. Qin Xuan's gaze turned to Xia Chan, his eyes unprecedentedly firm, saying, "Trust me this last time." Just once, Xia Chan stared at Qin Xuan, those autumn water-like eyes flickering with a bit of fluorescence, and for a while, she seemed to be mesmerized by what she was looking at as well. It was because she had never seen Qin Xuan reveal such a mesmerizing look. "Qin Xuan, remember your words today. I'll be back in 2 days," Zhang Suilian said. There was no need to stay any longer, and turned around to leave. Zhang Suilian's visit had undoubtedly brought the atmosphere in the house down to freezing point. Qin Xuan had no reason to hate anyone. After all, he himself knew better than anyone what he used to be like. What he wants to do is to fight for his breath, come up with real skills, so that those who doubt themselves and denigrate themselves, take a serious look. Qin Xuan calmed down a bit, looked at Xia Chan and said, "Why did you get off work so early today? I don't want to participate in the company dinner." Xia Chan finished, slowly got up and returned to the bedroom. In fact, Qin Xuan was aware of what was going on. The company had 2 reunions every month. One was held by the company free of charge, and the other was a reunion that was organized spontaneously every month among the employees, but it required each person to take $200 to participate. Xia Chan never participated, not because she really did not want to participate, because of the shyness of the bag. More mainly, she simply did not have the face to go. After all, the group building dinner, the other employees all brought their husbands, wearing beautiful clothes. It was comparable to a large-scale climbing scene, but Xia Chan hadn't bought any clothes for 3 years, and it was even more unlikely that she would take Qin Xuan with her. "Daddy, you won't separate from mommy, right?" Little Butterfly lay on Qin Xuan's shoulder and asked in a delicate voice. "Silly girl, how could daddy leave you guys? Ever?" Qin Xuan laughed. He, daddy is the best. I like the current daddy the most." Little Butterfly barred a kiss on Qin Xuan's forehead. In the evening, Qin Xuan made some dinner and ate some with Xiao Dai, but Xia Chan wasn't in much of a mood to eat. She was also considering whether she wanted a divorce or not, but at this time a phone call interrupted Xia Chan's thinking. "Hello, Xia Chan. Boss Lu promised to borrow money and said that he would meet at the cafe downstairs from the company tomorrow morning." Wang Xiaoyan spoke. "Really? Great." Xia Chan had been worried about whether she could borrow the money or not, but now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Remember to come early tomorrow," Wang Xiaoyan said. "Okay, I know." Xia Chan nodded. It was also at the same time that Xia Chan hung up the phone. Qin Xuan, who was staying in the bedroom, similarly received a call from none other than Lu Wu. "Master Qin, you are truly a living god. After the cement dried, it really is as stable as in Taishan, and now the construction site is already under normal construction," Lu Wu said with excitement on the phone. "Normal construction on the line. That group of yellow-skinned spirit is still quite sensible. Qin Xuan is not worried about this." Lu Wu said, "You see this remaining $70,000 whether I send it to you or how to get it?" "I'll go get it," Qin Xuan said. "Okay, tomorrow I'll go to Tianhui Mansion to do some work. Meet me at 9 o'clock at the coffee shop downstairs," Lu Wu said. This Tianhui Mansion is exactly where Xia Chan works, just a few kilometers away from here. Chapter 14, Service Fee 50,000. The moon falls and the sun rises. Has a day. The next morning, Qin Xuan had planned to take Xiao Dai out for breakfast, but only after getting up did he realize that Xia Chan had already taken Xiao Dai out. It looked like Xia Chan still had a strong guard against him. After all, ever since he had said that he would sell Xiao Dai, it had been a hurdle that could not be erased. But that would all change quickly in the next few days. Since he already had the backbone to make $500,000, Qin Chuan didn't intend to keep today's 70,000, but was going to leave it all to Xia Chan. After all, since he got married, to be honest, Qin Chuan had never given a penny to Xia Chan. After washing up, Qin Chuan left for Tianhui Mansion. At the same time, Xia Chan, who left the house an hour earlier than Qin Chuan, left Xiaodai at her mother's house and headed to the cafe. At this moment, at the entrance of the cafe, a woman wearing a short skirt and carrying an LV bag with a delicate appearance had been waiting for a long time. This woman was Xia Chan's best friend, Wang Xiaoyan. Although Wang Xiaoyan was not as good looking as Xia Chan, she was very good at dressing up, and she even had a rich second generation, and her life was not known to be more nourishing. Xiao Chan, didn't I tell you to arrive earlier? Why did you come so late? Wang Xiaoyan looked at her cell phone and said, I'm sorry, I sent Xiaodai to her grandma's house. I was delayed on the way. Xia Chan added with an apology, is Boss Lu here yet? He arrived 10 minutes ago. He's at the mall now. I'll call him now. Wang Xiaoyan said. Good. Xia Chan nodded. The two women then entered the cafe arm in arm. About 5 minutes later, Lu Wu entered the cafe with a cigar in his mouth, followed by a young woman with exquisite looks and flamboyant dress. No need to think, also no. Must be Lu Wu in the outside to raise the lover. Not only that, behind Lu Wu there are two bodyguards in suits with big waists. Don't look at Lu Wu worth only a few tens of millions of dollars, but the card cannot be small. After all, they do this kind of engineering, more or less is a little bit not too clean. Whether it is gray and white both ways or stained a little. Boss Lu, you're here. Wang Xiaoyan saw Lu Wu come over, rushed forward to smile. Xiao Yan, is this your friend? Lu Wu looked up and down at the plainly dressed Xia Chan, spat out a mouthful of clouds and said, Xia Chan, don't call Boss Lu yet, Wang Xiaoyan hurriedly reminded. At this moment, Xia Chan is more or less a bit timid. After all, look at Lu Wu's body dressed, and the bodyguards behind him. This is obviously a mixed gray road, but still lifted her guts and said, Good day, Boss Lu. Well, I heard that you want to borrow money, right? Do you know my rules? Lu Wu sat down, big brother model, crossing his legs and said, No, Xiao Yan, and I said, borrow 300,000 a year, interest of 100,000. Xia Chan lowered her head and said timidly, Well, before signing the contract, I'll say ugly words in advance. If this money is not paid back after 1 year, then you're in big trouble. Understand? Lu Wu glanced at Xia Chan and said, suddenly being stared at by Lu Wu. Xia Chan also unconsciously shivered and nodded. I know. Snap. Lu Wu smoothly snapped his fingers. A bodyguard immediately took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Xia Chan. Looking at the contract in front of her, Xia Chan took a deep breath and without hesitation, directly took a pen and signed her name. Also right after Xia Chan signed her name, Lu Wu smiled slightly and said, I forgot to tell you that the interest is $100,000, but there is also a service fee of $50,000. So after 1 year, with interest you have to pay me back $45,000. Hearing this violently, Xia Chan was shocked for a moment and said, How is there a service fee? Xiao Yan didn't tell me about it either. She didn't say that's her business. It's not too late to tell you now. Lu Wu flicked his cigarette ash and said. Xia Chan immediately anxious. This borrowing 300,000 a year to pay back 450,000. This is simply drinking blood. I'm not borrowing. You give me the contract. Xia Chan immediately spoke. I came all the way here. You also signed your name in black and white. You said not to borrow it? Lu Wu's face drooped in the next second. The two bodyguards around him also slowly came forward with a sullen face. Chapter 15, Qin Chuan's arrival. At this moment, Xia Chan looked at the ferocious expressions of those two bodyguards. Her face turned white with fear and she was on the verge of crying. Originally, this $100,000 of interest had already made her breathless, and this additional $50,000 of service fee came out of nowhere. How much can she earn in a year just by working a shift? Once the repayment date came, it would be a big trouble. After all, she was a woman's family. How could she possibly mess with this group of grey road forces? Only then did Xia Chan turn her gaze to Wang Xiaoyan by her side. Wang Xiaoyan was also embarrassed at the moment, but she didn't dare to offend Lu Wu at all. After all, Lu Wu was her big client, spending so much money every month. The commission was not less. Xiao Chan, it's good that Boss Lu can borrow. Let's not ask for so much. Isn't it just $50,000? Your husband will have it if he gambles a few times less. Wang Xiaoyan said slowly with a twist of words. This sentence could make Xia Chan angry. She took Wang Xiaoyan as her bosom friend, but she didn't expect the other party to not help her at all. You two can leave after taking the money. Later I have to see a VIP. I don't have time to accompany your nonsense. Lu Wu slightly raised his hand and didn't bother to say much. After all, this is what he does. Not only contracting projects, but also loan sharking. A bodyguard threw his hand and threw a black handbag onto the table. Inside was exactly $300,000 in cash. Boss Lu, I have to pay back $450,000 a year. I really can't afford it. Can you forget about the service fee? Xia Chan was anxious at the moment. Boom! Lu Wu violently raised his hand and slapped on the table. Damn! You can't afford to pay it back. What kind of loan shark are you borrowing? Wang Xiaoyan hurriedly pulled up Xia Chan as soon as she saw Lu Wu getting angry. Xia Chan, brother Lu is furious. You can stop. It's good that you can borrow money. After saying that, Wang Xiaoyan pulled up Xia Chan to leave. At this moment, Xia Chan's intestines are repenting. The corners of her eyes are also unconsciously red, but she doesn't dare to offend each other at all. She could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach, picking up her handbag and walking out in dismay. Humph, smelly women dash. Still can't clean you up. Lu Wu grinned. At this moment, Xia Chan walked out of the cafe carrying her handbag. Her body was trembling. She knew she was in big trouble now. Xia Chan, look at what kind of life you're living. If you ask me, while you're still young, divorce that bastard Qin Chuan and forget about it. Based on your posture in finding a rich one is not a matter of minutes. By then this money still counts as money? Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Xia Chan and said slowly. Just when Xia Chan was about to say something, she suddenly looked up and saw a familiar figure walking towards her. It was not someone else. It was Qin Chuan, who rushed to the coffee shop to find Lu Wu to get the money. And Qin Chuan was also stunned. Xia Chan, aren't you at work? What are you doing here? Qin Chuan said in dismay as he approached. Xia Chan stammered, not knowing how to answer at all. And Qin Chuan saw the handbag in Xia Chan's hand with sharp eyes. What is this? Qin Chuan always had a bad feeling. It's nothing, I'm going to work now, Xia Chan said, about to leave. However, Qin Chuan was the one who grabbed the handbag and opened it to see that piles of cash were neatly arranged. This made Qin Chuan's face sink, saying, where did you get this money? No need for you to care. You ask yourself. Xia Chan wiped away her tears and tried to go and retrieve the handbag. I'm asking you where this money came from. Qin Chuan's face was grim at the moment, staring at Xia Chan. For a moment Xia Chan was also startled by Qin Chuan's eyes and said, I borrowed it. Borrowed from whom? What did I tell you? I will help you pay back every penny of the money owed to the bank. Why are you still borrowing money behind my back? Qin Chuan was really a bit annoyed at the moment. He was annoyed that Xia Chan didn't know any rich people at all, and this money was bound to come from the wrong source. There was even a moment when Qin Chuan suspected that Xia Chan was not putting a hat on him, but on second thought, Xia Chan was by no means that kind of person. Then this money is 8-9 times a loan shark. Chapter 16, Master Qin is here. Oops, I say Qin Chuan, you are really sitting on your ass. If you are positively mixed up, would Xia Chan have to stoop so low as to borrow money? If you can work half as hard as my husband, you wouldn't have to let Xia Chan be like this. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Qin Chuan and said in a conspiratorial manner. After all, the bit about Xia Chan's family, Wang Xiaoyan had long been clear about it. You shut up. Qin Chuan drank with a solemn face. Hey! Wang Xiaoyan was instantly startled. Qin Chuan even told her to shut up? Qin Chuan, are you still finished? Xia Chan clutched her hand, trembling with anger, and said angrily. Qin Chuan held back his anger as his eyes glanced at the window seat of the cafe. It seemed to have discovered a familiar person. The very same Lu Wu who was holding a beautiful woman with one hand that was not honestly messing around, groping. Obviously, Lu Wu, who was immersed in the gentle countryside at the moment, did not see Qin Chuan outside the window at all. This also let Qin Chuan immediately understand the cause and effect. Said, tell me, this money is not from Lu Wu where to borrow? Suddenly hearing this, Xia Chan was instantly startled, seemingly amazed at how Qin Chuan knew Lu Wu, and Wang Xiaoyan was even more stunned. But instantly Wang Xiaoyan understood. It seems that Qin Chuan all these years eat, drink, whore and gamble not to do business. No, the road is not strange. Perhaps Qin Chuan knew Lu Wu and might even have borrowed money from Lu Wu were the same. I'm begging you, leave my business alone. Give me the money. It's for loan repayment. Xia Chan reached out to grab the handbag. I will return this money. Don't worry about the loan, Qin Chuan said, about to enter the cafe. This can be Xia Chan scared. On the spot reached out and pulled Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, Lu Wu is not an ordinary person. We can't afford to mess with him. I've already signed the contract. This money must be borrowed. Wang Xiaoyan also hurriedly added, Qin Chuan, Lu Wu is a gangster. You don't have nothing to do. You can borrow the money and then burn high incense. Qin Chuan glanced at Wang Xiaoyan, too lazy to talk nonsense with this woman, broke away from Xia Chan and walked towards the cafe. Xia Chan knew that she could not stop Qin Chuan, and could only quickly follow. At this moment, Luwu was still doing massage for the beautiful woman in his arms, and his technique was quite skillful, but just at this moment, a black handbag suddenly flew head-on. It directly smashed into Luwu's arms. This made Luwu, who had a face of enjoyment, immediately become furious. You two stinking women want to die. Just as the words finished, Luwu looked up and saw Qinchuan, who was standing in front of him with an iron face, and the two bodyguards standing in front of Luwu looked at their boss being thrown a bag, and immediately took a step forward with an angry face. Damn! Where did the dog come from? Dare to disturb my boss? Are you tired of living? One of the bodyguards shouted angrily. At a glance at the two bodyguards' strong sense of oppression, Xia Chan was frightened and hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. Boss Lu, I'm sorry. Wang Xiaoyan was also scared enough and said, Boss Lu, don't mind. This is Xia Chan's husband. He didn't understand the situation clearly. Don't take it personally. Ah Long and Ah Hu are you two calling a dog? This is Master Qin who saved my life. Get lost. Luwu reacted and immediately said angrily. The two bodyguards were reprimanded. Their necks shrank, and they hurriedly took a few steps back. Luwu then smiled with a kind face and said, Oops, Master Qin is sorry. I didn't see you. Sit down. Xia Chan, Wang Xiaoyan. It seems that what's happening in front of them at the moment has left the two women a bit puzzled. Why would Luwu be so polite to Qinchuan? Chapter 17, Metamorphosis. Qinchuan also did not talk nonsense, and directly sat opposite Luwu. This scene that was happening in front of her made Xia Chan at a loss for words. After all, Qinchuan in her eyes is a person who eats, drinks, whores and gambles without doing his job, even if he knows some people. That was also a gangster. Like Luwu, such a big boss level, it was impossible to recognize. What the hell is going on here? Master Qin, I brought the money. You point. Luwu from the bag constantly take money out on the table. Seeing Luwu continuously taking money out, Xia Chan was flabbergasted for a moment and became angry on the spot. Qinchuan, you're borrowing from loan sharks too? Is this the promise you were talking about? After all, with the situation in front of her, it was hard for Xia Chan not to think more. Oh, don't misunderstand, sister-in-law. This money is not what Master Qin borrowed from me. It's what I owe. Luwu compensated with a smile. Boss Lu, how could you possibly owe him money? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Xia Chan also covered her red lips and looked at Qinchuan with a face full of unbelief. I told you that I earned this money from reading feng shui for someone else. Now you believe me, right? Qinchuan looked at Xia Chan and slowly said. At this moment, Xia Chan then recalled what Qinchuan had taken out $30,000 earlier. Could it be that what he said was all true? Or were they working together to cheat themselves? After all, Xia Chan does not believe that her husband knows what feng shui. If really no, then their own family to not be able to open the pot? Or was it Qinchuan who cheated Luwu out of the money? Just as Xia Chan flashed through countless thoughts, Qinchuan then flicked his cuffs and said, Boss Lu, my wife borrowed $300,000 from you, right? Yes, if I knew it was Master Qin's wife, I definitely wouldn't have charged this interest service fee, Luwu said with a smile. However, these words fell on Xia Chan's ears like a thunderbolt. How could this Luwu be so polite to Qinchuan? Even the interest service fee of $150,000 was said not to be taken? If that was really the case, then this money was completely borrowable. But for Qinchuan, borrowing this money is completely unnecessary. As the saying goes, if you eat a man's mouth is short, take a man's hand is soft. In case this Luwu asked himself to do some favor in the future, he would not be able to excuse himself. I appreciate Boss Lu's kindness. Give me the contract. Qinchuan spoke. As soon as these words came out, Xia Chan on the side couldn't help herself and said, Qinchuan, you know there are still 3 days left to pay back the loan. If we can't come up with this money in 3 days, it will be very troublesome. Qinchuan frowned slightly and said, I said I'll give you every cent of this $300,000. Don't think of asking anyone to borrow money in the future. I won't allow it. Hearing Qinchuan's tone change, Xia Chan was subdued. It seemed that at this certain moment, she did see something different from Qinchuan. It was as if her husband had undergone a kind of metamorphosis from his soul to his flesh body. Even his temperament had reached sublimation. The current Qinchuan, she simply could not see through. Luwu saw that Qinchuan was unwilling to borrow, and did not hesitate much, which took out the contract and handed it to Qinchuan. Qinchuan collected the contract, then picked up the $70,000 on the table and said, Boss Lu, I still have things to do, so I won't stay much longer. Good. Master Qin, take your time. Luwu also slowly got up and shook Qinchuan's hand. Qinchuan then pulled up Xia Chan and headed outside. And at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan, who was left out to the side, was dumbfounded. When did this Qin Xuan become so capable? Wasn't he just a punk who could only eat, drink, whore and gamble? Boss, what kind of person is this kid? This contract has been signed in black and white. How can we still give it to him? The bodyguard on the side came forward and asked. Lu Wu drank a cup of coffee and said, what do you know? Offending anyone can't offend this kind of person who knows the secret art of yin and yang. Maybe if you offend him, he will mess with you behind your back with his compulsion, and you won't even know how you died. Upon hearing this, both bodyguards unanimously shivered. The words were reasonable. Chapter 18 The Sun Beats West? Xia Chan, who was pulled outside by Qin Xuan at this moment, also gradually returned to her senses and immediately broke away from Qin Xuan's hand. With an expression that still carried a hint of complaint, she said, Qin Xuan, where can I find $300,000 without interest? Do you really think you can come up with this money in a day or two? Don't forget how you promised my mom yesterday. Xia Chan was not swept off her feet at the moment because Qin Xuan had come up with $70,000. After all, compared to this money, the $300,000 loan was the real thing to worry about. And there was also Qin Xuan's personal promise to return the $100,000 to her mother with interest after 3 days. If she couldn't get this money, according to Zhang Xuelian's temperament, she would definitely force Qin Xuan to leave. In the face of Xia Chan's distrust, Qin Xuan did not say anything more. The way he looked in Xia Chan's mind was not something that could be changed overnight. She still has doubts about how she got this 70,000, and even suspects that she got this money by cheating Lu Wu. Ding ding ding. Just then, Qin Xuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Xuan connected it and then chatted with the person on the phone. The one who called was exactly the person who wanted to buy Qin Xuan's piece of land, and was now on the spot. Qin Xuan made an appointment with the other party, so he planned to go over and take a look. Xia Chan, I'm going out to do something. I may come back later, Qin Xuan said, taking all the 70,000 cash out, and added, the 70,000 you take first, your mother and son to buy some clothes. Don't be reluctant to spend it. Suddenly looking at the money Qin Xuan handed over, Xia Chan instantly froze. She didn't see it wrong. Qin Xuan actually gave her money? This was simply more outrageous than the sun hitting the west. For 6 whole years, she had never gotten even a single penny from Qin Xuan since she got married. Are you sure you want to give me all this money? Xia Chan asked incredulously as she received the heavy bag of money. You're my wife. If I don't give you the money, should I let other men give it? Qin Xuan finished, turned around and took a cab to the eastern suburbs power station. Listening to Qin Xuan's words before he left, Xia Chan stood still for a long time, unable to return to her senses. Was this like what Qin Xuan said? Or was he really the husband he knew? Eastern suburb. After nearly 2 hours of driving, Qin Xuan arrived at the eastern suburb. At the moment, a group of people were already standing around the plot of land. At the head of the group is a 70-year-old man with a kind face, a native of Suzhou and Hangzhou, from the famous Huang family, called Huang Shengli. This old man Qin Xuan is not a stranger. Qin Xuan in his previous life and he did business, but only once. As for why, it is because this old man looks full of kindness. In fact, is a smiling tiger. Because Qin Xuan was not a native of Suzhou Hangzhou, so this old man always had a lofty posture. Not a good person. At this moment, the old man revealed a few moments of consternation after seeing Qin Xuan walking towards him. I thought that the one who bought this piece of land should be an old man. No less than 40 or 50 years old should have it. But he didn't expect it to be a young man around 24 or 25 years old. Old sir, were you the one who called me? Qin Xuan walked up with a kind smile on his face and asked knowingly. The old man smiled faintly and said, Mr. Qin, I heard the owner of this piece of land say that he sold this piece of land of his to you at a price of 28,000. I would like to buy it at a price of 30,000. What do you think? Hearing Huang Shengli's words, Qin Xuan faintly smiled and said, Old sir, it seems that you are not sincere in buying this piece of land of mine either. I am not short of this 2,000 difference. Hearing this, Huang Shengli smiled faintly. He naturally knew that since the other party had the foresight to buy this piece of land, he naturally would not buy it at such a low price. Opening his mouth, he said, Then how much does Mr. Qin intend to sell? Chapter 19 Selling Land. 1 million, not for sale for a penny less. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke directly. In fact, Qin Xuan also knew that the power station hadn't really been dismantled yet, so it wasn't worth $1 million. The only reason why he offered such a high price was purely because he didn't want to sell it to Huang Shengli. That's all. After hearing this price, Huang Shengli's old face also showed some surprise. Apparently was shocked. Not waiting for Huang Shengli to speak, a young man beside him stood out with a face of irony. Said, Boy, the lion's mouth, right? 28,000 buy you sell 1 million? Why don't you go rob? This young man called Huang Tengfei. Suits handsome, is Huang Shangli's grandson. Age and Qin Chuan big difference. Is also Su Hang famous second generation. In the past life Qin Chuan and Huang Shengli business that will. This Huang Tengfei cannot lessen the middle of the mess, and even led to Qin Chuan lost a sum of money. Although the loss was not much, but the impression left on Qin Chuan was extremely poor. If it's too expensive then don't buy it. It's not like I'm in a hurry to sell it. Qin Chuan glanced at the duo and slightly raised his hand. Huang Tengfei's face turned iron blue, just about to open his mouth to insult, but was stopped by Huang Shengli who raised his hand. Then said, Mr. Qin, it seems that you are not sincere about selling. You yourself know that this piece of land isn't worth this price at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, then according to old sir's intention, how much should it be sold? How about $200,000? That's a nearly tenfold increase. Huang Shengli laughed. Just as Qin Chuan was about to open his mouth to say something, a voice suddenly came out from behind him. I'll offer $300,000 to buy this piece of land. This sudden voice that spoke was a man in his 30s. The man was dressed in a suit. His appearance was not considered handsome, but his temperament was very good, and his eyes were full of confidence, belonging to the type that could be recognized at a glance when standing in a pile of people. This man Qin Chuan also recognized. He is the Su Hang Dongsheng Group's head, called Yu Hong Tai, young to inherit the family business, although capable, but not very good luck. The first few years of business lost a lot of money. Why does Qin Chuan know so many tycoons? That's because in his previous life, Qin Chuan had hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, and had dealt with almost all the famous corporate families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yu Hong Tai? Why is this guy here? Huang Tengfei's face immediately drooped when he saw the man. Even Huang Shengli's face was gloomy. Both of them started out in the real estate business. The so-called peers are enemies. It's normal for both sides to look at each other. In his last life, this Huang Tengfei messed up because he knew that Qin Chuan and Yu Hongtai had business dealings, and that's why he was making small moves behind the scenes. Mr. Yu, how come you're also looking at this piece of land? Huang Shengli asked with a smile. That's right, my luck hasn't been very good lately. I asked a high-ranking person to look at it. It's the location of my ancestor's grave that's bad. So I'm planning to buy a feng shui land for my ancestor to change the land. This piece of land is a rare god of fortune / gold feng shui treasure land. I naturally want to come and take a look. Yu Hongtai didn't hide anything and opened his mouth. The moment these words came out, Huang Shengli's face immediately changed. On the contrary, it was Huang Tengfei, who was on the side, who said, alright then, I'll offer $400,000, 500,000. Yu Hongtai didn't hesitate at all and opened his mouth. Seeing this appearance of the duo, Qin Chuan smiled. In his last life, several tycoons fought over a piece of land, talking about this Huang family and Yu family. However, Qin Chuan was not in the mood to watch them at each other's throats, and opened his mouth. Alright then, sell it to this gentleman for $500,000. Hearing this suddenly, Huang Tengfei froze on the spot and said, Kid, I haven't continued bidding. What do you mean? Even Yu Hongtai was stunned. Isn't this a bidding war? This Huang Tengfei hasn't even had time to bid, and this other party just opened his mouth to sell it to himself? Chapter 20, Happy Cooperation. Looking at Huang Tengfei's exasperated appearance, Qin Chuan said, when did I say I'd let you guys bid? With one sentence, Huang Tengfei blocked his face, saying, according to this bidding, you do less can earn millions. This is only shouted $500,000 you deal? You have a sick head. Huang Tengfei's idea is very simple. Even if he can't buy this piece of land, at least let Yu Hongtai suffer a dark loss. But I didn't expect Qin Chuan as the seller to not follow the rules at all. At this moment, Yu Hongtai's gaze was fixed on Qin Chuan, seemingly surprised by the other party's hand. Why would the other party sell the land to him so painfully? If he was continuing to ask for more, he could clearly earn more. You're the one with a sick head. I just don't want to sell because I don't like you guys. What? Do you still want to buy and sell by force? Qin Chuan slightly narrowed his eyes, but he was not the least bit abashed. However, this approach of Qin Chuan's was what made Yu Hongtai secretly give a thumbs up behind his back. After all, being able to make the Huang family suffer, Yu Hongtai was naturally happy, while at the same time, he developed a few good feelings towards Qin Chuan, a stranger. Alright Tengfei, since this Mr. Qin doesn't want to sell, let's not force it. The world is full of feng shui treasures, can't we still buy them? Huang Shengli raised his hand slightly, and gave a meaningful glance at Qin Chuan before he left. Kid, you're good. Don't let me run into you next time. Huang Tengfei glanced viciously at Qin Chuan and turned around to follow Huang Shengli as he left. Yu Hongtai watched Huang Tengfei get defeated and was secretly delighted, then looked at Qin Chuan and said, my name is Yu Hongtai. What's your surname? Sir? Surname Qin. Qin Chuan finished and added, Mr. Yu, this land is yours. Mr. Qin, this hand of yours really surprises me. How can you let go of hundreds of thousands of dollars and not make any money to sell it directly to me? We don't seem to know each other either. Yu Hongtai seemed to still be surprised by what just happened. Don't get me wrong. Just now that kid spoke out of turn. I'm not poor enough to put up with this for a few $100,000. Qin Chuan calmly said. As soon as these words came out, Yu Hongtai immediately gave a thumbs up and said, I won't hide it from you. I don't deal with the Huang family either. Just for the fact that Mr. Qin helped me take a small bite out of my mouth today. For $500,000 I'll add 100,000. No need. The promised 500,000 is 500,000. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and rebuffed Yu Hongtai's kindness. In fact, Qin Chuan did this naturally so that he could make friends with Yu Hongtai. Compared to the extra 100,000 added, the benefits that he could gain from Yu Hongtai in the future would be immeasurable. Ha ha, refreshing person, Yu Hongtai added, that's good. Let's go to the car to sign the contract. Please. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. On the way to the car, Yu Hongtai said, Mr. Qin, just now I inquired. You just bought this piece of land not 2 days ago. I'm curious, how did you suddenly invest in this piece of land? Being asked, Qin Chuan didn't hide it and said, wasn't there a news about the environmental protection of Suwang a few days ago? I speculated that this power station would definitely be demolished, so I bought it in advance. TSK, looks like Mr. Qin has a sharp enough eye. Yu Hongtai once again gave a thumbs up at this moment, and in his heart, he even had some small admiration for Qin Chuan. After all, not everyone has this kind of vision these days, but where there is, which one is not $1 million? Back in the car, Qin Chuan and Yu Hongtai signed the transfer contract. In the signing of the contract of this gap, Qin Chuan and Yu Hongtai chat some words. Gradually, Yu Hongtai is also younger than their own 5 or 6 years old young people have a good feeling. After all, some of Qin Chuan's insights and knowledge of business knowledge were completely beyond the reserves he should have at his age. Mr. Qin, you're a friend Yu Hongtai, have made. If there's a chance, let's sit down together. Yu Hongtai took the contract handed over by Qin Chuan and smiled. Oh, no problem. Happy cooperation. Qin Chuan reached out and shook Yu Hongtai's hand. Chapter 21 Buying Tianhui Mansion. Mr. Qin, thanks to you this time, my father has been chanting to find a good graveyard for my grandfather. This can finally complete my father's wish. Yu Hongtai looked at Qin Chuan. His eyes were full of gratitude. In fact, Yu Hongtai, this person, Qin Chuan, is very recognized. Not only good character, but also not so much fancy. In his last life, Yu Hongtai was one of the most sincere of Qin Chuan's many partners. You're welcome. Qin Chuan smiled. Ding ding ding. But right at this moment, Yu Hongtai's cell phone suddenly rang. Secretary Chen. What's up? Yu Hongtai picked up and said, Chairman, there's going to be a bidding for the Tianhui Mansion tonight. Do you think you should still participate? Secretary Chen said. Not to participate. Tianhui Mansion has been losing money for 2 consecutive years. Buying it won't make much money. Yu Hongtai said. Qin Chuan, who was sitting on the side at the moment, slightly zhushed his eyebrows when he heard this. Tianhui Mansion is going to be sold? That's good. I'll cancel it for you later. Secretary Chen said. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hongtai said, Mr. Qin, are you going back to the city? Let me give you a ride. Okay. Qin Chuan nodded and didn't refuse. On the way back, Qin Chuan said, Mr. Yu, I just heard you say that Tianhui Mansion is for sale? Yes, this Tianhui Mansion focuses on the high-end luxury goods industry. It's in a recession and has been losing money for 2 years. Whoever takes over is expected to have the same effect. Yu Hongtai said slowly. Qin Chuan said, I think you can buy. Now the reason for the loss is the beginning of the customer positioning is wrong. If you can change the positioning, absolutely a year back to the capital. Suddenly hearing this, Yu Hongtai was flabbergasted for a moment and said, 1 year back to capital. It seems that Mr. Qin still has his own insights? Actually, it takes less than a year to be accurate. In the past, Tianhui Mansion's clients were mainly dominated by the upper class. This type of operation can only do business with that small group of people. If the entire industry is geared towards the masses and the marketing strategy is changed, it is entirely possible to do high-end in the low-end market, and there is still a lot of potential. Qin Chuan said slowly. I understand all the reasoning, but I kind of can't understand it. Since it's all in the low-end market, how can it still do high-end? Yu Hongtai seemed to have never heard of this type of operation. Qin Chuan smiled. How could he not know about Tianhui Mansion? After all, his wife worked at Tianhui Mansion, and he had paid more attention to it in his last life. This Tianhui Mansion did change several owners who lost money, and was finally taken over by a coal owner who didn't know anything about business, and instead made a huge profit. At that time, it shocked the business circle in Suzhou and Hangzhou. the principle of which is also simple. That is, let it do not know the business to do, but instead of whimsical bold innovation, so as to get out of a road of their own. Of course, Qin Xuan naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Yu Hongtai directly about this operation. After all, he wouldn't be able to get any benefit from this. So Qin Xuan opened his mouth and said, if this Tianhui mansion is in my hands, it's for sure that it won't lose money, and it can even make a profit in a very short period of time, but I don't have that kind of capital to buy it. After these brief words of Qin Xuan, Yu Hongtai felt that the other party did have something in his head. After all, he had talked about a lot of business stuff before, and Qin Xuan's familiarity far exceeded that of an ordinary person. After a short period of pondering, Yu Hongtai suddenly smiled. Mr. Qin, if I buy the Tianhui mansion and let you be the executive director, can you guarantee a stable return on capital? Chapter 22, Becoming a Wife's Boss? Suddenly hearing this, Qin Xuan slightly zushed his eyebrows and said in surprise, Mr. Yu, this joke cannot be opened. Ha ha, it seems that Mr. Qin doesn't know me as a person. I don't joke around. Yu Hongtai laughed. Who was he? Mr. Yu Hongtai, the chairman of Dongsheng Group. His personal assets had reached over $60 billion. Moreover, there are 7 or 8 subsidiaries under Dongsheng, and the market value of that one is over $10 billion. This Tianhui building is worth a few dollars. It is estimated that with the current market, less than $3 billion will be able to buy. Assuming that they really lost money after they bought it, they would still have people to take it over in the resale auction, and the price wouldn't be less than $3 billion, even if the real loss, but also at most a loss of staff wages and operating costs, adding up to a maximum of 10 million only. This 10 million for Yu Hongtai in these years of business failure loss of billions of dollars. Not even a hair of rain. The reason why Yu Hongtai dared to be so bold as to talk to Qin Xuan about all this was naturally because he saw that Qin Xuan's level of understanding of business was very high, even better than his Dongsheng Group's management. The reason why rich people are rich, to a certain extent, from the vision, dare to fight and dare to do, not afraid of losing money. If you are afraid to do anything, it is doomed to become a big thing. Qin Xuan looked at Yu Hongtai and said, we've only met for the first time. You're giving me such a big position. You're not afraid of me on paper? At that, Yu Hongtai laughed. This Liu Bei got Kongming only a day before he dared to hand over the military power. I met Mr. Qin, a district of the executive director of the Tianhui mansion do not dare to send. How to make a lot of money. Instead, give you the executive director and not give you the Tianhui building. An executive director a year's net salary is only 2 million. I open a few bottles of wine or more than this number. Qin Xuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although Yu Hongtai said it quite arrogantly, but it was true. He wasn't even close to being poor. Although the executive director had an extremely high position, in reality, this position was an employee of the company, and there were no shares at the initial stage. Yu Hongtai looked at Qin Xuan and said, how about it, Mr. Qin? Dare to put up a fight? Qin Xuan stroked his chin. It seemed that today's unexpected situation had gone beyond his planning for his future. After all, after becoming the executive director of Tianhui Mansion, wouldn't that make him his wife's boss? It was estimated that his own wife would be shocked to her chin when she saw him running to work at Tianhui Mansion. It's possible, but there's a condition. I'm only responsible for the operational side of things. As for the rest, I won't ask much. Qin Xuan spoke. No problem. Just get the operation right to make money. Yu Hongtai nodded. The duo talked all the way to their home and also left their contact information with each other. Mr. Qin, I'm going to the bidding site at Tianhui Mansion now. 2 days at most. You'll take up your position at Tianhui Mansion. I hope this is a discerning eye on my part. Yu Hongtai poked his head out of the car window and laughed. Qin Xuan was not humble and gave it a smile. That's natural. Only then did Yu Hongtai signal the driver to drive away from the scene. Qin Xuan turned around and returned home. This just entered the door. Qin Xuan saw Xia Chan busy in the kitchen while Xiao Dai was playing with toys in the living room. Dad, you're back. Little Butterfly saw Qin Xuan and hurriedly got up and pounced on him. Picking up Little Butterfly, Qin Xuan looked at Xia Chan in the kitchen and said, why did you get off work so early today? Tianhui Mansion is going to have a bidding tonight, so I guess there's going to be a change of bosses. So all the employees are on vacation for a day. Xia Chan spoke. Oh, Qin Xuan had forgotten about it. Alas, I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job. Xia Chan sighed with a bit of sadness on her face. Chapter 23, Xia Chan's change. Suddenly hearing about unemployment, Qin Xuan was flabbergasted for a moment and said, unemployment? Why? Every time Tianhui Mansion changes its owner, it will lay off employees. I was supposed to go there through the back door, so I will definitely be laid off this time. Xia Chan sighed. Tianhui Mansion was an all-in-one specialized luxury goods company. The building had a total of 30 floors. except for the upper 5 floors which were for the management. The rest of the floors were all stores. These stores were all owned by the Tianhui Group, and contained a wide range of luxury goods. It was because of this franchise mode of operation that caused the Tianhui mansion to not be like an ordinary shopping mall, where everything was sold and each one was not interchangeable. Therefore, Tianhui mansion has extremely high requirements for its employees, with good benefits and commissions, but they must have decent features, and their education cannot be lower than a bachelor's degree. And although Xia Chan has outstanding looks, but not undergraduate, is to take the relationship into. This relationship is Xia Chan's sister, Xia Yan. Xia Yan has a fiancé named Li Hao, who is currently working as an assistant manager in the Human Resources Department of Tianhui Mansion, which is why Xia Chan was able to go into work. Won't lay you off, don't worry, Qin Chuan laughed. You won't lay off if you say so. Do you think you're the chairman of the board? Xia Chan skimmed and said. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and didn't continue to answer. Instead, he took out the check in his pocket and said, here is 500,000, 300,000 to pay back the loan, 100,000 for mom. I'll pick it up tomorrow morning. Xia Chan looked at the check in Qin Chuan's hand and was shocked, saying, really? Don't tell me you earned it by selling the land? At this moment, Xia Chan was as if she had seen a ghost, her face full of unbelief. After all, the shock Qin Chuan brought to her throughout the day today was too great, making her have to look at Qin Chuan anew. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded. How on earth did you think of all this? Qin Chuan, what else are you hiding from me? Xia Chan stared at Qin Chuan and asked suspiciously, what could I be hiding from you? Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. Xia Chan took the check from Qin Chuan's hand and looked at it carefully. It was indeed $500,000. With this amount of money, she wouldn't have to be sued by the bank anymore. At this time, the corners of the eyes of Xia Chan slightly red. Hearts are meat long. These days, Qin Chuan's changed Xia Chan bit by bit in the eyes. Even if she didn't believe it in any way, the fact was right in front of her eyes. Qin Chuan, have you really changed? Xia Chan's eyes were brimming with tears. This was the first time in many years that she was left with tears because she was moved. Xiao Dai asked in surprise. Dad, we are rich. Will I be able to eat big lobsters every day? Don't say eat every day. When Dad is making money, he will buy the lobster store and specialize in making lobsters for you. Qin Chuan laughed. He, Daddy is too good. Little Dai was acting quite happy at the moment. I'm hungry. Is there any rice? Qin Chuan looked at Summer Cicada and smiled. Little Butterfly immediately raised her hand. There's rice. Mommy made a lot of delicious food today. Xia Chan collected her emotions before returning to the kitchen. Qin Chuan sat down and was quite pleased in his heart. It seemed that he couldn't remember exactly how long he hadn't sat down for dinner with his wife and daughter. This dinner today was destined to be extraordinary. But this is not the end of the line. A bigger surprise is still ahead. I don't know what Xia Chan's expression will be when she sees it on the day she takes office. Qin Chuan said that he would let Xia Chan and Xiao Dai live a good life. Then he must fulfill his promise. Make up for all the shortcomings of the previous life. Chapter 24, $100,000 come together? Kajuri. Early the next morning, the family of 3 had just had breakfast when Xia Chan received a call from her own mother. Zhang Cuelian. Qin Chuan. Mom and my sister are coming later. Go take out the money. Xia Chan said. Well, I'll go now. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. What's coming will come. But it didn't matter. He had money now. Naturally he wasn't afraid of Zhang Cuelian's difficulties. While Qin Chuan was leaving his home to get the money, an Audi S6 slowly drove up. There were 3 people sitting in the car. A man and 2 women. The man driving the car was dressed in a suit. Not ugly but not handsome either. With an expensive wristwatch on his wrist, and his hair combed shiny. This should be the so-called successful, high-quality male. His name was Li Hao, 23 years old. Exactly Xia Yan's fiancé. Now working as an assistant manager in the Human Resources Department of Tianhui Mansion, which was also considered to be a small success. On the co-pilot, there was a girl around 23 years old, right at the age of youthful beauty, with exquisite looks, surprisingly similar to Xia Chan. She was Xia Yan, Xia Chan's only sister. At this moment, Zhang Cuelian on the back seat holding the foundation while replenishing her makeup, said, Xia Yan, later to home. You can do your sister's ideological work. Today, no matter what, let her give Qin Chuan a divorce. Hearing this, Xia Yan said, Mom, don't worry, I only have this one sister. I'm not willing to let her ruin her life on that person. Obviously, Xia Yan to Qin Chuan, that is in the bottom of the heart to look down on. A brother-in-law did not call not to mention. Open mouth shut up that person. But this is not surprising. After all, the days that Xia Chan has lived these years, Xia Yan is witnessed by all. Mom, you say my sister, how so confused? Looking for an object also do not see clearly. These years of good times are ruined in Qinchuan. Li Hao also added oil and vinegar said. Who says it is not? Or Xiaoyan vision is good. Like Li Hao you not only have a stable job, the family is also good. Xiaoyan follow you I also rest assured. Zhang Zuelian spoke. Li Hao grinned. Said, Mom overpraised. I'm just an assistant manager. My goal is to be able to become a general manager. From success is still far away. You are young. The road is still long. Sooner or later you will become a general manager. Zhang Zuelian smiled and added. Alright, get off. Then a group of 3 people walked towards Qin Chuan's house. At this moment, Xia Chan has also been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing the 3 people walking in the distance, she rushed forward. Mom, Xiaoyan, how did you guys come so fast? Sis, this is about a major event in your life. How can you not be fast? Xia Yan laughed. Where's Qin Chuan? Zhang Zuelian gazed around and did not seem to see Qin Chuan come out to pick them up. Xia Chan said, Qin Chuan went to fetch money and will be back soon. Fetch money? What do you mean? $100,000 he got together. Zhang Zuelian was instantly surprised. Zhang Zuelian did not take Qin Chuan's promise seriously at all. After all, how could a punk who ate, drank, hoard, and gambled get together 100,000 in just 2 or 3 days? It was simply impossible. Xia Yan was flabbergasted for a moment and said, Mom, what $100,000 came together? Alas, a few days ago, I made a bet with Qin Chuan that he would leave on his own if he couldn't pay back the $100,000 he owed me. I didn't expect him to actually get it all together. Zhang Zuelian was visibly disappointed for a while. Originally, Zhang Zuelian wanted to rely on the gap that Qin Chuan couldn't scrape together $100,000 to make him take the initiative to divorce Xia Chan. But now that he had scraped it together, it would be difficult. What's wrong with that? Just get it together. What does it have to do with the divorce? It was originally money owed to you. Xia Yan said slowly. These words reminded Zhang Zuelian, saying, that's right, the marriage should be divorced or divorced. As Xia Chan listened to her mother and sister's one-liners, her face also showed a bit of displeasure, saying, Mom, Xia Yan, can you stop talking about the divorce? Chapter 25, You are all bad people. Xia Chan's sentence, don't mention the divorce, made both Zhang Zuelian and Xia Yan flabbergasted. Especially Zhang Zuelian. This before Xia Chan also said that this has to be considered. This house suddenly do not allow to mention it. Xiao Chan, what kind of mesmerizing soup did Qin Chuan give you these days? What's your situation? But the next family are looking for a good. As long as the divorce, this side can immediately marry a rich man. Zhang Zuelian opened her mouth. Yes sis, don't be obsessed. That person is not worthy of you at all. This person that mom found for you has millions of assets. Xia Yan spoke. Listening to her mother and sister's words, Xia Chan was also very torn inside. Ever since Qin Chuan had changed over the past few days, Xia Chan had already lost her initial hatred towards Qin Chuan, and even her heart was changing a little bit. Although 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day, it could not withstand the scorching heat of Qin Chuan's fiery heart. Besides, Xia Chan was not willing to divorce in the first place for the sake of Xiao Dai. Mom, Qin Chuan has really changed a lot during this period of time, and he can also earn money. I don't want to divorce, Xia Chan explained. Zhang Zuelian stepped into the living room and sat down on a chair with her but, her legs folded, saying, Xiao Chan, what did mom teach you before? You can't just look at a person in the short term. You have to look at the long term. You said that Qin Chuan can earn money. He might really be able to pay me back this $100,000. But what about in the future? Suddenly hearing Zhang Zuelian's words, Xia Chan also fell into silence and said, I didn't think about the future. Are you still planning to live one day at a time? Qin Chuan got lucky and made a little money. What if this money is spent? What if Qin Chuan gets hooked on eating, drinking, gambling again? By then you'll be old and gray. How will you find your next family? Zhang Zuelian looked like a person who had been there before, analyzing Qin Chuan's situation to a T. Xia Yan, who was on the side, also sent an assist, saying, Sister, now that there are more men and fewer women, we girls are not worried about getting married at all. Not to mention that you're so beautiful. Even if you divorce Qin Chuan, you can still find someone with a stable job, savings, and an okay family. At this time, Li Hao, who has been standing at the door, touched his nose and said, Sister, what Mom and Xiaoyan said is also reasonable. This family is all relying on you to go to work to hold up. This time, Tianhui Mansion changed the boss. It is estimated that there will be layoffs to the management below. This layoffs estimate that even I cannot help you. When you are dismissed, want to find a good job is not easy. Li Hao's words made Xia Chan not know how to answer. After all, in the final analysis, she still owed Li Hao a favor. If it wasn't for Li Hao, Xia Chan would not have been able to find a job with a stable salary and commission, just as the three of them kept attacking Xia Chan's psychological defense. Xiao Dai, who came out from the bedroom, but with an angry accent, said, "Grandma, Auntie, you guys are too bad. Why do you keep making mommy leave daddy?" Hearing Little Butterfly's voice, Xia Yan touched Little Butterfly's head and said, "Little Butterfly, little auntie is also doing this for your sake, so that mommy will be looking for a rich daddy, and you will have whatever you want at that time. I just want my dad. You are all bad people." Little Butterfly angrily shouted out and ran out towards the outside with a crying nose. Little Butterfly, when Xia Chan saw this, a touch of powerlessness also rose within her. On the one hand there was Qin Chuan and Xiao Dai, on the other hand there was her mother who raised her and her sister who helped her. This made her not know how to answer at all, and she just looked forward to Qin Chuan's quick return. Chapter 26, 3 Less Products? At this moment the crying Xiao Dai sat by herself in a corner not far from the entrance of the house, crying her eyes out. Just at this moment, Qin Chuan came from the distance carrying more than $100,000, and at a glance, he saw the crying Little Butterfly. "Xiao Dai, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Qin Chuan also had an ironic look on his face as he walked in. "Whoops, Daddy, Grandma and Auntie keep telling Mommy to leave you. I don't want you to go," Little Dai cried. Although Little Dai was only 5 years old, the actual age of her heart was far more than 5. After all, having a father like Qin Chuan in the past had long since given Little Butterfly a mature mind, and she understood everything, but she couldn't change anything. Sometimes knowing things too early was not a good thing. Qin Chuan took out a tissue and wiped Xiao Dai's little face, saying, "Silly girl, didn't Dad say before that no one can keep us apart? Don't worry, Mom won't divorce me." Little Dai nodded obediently and said, "Daddy, go back soon. I'm afraid if you go back late, Mommy will agree." "Well, let's go." Qin Chuan tugged Xiao Dai and headed for home. As expected, just after entering the door, Qin Chuan saw Zheng Zuilian, Xia Yan, and Li Hao constantly persuading Xia Chan. Qin Chuan saw this scene also did not get angry. After all, now he has long since not won that readily flaming rash. The precipitation and accumulation of his last life had allowed him to understand a lot of things, and at the same time, he had also gained a level of sophistication that far exceeded that of ordinary people. "Xiao Chan, there are guests in the house. Why haven't you poured a glass of water?" Qin Chuan walked to the living room, slowly placed the money bag on the table, and sat down himself. Suddenly hearing this, Xiao Chan was flabbergasted for a moment, and then realized what Qin Chuan meant, before walking towards the kitchen. "Qin Chuan, it seems like you're quite faithful to your promise." Zheng Zuilian tugged at the money bag with her hand and was slightly surprised to see the piles of cash inside. "Mom, here is 150,000. 100,000 is borrowed from you, and 50,000 is all as a thank you for lending me the money with interest." Qin Chuan responded with a smile. "I really underestimated you. The blind cat met the dead rat. Crookedly made a little money. The temperament is different." Zheng Zuilian saw Qin Chuan's breezy expression and said in a conspiratorial manner. Qin Chuan did not get angry. "After all, it is not a crime." Said, "Mom, you should still remember our previous agreement, right? This money will be returned to you with interest, so don't interfere in my marriage with Xia Chan." Zheng Zuilian seemed to be a little weak at being told, and immediately said, I didn't say that. This money was originally lent to you by me. It's only right that I get it back." Qin Chuan smiled lightly. It seems that his mother-in-law is really not that good. Said, "Then what do you really want? You and Xia Chan get a divorce. Must leave." Zheng Zuilian opened her mouth. "Speak plainly. It's simply impossible." Qin Chuan gazed at Zheng Zuilian. His smile tightened, and he said decisively. When this sentence came out, it made Xia Yan on the side tense up and said, "Hey, I've seen shameless ones. I've never seen such shameless ones. What makes you stick to my sister? You look at you. No car, no house, no money, even a stable job or not. The whole is a 3 no products. You buy virtue of which is worthy of my sister." Zhang Zuilian said, "Look at other people." Li Hao, the deputy HR manager of Tianhui Mansion, with a monthly salary of $50,000 to $60,000. You can't even compare to other people's fingers. At this moment, Li Hao was his future mother-in-law a compliment. That is immediately said, "Mom overpraise." In fact, also what? As long as the positive dry can always start. Unlike someone, crooked way to earn a little bit of money to forget who they are. Li Hao just focus on the mouth high. He did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Was he deliberately belittled this future brother-in-law? Soon became his boss. Chapter 27, Must Find a Job. Qin Chuan, facing the 3 people's pursuit, behaved in a consistently calm manner. For a person who came back from the dead and reborn, the easiest thing to get in this life was money. Li Hao, shut up first, we have plenty of time to talk. This is a family matter today, so don't follow and get involved. Qin Chuan glanced at Li Hao and calmly said. When Li Hao suddenly heard this, he was flabbergasted for a moment. He didn't hear it wrong. Qin Chuan actually told him to shut up? Even Zhang Suilian and Xia Yan were shocked. Qin Chuan, you told me to shut up? Do you know that I got all of Xia Chan's jobs? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Li Hao was on fire on the spot. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, did I ask you to find Xia Chan's job for her? She owes you a favor. Not me. Mom, Shouyan, did you hear that? Are these the words of a human being? I haven't seen such a heartless guy, Li Hao said angrily on the spot. However, just as Li Hao was fuming, Qin Chuan slightly raised his head, his gaze lightly glancing at Li Hao. It was this glance that caused Li Hao, who had been laughing a second before, to freeze on the spot, seemingly subdued by Qin Chuan's aura. This made Li Hao a bit confused. The other party's eyes? A little scary. What a situation. But how could this one subtle action escape Xia Yan's gaze? And on the spot, she poked Li Hao with her arm. You loser. What are you afraid of? Who said I'm afraid? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Li Hao stammered. Xia Chan, who came with tea at this moment, said, Mom, you guys stop talking. I know that you guys dislike Qin Chuan for not having a house, a car, or a job. And since he's changed now, he definitely won't stay at home all the time. Qin Chuan, I've seen all the changes you've made in the past few days, but I also really want you to go out and find a serious job. After all, showing people feng shui and selling land, although it's fast money, after all, it's not a serious business. Hearing Xia Chan's words, Qin Chuan said, good. With a simple word good, Xia Chan froze on the spot, saying, you agreed? Obviously. Qin Chuan agreeing so painfully was something that Xia Chan had not expected. After all, after she and Qin Chuan got married, Qin Chuan had never taken the initiative to look for a job, not even the good jobs introduced by others. Okay, Qin Chuan, if you really look for a job, I won't force you to divorce Xia Chan. But, saying this, Zhang Suilian didn't know what she was playing at again. But what? Xia Chan said, you can't deliver takeaways, you can't be a security guard, and you can't work in a factory. But the job you find can't be less than 10,000 per month, and it has to be decent, so that it's worthy of Xia Chan. Zhang Suilian opened her mouth. Zhang Suilian is a person who pays a lot of attention to face. In front of outsiders she mentions Li Hao as her son-in-law to be the most. After all, the deputy manager of human resources. How face-saving it is. If it was known that her eldest son-in-law was delivering takeaways as a security guard, wouldn't that be too humiliating? However, this fell on Xia Chan's ears as a bit of a deliberate trick, saying, Mom, Qin Chuan has promised to find a job. Why are you still asking for so much? He doesn't have much of an education. It's good enough for him to find a job to start with. I think a takeaway worker is quite good. Qin Chuan, Xia Suilian was also angry, but there was nothing she could do about it. She immediately got up and said, silly niece, just look towards Qin Chuan. There will be a time when you will regret it. At that time, even if you come to beg Mom, I don't care about you. Chapter 28, Giving a Gift to the New Director. Mom, according to what you said, wouldn't it be easier for me to go directly to become the chairman of the board then? Qin Chuan looked at Zhang Suilian and spoke. Qin Chuan, cut the crap. Xia Chan also rushed to speak, fearing that Qin Chuan was arguing with his own mother. Just you? Still chairman of the board? On what basis? I think you'll have enough trouble in this next life and the next. You still dare to open your mouth. Zhang Suilian finished, picked up the money on the table and said, Xia Chan, don't think that Mom won't let you guys divorce for the time being even if you call it quits. I'll inspect it on a regular basis, and I won't be able to stop if Qin Chuan doesn't satisfy me in the future. Got it, Mom? Go back quickly. I'll supervise Qin Chuan so that he can find a good job. Xia Chan was also thinking of sending this big Buddha away quickly. Zhang Suilian reluctantly glanced at Qin Chuan before she and Xia Yan Li Hao left the living room. Watching them leave, Xia Chan also breathed a sigh of relief. While the departing Zhang Suilian just sat in the car, she was obviously still a bit angry. Mom, don't be too angry. Qin Chuan is only making a change temporarily. Even if he really looks for a job he probably won't last long. It won't be more than a few months. My sister will see the situation clearly. Xia Yan comforted. I hope so. Zhang Suilian finished and looked at Li Hao on the driver's seat, saying, right Li Hao, I heard you say that Tianhui Mansion is going to change its owner recently, right? Yes. Last night Tianhui Mansion has been acquired by Dongxing Group. It is estimated that a new executive director will be sent to take over tomorrow. Li Hao spoke. With this change of master, your position should be fine, right? If something goes wrong, Can you still find a job that good? Zhang Zuelian asked worriedly. Mom, don't worry. The personnel department is supposed to be in charge of people. It won't be laid off. I'm an iron rice bowl. Li Hao laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Zuelian was relieved, and then took out $50,000 from the money bag, saying, Li Hao, this $50,000 is for you. Tomorrow when the new director comes, you give him some gifts. See if you can be promoted and elevated. Mom, this can't be allowed. How can I ask for your money? Li Hao hurriedly refused. Xia Yan also hurriedly shook her head. Mom, we can't take this money. It's better for you to keep it. Although the young couple refused, but couldn't resist Zhang Zuelian's enthusiasm. One after another, she stuffed the money to Li Hao, saying, your young couple just bought a house in the city. Their hands are not wide open. How can Mom also help to help? This money should be taken no matter what. That's fine. Li Hao, take it. Mom gave the money. It's not an outsider. Xia Yan smiled. I'll take it then. Li Hao smiled and took the money. Zhang Zuelian said, Mom doesn't have a son. This Qin Chuan is a waste, can't count on. In the future, I can count on you, and all the money I earn will surely be given to you too. Upon hearing this, Li Hao was happy and couldn't stop talking, saying, Mom, don't worry. When I get promoted and get a raise, I'm sure I'll buy you a big house of 200 square feet in the downtown area as well. Look at this. This is what successful people say. You look at Qin Chuan, playing a little smart to earn a little money, do not know their own last name. Thinking about me to be angry. Zhang Zuelian face grudgingly said, Mom, don't be angry. My sister's temper and you are not unaware of. Do not hit the south wall, will not turn back. There are two of us on the line. Xia Yan comforted. Well, Mom is not angry. All do not listen to my words. I guess what use. Zhang Zuelian only then holds Xia Yan's hand, smiling happily. The three of them drove away happily. Chapter 29, Go to work in a clothing factory. After Zhang Zuelian left, Xia Chan pulled Qin Chuan and started discussing about finding a job. After all, it was true that Qin Chuan had changed now, but whether or not this change was a flash in the pan remained to be seen. If Qin Chuan is really honestly looking for a job to earn money to support his family, Xia Chan is relieved. Qin Chuan, what do you think about entering a factory? There is a clothing factory in the suburbs of Suzhou and Hangzhou that recruits workers all year round. And if you do it seriously, the salary is 6,000 or 7,000 a month. Xia Chan looked at Qin Chuan and spoke. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and said, forget it, that's a job for little girls. What's a big man like me running to step on a sewing machine? Why can't a big man do it? You are just low-eyed. Now all industries are in recession. It's not easy to find a high-paying job without a skill. Besides, I don't know if I can keep my job. If we don't have a stable job to support us, what will we do in the future? Xia Chan said slowly. Facing Xia Chan's questioning, Qin Chuan was tempted to say that he would soon be the executive director of Tianhui Mansion. But Qin Chuan didn't say it. After all, Xia Sakeda wouldn't believe it even if he said it. Qin Chuan could only try his best to cooperate with Xia Can. You don't need to worry about work, Qin Chuan said. Xia Chan sighed and said, Qin Chuan, I'm serious when I say, it's better to get a stable job or get on first. Xiao Dai is now almost 6 years old. In fact, it's long since reached the age of schooling. If the two of us don't work harder, next year's spring Xiao Dai will have to continue to put up. After Xia Chan said that, it was indeed true. Generally speaking, at the age of 3.5, one could go to kindergarten. But due to Qin Chuan's previous indolence, it resulted in them not having the ability to let little butterfly go to school at all. Although Xia Chan also often taught little butterfly to read and write, but after all, it was not as comprehensive as what was taught in school, especially in a place like Suzhou where land is so expensive. A child's education expenses for a year are enough to make an ordinary family worry. Well, it's indeed time for Xiao Dai to go to school, but nowadays school is tied to housing. You have to have a house if you go to school. So when the new semester comes next year, I'll buy a school district house and let Xiao Dai go straight to first grade. Qin Chuan opened his mouth. When these words came out, Xia Chan froze and said, you still want to buy a school district house? Do you know how expensive the house prices in Suhang are? A small 60 square foot house costs $1 to $2 million. And you don't even have a job right now. Xia Chan was quite speechless at the moment, and seemed to think that Qin Chuan had made hundreds of thousands of dollars by luck, which was obviously drifting. However, this kind of opportunity to make money by luck is not available every day. It is still stable to have a job. For Xia Chan's skepticism, Qin Chuan did not refute anything. After all, a stable job. This is the most basic condition to get a foothold in the big city. Ding ding ding. Just as Xia Chan and Qin Chuan were discussing, her cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was not someone else, but Xia Chan's best friend Wang Xiaoyan. Xiao-chan, what are you doing? After connecting, Wang Xiaoyan immediately asked. At home. Not doing anything, Xiao-chan said. It's not easy to have a day off today. How can you stay at home? We usually play well with a few little sisters to form a game in the evening. A piece to get high. Wang Xiaoyan laughed. When she heard about going to play, Xiao-chan hesitated for a while and said, I still have something to do. I won't go. Look at you. You don't go to the company's reunion. You don't go to the boss's treat. And you don't go to our little sister's call. Wang Xiaoyan seemed a bit helpless. Just then, other girls' voices came out from the phone. Xiao-chan, there are no outsiders, just our 5 or 6 friends. Yeah, bring Xiao Dai. Oh yeah, bring your husband too. It's only lively when there are more people. Hearing the voice on the phone, Xiao-chan was also in hesitation. Go, you've never gone out to play. Now you can relax and unwind. Qin Chuan, who was on the side, laughed. Chapter 30, Important Day. Hearing Qin Chuan open his mouth, Xiao-chan seemed to be moved as well. There was no woman who didn't like to eat, drink and have fun. After all, how boring it was to stay at home every day. But Xiao-chan knew her situation, so most of the time she even gave up her favorite hobby of shopping. Now that Qin Chuan was gradually getting better, Xiao-chan was naturally happy in her heart, and it seemed that going out to have fun was nothing. That's good. I'll bring Xiao Dai and Qin Chuan together at night. Xiao-chan agreed. That's right, 8 o'clock in the evening. I won't see you at Ju Xin building. Wang Xiaoyan finished and hung up the phone. Qin Chuan then slowly got up and said, Let's go. We won't go until 8 o'clock in the evening. It's early now, Xiao-chan said. While it's early, go to the mall and buy a few nice clothes for Xiao Dai and you. You can't go wearing these old models from a few years ago. Qin Chuan laughed. In fact, Qin Chuan had already given Xiao-chan $70,000 for her to buy clothes. Obviously, she didn't buy them. After all these years down the line, Xiao-chan knew how hard it was to earn money. Dad, I want to buy new clothes too. Xiao Dai raised her hand at the side. Good, buy them all. Qin Chuan laughed. Qin Chuan took Xiao-chan and Xiao Dai straight to the mall. It was rare for a family of 3 to come out once. Qin Chuan first took the 2 daughters to have some dinner and then watch a movie. Only at the end did he go to the clothing store. Originally, Xiao-chan wanted to just go to some cheap store and buy one, but Qin Chuan took her directly to the branded store. And after a few hours of shopping, Xiao Dai and Xiao-chan bought 7 or 8 pieces of clothing combined. When it came time to check out, Xiao-chan was dumbfounded. Hello sir, a total of 26,000. The cashier at the front desk said with a professional smile. What? $26,000? Just these few clothes cost that much? I'm not selling them. Please return them. Xiao-chan immediately placed the clothes on the counter. Swipe your card. I'll pay. Qin Chuan took out his bank card. After removing the $300,000 that he had to pay back tomorrow and the $150,000 that he had given to Zhang Xuelian, there were only $50,000 left in Qin Chuan's card. But Qin Chuan wasn't distressed at all. After all, this thing called money would come very easily to him now. Besides, today was also a very important day for Qin Chuan. The summer cicada in his last life committed suicide today. Qin Chuan, even if we have a little bit of money, we can't spend it recklessly. $26,000. Do you know how long I have to earn it? Xiao-chan opened her mouth. Swipe the card. Qin Chuan handed the card out. After paying, Xiao-chan's heart was dripping blood. Ugh, if I had known I wouldn't have come. This is $26,000. Xiao-chan was carrying a big bag. It was a good heartache. Just a few pieces of clothes. As long as you like it, in the future I will buy the whole mall and give it to you. 1 piece every day. 360 days without repetition. Qin Chuan laughed. Xiao-chan immediately blanked out and softly said, although I know you're coaxing me, it's still quite delightful to hear you say that. He, I'm happy too. Little Butterfly immediately interjected with a smile. The family of 3 happily took a taxi back home. Back home Xiao-chan changed into the newly bought clothes. New high-end women's trench coat. With jeans, although it looks simple, but they are all new in the fall. Coupled with the fact that Xiao-chan was originally very beautiful, and the size of 1.7 meters. Put on light makeup, more highlighting the femininity, and temperament has been upgraded by several grades. This was also the first time in many years that Xiao-chan had kept up with the trends of the times. Mom, you're really too beautiful. Xiao Dai stood at the side and immediately shouted happily. Qin Chuan also smiled from the bottom of his heart. As long as his daughter's wife was happy, he was content. Chapter 31, Important Day. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, and Xiao-chan was ready to go to Ju Xin Lu for her appointment. Jushuan House is one of the few specialty restaurants in Suzhou and Hangzhou, with a quiet and elegant environment, a lot of food, and the price is not too outrageous. Coupled with its unique location, It is very popular among young people. Waiting for the cab to stop outside the Ju Xian building, the family of three got out of the car. However, right at this moment, a BMW 5 Series pulled up to the side. With the car window lowered, a youth looked at Xia Chan and said, "Xia Chan, I've kept you waiting." Hearing the voice, Qin Chuan then turned around to look. The one who spoke was a suited and booted, handsome-looking youth, and on the co-pilot there was Wang Xiaoyan smiling and greeting. This youth Qin Chuan recognized is Wang Xiaoyan's husband, called Xuejun, is a local of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Earlier years Xuejun's family relied on the demolition and relocation of a large sum of money, not only as the boomers, but also relying on the relationship into a large company. Often brag about how many big bosses he knows. Anyway, is a bragging goods, but because a little money, so bragging will be believed. Of course, this is not the key is the back row of this BMW 5 Series. Hard to squeeze four girls? They were all Wang Xiaoyan and Xia Chan's co-workers, good girlfriends in the circle of sisters. "We just arrived too," Xia Chan responded with a smile. "Yo, isn't this Qin Chuan? Not busy today? It's usually a rare sight." Xuejun looked at Qin Chuan and laughed. These people present, who didn't know that Qin Chuan wasn't fooling around? Xuejun's sentence of not being busy today in their eyes, turned into didn't go gambling today Hearing the other party's deliberate words, Qin Chuan smiled faintly, not getting angry, and said, "Then you'll meet properly today." Xuejun grinned, and his gaze went to the summer cicada on the side, as if his eyes lingered for a few more seconds. Of course, this subtle move was naturally seen by Qin Chuan. Xuejun had been mentioning a few things in front of Xiaoyan ever since he first met Xia Chan, and often changing ways to inquire about the relationship between Xia Chan and Qin Chuan. Its purpose is self-evident. Xuejun got out of the car, smoothed his straight suit, looked at the girls who got out of the car one after another, and said, "I'll pay for all the consumption today. You guys eat and have fun." Yeah, with young Master Xue's words, we're not polite. It's still young Master Xue's atmosphere. "Today, our sisters are set to eat you. Xiao Yan, don't be heartbroken," the sisters said with a smile. "What's so painful about it? Spending Xuejun's money isn't my money. Go in. The boxes are all set." Wang Xiaoyan seemed to enjoy the feeling of being held up by her sisters. Xia Chan seemed to have not gotten together with her friends for too long, and looked a bit restrained, but was still taken by Qin Chuan's hand and walked in. After entering the box, 8-9 people were also seated one after another, because it was booked in advance. So after being seated, they didn't have to wait too long to start serving the food. Little Butterfly seldom comes to this kind of occasion, looking at a plate of food, that is to see the fascination. Immediately pointing to the distant Australian big lobster, said, "Mom, I want to eat lobster. That lobster is so big." "Oh, does little Dai like to eat lobster?" Xuejun, who was on the side, opened the red wine while laughing. "Well, I like to eat." Xiao Dai nodded. He, it's good if you like to eat. What do you want to eat in the future? If Dad doesn't take you there, Uncle can take you there to eat." Xuejun laughed seemingly unintentionally. Upon hearing this, Xia Chan's face did not look too good and subconsciously glanced at Qin Chuan. It seemed to be afraid that Qin Chuan was angry, but Qin Chuan was not the slightest bit moved by anger. "No need. My father will take me to whatever I like to eat." Xiao Dai spoke. Chapter 32 shouldn't have come today. Little Butterfly's words caused everyone present to look at Qin Chuan in unison. Little Butterfly really understands things. The still knows to save face for her father. Yeah, it's all because Xia Chan taught her well. Several little sisters also praised. Xuejun slightly smiled. His eyes once again skimmed over Xia Chan, then looked at Qin Chuan and said, "Qin Chuan, I heard Xiao Yan say yesterday that Xia Chan is now short of money, and wants to go to find Lu Wu to borrow loan sharks. I can give you a reminder. This Lu Wu is not a good person. You as Xia Chan's husband, you can't let a woman do everything." Originally quite a harmonious table. With Xuejun's cold mention of this sentence, the atmosphere of the scene immediately settled up, and Xia Chan was even more ironic. Originally borrowing money, this matter is not honorable, so she only looked for the trust of the good girlfriend Wang Xiaoyan, but did not expect. This was Xuejun gave out. "Xuejun, what are you doing talking about this?" Wang Xiaoyan also didn't expect Xuejun, a loudmouth, to say it in front of Xia Chan. "Xia Chan, you are short of money. Why don't you talk to your sisters and go borrow some loan sharks?" "Yeah, this Lu Wu is an old colorful guy. He even molested me when he went to the store to buy something." Several little sisters immediately opened their mouths. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed vainly, then said, "Mr. Xue, are you missing something? Didn't Wang Xiaoyan tell you that Lu Wu has to be respectful when he sees me? Besides, this money was not borrowed at all. There is no such thing as loan sharking." Xuejun was flabbergasted when he heard this. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan had indeed never said this to him. That, what Qin Chuan said was true. Lu Wu was indeed very respectful when he met him. Xiao Chan didn't borrow any loan sharks. Don't get me wrong. Wang Xiaoyan hurriedly spoke up when she saw that Xiao Chan's face didn't look good. Oh, so, Shui Jun said with a smile. He naturally didn't believe that Lu Wu would treat Qin Chuan with respect. After all, who was Lu Wu? The big boss who contracted the project, and also the local snake in this area. Not only did Shui Jun not believe it, the other few little sisters naturally did the same. Ugh, I should have known that I shouldn't have come, Xiao Chan said with her head bowed, as if she was once again regretting her choice today. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, raised his hand and held Xiao Chan's hand, comforting her in a low voice. It's fine. We're all here now. Let Shui Jun continue to express himself if he wants to. Being held by Qin Chuan's hand, Xiao Chan is like an electric shock. Although the two are husband and wife, the child is so big, but these years she indeed did not let Qin Chuan touch her a bit. This cold was Qin Chuan held his hand, but also a little unbelievable. By the way, Qin Chuan, you will not now still every day not work. Small butterfly are so big. You can find a job to support the family. Shui Jun at the moment no words to find words. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. The presence of so many girls, and men on him and Qin Chuan. If this time does not change the way to belittle Qin Chuan, how to highlight his success again? Qin Chuan is already preparing to look for a job, and we're still talking about this today. Xiao Chan couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to speak for Qin Chuan. Oh, look, isn't this a coincidence? My company just happens to be short of people. As long as I give a word, Qin Chuan will surely be able to apply for the job. Shui Jun laughed. What place do you work at again? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Dongsheng Group, the world's top 500. Yu Hongtai, you all know it. I have a good relationship with him, Shui Jun said rather proudly. East Xiang Group, as the first enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, has 7 or 8 subsidiaries, involved in real estate, internet, foreign trade and other industries, has a dominant position in Suzhou Hangzhou, but where the family has a bit of capital, or personal a bit of ability, squeeze through the head want to go in. Shui Jun is like this. Xia Yan's fiancé Li Hao is also like this. It seemed that being able to work in Dongsheng Group was originally a symbol of status. Even Qin Chuan, who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars in his previous life, couldn't help but work with the Dongsheng Group, thus showing its high status. You have a good relationship with Yu Hongtai? This Yu Hongtai is famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I heard that Tianhui Group was even acquired by Yu Hongtai. Yes, with this Tianhui Group being acquired by Yu Hongtai, our group of little sisters might be laid off. Since young Master Shui knows Yu Hongtai, you have to put in a word for us. Don't lay us off. A few little sisters immediately opened their mouths. Chapter 33, Not Afraid of Layoffs, backed by young Master Shui, under the flattery of several beautiful women. At this moment, Shui Jun had already begun to flutter a little. Oh, you guys don't worry, but it's just a matter of a phone call. Shui Jun patted his chest and said, then I'm really thankful to young Master Shui. Yeah, we were worried about being laid off before. There's no need to worry now. Even if we are laid off, we have young Master Shui to back us up. What's there to be afraid of? Several little sisters continued to flatter each other. At this moment, when Wang Xiaoyan heard the words praising her husband, her expression was more or less a bit proud. After all, in this group of little sisters, she was the one with the best luck. On the list of Shui Jun, this thug, cannot be less to give her long face, which also led Wang Xiaoyan subconsciously glanced at Xiao Chan. In contrast, their own husbands can be better than Qin Chuan do not know how many thousands of times. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Xiaoyan said, Shui Jun, just now Xiao Chan did not say that Qin Chuan recently looking for a job. You by the way to arrange it, are not outsiders. Shui Jun skimmed Qin Chuan, a slight smile, said, this is simple. The company is short of a leafleting job, but that also depends on whether Qin Chuan appreciate. After all, he doesn't have much of an education and has quite a bit of black history. Don't get me in trouble when the time comes. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Chan couldn't help herself a bit and said, I appreciate Xiao Yan's kindness. Qin Chuan is not suitable to go to Dongsheng Group. Xiao Chan's words directly rejected Wang Xiaoyan's good intentions. What Xiao Chan said is also true. This Dongsheng Group has very high standards for recruiting employees. Young Master Shui should not take this risk. Right. Just get us set up first. Several other people spoke up. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly in vain. Then he picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip as he said, since Mr. Shui said that he knows Yu Hongtai, why not make a phone call right now and ask him to be merciful when laying off employees? Qin Chuan's cold words immediately silenced the originally harmonious dinner table. There's no need for you to remind me. Even if I want to call, Then I have to wait for the daytime. It's nighttime. It's not appropriate. Shui Jun laughed. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Qin Chuan and said, Qin Chuan, what do you mean? It sounds like you don't believe my husband knows Yu Hongtai? Several other little sisters also turned their gazes to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you stop talking. Let's eat and leave. Xia Chan tugged on Qin Chuan's coat and whispered. Qin Chuan patted the side of Xia Chan's hand to reassure her before continuing. It's not that I don't believe that Mr. Shui knows Yu Hongtai. After all, this layoff is about the development of an enterprise. You people serve the upper class all year round. If Tianhui Mansion is going to reposition its clientele in the future, will you still be able to provide quality service as usual? Qin Chuan's meaning was simple. Tianhui Mansion was currently specializing in serving the rich and powerful, and they were naturally pleasing all kinds of people. If Tianhui Mansion was opened up to ordinary people, it would be impossible for them to continue to maintain high-quality services. It's like asking a flight attendant to be a stewardess in a green car. There's an imbalance in their hearts and they naturally treat their customers differently. Qin Chuan's careless remark caused everyone present to be startled for a moment. Qin Chuan, what do you mean? Tianhui Mansion is going to change its positioning towards its customer base? Where did you get the gossip from? This is simply impossible. Wang Xiaoyan immediately retorted. Xia Chan also tugged at Qin Chuan with an embarrassed look on her face, saying, Qin Chuan, you don't know about Tianhui Mansion. Don't talk nonsense. Snap, snap, snap. At this moment, Shui Jun was suddenly clapping his hands and smacked his lips. TSK, I really didn't expect that Qin Chuan, who has been eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling without doing his job, could still point out the river and mountain? Today is really an eye-opener for me. Chapter 34 Betting Against Each Other. In the face of Shui Jun's extremely deliberate targeting at the moment, Qin Chuan still wore the gentle smile and then said, What? Does young Master Shui have a problem with my insight? Shui Jun slowly stood up and said, Don't point fingers here if you don't understand business. Tianhui Mansion will not change its operational style, and I can get the layoffs done by calling it this moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan similarly got up. It was a bit of a tit for tat. That's fine, you call. I'll wait and see. At this time, how could Xia Chan and Wang Xiaoyan not expect Qin Chuan to dare to directly get up and fight against Shui Jun? And those four little sisters who were watching the show were equally dumbfounded. Is this Qin Chuan crazy? Doesn't he know that Shui Jun's family is rich, and that Shui Jun has already made it to the supervisor level in Dongsheng Group? Qin Chuan is really funny. Is he trying to find his manly confidence in front of Xia Chan? This is completely lifting a stone to stone his own feet. Several people whispered. In short, they were quite contemptuous of Qin Chuan. He, I'll fight if you let me. What will I say if I take care of this matter? Shui Jun laughed. What do you want to do? Qin Chuan said. Snap. Shui Jun directly snapped his fingers. At this time, a waiter slowly walked in and said, Sir, what can I get you? 5 bottles of 96-degree vodka. Shui Jun spoke. The waiter nodded and quickly brought 5 bottles of vodka and placed them on the table. Qin Chuan, if I get this done, you blow on the bottles and dry 5 bottles in one breath. Dare you? Shui Jun looked at Qin Chuan with a provocative meaning. He expected that Qin Chuan would not dare. After all, who among them did not know that Qin Chuan was not capable of drinking? Not to mention 5 bottles of vodka. Half a bottle would be enough. So this bet was destined to win from the start. And no one would really go for 5 bottles of alcohol, purely to scare Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, don't agree. Xia Chan was also startled. She didn't want to leave with Qin Chuan on her back when she left. Just as Shui Jun was feeling smug, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, If you don't get the job done, how about you dry these 5 bottles? What? Shui Jun was instantly shocked and said, You're betting against me? Or else? Qin Chuan still smiled and said, Good. You're ruthless enough. Shui Jun immediately gritted his teeth and immediately took out his cell phone. The gesture seemed to be to call Yu Hongtai. But before dialing the number, he added, It's not too late for you to regret now. Call. Don't talk nonsense, Qin Chuan said. Shui Jun. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan watched Shui Jun's face change from red to white, and was also stunned, saying, Shui Jun, what are you afraid of? You tell me every day that you know so many big shots. This Yu Hongtai is just the most common one among the people you know. Just fight. It's just a matter of laying off a few employees. It's not a big deal. The people all looked toward Shui Jun, seemingly expecting Shui Jun to succeed in getting their jobs back. Shui Jun's face turned green and white for a while, but in the end, he still pressed the dialing button, and then put it to his ear and waited. At this moment, the scene immediately entered a state of silence. Everyone held their breath and stared at Shui Jun, and Shui Jun's heart was also in a state of confusion. Da. With a few rings, there was no answer on the other end of the phone, and even after a few rings, it was directly hung up by the other end of the phone. This allowed Shuejun to secretly breathe a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that the 5 bottles of wine today are God's way of not letting you drink. Yu Hongtai is probably in a meeting and didn't answer. Since we're going to bet, we can't do it halfway. Why don't I call?" Qin Chuan slowly took out his cell phone and smiled lightly. "Yu Hongtai? Xiachan? Wang Xiaoyan? Everyone?" Chapter 35, Embarrassed. Qin Chuan's remark that it's better for me to fight caused the scene to fall silent for a split second. What followed was a burst of laughter. "Qin Chuan, don't be funny. You would know Yu Hongtai?" Wang Xiaoyan was the first to say with a mocking smile. The others naturally followed suit. "Xiaochan, your husband knows Yu Hongtai. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Oh, that's right, causing us to worry about work. You're not being righteous." The 2 girls sitting at Xiachan's neighboring table immediately laughed. Between the lines they seemed to be admiring, but in fact, they were secretly sarcastic. The words of the others made Xiachan's face red with shame. And then she gave Qin Chuan a glance and said in a grudging manner, "Don't bring me along with you when you brag. Okay, isn't this waiting to be seen as a joke?" Looking at Xiachan's angry expression, Qin Chuan did not talk nonsense and directly dialed Yu Hongtai's phone. At this moment, the crowd looked at Qin Chuan's serious look, and all of them showed surprise. Hello, Mr. Qin?" The phone had only rung twice before it was immediately picked up, and the one who spoke was none other than Yu Hongtai. This is indeed Yu Hongtai's voice. I've heard it on TV. A little sister instantly covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. The others also looked at Qin Chuan with unbelievable faces. This was especially true of Shuejun and Wang Xiaoyan, whose jaws were so shocked that they could stuff a fist. Xiachan was also looking at Qin Chuan with dismay, seemingly curious as to how this Qin Chuan knew Yu Hongtai. He had never said that before. Qin Chuan opened his amplified voice and said, "Mr. Yu, is the acquisition of Tianhui Mansion still going well?" "It's going well. It looks like the seller also wants to cash out as soon as possible. 2,800,000,000 was taken, but not including the luxury items in it." Yu Hongtai opened his mouth and said, "Just take it. If you change the customer positioning, those luxury goods won't be used." Qin Chuan said slowly, "Right, that's what I mean. How about this? You come to Dongxing Group tomorrow. We'll talk about it in detail." Yu Hongtai took the initiative to invite. "Okay." Qin Chuan didn't refuse, then glanced at Shuejun in the distance, and added, "Mr. Yu, there's a person named Shuejun who says he knows you, and has a good relationship with you, and has some suggestions he would like to mention to you." When Yu Hongtai heard this, he obviously paused for a moment and said, "Shuejun, there's no such person among the people I know? Mr. Qin, have you been tricked?" The moment Yu Hongtai's words came out, the entire scene was instantly silent. Everyone looked at Shuejun, who was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. "It's not a liar. It's an employee of your company. Talk to him." Qin Chuan handed his cell phone to Shuejun as he spoke. At this time, Shuejun looked at the phone. His face is green. This Qin Chuan handed there is a cell phone. This is not clearly his 5 bottles of water of life. But now, Shuejun can only harden his head. After all, this time to admit weakness, that will certainly lose face. "That, Mr. Yu, I'm Shuejun. The year before last, you personally gave me an excellent employee award." Shuejun awkwardly said. "Oh, is that so? What do you have to say to me?" Yu Hongtai opened his mouth and asked. Yu Hongtai was good at this. No matter who it was, as long as he said he would mention his opinion, he would patiently listen to it. Of course, provided that the opinion was valuable enough. "It's about the Tianhui Mansion. I suggest that after the acquisition, don't rush to lay off employees first." Shuejun wanted to continue saying something. However, these words caused Yu Hongtai on the other end of the phone to sink, and immediately said, "Are you from the head office or a subsidiary?" I'm the newly promoted supervisor of a subsidiary of Dongxing Group," Shuejun stammered. "You're a subsidiary supervisor, you're in charge of quite a wide range. It's not up to you to lay off or not. It's not up to me either. It's the market positioning that says it's up to you. Do well on your shift. Manage the things within. Should not ask, don't ask," Yu Hongtai said in a slightly icy tone. At this moment, Shuejun's face was red, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Chapter 36, Willingness to Gamble. At first, Shuejun had spent a lot of money in order to enter Dongxing Group, and he used a lot of connections to get in. After so many years of crawling and fighting, it was not easy to become a supervisor, but today's bragging once almost killed his future. If Yu Hongtai remembers and investigates him because of this matter, then 100% he will be dismissed. Thinking of this, Shuejun was trembling with fear. If this was true, he had spent his money in vain, and several years of his time had properly gone down the drain. Mr. Yu, you taught me a lesson. I was wrong. Xue Jun hurriedly apologized. Give the phone to Mr. Qin, Yu Hongtai said. Xue Jun hurriedly sent the phone back. Mr. Yu, there's nothing else. Let's see you tomorrow. Qin Chuan spoke. Okay, I'll wait for you, Yu Hongtai responded. As the phone hung up, the scene still hadn't recovered from the shock, especially Xia Chan, whose eyes were dead set on Qin Chuan. Said, Qin Chuan, are you kidding? You know Yu Hongtai and still want to meet with him? Yes, Mr. Yu is quite a nice person. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. At this moment, Xue Jun's face was flushed red, and he simply didn't know what to say next. Wang Xiaoyan was also gnashing her teeth and staring at Xue Jun. Originally she wanted to take advantage of this gathering to grow a good face. Not only did this not grow, but he lost face to his grandmother's house. That, Brother Qin, I really didn't expect you to actually know General Manager Yu. It's me who's shallow. In that case, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Xue Jun hurriedly accompanied with a smile and picked up the red wine. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, wore an expression that seemed to be laughing, pointing at the vodka, saying, what's the point of drinking red wine? Shouldn't our bet be on them? Looking at Qin Chuan's sworn look, Xue Jun's entire body was stumped on the spot in an instant. Qin Chuan, forget it, 5 bottles of wine will kill you. Xia Chan was also afraid of making a big deal out of it and rushed to say. Qin Chuan slowly got up and said, willing to gamble, Xue Jun, if you're a man, drink the wine. Of course, I won't force you to drink if you don't. Qin Chuan's words could be roughly interpreted as, if you're not a man, then don't drink. The atmosphere of the scene dropped to freezing point at Qin Chuan's 3 words, and Xue Jun was also clenching his fists, his eyes staring Qin Chuan dead in the face, and after a long time, he reached out and picked up a bottle of wine. Xue Jun, are you crazy? Qin Chuan has said that you don't need to drink. Wang Xiaoyan was startled. Shut up, Xue Jun angrily shouted and directly blew into the bottle. Gulp gulp. A bottle of 96-degree vodka quickly reached the bottom. This vodka was not as strong as white wine, and the lips would only tingle slightly after entering the mouth. However, due to the extremely high alcohol content, its initial taste in the mouth was closer to water, making it easy to get careless. If one drinks excessively, dehydration, abdominal pain, dry heaving, and even life-threatening can occur. And at this moment, Xue Jun, who was already on top of his game, after finishing 1 bottle, then went to open the 2nd bottle, which he directly poured without saying a word. Xue Jun, okay, Xiao Yan, you can persuade him, it's just a joke today. No need to take it seriously. Seeing this, Xia Chan was also worried. She wouldn't be kind enough to care about Xue Jun, but rather she was afraid of causing a scene, and at that time, who at the table would be able to run away? However, at this moment, Xue Jun's 2nd bottle had already reached the bottom, not to mention that in just a few minutes, the intense burning sensation in his abdomen made him grimace. Vomit. In an instant, Xue Jun dry heaved on the spot, and the vomit directly sprayed a table. So disgusting. Xiao Dai, who was eating shrimp, immediately put down her chopsticks when she saw this, her little face filled with disgust. Chapter 37, Disperse. The few little sisters who were watching the show at the moment couldn't sit still and went forward to pull Xue Jun. Young Master Xue, stop drinking. It'll kill someone. Yeah, Xia Chan said it was a joke. Under the tugging and pulling of a few little sisters, Xue Jun then slumped his butt into a chair, his entire face a bright red. I don't know if it was because he was drunk on his face, or because he was humiliated and shamed, probably both. Looking at the almost somewhat delirious Xue Jun, Qin Chuan smiled but not laughed as he got up and picked up the red wine, saying, Mr. Xue, but it's just a joke. Why are you still taking it seriously? Come on, drink this cup of wine. You don't hold a grudge, brother. At this moment, Xue Jun looked at Qin Chuan's hypocritical appearance. He had long been exasperated and clenched his teeth. His fists were clenched. Since it was a joke, why didn't you say so when you drank it yourself? All dry 2 bottles before stopping? Let yourself ugly. Xue Jun couldn't wait to go up and give Qin Chuan 2 punches. But now, let alone 2 punches, it was questionable whether he could stand up. I'll drink this wine for him. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan also had a belly full of anger, and then picked up the red wine and drank it all in one go. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, and likewise drank it all in one go, maintaining a kind smile from the beginning to the end. This good dinner. At this moment, because of a bet, except for Qin Chuan, almost everyone was not too happy. But this is not the fault of the others. It is not Qin Chuan who first spoke out to provoke. Xia Chan on the side was completely shocked by Qin Chuan's maneuver. In her impression, Qin Chuan was a rude person who was always on fire and had no sense of propriety. generally encountered by people flirting in humiliating situation. Most of them are Qin Chuan carrying a beer bottle up to fight. Every time things get big, are Xia Chan lowly to beg for mercy? But today was a change in style. Because of Shui Jun's drunkenness, there was no need to continue the dinner. Qin Chuan took Xia Chan and Xiao Dai to leave Jushuan house, leaving the indignant Wang Xiaoyan to clean up the mess. On the way back, Xia Chan kept staring at Qin Chuan for a long time before asking the words that were held in her heart, saying, Qin Chuan, tell me honestly, the person that you just called over the phone, in the end, is it Yu Hongtai? What? You don't believe it? Qin Chuan said. Listening to the voice is a bit like it, but it's a bit outrageous that you know him. You wouldn't be intentionally fixing Shui Jun, right? With a questioning tone, Xia Chan said. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. I'm not that idle. Xia Chan blanked a glance, did not continue to ask deeply. Always feel Qin Chuan this period of time is very mysterious. Not at all like Qin Chuan, like a new person. Waiting to return home has been 10 o'clock at night. Small butterfly early to sleep. But at the moment Xia Chan is horizontal and vertical cannot sleep. After all, she is worried about tomorrow's layoffs. On the contrary, it was Qin Chuan, who slept extraordinarily sweetly. Raza day. The night passed very quickly, and at 6 o'clock the next morning, Xia Chan woke up early, and didn't even bother to eat breakfast to hurry to Tianhui Mansion, because at 5 o'clock, their foreman sent out a message that a new executive director would be coming to the company this morning. This also meant that a new round of layoffs would be on schedule. There were thousands of employees in the entire company, and it was estimated that very few would actually be able to stay. After all, it was nothing new that Tianhui Mansion was going to undergo reforms. Xiao Dai, Daddy's going to be busy. You go find Grandma Chen and buy you something delicious when Daddy comes back. Qin Chuan touched Xiao Dia's head and said, Aha! I'll wait for Daddy. Little butterfly nodded obediently. Qin Chuan arranged Xiao Dai and took out a suit from the closet that he didn't know how many years it had been dusty. After changing into it, he prepared to head to Dongxing Group's headquarters. Chapter 38 Questioning. When Qin Chuan arrived at Dongxing Group half an hour later, he saw Yu Hongtai in a Rolls Royce on the side waving at him. Mr. Qin, come in. I've been waiting for you for a while. Qin Chuan nodded slightly before he smoothly sat in the back seat. Mr. Yu, why are you waiting for me here? Qin Chuan's face showed consternation. There's something. The company held a board meeting yesterday afternoon, and more than 80% of the shareholders did not agree with me to enable a newcomer. That is to say, they did not want you to be the executive director. After all, they know nothing about you, Yu Hongtai said. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and said, No harm done. I don't want to make things difficult for Mr. Yu because of this matter. We may have other opportunities to cooperate in the future. At these words, Yu Hongtai smiled and raised his hand, saying, Mr. Qin, don't misunderstand. I have the right to make direct appointments. But first you have to take out your proposal and prove yourself. After all, you haven't made any contribution to Dongxing Group right now. And if you take up the position directly, the board of directors will constantly find trouble with me. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled. The so-called business plan, he had long since memorized it. After all, in his last life, Tianhui Mansion was a huge success after being taken over by a coal owner. Sales had doubled several times in just a few weeks. Although Qin Chuan wasn't sure if he still had that effect if he replicated it, it certainly wouldn't be too bad. Alright, then do as Mr. Yu wishes. Qin Chuan nodded. Good, come upstairs with me. The board of directors has been waiting for a long time. Whether or not they can take office smoothly depends on whether or not Mr. Qin can speak with his tongue. Yu Hongtai slowly got out of the car. Qin Chuan smiled with a confident smile and followed. Upon arriving at the office, there were 13 shareholders sitting in the office at the moment. Most of them were old men past their prime. And among them, there was an extremely conspicuous old man sitting on the main seat across from him. The old man holding a walking stick in his hand. Not angry and authoritative. Yu Guoliang. A name surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. Yes. This old man was Yu Hongtai's father, although Dongxing Group is now fully handed over to Yu Hongtai's management. But when it comes to the board of directors' disagreement, Yu Guoliang will step in to mediate. It seems that yesterday's board of directors over 80% of the shareholders against has alarmed this Dongxing Group C-Pin, specially come over to participate. However, when Yu Hongtai led Qin Chuan through the door, everyone present was astonished. Chairman, don't tell me that the business genius you said could revitalize Tianhui Mansion is this kid? An old man looked at Qin Chuan with unbelievable eyes. That's right, it's him, Yu Hongtai laughed. Phew, the moment these words came out, the crowd all let out a sigh of relief. After all, Qin Chuan looks really too young, only 24-5. This age should be just graduated from the university, not 2 years. No social experience, even when a supervisor are struggling. Now by Yu Hongtai directly promoted to become the executive director of Tianhui Building. This risk directly pull full. Hongtai. Now I finally know why the board of directors got so angry yesterday. This is just nonsense. I absolutely disagree with you enabling this inexperienced newcomer. Yu Guoliang suddenly got up and said righteously. Faced with his own father's questioning, Yu Hongtai had guessed it long ago and said, Dad, this Mr. Qin, don't look young. His strength is still there. Why don't you listen to what he has planned first? If the plan doesn't meet your expectations, it's not too late to reject it. Chapter 39 Risks and Benefits. As Yu Hongtai's words fell, Yu Guoliang took a closer look at Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Qin, right? My son thinks so highly of you. I guess you should have had some brilliant achievements in business, right? The other shareholders turned their gazes to Qin Chuan, seemingly thinking that Qin Chuan might have had work experience elsewhere. However, back to old sir. I haven't ventured into any business so far. Qin Chuan responded with a smile. Hiss. The crowd at the scene all drew in a breath of cold air when these words came out. Kidding. You dared to take over the executive director's burden without having dabbled in any business. What are your credentials? Old chairman. This is not nonsense. It's simply an international joke. Absolutely not. That's right. Even though the Tianhui mansion is nothing to Dongsheng Group, we're not so confused as to spend billions of dollars to buy the Tianhui mansion to lose money and play with it. Several shareholders chided rather angrily. Yu Hongtai also looked at Qin Chuan with an embarrassed face, seemingly a bit speechless. This Qin Chuan was too honest. Couldn't he even make up nonsense? Isn't it obvious that he is embarrassing himself? Just as Yu Hongtai looked embarrassed, Qin Chuan slowly walked up and smiled. Elders, my juniors are indeed young, but it's precisely because of my youth that I can do what you can't. If Tianhui Mansion is in my hands, sales will double in less than a month, and after a year, sales will exceed all of Dongsheng Group's subsidiaries. These bold words of Qin Chuan immediately made everyone at the scene happy. Ha ha ha, what a crazy kid, doesn't know the heights of heaven, laughed a shareholder. Yu Guoliang was also confused by Qin Chuan's words and said, It seems like you have a plan, but Tianhui Mansion is not the place for you to experiment with your unrealistic fantasies. If you say it can succeed, it can succeed? In case of a loss, it's Dongsheng Group's financial strength that's being compromised, and at that time, you'll pull out and leave without taking any responsibility, making Hongtai unable to raise its head in the company. How can you say that? Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, If the old gentleman is worried about this, that's completely unnecessary. I cannot take any salary by moving into the Tianhui building, and if there is a loss, it can also be counted on my head. Phew, everyone once again drew in cool air. Even Yu Hongtai didn't expect Qin Chuan to play that big? This loss wasn't a few thousand or tens of thousands. It was calculated in the millions and tens of millions. Well, that's not a bad thing to say. Yu Guoliang nodded his head slightly. It seemed that Qin Chuan's purpose of coming here to get money could now be ruled out. But I also have a condition. Since I've taken the risk, the gain naturally has to be there as well. So I want 20% of the net gain of the Tianhui mansion. It's not much, right? Qin Chuan spoke. Well, very reasonable. Then tell me your direction for the future operation of Tianhui mansion. Yu Guoliang said. At this moment, Yu Hongtai also breathed a sigh of relief. And he also looked at Qin Chuan seriously, as if he was eager to hear Qin Chuan's specific operation strategy. Qin Chuan nodded, then walked towards the front of the crowd and said, My operational policy is to change the pattern of the current Tianhui mansion that only serves the rich, so that Tianhui mansion is open to everyone, and place advertisements so that Tianhui mansion's diamonds are rebound to love. After all, women's money is good. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongtai was dumbfounded and said, Mr. Qin, don't you kid me. Diamonds last forever. One will last forever. This advertising slogan that has long been used up, now it doesn't have any commercial value at all. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. He was not talking about this. Chapter 40 Gallop into office. It seems that you have new tricks. Tell me. Yu Guoliang said. Qin Chuan said. Diamond ring $1 million. Can be used as the main business of Tianhui Mansion. And the introduction of customized models of diamond rings. And real name authentication. Each man can only be customized once. I think there shouldn't be any girl who would refuse her favorite guy to customize this kind of real name certified diamond ring for her. This advertisement was currently unavailable, and was a whimsical idea that Qin Chuan came up with in his last life after his success, after a certain coal boss acquired Tianhui Mansion, which eventually became popular all over the world. It was later acquired and promoted across the country, and it is unknown how many chain stores have been opened, which can be said to have made a lot of money. It is also known as the famous DR customized diamond ring. Qin Chuan, as a reborn person, naturally knew this like the back of his hand. This marketing strategy is indeed a bit interesting, but wouldn't that be a loss of repeat customers? Yu Guoliang frowned and said, the old chairman is right. Tianhui Mansion relies on repeat customers. With this kind of endeavor, it is true that there will be a short-term gain, but what about the follow-up? Indeed, I don't agree with this marketing strategy. Several other shareholders denied it. Qin Chuan continued, you are all business elites. You should understand better. Compared to that small group of fixed rich customers, the business value of this kind of promotion to unmarried women across the country, which one do you think is more profitable? When Qin Chuan said this, there was an instant silence on the scene. Although the crowd was unwilling to admit that they were inferior to Qin Chuan, this young man's vision and business acumen was indeed worthy of admiration. Good. Mr. Qin, I really wasn't wrong about you. Yu Hongtai was the first one to get up and clap his hands. Originally he was still skeptical of Qin Chuan, but after hearing this, he immediately came to spirit, and all the other shareholders no longer had any opinions on this. It seems that my son's vision is still good. Then good. I'll give you a promotion fee of 3 million for a small-scale experimental promotion. Yu Guoliang slowly got up and clapped his hands to finalize the deal. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. The board of directors was considered to have passed this hurdle. Knowing that, once this kind of operation strategy was promoted, not to mention that he only accounted for 2% of the dividend, it would also be a rather lucrative amount of money. It could lay the most solid foundation for Qin Chuan to build his business empire in the future. Mr. Qin, this is the executive director appointment letter. You are now officially the executive director of Tianhui Mansion. You can now go and take up your duties. Yu Hongtai handed Qin Chuan the document that he had prepared long ago. During the period of time when Qin Chuan went to take office, the entire Tianhui Mansion could be said to be in a state of panic, and everyone was worried about their jobs. There were even quite a number of people who had already started packing up their things and were ready to leave. This naturally included Xia Chan. At this moment, Xia Chan and her own group of co-workers were waiting for their fate in the employee rest area. Alas, it's really unlucky. I thought I could stabilize myself by finding a good job, but this is a complete disaster. A girl said helplessly. Yes, my family still has a car loan and mortgage. If I get fired, my husband's poor salary won't be able to hold me over, said another girl, also full of complaints. Xia Chan looked at the time from time to time, looking a little anxious. After all, if she was dismissed, then there is really no stable income, and in looking for a job again, she might not be able to find the same job as Tianhui Building. Thinking about it, Xia Chan did not intend to sit on her hands. After all, her sister's fiancé, Li Hao, was in the human resources department, so she had no choice but to go to him for today's solution. In fact, Xia Chan did not want to bother Li Hao, but the thought of next year, Xiao Dai will go to school, but also to plan to buy a house, which lets Xia Chan through the air up. Chapter 41, New Director Arrives. Li Hao, can you think of a way? I really can't lose this job. Xia Chan looked at Li Hao, who was sitting in the office smoking, and said. Li Hao looked helpless and said, Sis, it's not that I won't help you. After Dongxing Group takes over, they will change their operation strategy. Your staff doesn't meet the market positioning, so you're definitely going to be laid off. Upon hearing this, Xia Chan bit her red lips and said, Ugh, what can be done about this? Xia Yan, who was currently sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, slowly got up. Sis, what is that person doing now? Didn't he say he was looking for a job? Since it's going to change, why are you still working? Isn't it good to be at home with Xiao Dai? Xia Yan was not an employee of Tianhui Mansion. She was specially running to see Li Hao. After all, there was turmoil in this Tianhui Mansion, and Xia Yan was afraid that her fiancé would lose his job. After all, Zhang Suilian's face was relying on Li Hao to support him. Xia Yan, you also know that looking for a job is not something that can be found overnight. Qin Chuan has little work experience and no education. And the other day, relying on a little ingenuity to earn a little money is simply not enough to plan for the future. As long as I don't lose my job, it doesn't matter if I get a lower salary. Xia Chan continued. Hearing her sister's words, Xia Yan immediately became angry and said, Sister, not me. You are too weak. But also for that person to speak? He would be 80% still sleeping at home by now. It's true that he hadn't gotten up yet when I came here, but he will definitely go out to look for a job today. Xia Chan spoke up. Xia Yan naturally did not believe it and said, Sis, just listen to mom and divorce him, so that you still need to come and fret over a job? Xia Chan also sighed hopelessly. At this moment, Li Hao pondered for a while and said, Sis, I'm going to give some gifts to this new executive director to ease the relationship, and if the other party accepts it, they might be able to make an exception for you to stay. Okay, as long as I can keep my job. Xia Chan immediately sparked hope. Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone on Li Hao's desk suddenly rang. Li Hao, the executive director is arriving soon. Hurry downstairs and get ready to greet him. A male voice on the phone said. Okay, I'll go downstairs. Li Hao hurriedly got up and said. Shoyan, sis, don't move around in the office. I'll go greet the new director. I guess the new executive director will immediately hold a meeting when he takes office. By the way, I'll see what to say about the layoffs. Go on. Haiyan nodded. Li Hao then picked up his jacket and hurried downstairs. At this moment, downstairs in the Tianhui mansion, 7 or 8 middle-aged men in suits had long been standing at the entrance waiting. These 7 or 8 people were all the top executives of the Tianhui mansion. After Li Hao walked in, he walked towards a man in his 40s with a tall, thin and slightly balding body in diameter and said, Mr. Chen, how long until the executive director arrives? Mr. You just called. The executive director will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone be in good spirits. The man surnamed Chen spoke. This man surnamed Chen was called Chen Long. He was the general manager of Tianhui Mansion. This Tianhui Mansion had been losing money year after year. In addition to the problematic operation strategy, to a large extent, it was the incompetent leadership of this group of managers, of which Chen Long was particularly prominent. Li Hao can be promoted to the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department. This is entirely because Chen Long sent a lot of gifts to be promoted up. It would be strange to be able to make a profit in this situation. Just as the crowd waited with trepidation, a cab slowly drove towards the crowd and stopped. Taxi? Did the executive director come by taxi? Li Hao was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. Qin Xuan then opened the car door and slowly walked down. Chapter 42, You've recognized the wrong person. Chairman of the board worked hard. How come this didn't drive today's limited number? At this moment, Chen Long saw a suit and dress figure straight youth get off the car. That is immediately bend over 90 degrees of respect to go forward to greet. What number restriction? Must be the driver has something to do. The chairman of the board of directors which took a taxi to come. Chairman, hard work. Chairman, please come in. Several others followed suit. Although they didn't know what this new executive director's name was, but still the flattery was not missing a word. You all have worked hard. Qin Xuan nodded slightly as he looked at the crowd in front of him, acting quite calmly. However, Li Hao, who was standing behind the crowd, had a pair of eyes as wide as a bull's eye, and only reacted after a long time, saying, Manager Chen, Director Zhang, you've recognized the wrong person. This person is not the executive director. With Li Hao's words, Chen Long's face suddenly stiffened and said, Li Hao, what do you mean? The others also looked at Li Hao with puzzled faces. He's Qin Xuan. He's the husband of Xia Chan that I told you guys about before. You guys got it wrong, Li Hao said breathlessly. The moment these words came out, all of them had a face of iron, especially Chen Long. That bending 90 degrees just now. What kind of groveling? But it was to this one ordinary person? This Qin Xuan's great name had long been heard from Li Hao by all the executives present. After all, Xia Chan was at the top of the list in Tianhui Mansion in terms of both looks and figure. Oftentimes these executives liked to get close to Xia Chan when they had something to do. But Xia Chan was very loyal to Qin Xuan and never talked too much nonsense with them. When these executives learned from Li Hao that Xia Chan was married to a loser who only knew how to eat, drink, whore and gamble, they felt sorry for her. There were even a few who wanted to adopt Xia Chan, but without exception, they were all scolded by Xia Chan. Damn, you dog don't come early or late? Can't you see that we're greeting a big shot? What are you doing here? Get lost. At this moment, Chen Long was in a rage as he drank. Qin Xuan, who was planning to enter the Tianhui mansion, heard Chen Long's curses all of a sudden. His brows furrowed slightly as he said, What did you just say? Behind your ears? Do you still need me to repeat it? Chen Long's face was ironic. After all, just now could be considered a big disgrace. What's your name? Qin Xuan gazed at Chen Long and said with a solemn face. When Chen Long heard this, he was instantly enraged. Are you qualified to know my name? Seeing this, Li Hao immediately stepped forward and pulled Qin Xuan, saying, Qin Xuan, what are you doing here if you're not sleeping at home? This is General Manager Chen Long Chen. Li Hao, make this guy disappear from my sight immediately. Chen Long was still harboring a few moments of anger at the moment. Don't be angry, General Manager Chen. I'll let him go. Li Hao nodded awkwardly, then said, Qin Xuan, Xia Chan is in my office. If you come to look for her, wait for the afternoon. I don't even have the time to pay attention to you right now. Find yourself a place to wait. Hearing Li Hao's untiring words, Qin Xuan smiled slightly and said, Who said I came to look for Xia Chan? I came to work. Go to work? What kind of work are you going to? Don't cause trouble for me. Hurry up and get lost. Li Hao was pushing Qin Xuan to leave at this moment. Chen Long and the rest of the crowd looked at Qin Xuan, and they were all on fire. Not just because they had just groveled to Qin Xuan, but more than that, they were jealous. This kid is Xia Chan's husband? What a flower stuck in cow dung. Looking at a human being. What a pity for the woman Xia-chan. Who says it's not? How can you look at him? Chapter 43 must be dreaming. Just as the crowd was talking behind his back, Qin Xuan was also too lazy to talk nonsense. Slowly took out a letter of appointment and directly shoved it into Li Hao's arms, who was still pushing him. Trouble you to look at what this is first. It's not too late to say anything out of turn. Li Hao looked at the appointment letter handed over by Qin Xuan. His face flinched for a moment on the spot. Then after opening it, the information on it instantly made Li Hao stiffen on the spot. On the appointment letter, it was written in black and white that Qin Xuan was the new executive director of Tianhui Mansion. It was such a simple line, stamped with the seal of Dongshan Group. Kai, you're kidding. On what grounds? Li Hao's entire body instantly lost his voice and shouted out. The scene that he saw in front of him at this moment was simply more mind-boggling than the sun coming out of the west. Qin Xuan, this trash who only knew how to eat, drink, whore and gamble, had become the executive director of Tianhui Mansion? Li Hao, what are you doing? Chen Long was also stunned when he saw Li Hao stumped on the spot. As the crowd came forward, they all coincidentally looked at the appointment letter. Qin, Mr. Qin, no, Chairman Qin, misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Chen Long reacted. That was a second to change his face and nodded his head. At this moment, countless question marks seemed to arise in his mind. Qin Xuan, this infamous cow dung in the company had transformed into the superior of all of them? Qin Xuan looked at Chen Long's nodding look before he walked forward, raised his hand to help Chen Long straighten his collar, and laughed. I still prefer the unruly look you just had. Upon hearing this, Chen Long was so frightened that his legs went limp and he almost didn't paralyze on the ground, while the other several executives were all equally red in the face one by one. Chairman, I'm sorry. It was me who was blind just now. I apologize. Chen Long bent over and apologized one by one, his intestines all green with remorse. Now immediately notify all the Tianhui Mansion's executives that a meeting will be held in 20 minutes. Qin Xuan finished, and without looking back, walked towards the interior of the Tianhui Mansion. After taking office, the first thing Qin Xuan had to do was to completely change the direction of Tianhui Mansion's operations. As for the group of drunkards led by Chen Long, Qin Xuan will definitely lay them off. But not now. After all, there is currently no suitable replacement candidate. Watching Qin Xuan leave, Li Hao still had not come back from the shock at this moment. All this was like a dream, not real at all. Li Hao, didn't you keep saying that Xia Chan's husband was a piece of trash who ate, drank, whored and gambled? Is this called a loser? Chen Long twisted his head around. That was an angry growl. Some of the other company executives were all looking at Li Hao with resentment. I really don't know how the hell did this guy become the executive director of Tianhui Mansion? Li Hao also cried out with a bitter face. He swore that in these few short minutes, he had experienced the biggest frustrating blow in his life. All along, he had been the golden son-in-law in his mother-in-law's mouth and the high-quality male in his fiancé's eyes. But after Qin Xuan presented the letter of appointment, that pitiful self-confidence was shattered to pieces. Damn it, I'll get you later. Chen Long cursed angrily and added, what are you still waiting for? Tell the management above the company's foreman to come to the conference room immediately. Everyone nodded and headed towards the building. Li Hao, on the other hand, was lost in thought as he walked towards his office. The first thing he had to do was to go and confirm whether he was dreaming or not. An unrealistic dream. Chapter 44. What the hell is going on? At this moment, in Li Hao's office, the two sisters, Xia Chan and Xia Yan, were sitting together pulling a family game, and were ignorant of the scene that was happening downstairs at this moment. At this moment, Li Hao walked back in a state of disorientation, and just after entering the door, he snapped and slapped 2 slaps towards his face. This scene caused Xia Yan, who was at the side, to look surprised and said, Li Hao, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy? I'm not dreaming. How the hell is this possible? Li Hao roared with a face of iron. Looking at Li Hao's terrified eyes, Xia Chan frowned and said, what's going on? Could it be that this newly appointed executive director is preparing to lay off the management as well? Xia Yan immediately became anxious upon hearing this and said, Li Hao, didn't mom give you money to send gifts? Did you send it or not? I can tell you, you can't lose this salary no matter what. Li Hao looked up at Xia Chan Xia Yan and said, do you guys know who this executive director is? Who, do you know? Xia Yan said. Xia Chan also revealed a stunned expression on the side. It's Qin Xuan. The executive director is Qin Xuan. Li Hao said word by word. Silence. Deadly quiet. After a long time, Xia Yan said, are you saying that the executive director has a rename with that person? What renaming? The executive director is Qin Xuan, Xia Chan's husband. Get it now? Li Hao drank. Xia Yan? Xia Chan? Li Hao, What are you talking about? What executive director is Qin Xuan? What the hell is going on? Xia Chan said incredulously. Yeah, how could the executive director be that person? You're crazy. Xia Yan was also full of incredulity. I wish it was me who was crazy. Now there's something more serious than me being crazy. I'm finished. I said that about him the day before yesterday and just told him to get lost downstairs. I can't keep this job anymore. Li Hao's entire body sat down on the chair in a weak state, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Go to the chairman's office and take a look. I don't believe he can become the chairman. Xia Yan immediately got up and ran towards the elevator, and Xia Chan also followed closely. Although Qin Xuan did call Yu Hongtai at the party yesterday, but Xia Chan didn't believe it and instinctively thought that it was Qin Xuan who was fixing Shuijun. But what was happening now seemed to be a bit beyond her understanding. At this moment, Qin Xuan had just arrived at the chairman's office, and a curvaceous female secretary had long been standing in the office waiting. Hello, Chairman. My name is Gong Manli, and I will be your secretary from today onwards. The woman spoke with a sweet smile. Qin Xuan looked up at the other party and frowned slightly as he said, I just arrived in office, that secretary? It was Mr. Yu who arranged for me to come over in the morning. Gong Manli smiled. Qin Xuan nodded slightly and said, well, go and bring me a list of all the company's executives and employees. Okay, please wait a moment. Chairman. Gong Manli nodded and wiggled her beautiful ass as she walked out. Seeing the other party leave, Qin Xuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Yu Hongtai, I appreciate your good intentions. I'm saving the position of secretary for my wife. You'd better enjoy this beauty yourself. Qin Xuan naturally could not keep such a bewitching woman by his side. After all, being reborn in a new life, he had no one in his eyes except his wife, children and parents. Just as Qin Xuan had just sat down, the door of the room was pushed open by Xia Yan. The two sisters instantly appeared at the door. When Xia Saketa looked at Qin Xuan, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, she instantly covered her red lips, her eyes filled with shock. What in the world is happening? Chapter 45 Shock. The two sisters, Xia Saketa and Xia Yan, who were standing in the doorway, looked at Qin Xuan with dumbfounded eyes, almost making the same expression as Li Hao. When a person experienced an event that was beyond their cognition, their brain would have a short window of emptiness. That is, a blank space. This was how Summer Saketa felt at the moment, and she inwardly asked more than once if she was dreaming. Qin Xuan, why did you become the executive director of Tianhui Mansion? What the hell is going on? Summer Saketa stammered after a long time. Covering her red lips, Qin Xuan smiled faintly and said, see how excited you are. It's just a small Tianhui Mansion's executive director. I had intended to deal with the matter at hand before telling you, but I didn't expect you to come on your own. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, the two sisters, Xia Saketa and Xia Yan, were shocked. What do you mean by a small Tianhui Mansion's executive director? One must know that the current Tianhui Mansion is now a company under the Dongxing Group. The entire young generation of Suzhou Hangzhou, who is not to be able to enter the East Sheng Group employment and feel immense honor, not to mention becoming the executive director of a subsidiary of Dongxing Group. Qin Xuan, what method did you use to become an executive director? This is simply impossible. Xia Yan was equally surprised. Even her address changed from that person to Qin Xuan. This usually in front of her relatives and friends. Xia Yan had always been a head higher than her own sister, Xia Chan, just because she had found a fiancé who was an assistant manager. But now, this sense of superiority in front of her own brother-in-law, simply unbearable. She couldn't figure out why a punk who only knew how to eat, drink, whore and gamble had turned into the chairman of the board. It must be a fake. Just as Xia Yan was pondering, a uniformed, tall female secretary outside the door walked in holding a document and said, Chairman, the list you asked for has been brought. Put it on the table. Qin Xuan nodded slightly. This sudden appearance of a beautiful woman instantly made Xia Yan freeze. Well, not only did this become an executive director, but there was also such a beautiful female secretary? Seeing this, Xia Yan seemed to realize something and whispered, Sis, what is this situation? Qin Xuan, this suddenly became the chairman of the board of directors and has such a beautiful female secretary. Is this an intention to replace you? Upon hearing this, Xia Chan was also shocked and seemed to have really taken Xia Yan's words seriously. However, just as Gong Manli puts the documents down and prepares to leave, Qin Xuan suddenly calls out, Wait a moment. Does the chairman have any other orders? Gong Manli asked. Starting today, you don't need to be my secretary. Go to finance, Qin Xuan said slowly. Upon hearing this, Gong Manli was flabbergasted for a moment and said, Why? Is there something I did wrong? You're doing fine. Just go. Qin Xuan slightly raised his hand and said. Gong Manli seemed to be a little bit unable to understand Qin Xuan's meaning, and then said, "But I was personally transferred by Mr. Yu. It's not appropriate for you to transfer me away without asking the reason, right?" "There's nothing inappropriate. Since I'm now the executive director of Tianhui Mansion, I have the right to directly transfer staff," Qin Chuan said calmly. Gong Manli was lost in thought for a moment and seemed to look a little angry. Who was she? She was directly transferred from Dongsheng Group's headquarters to help Qin Chuan manage the company, while also playing a supervisory role. After all, Yu Hongtai had handed over that large company to Qin Chuan, and if he didn't send someone over, it wouldn't make sense. But to be transferred after only half a day? Chapter 46, Be My Personal Secretary. Originally, Xia Chan was worried about Qin Chuan, but the next second this worry was quietly dissolved by Qin Chuan. Although Gong Manli wasn't sure why Qin Chuan dropped her to finance, she obviously couldn't let it go like that, saying, "Mr. Qin, I know that you have the right to appoint the staff of the Tianhui Mansion, but after all, I'm the one who was transferred by Mr. Yu, so I'll report your arrangement to the head office truthfully." "Well, that's fine." Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Gong Manli hesitated for a moment before she turned around and left in a huff. While taking out her cell phone and preparing to call Yu Hongtai, Qin Chuan looked at Xia Chan, revealing a gentle smile as he said, "Wife, I said before that you won't be dismissed. From now on, congratulations on your promotion and pay raise. Be my personal secretary." Hiss. Qin Chuan's words once again left Xia Chan stunned. It seemed that this transformation had come too fast and too fierce, and had already made her nerves a little numb. These first few minutes she was worried about whether she would be laid off, and now she suddenly became the chairman's personal secretary? Xia Yan was also covering her red lips. What was the situation with these two couples? Deliberately striking people here? Qin Chuan became her fiancé's boss, not to mention, now even her sister has become the chairman's secretary? That position is second only to the chairman of the board. Compared to Xia Yan's jealousy, at this moment, Xia Sakata was quite sober and immediately reacted, saying, I don't know anything. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I can teach you. Of course, if you're willing to let Gong Manli be, I can call her back." Qin Chuan smiled slightly. As soon as these words came out, Xia Sakata immediately said, "No way." Seeing Xia Sakata's excited appearance, Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Ding ding ding. However, right at this moment, the landline on Qin Chuan's desk suddenly rang, and the one who called was not someone else. It was Yu Hongtai. Qin Chuan smoothly pressed the answer button and said, "Mr. Yu, Mr. Qin, just now Gong Manli called me. You transferred her?" Yu Hongtai seemed a bit surprised. "Well, transferred to finance," Qin Chuan said. "Mr. Qin, this Gong Manli, but the head office, business level is very high. Have her to help you can save a lot of things. Are you sure not to use?" Yu Hongtai said. At this time, Xia Sakata stood aside and heard everything. After all, Qin Chuan held down the amplified sound. "Mr. Yu, I don't have any requirements for a secretary. This kind of talent should be transferred back." Qin Chuan spoke. Hearing this, Yu Hongtai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Mr. Qin, Gong Manli has the real thing. You have to think about it. You made a military order in front of the board of directors. If you take over Tianhui Mansion, once you lose money, it will all be counted on your head. That is to say, if you can't make a profit in the first month, all the loss amounts, you have to make up for it all." Buzz. The moment Yu Hongtai's words came out, Xia Sakata, who was still immersed in her husband's joy of becoming the chairman of the board, was jolted. "I naturally know. Mr. Yu, don't worry. The first month will not only not lose count, but also make a profit." Qin Chuan laughed. "Mr. Qin has confidence. Then I am not at liberty to say more. I only hope that Mr. Qin horse to success. Otherwise my face can be lost in the head office." Yu Hongtai laughed. "Don't worry. I won't let Mr. Yu lose face." Qin Chuan smiled. "Oh, that's good. Do you have time in the afternoon? Accompany me to a place. I'll let the driver pick you up." Yu Hongtai said. "Okay," Qin Chuan answered. "Qin Chuan, what did Mr. Yu say just now? Tianhui Mansion has a loss and wants you to make up for it all? Are you crazy?" Xia Chan watched Qin Chuan hang up the phone and was instantly shocked. Obviously, compared to her husband becoming the chairman of the board of directors, this making up for the losses was obviously more frightening, even shocking. Chapter 47, There's No Way Back. "Qin Chuan, do you know what you're doing? You're scaring me," Xia Chan said somewhat incredulously. "Don't worry, you won't lose money with me running the show." Qin Chuan slightly raised his hand. Xia Chan did not believe Qin Chuan's words and immediately spoke. "I finally understand now why you can be the chairman. You've been set up by Dongsheng Group, and this is your plan to find a scapegoat. Our current deposit is less than $100,000. If we can't make a profit at the end of the month, we have to make up for the loss. How are you going to come up with this money? Xia Chan's concern was not without reason. She knew the operation of Tianhui Mansion better than anyone else. The annual loss was at least $20 million or more to say the least. That is to say, it was nearly $2 million a month. If Qin Chuan's operation is not good, then the number of losses may also quadruple. Even if their family sells everything, it's impossible to make up for this hole. I already have an operational strategy. Otherwise I wouldn't have taken over this mess, Qin Chuan said. The more Xia Chan listened, the more she felt shocked. This tone was too big. This Tianhui Mansion had been taken over by so many people. Which one of them was not a business wizard? Take the previous owner Song Zifeng. That was a business genius who came back from overseas for further studies. Song Zifeng once took over a small company that was on the verge of closure, and in just 1 month, he created a business myth with a marketing volume of nearly $30 million. But he took over the Tianhui building, but not a loss of a mess. Had no choice but to transfer to Yuhongtai. Could it be that Qin Chuan is even stronger than the business genius Song Zifeng? Qin Chuan, let's not take this risk. Okay, you look at the newspaper. How many entrepreneurs are a moment of feverishness and desperate? And the result? Debt. Jumping off the building to commit suicide are not a few. Our family situation do not have the strength to gamble. I only ask that you can find a class and earn money peacefully. Xia Chan's intention is to let Qin Chuan steady and step by step. This idea of eating a fat man in one bite is destined to be unrealistic. Qin Chuan also knew Xia Chan's concern, and opened his mouth. I know you are worried about my ability, but I also said that I will let you and Xiao Dai live a good life. If according to what you said, find a class. Indeed very stable, but poor is also very stable. 9 to 5 no way out. Xia Chan was completely speechless at this moment, saying, I really don't know whether I should be happy or cry now. In case you lose your money, you don't even have a road to sleep on. Xia Chan, I told you before that I would help you pay back the bank loan. Did I do it? And the money owed to mom. I also said I would pay her back with interest. Did I do that too? The same this time. As long as I put out the marketing ads, the earnings will be immediate, and I have the right to a 20% share. Qin Chuan said slowly. Indeed. According to Qin Chuan's thinking, the first thing to do was to reorganize the company, followed by placing the advertisements, all of which would be completed within a week. Then came the normalization of earnings. Making money was just that easy for a reborn person. It's true that you did all of what you said, but that was just a fluke. Managing a company, it's not that easy, Xia Chan said helplessly. Let alone managing one company, even if it's 100. It's as simple as breathing to me, Qin Chuan calmly said. When Xia Chan heard Qin Chuan's words, she was flabbergasted for a long time and said, Qin Chuan, you've been blinded by the position of power in your hand. I know that you can't listen to anything I say. I just hope that you can consider it clearly. Once we lose the money, we won't even have a way out. And we will also drag Xiao Dai into the process. Chapter 48. Don't get me wrong. I got promoted. I know. Don't worry. There's no problem. Go pack up your own things. From today onwards, you'll stay by my side. Qin Chuan walked up to Xia Chan and patted her shoulder. Ugh, Xia Chan sighed heavily. After all, it was impossible for anyone to be calm about this. She couldn't persuade Qin Chuan either, so she could only act as a secretary according to Qin Chuan's wishes, and at the same time keep a good eye on Qin Chuan, so that in case the seed was wrong, she could immediately make Qin Chuan withdraw and stop the damage. Xia Chan then followed Xia Yan and left the office. At this moment, Xia Yan, who was following Xia Chan's side, still didn't come back to her senses from the shock, and said, Sister, how do I feel that this is so unreliable? Qin Chuan won't really be pitched by Dongsheng Group, right? What can I do? I've already said all I can. If Qin Chuan really loses money and gets Xiao Dai involved, I won't forgive him. Xia Chan was still worried in her heart. After all, once Qin Chuan loses money and is listed as an executor, then Xiao Die's schooling, including her plans for the future, will all go out the window. Even they would be overwhelmed by the sky-high debt. This chairman's wife is not a good person to be. When Xia Chan arrived at the staff area, many of the company staff were still chatting about their respective paths. Xia Chan, on the other hand, walked to her rest area and started packing her things. This scene was just seen by Wang Xiaoyan, who arrived late and slowly walked up, saying, Xia Chan, what are you doing? Why are you packing up? The other little sisters took a look at Xia Chan's actions and revealed their consternation. Xia Chan, is something wrong? Is the company really going to lay us all off? I think it's 80% yes. Xia Chan's brother-in-law is Li Hao, and Li Hao must know something as a company executive. Alas, even Xia Chan, who has a backstage, is going to be laid off. We're no better. The other little sisters wailed and sighed. Wang Xiaoyan smiled without a trace and said, layoffs are fine. I'm fine anyway. Shui Jun said that if I'm laid off, he'll let me interview for a job at a subsidiary of Dongsheng Group. Many of the little sisters revealed envious gazes when they heard this, although Shui Jun had been humiliated by Qin Chuan at the party earlier. After all, he was still the supervisor of Dongsheng Group and still had rights. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't laid off. I was promoted. Xia Chan uttered these words without the slightest bit of joy on her face. What? You got promoted? Wang Xiaoyan was instantly shocked, her face full of consternation. The others were equally dumbfounded. Don't tell me you've become a foreman? A little sister exclaimed. Xia Chan shook her head and said, it's a promotion to chairman's secretary. Wang Xiaoyan? Crowd? You became the chairman's secretary? What a joke! Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed on the spot. Where did Xia Chan have the mood to say more to them at this moment? She packed up her things and headed towards the elevator entrance. Xia Chan, you still haven't told us what's going on, a little sister shouted. Xia Chan had been thinking about whether Qin Chuan would lose money or not in her mind and didn't hear the girl's words. However, this fell in the eyes of the crowd, but it was not quite the same. Hey, why is this still ignoring me? What's so great about being promoted? The girl immediately skimmed. After Wang Xiaoyan was stumped for a moment, a touch of jealousy was born in her eyes, and she said in a conspiratorial manner, Xia Chan is not the same as us now. She is the chairman's secretary, so let's not make a fool of ourselves. Humph. She even said she was loyal to her husband before, and now she's the chairman's secretary? This must have been taken in by the new chairman. That's right. I really didn't expect Xia Chan to be such a person. She doesn't even have a face for the sake of getting to the top. Chapter 49, The Reform Begins. 20 minutes later, under the arrangement of General Manager Chen Long, dozens of executives from the entire Tianhui mansion all arrived at the conference room. Qin Chuan also arrived as scheduled. This time, the meeting was more than 2 hours long and basically said the same operational direction that Qin Chuan had said in the board of directors of Dongsheng Group, so there was no suspense. For this meeting, all the executives of Tianhui mansion were still quite serious. After all, Qin Chuan was handpicked by Yu Hongtai, more or less with a bit of awe. Alright, the main development strategy of Tianhui mansion has been finalized. You guys get on with it. Qin Chuan slowly got up, then glanced at Li Hao who was shivering in the corner and said, Li Hao, you stay. Li Hao, who was planning to get up and leave, was shivering in fear when Qin Chuan named him. It can't be. Qin Chuan was planning to find himself in trouble? Thinking of this, Li Hao's throat rolled dryly for a moment, but he still forced a smile and said, Chairman, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that you were the chairman of Dongsheng Group before. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to act out even if I had 800 guts. For the sake of helping Xia Chan find a job, please forgive me. Looking at the fearful Li Hao, Qin Chuan was speechless and said, What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm laying you off. I'm going to accompany Mr. Yu to a place in the afternoon, so send out a statement to all the company's employees for me. After saying that, Qin Chuan handed the document in his hand to Li Hao. A statement? Is it planning to lay off employees? Li Hao looked at the document and was slightly shocked. No layoffs for the time being, but each employee will be converted to a 1-week probationary period, and if the individual's performance doesn't meet the standard after a week, they will be immediately laid off. Qin Chuan spoke. Li Hao nodded. Okay, I'll send out the statement here. Qin Chuan did not want to make drastic cuts to all the employees just after taking office. Compared to direct layoffs, giving a week's probationary period was still very humane. After all, some of these employees are still able to adapt to the company's changes. If after a week some people couldn't adapt to the change from serving the rich to serving the public, they naturally wouldn't continue to stay in Tianhui mansion. After arranging all the matters of the company, Qin Chuan was also ready to leave. After all, he had done all he could do now, and the next development of the company would be completely left to time. He believed that as long as the 3 million advertisements were in place, he would definitely be able to create a business miracle. Xia Chan, accompany me somewhere, Qin Chuan said as he returned to his office. Ah, now, but you've only been in office for a few hours. Have you taken care of everything? Don't forget that you have a bet with someone else. Xia Chan was flabbergasted. There's nothing I can't do. I won't be needed to manage for the next few days. Qin Chuan spoke. Xia Chan froze on the spot and said, Don't need to manage it for the next few days? Are you planning to let Tianhui mansion loose? Aren't you waiting to lose money? I'll go if you don't. Qin Chuan finished, walking towards the elevator entrance. I'll go. Xia Chan immediately packed up her things and followed. At the moment downstairs, Li Hao was also conveying the statement as Qin Chuan had instructed, and in front of Li Hao stood 200 employees of Tianhui mansion. Just as Wang Xiaoyan and a bunch of other little sisters were muttering about the so-called probationary period, they saw the elevator doors slowly open. Xia Chan followed Qin Chuan out. Yo, How did this Qin Chuan run here? When did he go up? Wang Xiaoyan was flabbergasted when she saw this scene. Could it be that Qin Chuan knew that his wife was being stalked by the new chairman and came running to look for trouble? I think it's possible. There's going to be a good show now. Several other little sisters gloated. Chapter 50, Getting Out Early. Li Hao was diligently reading the statement when he heard Wang Xiaoyan's several people exchanging words and said, Wang Xiaoyan, what are you guys chatting about? Did you hear what I said? Sorry, Wang Xiaoyan hurriedly apologized. Just as Li Hao was planning to continue reading, when he turned his eyes, he saw Qin Chuan walking head-on. That was rushing forward with a fawning face and said with incomparable cordiality, Sister, Chairman, where are you going? Going out to do some business. Qin Chuan spoke. Yes, Chairman of the board. Take your time. Li Hao bowed his waist and laughed. With Li Hao's voice, Chairman, take care. It made the nearly 200 employees below all look stunned. Wait, what did Li Hao just call Qin Chuan? Chairman? Wang Xiaoyan was instantly dumbfounded. Several of her little sisters who had mocked Xiao Chan before were even covering their red lips and were stunned for a long time without saying anything. They had thought that Xiao Chan had bowed down to money and had been adopted by the new chairman. But who would have thought that the new chairman was Qin Chuan, being adopted by her own husband? This is simply like flying up the branch to become a phoenix. Impossible. How could this Qin Chuan become the chairman of Tianhui Mansion? What right does he have? And Xiao Chan? This is obviously a relation. Wang Xiaoyan instantly lost her voice and exclaimed out. And these words just happened to fall into Li Hao's ears. He was now desperately trying to show himself in front of Qin Chuan, and drank on the spot. Wang Xiaoyan, what are you babbling about? If you have the ability to go through the relationship as well. If you don't have the ability, shut up. Being angrily rebuked by Li Hao in public, Wang Xiaoyan clenched her teeth, obviously still a bit unconvinced. And naturally, all of this was heard by Qin Chuan in the distance, and then looked at Xiao Chan and said, Look at it. This is what you've been saying about good girlfriends. In the future, try not to socialize with people like them. City folk like them can't see you as good. Turning back, I'll ask Li Hao to send Wang Xiaoyan a layoff notice in advance. So let her walk the walk as well and get out in advance. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Xiao Chan was flabbergasted for a moment, but didn't open her mouth to stop her. After all, Wang Xiaoyan's behavior during this period of time, she indeed couldn't be considered a friend anymore. By the time Qin Chuan arrived at the outside world, a Rolls-Royce had long been parked at the entrance waiting. Mr. Qin, I was ordered by General Manager Yu to pick you up. A driver respectfully opened the door and said, Well, let's go. Qin Chuan got in the car and brought Xiao Chan to the appointment. After half an hour of driving by the driver, the vehicle finally stopped at a 5-star hotel. Outside the hotel at the moment, luxury cars were everywhere, and many gentry names from Suzhou and Hangzhou had arrived. Qin Chuan was no stranger to this kind of occasion. After all, everyone meets different people at every stage. He was now the chairman of Tianhui Group, so there was no problem in contacting the upper class. On the contrary, it was Xia Cicada on the side. Looking at the brilliant hall of the 5-star hotel, her whole body was dumbfounded. She was still a small staff who was tired of making a living yesterday, but today she transformed into an elite who was in contact with the upper class? This change made Xiao Chan instinctively resist, and even a little bit of fear. Qin Chuan also saw Xiao Chan's unnatural expression and smoothly pulled out her hand. After entering the hotel, many people climbed into groups to talk to each other. This kind of banquet was not uncommon in high society. After all, this kind of place was a good place to quickly accumulate contacts and draw in partners. Once a certain tycoon organized a banquet, basically everyone in the circle would attend. Chapter 51, Injustice. As Qin Chuan entered the venue, he immediately saw Yu Hongtai, who stayed in the pile of people to socialize, and there was also Yu Guoliang standing beside him. This was a surprise to Qin Chuan. This Yu Guoliang since the Dongxing group to Yu Hongtai, basically do not ask business matters. Why did he suddenly come to the banquet? Could it be that there was something special about this banquet today? Mr. Yu, Qin Chuan waved in Yu Hongtai's direction. Seeing Qin Chuan's arrival, Yu Hongtai greeted the few people around him and slowly walked over. But with a glance, he saw the woman following Qin Chuan's side. This caused Yu Hongtai to reveal a few moments of consternation, saying, Mr. Qin, who is this? My new secretary. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yu Hongtai glanced up and down at Xiao Chan and immediately gave a thumbs up. No wonder you transferred Gong Manli away. So you already had a target? Oh, Mr. You don't joke. Her name is Xiao Chan. She is my wife. Qin Chuan laughed. Good day, Mr. Yu. Xiao Chan also hurriedly greeted. TSK, Mr. Qin is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife. Much prettier than the one at my home. Yu Hongtai also smacked his lips repeatedly. Xiao Chan slightly bowed her head with a red face at the compliment. Mr. Yu Liao praised. sister-in-law is from a modeling background. There are a few in Suzhou and Hangzhou that can compare. Qin Chuan smiled and added, Mr. Yu, did you call me here for the banquet? It's not just a banquet. There's something more important later. Looking at the time, it should be soon. Yu Hongtai glanced at his wristwatch and said, as expected, while everyone in the hall was chatting with each other, a middle-aged man with a blonde body and a suit suddenly stood on the high stage in the hall and said, Gentlemen, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the banquet. I am here on behalf of the Wan Yun Group to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man on the stage, Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Wan Yun? Is that the Wan Yun Group that obtained 4 rounds of financing as soon as it went public and raised $14 billion in a short period of time? When Yu Hongtai heard Qin Chuan's voice, his face immediately became startled, saying, Mr. Qin really has eyes and ears. This Wan Yun Group was listed only 3 days ago, and today is the 4th round of financing, and you know all about it? It seems that you are better informed than me. Qin Chuan was suddenly sweating. How would he know that this was all news he had learned in his previous life? This Wan Yun Group was a super pit, a group that could pit people to death. In his last life, Wan Yun Group opened the 4th round of financing. Many business leaders have come, hoping to cooperate with the Wan Yun Group, in which there is a wrongdoer almost empty the cash to throw 10 billion. The pressure of all parties' big brother. The 4th round of financing to become the biggest winner, but also accounted for 80% of the shares. But only after 2 days, Wan Yun Group was exposed to the scandal of stealing user information, so the stock market plummeted. The market value is evaporated nearly 8 billion. And the wrongdoer, it is Dongxing Group. Qin Chuan Hao also did not expect. He relived a life. Actually can catch up with so big news crime scene. No wonder even Yu Hongtai's father, Yu Guoliang, was personally present. Mr. Yu, are you trying to acquire 80% of the Wan Yun Group? Qin Chuan asked. HSS, Mr. Qin, you're really a bit scary. I just discussed this matter with my father. Where did you learn about this? Yu Hongtai looked at Qin Chuan with a shocked gaze. Qin Chuan, after a moment of speechlessness, Qin Chuan immediately said, Mr. Yu, you absolutely cannot finance this Wan Yun Group. If it's financed, Dongxing Group will definitely fall into a quagmire. Chapter 52, Throwing Yourself on the Line. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yu Hongtai frowned slightly and said, Mr. Qin, what are you kidding? The situation of the Wan Yun Group is great. If you participate in the financing at this moment and take hold of the equity, the earnings will directly double a year later. Have you seen these tycoons who ran to the banquet? Which one of them is not worth $1 billion or more? Qin Chuan said, it's true that the situation is great now, but it won't necessarily be the case 2 days later. Why? Yu Hongtai said in surprise. Qin Chuan simply did not know how to answer at this moment. If he directly said that he was a reborn, I'm afraid that he would immediately be treated as a psychopath by Yu Hongtai. There is rain when the sky is crazy, and there is trouble when people are crazy. This Wan Yun Group has broken the norm with 4 rounds of financing of $14 billion. Something will definitely happen. Qin Chuan continued. However, Qin Chuan's words fell on the ears of Yu Guoliang, who was slowly walking not far away. Mr. Qin, you, who just became the chairman of Tianhui Mansion, don't manage the company properly. What are you running here to get involved in? Yu Guoliang slowly said. Dad, I'm the one who called Mr. Qin here, seeking to let him help me with some advice. After all, his business acumen is much stronger than the company's group of shareholders. Yu Hongtai spoke. Yu Guoliang's face sank as he said, let him give me some advice? It's still unknown whether Tianhui Mansion can make a profit. Hearing this, Qin Chuan was speechless. It seems that his attempt to persuade Yu Hongtai not to finance is definitely not going to work. After all, this Yu Guoliang can't pass this hurdle himself. Mr. Qin, I know you're worried about the wind control issue, but I have to do this financing, Yu Hongtai said. Why? Qin Chuan said. Yu Hongtai shook his head and said, I've been losing money continuously over the past few years, whether it's from investments or business, and now the board of directors has a problem with me. The only way to reverse my embarrassing situation in the board of directors is to make a big profit by utilizing the momentum of the Wan Yun Group. Qin Chuan frowned and said, I can understand this, even if financing, I don't recommend financing too much. Acquiring 20% of the shares is just right. If you make a profit you can also double it. If you lose money you can also stop the loss in time. This, Yu Hongtai frowned tightly. He had thought that with Qin Chuan's vision he would strongly support him in financing, but he hadn't expected the opposite. This made Yu Hongtai once again question Qin Chuan's vision. Although Xia Sakeda on the side was not clear about what they were talking about, she could clearly see the displeasure in Yu Hongtai's eyes, which made her tug on Qin Chuan's coat, saying, Qin Chuan, they are talking about billions of dollars of business, so don't get involved in the process, in case your choice makes them lose a large sum of money. Then what if they count it on our heads? Hearing Xia Chan's words, Qin Chuan then slightly sobered up. Indeed, the current him had not yet revitalized Tianhui Mansion. In Yu Hongtai's eyes, he was just an elite who knew business, not quite a ghostwriter. These suggestions, Yu Hongtai categorically would not adopt. Mr. Yu, Master Yu, I just analyzed it with my eyes. It can only be used as a reference. Qin Chuan knew that he couldn't stop it, and there was no need to continue to do so. This financing is something I've been thinking about for a long time. It doesn't need to be used as a reference. If you don't even have that kind of vigor, then you don't deserve to inherit my business empire, Yu Guoliang said coldly. Hearing his father's words, Yu Hongtai said, Mr. Qin, I appreciate your kindness, and I definitely won't lose any money. Qin Chuan, won't pay for it? 2 days later, I'll let you lose your pants. Chapter 53, The pot that doesn't boil is the pot that doesn't boil. Since Mr. Yu has a plan, I can only congratulate Mr. Yu in advance on his wealth, Qin Chuan said with a smile. I borrowed Mr. Qin's auspicious words. Yu Hongtai's stiff expression eased slightly. Qin Chuan looked at Yu Hongtai's appearance, and could not bear to continue to break his dream. In fact, what happened in the last life? Qin Chuan clear. This Wan Yun group after the incident. The entire company was investigated. Coincidentally, Dongsheng Group had just taken over Wan Yun Group and became the largest shareholder, so it was affected by the incident. Not only was the head office of Dongsheng Group investigated, but the bank also stopped lending to Dongsheng Group. This made Dongsheng Group, which had spent tens of billions of dollars in cash and financial deficit, fall into the quagmire of capital that could not be turned around for a while. Because of this matter, Dongsheng Group nearly 2 years have not slowed down, and even once on the verge of bankruptcy. But 2 years later, Qin Chuan has been famous in the business circle. It is he and Dongsheng Group made a deal, only to pull Dongsheng Group back from the edge of bankruptcy. It seemed that this storm was about to be restaged again. Just as Qin Chuan and Yu Hongtai were talking, a group of people suddenly walked in their direction. One of the youths immediately smiled when he saw Yu Hongtai and said, Yo, isn't this Mr. Yu? So coincidental. The youth who spoke had a slender and suave figure, and was no one else but Huang Tingfei. This Huang family and the Yu family were originally business rivals, and ever since Dongsheng Group became the leading company in Suzhou Hangzhou, the Huang family had been steadily pressed head-on. So whenever in some occasions the two met, that will inevitably rub out some gunpowder flavor. Yu Hongtai smiled without smiling and said, I didn't expect young Master Huang to also come. It seems that the Huang family is also very interested in the Wan Yun Group. This is not nonsense. Not interested in what I came for. Today the largest shareholder of this fourth round of financing is not me. Huang Tenfei grinned, targeting the meaning that is quite strong. Really? Then you cheer. Do not be taken. Yu Hongtai smiled, then said, Mr. Qin, let's go, said Yu Hongtai as he was about to leave with Qin Chuan. Mr. Yu, the financing won't start for another half an hour. It's not easy to see each other. What's the point of leaving? Huang Tenfei suddenly walked in front of Yu Hongtai, his eyes gazing at Qin Chuan, saying, Does this friend look familiar? Have we met before? Young Master Huang is really an honorable man. Qin Chuan revealed a gentle smile and said, I remember. You're the one who sells land. Huang Tingfei seemed to recognize Qin Chuan and added, What? One of you two sells land and the other buys land. How come you've even bought feelings? Young Master Huang, Mr. Qin is now the chairman of my subsidiary, Tianhui Group, so watch what you say. Yu Hongtai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, as soon as these words came out, Huang Tingfei was stunned for a moment, saying, It's all rumored that there's an executive director coming from Tianhui Mansion, so it's him. Mr. Yu is really daring. What do you want? Yu Hongtai seemed to be a bit annoyed with this Huang Tingfei and said with a face of displeasure, Oh, don't be anxious. Last year we signed a betting agreement. You lost to me 1 billion. How about, today want to get this 1 billion back? Huang Tingfei said with a smile. Hearing the other party mention the pari-mutual agreement, Yu Hongtai's face immediately sank. This guy is really a pot calling the kettle black. The so-called betting agreement. That is, Yu Hongtai did a business last year. Huang Tingfei can see that the sale will certainly lose, but Yu Hongtai is very optimistic, so the two sides signed a betting agreement. If Yu Hongtai earned Huang Tingfei to pay him 10 billion, if the loss is vice versa, obviously, Yu Hongtai lost his ass. Chapter 54 The betting agreement. Bet on what? Yu Hongtai opened his mouth. Huang Tingfei glanced at Qin Chuan and laughed. No one dares to take over the mess that is Tianhui Mansion, while Yu Hongtai, have disbelieved in acquiring it, so why don't we bet on Tianhui Mansion? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongtai slightly zished his eyebrows while glancing at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded slightly towards Yu Hongtai before saying, How much does young Master Huan want to bet? How to bet? This is simple. If the Tianhui mansion can remain loss-free for a month, I'll pay $1 billion to Dongsheng Group. If there is a loss, even if it's a loss of $1, Dongsheng Group has to pay me $1 billion. Huang Tingfei laughed. The reason why he dared to bet against Tianhui mansion. Naturally he had his confidence. After all, Tianhui mansion was famous for only going out but not coming in. No matter who took over, the end would be the same. He didn't think that a cheap executive director picked up halfway could reverse the disadvantage. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Yu Hongtai turned his gaze to Qin Xuan. After all, whether or not Tianhui mansion could make a profit was down to Qin Xuan. Mr. Yu, I've already made a military order before. I'm responsible for any loss without profit, so you don't have to have any worries about this bet at all. Qin Xuan spoke. The words, Yu Hongtai frowned, although he is also worried about $1 billion in the water, but more worried about the face of the problem. If in the loss, that can be a big shame. Xia Cicada, who was also shocked, whispered, Qin Xuan, didn't you say you wouldn't gamble anymore? Why are you gambling again? Still $1 billion? It's okay, trust me. Qin Xuan finished, looked to Yu Hongtai, said, Mr. Yu, $1 billion is not earned for nothing. Good. Yu Hongtai immediately answered. Mr. Yu is really bold. Only went to prepare 2 copies of the Tianhui mansion's betting agreement for me. Huang Tingfei laughed. Qin Xuan slowly raised his hand at this moment and said, Young Master Huang, I don't think it's much fun to bet like this. How about changing it? How? Huang Tingfei said, if I reach profit on any day within a month, you have to pay in advance and double it, $2 billion. After all, Tianhui mansion was originally a mess. The risk of not making a profit is too great. If it's a normal bet, we won't be able to take advantage of it. Qin Xuan opened his mouth. The meaning was also simple. As long as Qin Xuan generated a profit within a month, even within a week, Huang Tingfei would have to pay $2 billion. It seems that Mr. Qin has more courage than General Manager Yu. Let's do what Mr. Qin says. Huang Tingfei didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The follower called Oldly also immediately left to prepare the agreement. He seemed to be quite confident in this. After all, it is very difficult for Tianhui mansion to make a profit within a month. Profit was the pure profit generated under the premise of replenishing the operating capital of Tianhui mansion. The pure profit was calculated after setting aside the money Qin Xuan had invested in advertisements, plus employee salaries, electricity and water bills, and all other miscellaneous expenses. Young Master Huang is really painless enough. Qin Xuan smiled. About a few minutes later, the person who went to print the agreement returned. Both Qin Xuan and Yu Hongtai signed the agreement. Holding the agreement, Huang Tingfei said, after the agreement comes into effect, all of your Tianhui mansion's accounts have to be open to me. Otherwise I'll lose a lot of money if I do anything. That's natural. Qin Xuan didn't hesitate and said rather painfully. Yu Hongtai handed the agreement to Qin Xuan and said, Mr. Qin, the money is nothing. If I lose, it's about my face, so you have to give it a go. Qin Xuan smiled faintly. Perhaps Yu Hongtai at this moment did not know that it was because of this agreement that saved the entire Dongsheng Group. Chapter 55, It's a done deal. At this time holding the agreement of Huang Tingfei, that is laughing, said, oh, a month later $1 billion to the account. I see what business is not as good as doing business with Mr. Yu. In a bright laughter, Huang Tingfei slowly left. That is how arrogant. This could infuriate Yu Hongtai. This dog, if he wins this bet, let's see how I'll humiliate him. Qin Xuan, on the other hand, patted Yu Hongtai's shoulder and said, Mr. Yu, don't worry, this $2 billion is a sure win. Good. Wait for Mr. Qin's good news. Yu Hongtai laughed out loud. Not long after, the 4th round of financing for the Wan Yun Group began. Unsurprisingly, Yu Hongtai, with his father's strong support, threw away tens of billions of dollars, defeating Huang Tingfei, and taking 80% of the equity of the Wan Yun Group, becoming the biggest winner. Originally, Qin Xuan wanted to stop it, but it was because Yu Guoliang was too conceited. For this kind of person, if he is not allowed to suffer a big loss ruthlessly, he will never know his own fault. The last life of Yu Guoliang is also because of this fiasco. A breath did not raise up into a vegetable, and Yu Hongtai is also in ruins. Dongsheng Group's subsidiaries are the Huang family to buy for. Even if the last encounter Qin Xuan pulled him a hand, but also let Yu Hongtai completely lost the capital to rise again. Just as the banquet was about to end, Xia Cicada, who had been following Qin Xuan around, still didn't come back from the shock and said, today really let me see what is called rich people. Hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, it's simply the same as numbers in their mouths. Looking at the surprised Xia Cicada, Qin Xuan laughed. What's wrong with that? It won't be long before I'll also let you experience the feeling of being worth tens of billions, hundreds of billions or even trillions. Hearing this, Sasakeda gave a blank look and said, come on, you'd better get the operation of the Tianhui mansion right first, and since you're betting against others for $1 billion, I don't think I'll be able to sleep in the next few days. Sasakeda was completely speechless towards Qinchuan at this moment. She even thought of how miserable it would be once Qinchuan failed, didn't dare to think about it at all. What? Don't believe me? Qinchuan laughed. Let's not talk about hundreds of billions. If you can make me open my eyes and have hundreds of thousands of dollars in my card, I'll burn high incense, Xia Chan said breathlessly. By the time the banquet was over, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and under Yu Hongtai's arrangement, the driver sent Qinchuan and Xia Chan back home by the way. Mr. Qin, this time, being able to thwart Huang Tengfei to get 80% of the shares of the Wan Yin Group really makes me so happy. In less than a year, $10 billion will become $20 billion. Yu Hongtai sat in the car, seemingly still immersed in joy. Qinchuan also just smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. At this moment, just after arriving home, Qinchuan saw that little butterfly who was sitting at the door looking at the door. Dad, Mom, why are you guys back so late? I thought you guys didn't want me. Little butterfly saw Qinchuan and Xia Chan and immediately got up and pounced over. I'm sorry, there was too much going on today. Dad apologizes to you. Qinchuan was also heartbroken and hugged little butterfly. Xia Chan said, you can't do this in the future. The two of us are busy so late every day. It's not good for Xiao Dai to have no one to take care of her. I think it would be better to enroll Xiao Dai in a few interest classes so that she can learn first. Qinchuan suddenly said, that's fine. There just happens to be a bit of savings now, so we don't have to worry too much. Xia Chan nodded. Then don't go to work tomorrow. Take Xiao Dai to the interest class. Qinchuan said. Chapter 56, Paying It Forward Pays Off. Raza Day. Early the next morning Qinchuan headed to Tianhui Mansion while Xia Chan took Xiao Dai to enroll in an interest class. Upon arriving at the company, Qinchuan also learned that he had already started placing advertisements after he left the company yesterday. After all, it was the age of the internet now, and basically the placement also relied on the internet, so it was relatively swift. The cost of the first advertisement placement was $1.5 million, mainly targeting unmarried women between the ages of 20 and 35 in Suwon City. The reason why the customers were precise to this extent was still because of being poor. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you strike with precision, and if you're rich, you cover with firepower. In fact, according to Qinchuan's conception, he was planning to cast a wide net over a large area, but it was a matter of fact that Dongxing Group had only given him $3 million in operating expenses. It was naturally impossible to spend it all at once, but it was enough. As long as the advertisements started to be placed, the effect was immediately visible. Chairman, great joy, great joy. Just at this moment, Li Hao hurriedly walked into the office. What's wrong? Qinchuan said. The advertisement placed yesterday afternoon has already been customized by a customer this morning. I heard from the staff that 3 orders went out in just 2 hours. That's just a single employee. Compared to last month, the billing rate has skyrocketed hundreds of times. Li Hao said excitedly. That fast? Qinchuan was also surprised. Sure enough, women's money is too good to earn. I didn't expect this marketing strategy to work that well. No wonder that coal boss in the last life was able to create a business myth. Yeah, the whole company is shocked. And these customers are very willing to put down their blood money. Some staff even said it was easier than serving those tycoons. Li Hao smiled from ear to ear. Very well, you notify down. Today's sales champion in the original commission based on the reward of 5 months of basic salary. Qinchuan immediately spoke. After all, this situation definitely needs to strike the iron while it's hot, so as to stir up the motivation of those employees. Good, I'll order it down. Li Hao nodded. The corner of Qinchuan's mouth rose slightly as he calculated an account. Following this momentum, in 2 days at most, he would be able to earn back the $1.5 million of advertising fees that he had invested in. By the 3rd day, it would be able to make a normal profit, although the initial profit may not be too much, but as long as the money earned, immediately continue to advertise, and the cycle, naturally will earn a lot of money. Throughout the day, the employees of Tianhui Mansion were busy, and some of them even didn't have time to eat their noon meal. Qinchuan also honored his promise of being high-end in the low-end market. When he got off work in the afternoon, Qinchuan went home early, and Sasakeda also returned with Xiao Dai. As soon as he entered the door, Qinchuan saw little butterfly, who was wearing a ballet outfit, dancing in the house. Dad, do you see how pretty I am? Little butterfly spun around and laughed happily. My daughter is definitely pretty. Qinchuan hugged little butterfly and kissed her fiercely, saying, how is it? does little butterfly like the hobby class? Love it. Mom enrolled me in dance, art, piano. I love it, and I have many good friends. Xiao Dai laughed. Qin Chuan also smiled from the bottom of his heart. As long as his daughter was happy, it was the biggest relief for him. Xia Cicada on the side was holding the bill with a sigh, saying, alas, I really didn't realize that the cost of raising a child's education is so high nowadays. Just by enrolling in a few interest classes, I spent almost $20,000. As long as Xiao Dai is happy, I don't care how much I spend. Qin Chuan pinched Xiodia's nose and laughed. You're putting it lightly. In the future, you'll have to keep buying dance clothes and even a piano. The spending will be even bigger. Xia Chan seemed to vaguely regret enrolling so much. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, when you see this, you won't worry about money. Saying that, Qin Chuan put down Xiao Dai, took out a sales report of Tianhui Mansion from his briefcase, and handed it to Xia Chan. Chapter 57, Tears of Joy. Looking at the form Qin Chuan handed over, Xia Chan frowned slightly. When Xia Chan looked at the contents on the form, she instantly covered her red lips and silently recited, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Today's marketing amount of $2 million. Geez, is this really fake? I haven't been to the company for just one day and the sales have surpassed $2 million. Qin Chuan smiled and said, that's right, after deducting all kinds of costs, the net profit for just one day is $800,000, which means that the advertising fees will be earned back tomorrow. Xia Chan covered her red lips incredulously and said, Qin Chuan, you really revitalized Tianhui Mansion? In that case, you don't have to post money. I've said long ago that it's a sure thing. Qin Chuan laughed. Xia Chan looked at Qin Chuan incredulously, and at this moment, it seemed that all her previous worries had all vanished, but this also made Xia Chan's eyes red for a moment. On the one hand, the profit meant that they wouldn't be burdened with huge debts due to losses. On the other hand, it was that her husband had really honored his promise. He proved his strength. Mom, why are you crying? Xiao Dai looked at Xia Chan's indisputable tears and hurriedly asked. Mom, this is happy. We finally don't have to live a hard life in the future. Xia Chan said excitedly. 5 years. Since marrying Qin Chuan for 5 years, this was the first time that Xia Chan actually shed tears because of Qin Chuan's efforts. After all, before this, she had been suffering a lot. Qin Chuan's indolence had either beaten or scolded her. The cold eyes of her relatives, and the hot cynicism of her friends. It was as if they were all released at this moment. Qin Chuan, I'm sorry, I questioned you before. Xia Chan recovered her emotions and looked at Qin Chuan seriously, saying, apologize for what? I said I would let you have a good life. Qin Chuan walked forward and suddenly hugged Xia Chan. After many years, once again feeling Xia Chan's warm watery body, all made Qin Chuan feel that everything he did was worth it. Xia Chan shivered, then also raised her hand and wrapped it around Qin Chuan's back, snuggling into her husband's arms, enjoying the long-lost sense of security. If life is like the first time, how could Xia Chan not feel this way at this moment? Mom and Dad have finally made up. Little Butterfly also smiled when she saw this. It seemed like everything was moving in the best direction. Little Butterfly is here. Alright. When Xia Chan heard Xiao Dai's words, she hurriedly let go of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan also noticed that Xiao Dai was staring at them with wide eyes and immediately revealed a helpless expression. It looks like it's time to change to a bigger house. Otherwise it's not good for this kid to be a light bulb when he and his wife are making out. Just as Qin Chuan was thinking. Ding, ding, ding. Xia Chan's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was not someone else. It was Xia Yan. Sister, what are you doing? Xia Yan said. I just arrived home. What's wrong? Xia Chan wiped away her tears and said. Grandmother, 4 days after the 70th birthday banquet. Mom said to buy some gifts. You bought? Xia Yan opened her mouth and said. What? Grandma's birthday banquet? Xia Chan was instantly stunned and said. I don't know. Mom didn't say anything to me. Ah, Mom talked to me this morning and didn't tell you. Xia Yan was also surprised. Xia Chan's face was a bit not so good. Said. Mom might have forgotten. It's okay. It's not too late to buy it then. Good. Xia Yan finished and hung up the phone. Putting down the cell phone. Xia Cicada's heart is a little difficult. Her own mother did not tell her. Presumably also afraid of 4 days after the birthday banquet on their own to her shame. After all, last year it was because she couldn't get a decent gift, making Zhang Suilian lose face at her mother's birthday banquet. And this time, it was the 70th birthday banquet, which could be even more grand than the birthday banquet. Chapter 58 Trouble is Big. Chapter 58 Big Trouble. Xia Chan's parents divorced when she was a child, and she and her sister were awarded to Zhang Suilian. However, Zhang Suilian was determined to earn money, so from childhood to adulthood, Xia Chan was brought up by her grandma. That's how people are. Whoever brings them up is naturally closer to them. Moreover, in the earlier years when Xia Chan was in a tight spot, it was also the grandma who took $30,000 for her. Mom is also too much. Knowing that grandma and I have the best relationship, she still does this. Xia Chan seemed a bit angry when she thought about it. Last year, grandma's birthday banquet, Xia Yan gave 10,000. The other cousins didn't take less. Only you gave 500. Or borrowed it. Great aunt. Second aunt. Which one is not hot and cynical about you? Mom lost face. Definitely don't want you to go. Qin Chuan also understood what was going on. Xia Chan cried out in aggravation and said, "It's too despised. I was brought up by my grandma. Why don't you tell me?" Qin Chuan patted Xia Chan's shoulder and consoled. "Mom didn't inform you. Didn't Xia Yan say, we'll go directly after 4 days. I'll prepare a generous gift. Auntie and auntie aren't looking down on us. Hit them hard in the face. This breath must be earned back." Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Xia Chan nodded heavily. "Aha! Alright, you and Xiao Dai are tired for the day. Take an early rest," Qin Chuan said. "Good." Xia Chan's mood gradually improved under Qin Chuan's comfort. Raza day. The moon sets and the sun rises. A new day begins at the rising of the sun. Xia Chan woke up early to go to work and sent Xiao Dai to the interest class on the way. Qin Chuan had planned to sleep a little more. After all, he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep even in these busy days. However, a phone call was what broke his thoughts of trying to sleep. "Mr. Qin, are you at the company?" The one who called was not an outsider. It was Yu Hongtai. "Not there yet. What's wrong?" Qin Chuan said. "Alas," Yu Hongtai instantly sighed and said, "I really regret not listening to you. Now I'm in big trouble." Hearing this deep sound of frustration from Yu Hongtai, Qin Chuan immediately knew what had happened and said, "Is something wrong with the Wan Yun Group?" "Yes. This morning the Wan Yun Group was exposed for stealing user information, and a case has been opened for investigation." Yu Hongtai finished, and added, "You come to the company. It's not convenient to talk on the phone." "Okay, I'll go." Qin Chuan immediately got up, washed up and then went straight to Dongxing Group, just when all the shareholders were dreaming of lying down and making money. This morning's thunderbolt from the clear sky could scare them a lot, from the board of directors down to the ordinary employees. After all, stealing user information is quite serious, because Wan Yun Group is originally a network technology company. The user group is unusually large. Once something happens, it is a match thrown in the cotton pile, instantly burned clean. When Qin Chuan arrived at the headquarters of Dongxing Group, he went straight to Yu Hongtai's office. At this time sitting in the office, Yu Hongtai was at a loss. Usually do not smoke much. At this moment is also one after another. The whole person looks like 10 years old. "Mr. Yu." Qin Chuan slowly entered the door. At this moment, when Yu Hongtai saw Qin Chuan, it was as if he saw a life-saving straw, saying, "Mr. Qin, save me. This time you have to save me no matter what." Looking at this anxious appearance of Yu Hongtai, Qin Chuan sighed helplessly and said, "I told you, something will definitely happen to the Wan Yun Group, but you an elder you didn't listen to me at all. Alas, it's because I'm too conceited. I shouldn't have questioned you." Yu Hongtai's intestines were green with remorse at the moment as he said, "Mr. Qin, do you have a way to solve this crisis?" Chapter 59 Advice. Looking at Yu Hongtai's urgent appearance, Qin Chuan's brows knit tightly at the moment and said, "Mr. Yu, this kind of matter is very troublesome to handle. After all, Wan Yun Group is listed abroad, and he stole user information, which is equivalent to being a traitor. And now Dongxing Group is the largest shareholder of Wan Yun Group. It's impossible for Dongxing Group to stay out of this." Once these words came out, Yu Hongtai's entire body was like a deflated balloon, saying, "Alas, I understand all of this, and now Dongxing Group has been listed as a key object of investigation. I'm not worried that Dongxing Group will be seized because of this. After all, it's not like I'm involved in stealing user information. The key is that the bank side is afraid of getting involved in trouble and terminated its cooperation with Dongxing Group." Hearing this, Qin Chuan understood Yu Hongtai's meaning. This Dongxing Group was now being investigated, and according to the situation in the previous life, this storm was estimated to last for 2 years. During these 2 years, Dongxing Group would no longer be able to lend out a single penny from the banks. The tens of billions of Dongxing Group's cash had been used to buy equity, and now that the money was frozen, no one could move it. Dongxing Group had fallen into financial difficulties, and the only solution seemed to be to sell Dongxing Group's companies. This was also the reason why the Huang family had acquired the subsidiaries of Dongxing Group in the previous life, properly taking advantage of your illness. "You asked me to come here because you intend to recover this frozen fund?" Qin Chuan frowned and said, "Yes, even if I can recover $2 billion, Dongxing Group will be able to solve the crisis. If not a single penny can be recovered. In less than 2 months, the entire Dongxing Group will have difficulty running its large and small companies. Yu Hongtai spoke. When these words came out, Qin Chuan immediately looked helpless and said, "It's this time? You still think about recovering the funds?" Qin Chuan knew that in his previous life, Yu Hongtai was just too obsessed with recovering the funds, and even took the already bankrupt Wan Yun Group to court. The two sides delayed for 6 months in order to fight the lawsuit, and in the end, it was a basket case, and not a single penny was recovered. It was also because of these 6 months that Dongxing Group lost most of its markets and customers, and then it was a dead cycle until it lasted for 2 years. Then what does Mr. Qin mean? Yu Hongtai said. Don't chase after this money for the time being, because Dongxing Group is already clean. This frozen money will still end up going back to Dongxing Group. It's just a matter of time. Qin Chuan spoke. The key is how long this time is going to take. If it's 3 to 5 years, then Dongxing Group is afraid that it would have collapsed long ago. No way. Yu Hongtai instantly became agitated. After all, anyone else would probably not be calm. You're right. It is indeed 3 to 5 years later. Qin Chuan spoke. Yu Hongtai immediately hung his head and said, I can't afford to wait 3 to 5 months. Mr. Yu, I have a way for Dongxing Group to gain stability for the time being, but only if you trust me? Qin Chuan looked at Yu Hongtai and said. Suddenly hearing this, Yu Hongtai flinched and said, Believe. Absolutely believe. At this moment, how could Yu Hongtai dare not to believe Qin Chuan? After all, the day before yesterday, because of his disbelief, it made him lose tens of billions of dollars. That's good. I'll give you 2 suggestions. First, immediately convene the board of directors, so that the shareholders don't dwell on this tens of billions of dollars, and focus on business. Second, send out a notice to all subsidiaries of Dongxing Group, so that they only do cash business and do not accept deferred payments. After all, Dongxing Group is most short of cash right now. Qin Chuan said slowly. Chapter 60, I will remain optimistic. Hearing Qin Chuan's 2 suggestions, Yu Hongtai also had to give a thumbs up. After all, compared to his panic, Qin Chuan at this moment appeared quite calm. These suggestions were also indeed what Dongxing Group needed most at the moment. Good. I'll notify it down according to Mr. Qin's intention. But Dongxing Group still has one more trouble. Yu Hongtai paused and added. A month ago Dongxing Group ordered a batch of equipment worth $1.5 billion. And these equipments are due for delivery tomorrow. If they can't get this $1.5 billion, Dongxing Group is going to have to pay twice the amount of liquidated damages. This was indeed a trouble. The current Dongxing Group couldn't even take out $100 million, not to mention $1.5 billion. If they were to amortize the liquidated damages, it would undoubtedly be adding insult to injury. You see if you can get some money out from other company finances. If you really can't get it out, I will think of a way. Qin Chuan said slowly. Alas, what can you think of? You've just taken over Tianhui Mansion. Even if it makes a profit, it will be a month later. Yu Hongtai raised his hand and said. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. If he were to take out $1.5 billion today, it would be impossible to take it out no matter what. But tomorrow would not necessarily be the case. After all, yesterday, the Tianhui Mansion had already made $2 million. Today was only a little more. Tomorrow it would be profitable. And then the betting agreement with Huang Tingfei would immediately come into effect. However, having said that, Qin Chuan didn't say it right away. After all, before today's sales report comes out, no one can say that it's 100% profitable. Relax, the car will be there. Qin Chuan patted Yu Hongtai's shoulder and added, I'm going back to Tianhui Mansion. There are still a lot of things to deal with. Alright, you go back then, Yu Hongtai said. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something else and said, Mr. Yu, in giving you a reminder, don't mention this matter to Master Yu. Why? I was planning to talk to my father and ask him to find out if he can borrow some money from his connections. Yu Hongtai was flabbergasted for a moment. Master Yu has been conceited all his life. He can't afford to take this blow. When the time comes to take a breath and not raise a problem, then it's not still your trouble. Qin Chuan said a little hard to hear, but it's also the truth. Yu Hongtai pondered for a while and said, that makes sense. I will inform the board of directors to suppress this matter for the time being. Qin Chuan nodded slightly before leaving for Tianhui Mansion. By the time Qin Chuan arrived at the Tianhui Mansion, it was already morning, right at the time period when customers started coming in. Most of the busy employees were buried in their work, seemingly not even paying attention to Qin Chuan who was walking by. Just as Qin Chuan waited for the elevator, when the side did not know when appeared a satchel LV bag, dressed in foreign style of the woman. The woman in Qin Chuan's age is similar, wearing exquisite makeup. The appearance is not as good as Xia Chan, but looks very pure, but also has some characteristics, giving a very clean feeling. The woman also seemed to have noticed this man standing beside her and casually glanced at him, but at this glance, The woman immediately widened her eyes and said, "Yeah, isn't this Qin Chuan?" Hearing the voice beside him, Qin Chuan also turned his head to look over and said, "HM? You are? Yo, don't you even recognize this? You're too heartless, aren't you?" The woman, with a few moments of contempt, said. Qin Chuan was also slightly surprised by this woman who suddenly struck up a conversation with him. However, after taking a closer look, Qin Chuan's face immediately sank. It was really a narrow road between wrongdoers. Chapter 61, The back door opens to the face. "Qin Chuan, do you recognize me now?" The woman smiled sweetly and asked. He, "I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes," Qin Chuan said with a leathery smile. Hearing this, the woman not only did not get angry, smiled, said, "Yo, this is how to still hold a grudge. We have broken up for 7 or 8 years. What great hatred should be eliminated." At these words, Qin Chuan snorted a laugh. Simply did not intend to continue to speak with the other party. After all, in Qin Chuan's opinion, to say one more word is disgusting. This woman called Guo Xiao is Qin Chuan handed over the first girlfriend. Speaking of this Guo Xiao, Qin Chuan's face at the moment is more ugly than eating raw pig's liver. The reason why Qin Chuan's face is so ugly, mainly because this Guo Xiao is simply the best of the green tea. Although she looks pure and lovely, behind her back she has her foot in several boats, having an affair with several men and cheating others of their feelings. Qin Chuan was the victim. Was Guo Xiao coaxed 7 or 8,000? That's all his savings. To put it bluntly, Qin Chuan almost starved to death on the street. After this, Qin Chuan is not so serious about feelings. I didn't expect this after 7 or 8 years, but I can still run into her? Guo Xiao saw Qin Chuan did not say anything, then came forward, said, "Qin Chuan, you are also too careful. Although we cannot do husband and wife, can also be a friend. For example, I have talked about those ex-boyfriends over the years. A lot of them still have contact, usually nothing to chat together. There is nothing Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm curious to know how you say such shameless words in a serious manner." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao immediately became angry and said, "Who is shameless? It's you who's being careful. Isn't it just that you spent $7,000 or $8,000? Look at your demeanor. Okay, when I see my husband later, I'll let him give you 10,000. Save you from being shady here." Hearing the other party talk about his husband, Qin Chuan said, "Your husband? Who is your husband?" Guo Xiao looked at Qin Chuan's suited and booted appearance and said, "Tell me first what you're doing here at Tianhui Mansion? Is it to look for a job? Or are you working here?" "Working," Qin Chuan said. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan came to work, Guo Xiao immediately revealed an unbelievable look, but then seemed to think of something and said, "Amazing. Just this guy with no education and no experience, who only eats, drinks, glances, and gambles can still mix to work in Tianhui Mansion? Oh, I know. I heard from my former friend that your wife's sister's fiancé is working as an assistant manager in Tianhui Mansion. This is backdoor." Qin Chuan frowned and said, "Who took the back door?" Looking at Qin Chuan's anxious eyes, Guo Xiao said, "Also once you say you are anxious, alright, the back door is not shameful. I am the back door in." Hearing this, Qin Chuan was stunned. When did this Guo Xiao become an employee of Tianhui Mansion? Why did he, the chairman of the board, not know about it? This in turn made Qin Chuan interested, saying, "I haven't heard that Tianhui Mansion has recently recruited employees. Who opened the back door for you?" "Oh, I'm not afraid of scaring you to death by saying it." Guo Xiao took out the foundation from her bag and said while applying makeup, "My husband's name is Chen Long, but he's the general manager of the Tianhui Mansion. Although I don't know what department you're in, it's definitely under my husband's control." Chen Long 2 words out, Qin Chuan suddenly angry too. Well, this back door is open to his face? Originally Qin Chuan also intended to wait to find a suitable general manager candidate in the Chen Long layoff. Looks like it is time to advance. Chapter 62 Bitchy or not? Chen Long is arranging salesman for you? Qin Chuan asked. Guo Xiao gave Qin Chuan a blank look and said, "Salesman? Are you being funny? My husband is the general manager. Could he still make me a salesman? My position is the general manager assistant. Just hang a name. I will go up later to go through a process and go back. Nothing to do every month, 8,000 salary to hand." Qin Chuan was also angry and laughed, said, "Oh, this general manager's authority is quite big? But this general manager booster seems to need the chairman of the board to agree to it, right? Simple. My husband said to bring me to meet the chairman and let him take a look." Guo Xiao continued, Awesome. It seems that there are still things I don't know about this Tianhui Mansion. No wonder there were a few people on the employee list before who were always on leave. They were also titular," Qin Chuan said. "Count you smart." Guo Xiao finished. The pair of fox eyes looked straight at Qin Chuan. said Qin Chuan. I did not think that these 7 or 8 years have not seen. You are handsome again. This temperament is also different. It seems that this big company to raise the temperament is really a little right. Do I still need a company to raise this temperament? Qin Chuan said. After hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao laughed, and then said with a slightly seductive look in her eyes, do you have time off work? Let's go play together. We haven't seen each other for so long. I'll let my husband promote you. Guo Xiaoxiao, how can you be so thick-skinned? Cheap or not? You're all married, and you're still doing this? Qin Chuan also scolded without mincing words. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao immediately said angrily, Qin Chuan, don't be ignorant. I'm the general manager's wife. Do you know that one word from me can fire you? Your wife, and your brother-in-law all. He, is that so? Then I can beg you to open me up. Qin Chuan was amused on the spot. Looking at Qin Chuan even a little bit does not goad her. Guo Xiaoxiao flabbergasted for a moment. Said, Qin Chuan, I praise you a handsome you still floating? You're so poor. You're still not happy that I'm taking the initiative to find you? Just wait. I'll go upstairs and tell the general manager to fire you immediately. Ding. Right at this moment, the elevator arrives at the first floor. Guo Xiaoxiao gives Qin Chuan a vicious look and walks in. At the same time the second elevator also arrived on the first floor. Qin Chuan naturally wasn't happy to sit in the same elevator with this kind of woman. Just entered the elevator. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and called Li Hao's phone. After all, this Li Hao is the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department. All the staff to go through his consent. There were a few titular employees in this Tianhui mansion, and Qin Chuan naturally wanted to find out about Li Hao. Chairman, Li Hao hurriedly said after he got through. Come to my office immediately. I have something to ask you. Qin Chuan said in a gloomy tone. Li Hao, who was still smoking a cigarette in his office at the moment, was also scared by Qin Chuan's tone of voice, so much so that his cigarette ash flicked on his pants leg, and hurriedly said, Yes, I'll go now. Li Hao extinguished the cigarette butt, that was in a hurry to run to the chairman's office, and at this moment, Qin Chuan also happened to arrive. Chairman, what are you looking for me for? Li Hao fawned. Come in, Qin Chuan said and walked into the office. Li Hao followed suit, carefully closing the door to the room behind him and said, Chairman, you said, I'm asking you, how many employees in the Tianhui mansion who hang around and don't work? Qin Chuan sat in the chairman's seat, stared at Li Hao, and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart thumped and said, I don't understand what the chairman means. Li Hao, don't think that by finding this job for Xia-chan that you're doing us a favor. I've said long ago that Xia-chan owes you a favor. But I don't. I want to open you. A word. Qin Chuan coldly said. Li Hao. Chapter 63, I'll open him in minutes. At this moment, Li Hao didn't know how Qin Chuan could suddenly get so angry. However, Qin Chuan wanting to fire him was indeed a matter of one sentence, which made Li Hao not dare to hide it at all, saying, Chairman, this can't rely on me although I'm the deputy human resources manager, but those titular staff are all made by my superiors. In fact, I'm also very difficult. If I don't agree, I'll be all offended. Cut the crap. Let me ask you how many of them are there? Who all made you do it? Qin Chuan drank. There are 6 in total. 4 of them are all General Manager Chen Long, and 2 are Human Resources Manager Lu Kai. But now it should be 7. Just now Chen Long called me and said to let her wife come and hang out as well. Li Hao didn't dare to hide it, and said it all in his head. Well, if I didn't run into that cousin today, I still don't know about this. 6 people, doing nothing, getting $8,000 in salary every month? This is quite comfortable, Qin Chuan said with a sullen face. Li Hao hurriedly explained. Chairman, in fact, this kind of thing is nothing at all in some big companies and organizations. We are still less. I don't care about other companies, but definitely not in my company. You immediately fire those 6 people. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he added, have Lu Kai and Chen Long come see me. Chairman, Lu Kai was not in the company yesterday after taking a vacation. Chen Long is in. Li Hao trembled in fear and said, then let Chen Long come to see me. In addition, Lu Kai informed him that he doesn't have to come to work tomorrow. Qin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Li Hao hurriedly left. At this moment, Xia-chan, who was sitting in the office not far away, seemed to have noticed Qin Chuan's face of anger and said, what's going on here? Getting so angry at Li Hao. Don't mention it. I ran into Guo Xiaoxiao in the elevator, Qin Chuan said. Upon hearing this name, Xia-chan flinched for a moment and laughed. Yo, an old flame. What a coincidence. Alright, don't be sarcastic. Right. How are the sales today? Qin Chuan asked. I went down to see. The sales are more than yesterday. I guess there can be $3 to $4 million after work. Xia-chan laughed. Qin Chuan also nodded with satisfaction. Very good. At this moment, arriving at the general manager's office, Guo Xiaoxiao that was sitting on the sofa with an angry face. Not long after, Qianlong walked in with a smile on his face, and went up to put his arm around Guo Xiaoxiao's small waist that was too small to hold, and said, "Little baby, what's wrong with you today? Your face is not happy. Don't mention it. Angry me. Just waiting for the elevator downstairs ran into an ex-boyfriend." Guo Xiaoxiao beamed, said, "What are you angry about? Just a few of your garbage ex-boyfriends. Now there is that compared to me." Qianlong laughed. Guo Xiaoxiao said, "Is not compared to you, but angry you know what he said about me, said I have a thick skin, but also scolded me cheap. The key is that guy is still your employee. You say it's infuriating." Upon hearing this, Qianlong's face turned angry on the spot, saying, "Damn, is there such a thing? That kid who? I'll fire him in a minute. Call." Just as Guo Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth to speak, Li Hao suddenly pushed the door in and said, "Mr. Chen, the chairman wants you to go to the office." Qianlong looked at Li Hao, who didn't even knock on the door, and droned. "Li Hao, can't even knock on the door now? Who did you learn that stinking problem from? Ugh, don't bear me first. Go to the chairman's office." Li Hao at this moment to Qianlong that is not a bit of a wimp. After all, this future brother-in-law of his own, there was a great possibility that he would directly fire Qianlong. Chapter 64, A Great Difficulty. Qianlong looked at Li Hao's helpless expression and said, "What is the chairman suddenly looking for me for? What happened? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Ask yourself." Li Hao didn't want to tell the truth about his betrayal of him. After all, he wasn't sure if Qin Chuan was going to open Qianlong now. "Xiao, go and follow me to the chairman's office, just so you can meet him, or you can apply for your induction," Qianlong said. "Then when will my matter be dealt with?" Guo Xiaoxiao said, "Don't be anxious. See the chairman of the board of directors and saying, 'Don't worry, no matter who that ex-boyfriend of yours is, see what I do with him,'" Qianlong said. "This is more or less the same," Guo Xiaoxiao said, then followed Qianlong towards the chairman's office. Knock knock knock. "Chairman, you're looking for me?" Qianlong knocked on the door and opened his mouth. At this moment, Qin Chuan was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back looking at the scenery outside the house. Hearing Qianlong's voice, he then turned around and said, "Come in and have a seat." "Yes." Qianlong nodded slightly before pulling Guo Xiaoxiao in. However, at this moment, after Guo Xiaoxiao saw the appearance of this mysterious chairman, she froze on the spot, and her pupils couldn't help but contract instantly. Even her body trembled a little, and her breathing immediately became rapid, and she exclaimed on the spot, Qin Chuan, you're the chairman of Tianhui Mansion." Qianlong suddenly saw the startled expression on his daughter-in-law's face, and also revealed a few moments of consternation, saying, Xiao, you know the chairman? He's the one who humiliated me in the elevator." Guo Xiaoxiao's face was full of fear at the moment. She simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. This Qin Chuan was a waste of space with no education and no skill when he talked to himself, earning a hard-earned money by playing screws in factories. How is it only 7 or 8 years gone? On the Tianhui building, chairman of the seat? This sitting on a rocket can't be that fast. What? Qianlong was immediately startled and immediately looked at Qin Chuan. At this time, Qin Chuan sat on the chairman's seat, casually picked up a cigar on the table, put it on his nose and sniffed. His eyes calmly swept a glance at Qianlong and Guo Xiaoxiao, but it was this glance that made Qianlong's heart thump. "It's over. This is going to be an accident. General Manager Chen, do you know what I've asked you to come for?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and opened his mouth to ask. "No, don't know." At this moment, Qianlong was in a trance, with a feeling of great distress. "This good wife of yours told me that you're going to give her a titular entry, and even tried to fire me? Can you explain the explanation?" Qin Chuan put down his cigar and said with a smile. Qianlong's face instantly turned red and said, "Chairman, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't have a novel with Xiao." "Oh, is that so? Guo Xiao, what did you just say to me downstairs? Didn't forget, did you?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Guo Xiao was already at a loss for what to do with herself at the moment as she stood in place. How could she have imagined that in just a few minutes, the identity between them had made a 180-degree shift? What was the chairman of the board? That was the highest manager of a company. How could one be so stupid as to open the other party? Snap! Just as Guo Xiao was lost in thought, the Qianlong at the side directly slapped his hand and angrily said, "Guo Xiao, how much trouble have you caused me?" Still not quick enough to apologize to the chairman. Guo Xiao, who was still in a trance, was also directly slapped to the ground by Qianlong's slap, and the entire person was dumbfounded. Chapter 65, Immediate Dismissal. You dare to hit me?" Guo Xiao sat on the ground and covered her face, her eyes filled with incredulity. Qianlong wasn't spoiled at all, saying, "It's you that I'm hitting. It's fine if you're usually capricious in front of me, but you dare to threaten to fire the chairman? You're not the boss." Guo Xiaoxiao didn't expect that Qianlong, who had always been weak in front of himself, would lose his temper that much. This made her not know how to reply for a moment. Those eyes looked towards Qin Chuan in the distance, actually gave birth to a few moments of panic. And this scene, also happened to be watched by Xia Chan on the side, could not help but be slightly shocked. This hand can be really ruthless nah. General Manager Chen, it's not too late to go home to teach your wife a lesson. Now I'll give you two ways. Either submit your own resignation report, or I'll fire you now, Qin Chuan said. Suddenly hearing these words, Qianlong's face swished pale, standing in place without saying a word. His heart was even more fearful to the extreme. He knew that once he was dismissed by the chairman of the board, it would be a huge stain on his career. At that time, if he wanted to find a job in another company, others would definitely investigate why he was dismissed. Once it was found out that he had neglected his duties and abused his power to make things easier for others, then he would be completely ruined. But if he submitted his own resignation report, wouldn't he lose this high-paying job? Chairman, I can explain this matter. It's not what you think, Qianlong said with a face full of fear. Alright, seeing as you're the general manager, I've saved enough face for you. Don't force me to lay off you now. Qin Chuan's eyes went cold, and he said in an unsympathetic manner. Qin Chuan calm sentence, as if with supreme majesty, simply let him cannot resist. Even Xia Chan, who was standing by the side, froze. When did her husband have such a great aura? It was as if he had been standing at a certain height for a long time. Like when both sides were obviously looking at each other flatly, but they always felt like they were being looked down upon by Qin Chuan. This also couldn't help but make Xia Chan look mesmerized. Qianlong, who was on the side, only felt a lack of oxygen in his brain and took a few steps back, with only endless remorse in his eyes. If it wasn't for Guo Xiaoxiao, would he have overturned the boat in the gutter? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, but there was nothing he could do. Go out. Qin Chuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party and directly said, Guo Xiaoxiao, see how I'll clean you up when I get back. At this moment, Qianlong's eyes were bursting with blood, as if he wanted to eat people. Guo Xiaoxiao, seeing Qianlong's eyes that were as if he wanted to eat people, was also startled and hurriedly climbed up from the ground, saying, Qin Chuan, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. You're a big man. Looking at Guo Xiaoxiao's insincere apology, Qin Chuan didn't even have half a bit of pity or even disgust on his face. Xia Chan, let's go. Go take a look downstairs. Qin Chuan suddenly got up and said, okay. Xia Chan hurriedly nodded her head and then followed. Guo Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Chuan, who didn't intend to take care of her at all. The nature of a city dweller was also exposed at this moment, and she immediately began to splash around. Qin Chuan, you are really small-minded and not a man. The one who offended you is me. What gives you the right to fire my husband? Qianlong stood still for half a day. His head suddenly buzzed. He knew he was completely finished. That Qin Chuan who was ready to leave his feet but suddenly stopped and said, Where is Li Hao? At this moment, Li Hao, who had been standing outside the door watching, also hurriedly ran and said, Chairman, Qianlong's departure formalities go immediately. Remember, it was Tianhui Mansion that laid him off, not him resigning. Understand? Qin Chuan looked at Li Hao and said, Understood. Li Hao immediately broke out into a cold sweat. When Qianlong heard this, that pair of spiteful eyes instantly stared at Guo Xiaoxiao's body, and it could be imagined that if this returned home, he was afraid that he would beat her half to death. Chapter 66, the betting agreement comes into effect. This company's small storm did not affect Qin Chuan's mood, but this also gave Qin Chuan a wake-up call. It was time for the management of this Tianhui mansion to change its blood, and he also had to look for new candidates. When the time came to the afternoon, the end of the day's business, Tianhui Mansion did not disappoint Qin Chuan's expectations. The marketing amount had reached $3.5 million. The sales in the past 2 days had not only earned back the advertising fees invested, but also made a pure profit of nearly $2 million. On the way back, Xia Chan kept looking at the sales report in her hand for a long time and said, I can't believe that in just 2 days, the pure profit has reached $2 million. Yes, this is still on top of the advertising cost of only $1.5 million. If we increase the advertising efforts, the sales will continue to double. Qin Chuan laughed. You're really too good. Xia Chan couldn't help but feel admiration for Qin Chuan at this moment. You know, I signed an agreement with Dongxing Group before. I assumed the chairmanship of Tianhui Group, enjoying the right to a 20% share, and I have 20% of the net profit of this 2 million. Qin Chuan laughed. Hearing this violently, Xia Chan was even more shocked, saying, You enjoy 20% of the right to share. Then this 2 million. Wouldn't you be able to share 400,000? That's right. 2 days earn $400,000. Remember what I told you before. We'll buy a house, a car, and let Shout I go to the best school and live the happiest life. Qin Chuan laughed. Hearing these words, Xia Chan was also moved to cover her red lips. Her eyes flooded with a little watery mist. She did not know how to express her emotions at this moment. After all, a few days ago she was still saying that if there were hundreds of thousands of deposits in the card, she would burn high incense. But now, there were hundreds of thousands of deposits in the card every day. This change was truly a bit big. I really can't imagine. 200,000 a day. That's more than 70 million a year. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Xia Chan said excitedly. What, $70-odd million? There will be more in the future. So much that you can't imagine. Qin Chuan said. I'm not that ambitious. If I can have that much money, I can wake up laughing in my dreams. Xia Chan seemed to feel that she was already very contented at the moment, and had a new vision for the future. Qin Chuan smiled. In his last life, he had amassed $100 billion of wealth in just a few years. Now that he had relived his life and was in possession of all the wealth codes from the last few years, he would have earned more than $100 billion. When he returned home, Qin Chuan took Xia Chan, a small butterfly, outside to eat some dinner. A full and happy day ended in the laughter of the small butterfly. Casa Day. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan did not go to Tianhui Mansion with Xia Chan, but received a text message from Yu Hongtai. It should be a mass message asking the chairman of all Dongxing Group subsidiaries to head to the headquarters for a meeting. With this message, Qin Chuan roughly knew what was going on. That was the issue of the order that Yu Hongtai had spoken to him about yesterday. Dongxing Group's financing of Wan Yun Group had already emptied all their family funds, and they couldn't get a loan, so they only had to convene a meeting to collect the funds. After all, there was still a $1.5 billion order that needed to be paid immediately, or else a high amount of liquidated damages would have to be paid. But this is nothing to Qin Chuan. After all, his hands can now hold 2 billion betting agreement. But at this moment, Yu Hongtai did not know the current operational status of Tianhui Mansion, so he was staying in the conference room fretting. Chapter 67. Yu Guoliang, who recognized his mistake. At this moment, Qin Chuan was still stuck in traffic on his way to Dongxing Group's headquarters because of the high peak period. However, the meeting had already begun. After all, the matter was important, and Yu Hongtai knew that Qin Chuan might not be able to help much, so he didn't wait for Qin Chuan. Inside the conference room of Dongxing Group, Yu Hongtai sat in the seat of the chairman of the board, while his father, Yu Guoliang, also sat on the side. Below them sat a dozen or so shareholders of Dongxing Group and the presidents of various subsidiaries. Originally, Yu Hongtai had planned to hide this matter from his father, Yu Guoliang, but there were shareholders in the board of directors who tipped them off. This caused Yu Guoliang, who was already hypertensive, to almost die violently. But this is not the most fatal. The most headache is that the imminent need to pay 1.5 billion orders. If Yu Guoliang knew that Dongxing Group couldn't even come up with $1.5 billion and had to pay double the amount of liquidated damages, he probably wouldn't have been able to take a breath and would have become a vegetable on the spot. Everyone, you are all the shareholders of Dongxing Group and the president of the subsidiary. These years in the wind and rain with Dongxing Group have broken through. This time we encountered a little financial trouble. I hope that you can collect the funds to see if you can help Dongxing Group through this crisis. Yu Hongtai sat in the main seat, looked at the crowd with a long and sincere voice and said. Hearing this, the shareholders below each looked at me and I looked at you, revealing helpless expressions. There were even a few senior shareholders who invariably revealed expressions of love and helplessness. Chairman, an hour ago the finance has already collected the funds. Now except for the Tianhui Mansion that just took over not long ago did not participate. The other subsidiaries have taken out all the family money, but also only put together 85 million. This distance from the 1.5 billion is not enough to even a fraction of a billion. A small-eyed, middle-aged man in his 50s said helplessly. This middle-aged man was called Wang He, a shareholder of Dongxing Group, accounting for 15% of the shares, which was also considered the largest shareholder. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongtai immediately turned ironic and said, how is this possible? So many subsidiaries add up to make up that much? Wang He said, Chairman, when financing Wan Yun Group, you have already let all the subsidiaries put together money once, and now you are letting them put together again. Even if they are pulling out the fleece, then they have to wait for it to grow out. Wang He's words immediately left Yu Hongtai speechless. Yu Guoliang, who was sitting on the side of the room, said, everyone, the responsibility for this matter lies with me. In fact, when financing the Wan Yun Group, there were people who tried their best to stop me, but I was too conceited and didn't listen to any opinions. causing Dongsheng Group's current predicament. As Yu Guoliang got up, each of the other shareholders revealed a few moments of horror. What they were appalled about was not Yu Guoliang admitting his mistake, but the person who stopped him. Old chairman, who has stopped you? This person's eyes are so high? Wang He was shocked. Everyone was all drawing in a breath of cold air at this moment. After all, when financing the Wan Yun Group, the entire board of directors, these self-proclaimed business elite shareholders hadn't stopped a single one of them. Yet there was someone who had stopped it, which meant that this person's business acumen far exceeded theirs. Who could it be? Forget it, don't mention it. Yu Guoliang raised his hand slightly, then added, Gentlemen, we have also worked together before, so I will shamelessly plead with all of you here to lend a helping hand and help Dongsheng Group resolve this crisis. As Yu Guoliang's words fell, everyone present revealed a grave expression. They all seemed to be wondering, this Yu Guoliang wouldn't be trying to borrow money from them, right? Chapter 68, Sell the Tianhui Mansion. Just as the crowd was pondering, Yu Hongtai seemed to not be able to bear the thought of letting his old father open his mouth, but took the initiative to speak up. Everyone, I would like to borrow a $1.5 billion from you. $100 million from each of you if you share it equally. This amount shouldn't be too much for you guys, right? When these words came out, the crowd instantly froze. Surprisingly, it was really alone? At this moment, Yu Guoliang stood behind Yu Hongtai and seemed to think that it shouldn't be difficult to borrow money today. After all, most of the shareholders here took more than $100 million in dividends from Dongsheng Group every year. However, imagination is beautiful. Reality is cruel. As Yu Hongtai's remarks about borrowing money fell on deaf ears, there was not a single person present who was willing to come forward. To be honest, whoever can sit in this conference room, which one of them is not a human savant? Now Dongsheng Group is deep in the money quagmire, and even have to accept the investigation, basically is a half-paralyzed state. If this time to lend the money out, that is the meatbag hit the dog and never return. Yu Guoliang looked at his former beloved ministers. One by one stifled silence, apparently a little angry. His breathing became rapid. However, right at this moment, Wang He suddenly stood up and said, Gentlemen, I'm a person we all know. I like investing the most. I've lost a lot of money investing over the years. I really can't get $100 million, but after being in Dongsheng Group for so long, I can't take nothing at all. I'll offer $5 million. Wang He suddenly got up and was the first to come forward to make an example. However, it was okay not to take the lead. Once the lead was taken, the other shareholders, one by one, were finding excuses in different ways. Some said that the money to the financial management cannot be taken, and some said that their old father is seriously ill and needs a huge amount of expenditure. In short, a variety of reasons. A toss down. They are more than a dozen senior, but less than 20 million? Yu Hongtai looked at this chilling scene in front of him, and his lungs exploded, and Yu Guoliang's face even turned red for a while. But he even spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Dad! Yu Hongtai was instantly shocked and rushed forward to assist him. You guys, whereas Dongsheng Group wronged you in the past few decades, now that you've encountered some setbacks, you've been asked to lend a hand, and you're all shirking and making excuses. Can you stand up to the Dongsheng Group? Yu Guoliang covered his heart and pointed at the people present with a rebuke. But for Yu Guoliang's reprimand, the people present have lowered their heads. None of them opened their mouths. This husband and wife are still flying separately, let alone this group of capitalists who only know how to suck blood. Old chairman, you have to take care of your health. It's not that we don't take it, it's really not there. Yes, Dongsheng Group has been losing money all these years. We also thought of investing in some other industries. The money has indeed been spent. Why don't we resell the Tianhui mansion we bought? It's a loss to keep this building anyway. With someone mentioning to sell the Tianhui mansion, it immediately caused others to resonate. The one who agreed the most was Wang He, who immediately said, Right, I forgot about the Tianhui mansion until I said so, and if we sell it cheaply now, $3 billion will definitely sell it. As soon as these words came out, Yu Hongtai's face turned blue in an instant and said, If you sell Tianhui mansion today, are you going to sell other subsidiaries tomorrow? Director Wang, you really know how to come up with bad ideas. How can this be a bad idea? I'm doing this for the good of Dongsheng Group. Wang He said helplessly. Piss me off. At this moment, Yu Guoliang was short of breath. Having raised his breath for a lifetime, he didn't expect to be half dead from the shareholders of his own company. Sell immediately. Yu Hongtai was afraid of his father and the gas out of a good or bad, can only temporarily solve the matter of 1.5 billion orders. However, at this time, the belated Qin Chuan also quickly walked into the conference room, said, Sorry, the road traffic jam, came late. Chapter 69, 2 billion for nothing. Chapter 69, $2 billion for nothing. With Qin Chuan's sudden arrival, many of the shareholders present also looked over. It seemed that they were all feeling pathetic for Qin Chuan. After all, this chairman of Tianhui Mansion had only been the chairman for a few days and was about to be jerked off. Qin Chuan looked at the crowd and said, "Just before I entered, I heard you guys say something about selling Tianhui Mansion. What's going on here?" "Alas, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, this 1.5 billion cannot be taken out by Dongsheng Group right now. The only way is to sell the Tianhui Mansion first." Yu Hongtai was also carrying a few apologies to Qin Chuan at this moment. As for Yu Guoliang, when he saw Qin Chuan, his face became even more ugly. After all, when Qin Chuan stopped him before, he was still acting like a high and mighty man, and now this happened, making this old face of his kind lose all its face. "Oh, because of this I said yesterday, let the company are put together. Seek and put together cannot put together, really cannot put together. I will solve." Qin Chuan but seems to be quite calm. Now he is not easy to revitalize the Tianhui building. He does not want to give it away for nothing. This is not their own money into other people's pockets. "Good boy. Your breath is not small. You only manage a few days Tianhui Mansion? This is $1.5 billion. You say you can solve it?" Wang He said slowly. "I kind of know. So it's you who came up with the bad idea of letting chairman you let us put up the money? Let's see. You don't have to be the executive chairman anymore. Tianhui Mansion will be put up for auction immediately." As the crowd spoke with you and me, this made Qin Chuan look confused. These guys, so heartless? Originally, Qin Chuan thought that this 1.5 billion would be very good for them to put together. Even if they couldn't, they could still put it together. And the 2 billion betting agreement in his hand can also be used as emergency funds. But he didn't expect that he underestimated the ruthlessness of this group of guys. He now finally understood why Yu Guoliang would be infuriated into a vegetable in his previous life. "Mr. Qin, although I will resell the Tianhui Mansion, you can come to the headquarters and I can give you a director position to start with." Yu Hongtai looked at Qin Chuan and said slowly. Yu Guoliang tried to smooth out his breath and with an apology, he said, "Mr. Qin, I didn't listen to your persuasion before. It was my mistake. You have great talent. It's Dongsheng Group that didn't give you the time to show your talent." The crowd was suddenly dumbfounded when they heard Yu Guoliang's words. Emotionally, the tall man who had dissuaded Yu Guoliang earlier was Qin Chuan. So young, but he possessed a business vision that none of them had ever possessed, and he would even calculate that something would happen to the Wan Yun Group? This was simply outrageous. "Old Mr. Yu is overstating things. Take care of your health. It's not just a measly 1.5 billion. I can immediately take it out and help Dongsheng Group through this crisis." Qin Chuan suddenly said. Hiss. At this moment the entire conference room was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Qin Chuan with unbelievable eyes. Even Yu Guoliang, Yu Hongtai's father and son, looked at Qin Chuan in surprise. "Mr. Qin, what did you say? You can take out $1.5 billion? How are you going to take it?" Yu Hongtai was shocked. "Have you forgotten the betting agreement with Huang Tingfei? Wasn't that 2 billion for nothing?" Qin Chuan said, throwing his hand and dropping the betting agreement on the table. This scene caused Yu Guoliang to look astonished, and even his anger subsided quite a bit as he hurriedly said, "What betting agreement? No, this betting agreement is only after Tianhui Mansion makes a profit within a month." Yu Hongtai just wanted to say that it will only come into effect, but after looking at the agreement on the table, he was filled with shock and said, "It's already profitable?" Chapter 70, Easy Solution. The crowd watched the conversation between Qin Chuan and Yu Hongtai. All of them were filled with shock, seemingly not clear about what exactly happened in the middle. Qin Chuan did not hide anything and directly took out the sales report of Tianhui Mansion, saying, "Counting from the second day of the advertisement, the pure profit has now reached 2 million. Hiss. Yu Hongtai's pupils contracted violently, and his face even carried a deep shock. What a joke! That mess of Tianhui Mansion, even if it was really revitalized, it couldn't possibly generate profits that quickly. When Yu Hongtai and Qin Chuan set the goal, it was a month without a loss even if you earn. This is just a few days on the 2 million? Simply outrageous. This is simply unbelievable. How on earth did you do it?" Yu Guoliang felt that his legs didn't hurt anymore, his waist wasn't sore anymore, and his vitality had recovered quite a bit. Qin Chuan had saved Yu Guoliang's life in disguise. "Oh, this is nothing. Mr. Yu gave me 3 million advertising fee, I also only use 1.5 million. The follow-up as long as continue to invest in advertising. Earn more than this number." Qin Chuan laughed. The so-called words are not shocking. Qin Chuan's words once again made the scene boil. $1.5 million invested. Just 2 days returned $2 million. The key was that this 2 million was earned from a mess that had been losing money for several years. Ha ha ha. Good. Mr. Qin has really lived up to my expectations. This is creating a business myth. At this moment, Yu Hongtai said 3 good things in a row, as if he was really picking up a treasure. As the crowd looked at Qin Chuan, the mockery from the beginning also changed to shock and admiration. After all, this kind of talent can't be compared even if they all tie a piece together. Liao Zhan, it's better to solve the problem at hand first, Qin Chuan said. That's right. Only then did Yu Hongtai revitalize his spirit and said, Secretary Chen, immediately take this betting agreement and go to Huang's group and get the 2 billion back for me. I'm on my way. Secretary Chen took the agreement and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly walked up to Secretary Chen and whispered, Secretary Chen, if you go like this I guess Wang Tengfei won't pay so easily. I'll teach you what to say. Qin Chuan then whispered a few words beside Secretary Chen's ear. Secretary Chen also nodded his head repeatedly and then hurriedly left. Seeing this, Yu Hongtai's eyes were filled with gratitude as he said, Mr. Qin, you have not only saved me, but also the entire Dongsheng group. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the Dongsheng group. You're welcome. Qin Chuan looked at Yu Hongtai's serious look and smiled slightly. He could now be sure that after this point, Yu Hongtai wouldn't be questioning him in any way. This was also a step Qin Chuan was going to take. At the same time, at this moment in the Huang Group building, sitting in his office, Huang Tengfei was smiling from ear to ear, and beside him was Huang Shangli, who had an old-fashioned look on his face. Grandpa, this time Dongsheng Group is considered to have completely planted a big head. Not only has it been investigated, someone just told me that they still have a $1.5 billion order to default on. Unsurprisingly, Dongsheng Group should sell its subsidiaries next. Huang Tengfei grinned. Huang Shangli, who had been squinting his eyes in an old-fashioned manner, then opened his eyes and said, Well, this is our chance. As long as Dongsheng Group sells its subsidiaries, you must immediately follow suit and eat up Dongsheng Group little by little. It's been decades. I've been pressed head-on by that old guy Yu Guoliang. Now it's time to turn the tables. Huang Tengfei slowly got up and said, As long as I bring down Dongsheng Group, I'll be the leading company in this Suzhou Hangzhou in the future. At that time, let's see how I'm going to fix Yu Hongtai and Yu Guoliang's father and son to death. Knock knock. Mr. Huang, there's a Qin Jingjing downstairs who wants to see you. She seems to be the secretary of the chairman of Dongsheng Group, said a receptionist standing at the door. What does Yu Hongtai's secretary want to see me for? Huang Tengfei flinched. She said that you and Yu Hongtai have a $2 billion betting agreement that needs to be honored. The female receptionist continued. Huang Tengfei? Chapter 71, $2 billion check. Hearing the betting agreement, Huang Tengfei was puzzled. The betting agreement he signed with Yu Hongtai was that he would pay $2 billion if Tianhui Mansion made a profit within a month. However, with his understanding of Tianhui Mansion, that mess, not to mention a month profit, a year can guarantee not to lose money has already burned incense. Teng Fei, what's the situation? Huang Shengli was also stunned. It's the betting agreement between Yu Hongtai and I. Why did he send someone at this time? Did he make a profit? Impossible. Huang Tengfei immediately revealed a few moments of gravity, then said, Have that Chen Jingjing come up. Not long after, Chen Jingjing walked up with the contract and Tianhui Mansion's billing details. When Huang Tengfei saw the Tianhui Mansion's bill, his entire body was dumbfounded in place. His face unbelievable. This is a joke. A profit of $2 million in just a few days? You're faking this bill. Hearing this, Chen Jingjing smiled slightly. When she came, Qin Chuan had already explained what she said, so she opened her mouth according to what Qin Chuan said. Mr. Huang, as the chairman of a listed company, you should be clearer than I am that this bill falsification is legally liable, and if you don't believe it, you can ask around now. Huang Tengfei with an unbelievable face picked up the landline and dialed a number. Immediately said, Hey, Lao Li, immediately give me a check on the operation of Tianhui Mansion. Chairman, there's no need to check. Ever since you and Yu Hongtai signed the betting agreement, I've sent people to keep an eye on it, and now Tianhui Mansion is indeed making a profit every day. The follower called Old Li said slowly. Buzz. Old Li's words made Huang Tengfei's entire body like a lightning strike. Looking at the bill in his hand with an unbelievable face, that kid really revitalized Tianhui Mansion? That guy is a freak. At this moment, Huang Shengli roughly understood what was going on, and his old face instantly turned blue. Asshole. It's not easy for Dongsheng Group to have a chance to go bankrupt, but you're so good that you sent $2 billion of your own money. Huang Tengfei was reprimanded by his grandfather, also with a black face, stubbornly said, Impossible. I must re-investigate this matter. Chen Jingjing kept smiling and continued to convey Qin Chuan's words. Mr. Huang, this betting agreement is to pay for profits, written in black and white. If you want to delay and refuse to pay, I will ask the media to expose, so that the credibility of the Huang Group will be greatly discounted. Right. and then the loss can be more than 2 billion. Oh. Suddenly heard this, Huang Tengfei angry gritted teeth. Indeed, like them this kind of listed company, the most worried about is the credibility of the problem. If their own breach of contract, that can be to hit their own face. Okay, since the bet, we must be willing to gamble. Pay up. Huang Shengli was also angry enough at the moment, but also dare not really default. Although Huang Tengfei was still unconvinced, he still tremblingly wrote a check for $2 billion in cash and extremely reluctantly handed it to Chen Jingjing. Chen Jingjing received the check, which then smiled faintly and said, "Thank you Mr. Huang for your help. This favor will be remembered by Dongsheng Group. Remember your sister. Get lost." Huang Tengfei was so angry that he cursed angrily on the spot. Chen Jingjing took the check and didn't stay long. After all, now Dongsheng Group can be short of money. At this time to stay in the headquarters of Dongsheng Group, Yu Hongtai and other people are also anxiously waiting for Chen Jingjing's letter. After all, this could be related to the future of Dongsheng Group. Mr. Qin, do you think this Huang Tengfei will be quick to pay this 2 billion? In case he refuses to pay when the time comes, won't that be troublesome? Huang Tengfei spoke. Don't worry, absolutely not. Unless Huang Tengfei wants to lose his credibility. Qin Xuan smiled faintly with an air of confidence. Chapter 72, a favor must be repaid. Just as everyone in Dongsheng Group was eagerly waiting for it, Chen Jingjing indeed returned with the check. Chairman, this is the check for $2 billion from Huang Tengfei, not a penny less. Chen Jingjing handed the check to Yu Hongtai, saying, this scene could shock the crowd present with disbelief. Even Yu Guoliang's old eyes were questioning. When Yu Hongtai received the check, it was still like a dream, saying, this Huang Tengfei paid so quickly? Huang Tengfei didn't want to pay at first. It was Mr. Qin who taught me how to ask for money. So Huang Tengfei paid directly. Chen Jingjing said. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongtai once again gave Qin Xuan a thumbs up. I've got Mr. Qin. I've won $10 billion in financing. Being praised by Yu Hongtai in this manner, Qin Xuan also smiled in an unassuming manner and said, Mr. Yu is too kind. It's better to pay the bill of 1.5 billion first. This cannot be delayed. Right. This is a top priority. Yu Hongtai nodded, then added, Mr. Qin, this money is supposed to be a windfall. 1.5 billion I'll pay the bills, and the remaining 500 million will all be given to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan was surprised, but thinking about it, he still had great faith in Hongtai's character. After all, this was the reason why Qin Xuan chose to cooperate with Yu Hongtai. He was a master who would repay any favor. Right now, Dongsheng Group is short of money, so keep that 500 million for emergencies. Qin Xuan said. Mr. Qin, just don't excuse yourself. This 500 million you must accept. If not for your busy advice, now Dongsheng Group trouble can be big. Yu Hongtai opened his mouth. Since Yu Hongtai said so, Qin Xuan did not hesitate. After all, this money also has his credit. Qin Xuan stayed at the headquarters until the afternoon, and basically finished dealing with everything that needed to be dealt with. And Dongsheng Group also gained a short period of stability. And for this reason, Qin Xuan also jumped to become a tycoon with a deposit of $500 million. This money, after Qin Xuan took over, has been well planned, most of which Qin Xuan is ready to use to invest. After all, although he is now the chairman of the board of directors of the Tianhui building, but after all, this company is not considered to be his. Want to have their own business? First of all, there must be industry. Secondly, it is thinking about buying a house and a car, and all of these have to come step by step. Wait until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Xuan left Dongsheng Group. This time Xia Chan, also off work, pick up the small butterfly, went to the food street to eat. After eating, Qin Xuan took the mother and daughter to play around the artificial lake, enjoying the rare free time. However, while playing, Qin Xuan's gaze suddenly stopped at a commercial street in the distance. This commercial street was large, but strangely enough there were not a few stores open. The vast majority of them were closed. Qin Xuan, what are you looking at? Xia Chan noticed Qin Xuan's eyes and said, Xia Chan, is the train station behind this street? Qin Xuan suddenly asked. Yes, why are you asking that? Xia Chan nodded. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded slightly. This commercial street was also called Old Street and had existed for decades. Originally, it used to be very hot because behind the Old Street was a large number of residential areas and villa clusters with a lot of traffic. But ever since the construction of the train station behind the commercial street, this commercial street was scrapped. Because the train station blocked the flow of traffic, the residents of those neighborhoods could only go to other commercial streets. But in his last life, Qin Xuan remembered that the train station at the back of this was transformed into a high-speed train station and a viaduct was built. In this way, people were able to cross underneath the viaduct, and this commercial street naturally came back to life. It had almost become a treasure bowl. Qin Chuan estimated that this commercial street has at least 200 stores. If all of them are platted down, until the viaduct is built, then this place will become a treasure trove of gold. Chapter 73, 500 million in my card. Xia Chan, you said to me before that the thing you want to do the most is to start a business. Do you still have this idea now? Qin Chuan looked at Xia Chan and suddenly asked. Xia Chan nodded and said, I did want to open a small store and be my own boss in the past, but isn't there a better option now? Qin Chuan shook his head and said, although we are now in the Tianhui mansion, but after all, that's not our own property. As the saying goes, a person can't get rich without a fortune, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. I think it's better to focus on starting our own business. Xia Chan also understood Qin Chuan's meaning. After all, she had heard from the company people this morning that Dongxing Group was in crisis, and it was possible that someday Tianhui Mansion would follow suit. So far, all they had was from Dongxing Group, and in case which Tianhui Mansion closed down, they were back to their previous state. Qin Chuan, if you want to start your own business, I'll support you. Xia Chan nodded. Good then, we'll buy the stores here, Qin Chuan said, pointing to the distance. Suddenly hearing this, Xia Chan was visibly flabbergasted and said, buy here? You're not kidding. The stores here have less than 1,000 people traffic a day, so buying here won't be a loss. Qin Chuan laughed and said, how could it be? You are doubting my vision again. At these words, Xia Chan pondered for a moment. Indeed, since seeing Qin Chuan's ability, she had gradually changed her initial opinion. If you think this place might catch fire, then buy a store and try it out. But the stores here are not cheap even though they are cold. They cost 2 million apiece. If we want to buy it now, we can only pay the down payment and repay the loan. I think we should try renting one first, Xia Chan said slowly. In fact, Xia Chan was still a bit backed up in her heart. After all, Qin Chuan's ability before could be said to have a large component of luck. But a place like Old Street is not something that luck can change. There was no people traffic in the first place, and it's useless for you to buy and sell as well as you do. I don't mean to buy one or rent one. I am planning to dish out all of these 200 stores. Qin Chuan looked into the distance and opened his mouth. Hearing these words violently, Xia Chan froze on the spot, and thought she was hallucinating, saying, what did you say? Buy them all? You don't have a fever, do you? 200 stores, $2 million for one. At least $400 million to buy them all, Xia Chan said with an incredulous face. Qin Chuan smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, I have $500 million in my card now. Xia Chan? Hearing 500 million, Xia Chan's entire body was nonchalant and subconsciously asked, how much? 500 million. Qin Chuan repeated again. Where did you get 500 million? What did you do again? Earning so much money at once? Xia Chan was clearly in disbelief. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, do you still remember the previous betting agreement with Huang Tingfei at the Wan Yun Group? Remember, but wasn't that money all from Mr. Yu? He gave you $500 million? Xia Chan stared with wide eyes, her face stunned. Inside, she was even more indescribably shocked. It's only been a short day, and you've become a billionaire? This money is what I deserve. If not for me, Dongsheng Group would have lost more than 500 million. Qin Chuan laughed. Gulp. Xia Chan's throat rolled dryly, and at the moment, her hand holding Xiao Dai was trembling a bit as she said, if you want to buy it, I'll support you. Chapter 74, the construction site is haunted by yellow skins again? Originally, Xia Chan was not too supportive of Qin Chuan, but hearing $500 million, this made Xia Chan feel like she was dreaming. With that much money, even if one buys land and puts it there, it's still real estate. Good. With your words on the line, I'll contact someone tomorrow to buy all the 200 stores. Qin Chuan laughed. Xia Chan still had not slowed down at the moment, and asked with some shaking of her head, how much money did you say this 500 million is? This is a number that I dare not even dream of. Let's put it this way, if you replace $100 million with $1 bills, counting one per second, you will have to count for 3 years, while for $500 million, you will have to count for 15 years without eating or drinking. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Xia Chan. After waiting for Xia Chan's efforts to calm herself down, she said, now that you have so much money, isn't it time to buy a house? After all, you are worth 500 million. You can't still squeeze in a rental house. Definitely need to buy. Wasn't there a new villa complex built recently, called Yunhai Yuan? Qin Chuan said. What? Yunhai Yuan is the best villa in Suzhou and Hangzhou. A building costs more than $60 million. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Xia Chan had been hit by all sorts of storms in just a few minutes, and was seriously doubting if she was dreaming. What's extravagant about this? Although it's a bit more expensive, the location is very good, and the villa comes with a yard and an oversized underground garage. Qin Chuan said. Good. I'll listen to you. Xia Chan nodded heavily with a happy smile on her face, then seemed to think of something and said, there are still 2 days before Grandma's birthday. Don't forget to prepare a gift. Don't worry. I'll prepare enough gifts this time to make you spit out the pent-up anger of the past few years. Qin Chuan patted his chest and said, what is it? Xia Chan asked. You'll know when the time comes. Qin Chuan sold a secret. Qin Chuan then put one arm around Xia Chan and pulled Xiao Dai with one hand as the family of 3 walked in the direction of their home. Back home, Qin Chuan washed up and then returned to his room. At the moment it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, but as usual, Qin Chuan still read today's evening newspaper. Ding ding. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Chuan took a look. The caller was Lu Wu. Boss Lu. Qin Chuan said after connecting. Master Qin, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? Lu Wu smiled. No. What's wrong? The construction site is haunted by yellow skins again? Qin Chuan was a bit puzzled. Ha ha, Master Qin is joking. Since your last spell, the construction site is now all normal. Lu Wu laughed and added, it's like this. I have a friend from the construction bureau who recently had a problem with a project to build a bridge, but the pillars couldn't be erected, and a lot of people died. So I thought that it might be a feng shui problem. So I want to ask you for a favor. In what place? Qin Chuan asked. In the outskirts of the city. A round trip may take a day. Lu Wu spoke. Upon hearing that the round trip would take a day, Qin Chuan frowned and said, I've been busy lately. I don't have time to go. Master Qin, don't refuse. My friend said that whoever can help him solve this trouble will give him $200,000. Lu Wu hurriedly said. It seems that in Lu Wu's opinion, Qin Chuan will definitely not refuse 200,000. After all, last time he only spent 100,000. Qin Chuan was willing to help. Really don't have time. You find someone else. Qin Chuan said. Don't mediate. My friend found a few feng shui mister or looked at a glance and ran away. Simply do not dare to take. You see if you want me to add a little money. Lu Wu continued. Chapter 75 by store. This is not a question of money or not money. Round trip is a day. If it is delayed in the delay then 2 days. I do not have so much time. Qin Chuan opened his mouth. The reason why Qin Chuan refused was not because he had money floating around. After all, he still had to go and buy stores tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, he had to accompany Xia Chan to attend his grandma's birthday banquet. In that case, when does Master Qin have time then? Lu Wu said. We'll see, Qin Chuan said. Alright, I'll be contacting Master Qin in a couple days. Lu Wu was also puzzled at the moment as to why Qin Chuan would refuse $300,000. This inevitably reminded him of Qin Chuan's previous words. 100,000 is too expensive. Next time when you want to find him, it won't be money that can please you. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan was also a bit puzzled. What bridge is there to build in this suburb for nothing? Although puzzled, Qin Chuan did not put it on his mind. Raza day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Chuan woke up and casually ate some breakfast made by Xia Chan before leaving home to prepare to buy a store. The stores in this old street were not in the hands of an individual, because before the train station was built, a tycoon saw the location and threw hundreds of millions of dollars to buy all the 200 stores and rent them out at high prices, but then suddenly built the train station without warning, resulting in a serious decline in the flow of people in the old street. The tycoon reacted with hindsight. The 200 stores have been smashed in the hands. So the tycoon outsourced the 200 stores to a broker called Star City Real Estate to help sell them. More than 10 years later, Star City Real Estate has become the largest real estate company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. But those 200 stores are still there. Qin Chuan was no stranger to Star City Real Estate, as he had a good brother who worked at Star City Real Estate. When Qin Chuan arrived at Star City Real Estate, the employees of the real estate company had just gone to work. A woman at the front desk saw someone come in and also rushed to welcome him with a smile. Sir, do you want to buy a house or look at houses? The woman who walked in was tall, and although her appearance was ordinary, she was very good at makeup, and was considered to have some good looks. I'm looking for someone called Zheng Ping, Qin Chuan spoke. After all, he had bought more stores, which was a rather lucrative commission. Naturally he couldn't cheapen it to others. He definitely had to buy it from his good brother. Hearing Zheng Ping, the woman flinched for a moment, and then only then did she take a closer look at Qin Chuan and said on the spot, You are Qin Chuan? HM? Do you recognize me? Qin Chuan zushed his eyebrows. The woman's face immediately drooped, putting on a disgusted expression and said, Zheng Ping is not at work today, so you can leave. The woman's face changed in a second, which made Qin Chuan zo eyebrows and looked at the other party carefully. It was only at this look that he recognized who it was. Wasn't it Zheng Ping's wife Chen Miaomiao? Qin Chuan into the door at first glance indeed did not recognize. Probably the last time to see Chen Miaomiao she did not make up. This time with makeup cannot be recognized. The reason why this Chen Miao is so indifferent to Qin Xuan. In fact, it is also because a few years ago Qin Xuan repeatedly borrowed money from Zheng Ping where Zheng Ping and Qin Xuan relationship is very good. As long as Qin Xuan opening, Zheng Ping never ambiguous, immediately take the money. Because of borrowing money this Zheng Ping and Chen Miao cannot be less quarrel. The last Qin Xuan also do not want to ruin their only good brother's life. So nearly 1 or 2 years have not been in contact with Zheng Ping. For his only good brother, Qin Xuan is still very grateful. After all, not who can so quickly lend him money. I'm going to Zheng Ping's office to take a look. Qin Xuan did not want to talk too much nonsense with Chen Miao, and with a step he was about to head to the second floor. Stand still. I said Zheng Ping isn't here, and you shouldn't think about asking him to borrow money. I'm in charge of the money now. Chen Miao immediately stopped Qin Xuan's path. Chapter 76, blasted out. Looking at Chen Miao's urbane demeanor, Qin Xuan was also speechless as he said, I'm here to buy a store. Is this how you treat your guests? Suddenly hearing these words, Chen Miao was delighted on the spot. Just you? Still buying a store? It's not that I look down on you. Can you afford a down payment of several $100,000? Chen Miao at the moment that was a look of not being bored. The reason why this Chen Miao is so overbearing, but also has a lot to do with the origin, because her father is a social mixer in his youth. Chen Miao grew up by the influence of the family is also capricious and barbaric. So on weekdays Chen Miao and the company can be described as arrogant and domineering, and treat Zheng Ping is also quite mean, and even often behind Zheng Ping outside to find men. She even had an affair with a manager here named Feng Yong. All of these Qin Xuan had heard about in his last life. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned and said, why are you so full of crap? I said I'm here to find Zheng Ping to buy a store. This commission doesn't want to if it, right? You're right. I really don't want. I don't lack that a few money commission. And, less to buy a house to fool me. See Chen Ping may open his mouth to borrow how much? Chen Miao said in a conspiratorial manner. Qin Xuan was also a little speechless by this woman. It seems that this woman stopped. Want to see Chen Ping is not so easy. However, this store must be bought. Not because Chen Miao delayed his plans. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan didn't hesitate and directly shouted, this Star City real estate has no other sales besides this woman? With Qin Xuan's voice, a man in his 30s heard the sound and hurriedly walked out, saying, what's wrong with this gentleman? This man was none other than the sales manager of Star City Real Estate called Feng Yong. I want to buy a store. Can you change the sales to a more normal one? It's best to call Zheng Ping here, Qin Xuan said with a displeased face. Upon hearing this, Feng Yong hurriedly compensated with a smile and said, oops, sorry, I'll call Zheng Ping for you. Manager Feng, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's just here to cause trouble. Quickly blow him out. Chen Miao immediately opened her mouth. Feng Yong hurriedly pulled Chen Miao aside and said, Miao, my aunt, don't add to the chaos. This hasn't opened for a few days. It's not easy for a customer to come. What customer? Do you know who he is? His name is Qin Xuan. He's the douchebag I told you about before who often borrows money from Zheng Ping. Chen Miao said. Upon hearing this, Feng Yong glanced at Qin Xuan. Are you saying that he came to borrow money from Zhang Dalong? In Feng Yong's eyes, Zheng Ping was the real-life version of Wu Delang. After all, who in the company didn't know that this Chen Miao was a wannabe *******? Isn't it? Mentioning this guy I'm angry. Zheng Ping weekdays I let him on the east he dares not go on the west. 2 years ago Zheng Ping in order to this dilettante have dared to talk back to me. Chen Miao mentioning is a face of anger. This made Feng Yong's brows tightened and said, so that's fine. I'll let Xiao Lu come over to receive him and see if he really came to buy a store. If he really is looking for Zhang Dalong to borrow money, it's not too late to blast him out. Superfluous. Chen Miao clasped her hands on her chest, blankly glanced at her, and was not in much trouble. Xiao Lu, come here for a moment. Feng Yong beckoned towards a girl in the distance. Not long after, a girl wearing a uniform with a slim figure walked over. The girl was not very old, 9 years old. Although the girl was wearing a uniform, her behavior and demeanor was as plain as possible, not like the kind of people in the society who wore heavy makeup. She should be a student who had just started college. Manager Feng, you're looking for me? The girl came and timidly said, you go receive that customer and tell him that Zheng Ping is off today. Feng Yong said, good. The girl nodded before walking towards Qin Xuan with a timid smile. Chapter 77, 200 sets. Full payment. Looking at someone to receive Qin Xuan, Chen Miao and Feng Yong then left. Hello sir, Zheng Ping is not working today. You want to buy a store I can help you look. The girl was obviously not sophisticated enough and spoke with a voice like a mosquito. And the first time also did not arrange for Qin Xuan to be seated, and did not even ask for your name. even if Shang Pingjin isn't here. Qin Chuan nodded and added, find a place to sit down. I have a bigger business this time. Ah, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir, please sit down. My name is Lu Sweet. Just call me Little Lu. Sir, what's your name? The girl reacted and hurriedly arranged for Qin Chuan to be seated. After Qin Chuan sat down, he said, Surname Qin. I want to buy the stores in the old street of the western city. Okay, Mr. Qin, wait a moment. I'll check. Lu Sweetness nodded, then opened her computer and poked on the keyboard with her one finger's end, and began to pull up the information of the stores. Qin Chuan looked at Lu Sweetie's clumsy appearance and said, looking at your age you should be in college. Why aren't you in school and running to work here? Being asked, Lu Sweetness smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't have the money to pay tuition, so I applied for a deferment. Well, home shouldn't be from Suong. Qin Chuan asked again. Yes, I'm not a local. My hometown is very remote, so Mr. Qin might not know it even if I say it. The girl smiled somewhat coyly. Qin Chuan nodded and said, don't check. It's too slow. Just tell me how much a store costs. Okay, the stores in the old street of Xiqing are currently 2,300,000 a set, but now that we're doing activities, one set is discounted by 300,000, and the full payment is only 2 million. Lu Sweetness spoke. Okay, 200 sets, I'll take all of them. Here's the bank card. Full payment. Now go hit the contract. I'm in a hurry. Qin Chuan took out his bank card and spoke. Okay, wait, how many sets did you say? Lu Sweetness was obviously shocked by Qin Chuan's words, and thought she was hallucinating. 200 sets, totaling $400 million, correct? Qin Chuan said. Hiss. This girl who ran to gather tuition fees for the sake of her studies opened her eyes wide and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Her legs were somewhat trembling at the moment as she could not stand. Her small face was even red, feeling like she was dreaming. After all, this is 400 million according to her new employee's 2% commission. That was a reward of $8 million. Knock, knock. Qin Chuan knocked on the table and said, what are you still waiting for? Yes, I'll go get the contract. Mr. Qin, please wait. Lu Sweetness panicked and walked towards the manager's office, even walking with a bit of flutter. After all, this kind of pie in the sky thing, I'm afraid I can't calm down on anyone. 8 million for her poor people, struggle for 2 lifetimes may not be able to earn. Feng Yong, who is currently in the office, is drinking coffee while chatting with Chen Miaomiao. Chatting is chatting. Feng Yong's hand also occasionally pinched Chen Miaomiao's thigh a few times. The two of them looked quite ambiguous. Right at this moment, Chen Sweetie also walked in a panic and said, Manager, what's wrong? Yelling, Feng Yong immediately put his hand back and said, it's not. He said he wants to buy 200 sets of stores in the old West City Street. Let me come and get the contract. Lu Sweetness said rather excitedly. But, Feng Yong's coffee in his mouth spewed out on the spot, saying, what did you say? 200 sets? That's $400 million. Are you sure that kid is not amusing you? No, his bank card was given to me. The girl held the card and spoke. Feng Yong, Chen Miaomiao. Chapter 78, Changing Face in a Second. Feng Yong and Chen Miaomiao revealed shocked expressions almost simultaneously as they heard Lu Tiantian's words. What a joke! 200 sets of stores in the old West City Street. That's worth $400 million. Where does this guy have that much money? Chen Miaomiao directly stood up from the sofa. Feng Yong was also skeptical at this moment and immediately took out the contract from the side and said, go, now go and take a look. Saying this, a line of 3 people all followed out. Chen Miaomiao was the first to come out and seeing Qin Chuan, said, Qin Chuan, what are you messing with? How could you possibly have $400 million? And you're still buying the birdless old West City Street? Are you playing? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned slightly and said, what do you care how I have the money? Also, is this how you, Star City Real Estate, talk to your big customers? Can I buy it? If I can't, I'll change places. There's more than one Star City Real Estate in Suhang. Upon hearing this, Feng Yong hurriedly replaced his smiling face and said, oops, Mr. Qin, you calm down. Xiao Lu, what are you waiting for? Quickly go and pour water. But I still have to sign a contract with Mr. Qin. Lu Sweetness flinched and said, I'll sign the contract. What would a new employee like you know? Feng Yong hurriedly scolded. This was a big business of $400 million. As a manager, he is entitled to 5 points of commission, just like the old employees. If this contract is signed, it will be $20 million of commission. For Feng Yong, this was enough to feed and clothe him for the rest of his life. So in this case, it is definitely necessary to grab the order. However, Lu Sweetness was aggrieved, but she didn't dare to disobey. Seeing this, Qin Chuan furrowed his brows slightly and said, Manager Feng, Did I say that I want to sign a contract with you? Ah, this. Feng Yong froze on the spot. At this moment, Chen Miaomia was watching in shock. This Qin Chuan was actually really here to buy stores. He even bought 200 sets at once? My goodness. What did he do? Surprisingly, he let go of $20 million for nothing. Brother Qin, I was confused before. Don't mind me. I'll go call Zheng Ping. Chen Miaomia's face changed in a second. Although it was said that her family was superior and her father was a shareholder of Star City Real Estate, but if she wanted to earn 2,000 that would take 5 or 6 years. Didn't you say that Zheng Ping is not here? It turns out he's here, but I've agreed to sign with Xiaolu. Qin Chuan's gaze lifted lightly as he coldly said. At these words, Chen Miaomia was crying without tears. Her intestines were repentant, saying, Don't Brother Qin, Zheng Ping is your good brother. How can you let an outsider earn this money? Oh, didn't you just say that you don't lack these few dollars? It just so happens that this little Lu lacks tuition fees. Right as a good deed, Qin Chuan said carelessly. Hearing this, Chen Miaomia wanted to die at the moment, saying, Don't sign it. I'll call Zheng Ping, said Chen Miaomia hurriedly took out her cell phone and immediately dialed Zheng Ping's phone. At this time, Zheng Ping was organizing the contract in the second floor office. Hello? What's wrong? Zheng Ping picked up and said, Zheng Ping, don't you come down yet. Qin Chuan is here. Chen Miaomia yelled. This roar was originally shouted by Chen Miaomia in a hurry, but to Zheng Ping's ears, it sounded as if he was going to fight Qin Chuan. Chen Miaomia, are you driving Qin away again? Don't you mess around. I'll be right down. Zheng Ping immediately hung up the phone, put down the contract at hand and hurriedly ran down. Zheng Ping was 23, a year younger than Qin Chuan, with a straight body and handsome appearance, and was considered to be at the level of a handsome man. Chapter 79 Good Brothers for Life. When Zheng Ping went downstairs, he saw Qin Chuan downstairs at a glance, and immediately went forward. Brother Qin, you finally gave up coming to me. Looking at Zheng Ping's excited face, Qin Chuan smiled and said, Good brother, long time no see. Zheng Ping, that was 3 steps into 2 steps, came over, that was filled with tears, said, Brother Qin, what happened to you during this period of time? You didn't answer my phone calls. I went to the place where you live. The landlord said that you moved away. I thought that you didn't recognize me as a brother. Looking at Zheng Ping's brotherly love from the heart, Qin Chuan was also quite touched. It seems that in this world there are only parents and Zheng Ping who don't care about their past. No matter what he was like before, Zheng Ping never changed. Qin Chuan and Zheng Ping are high school classmates, but also the same table, because Zheng Ping is from the countryside. So when the school was bullied, Qin Chuan stood up every time to protect Zheng Ping. It was also for this reason that Zheng Ping was very respectful to Qin Chuan, and had always treated him as his own big brother. How could it be? One day is a good brother. For life. Qin Chuan patted Zheng Ping's shoulder and laughed. Zheng Ping glanced at Chen Miaomia and the others, then hurriedly pulled Qin Chuan aside and whispered, Brother Qin, is it difficult? I just sent the bonus yesterday. Chen Miaomia hasn't confiscated it yet, although it's not much, only $2,000, but it can be used for emergencies. Not enough for me to think of a way. Looking at Zheng Ping's disappearance, Qin Chuan's eyes flowed out a touching. His good brother. Really think of themselves everywhere. No need. I don't have any difficulties. Qin Chuan opened his mouth and laughed. Hearing this, Zheng Ping immediately said angrily, Did Miaomia the shrewish woman humiliate you? That woman, I will divorce her sooner or later. Looking at Zheng Ping's furious demeanor, Qin Chuan immediately looked helpless and said, I didn't see you before because I was afraid of ruining your life. As soon as these words came out, Zheng Ping immediately revealed a few moments of hatred and said, Brother Qin, Chen Miaomia and I don't have any feelings at all. If it wasn't for the fact that my parents forced me to die, would I have married her? The biggest mistake I did in my life was marrying her. Do you know how many wild men she has found behind her back? I hate that I'm incapable of getting out of this marriage. I might as well die. Speaking of this Chen Ping marrying Chen Miaomia, it was a complete mismatch. Chen's family is superior, and Zheng Ping is a poor mountain valley out to the big city. Zheng Ping thought by virtue of their own fight can mix a career. After all, Zheng Ping is a bachelor's degree. Study or financial aspects of the profession has always been the school's top students, many times by the university professor praise. But the fact proves that even if you have the ability, no background does not matter. In this society is also difficult to move forward. Zheng Ping's father was seriously ill and in urgent need of medical expenses. It is Chen Miaomia looked at Zheng Ping. Out of the 300,000 medical expenses, it can be said that Zheng Ping is the price of 300,000 to sell themselves. Let Zheng Ping suffered a lot. There was no status at home, not to mention that he was also squeezed by his in-laws at every turn. Let's not talk about these sad things. Brother Qin, did you come to find me for something? Zheng Ping asked slowly. I came to buy a store, Qin Chuan said. Shops? Zheng Ping was flabbergasted for a moment. Chen Miao, who was at this time, came over and said, Zhang Ping, you and Qin are good brothers. You quickly persuade him to sign a contract with you. This fertilizer doesn't stay in outsiders' fields. Hearing this, Zheng Ping is also a little confused. This Qin brother every time to find him is to borrow money. Never exception. This how to suddenly buy stores? And this Chen Miao's attitude, what is the situation? Qin brother are called on? Chapter 80 immediately sign. What fertilizer does not flow to outsiders' fields? You give me a clear explanation. Zhang Ping said. Chen Miao hurriedly said. Qin Chuan had to sign with Sweet Lu. What does she know as a newcomer? The commission is so low. This buy stores definitely want to sign with us. At this time, Sweet Lu looked at their words, but also unconsciously lowered his head. Seems to think that this contract is certainly not signed. After all, this big customer and Zhang Ping were good brothers. How could it not be her turn? Brother Qin, why am I a bit confused? Zheng Ping was obviously a bit confused. Qin Chuan said, I came to find you because I wanted to buy stores from you, but they all said you weren't at the company, so I had to find someone else. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping immediately understood what was going on and said, Chen Miao, was it you who stopped Brother Qin? With that attitude you used to have towards Brother Qin, it's only right that he doesn't sign a contract with you. When Chen Miao heard this, she immediately became anxious and said, Zheng Ping, are you not stupid? Do you know how many he's going to buy? 200 sets of stores. If he signs with you, the commission will be $20 million. What? Zheng Ping thought he was hallucinating when he heard this figure, and was dumbfounded on the spot, adding, really? Looking at Zheng Ping's unbelievable face, Qin Chuan suddenly got serious and said, Zhang Ping, I do want to buy 200 sets of stores from you, but after hearing you say so much, I also understand your situation, so I won't sign this contract with you. Zheng Ping was flabbergasted for a moment, but then said, understood, Brother Qin can sign it at whoever he wants. Zheng Ping also knew that, not to mention $20 million, even if the $200 million of commission had nothing to do with him, because his salary card, everything he had was at Chen Miao's place. Even if he signed it, the money would still fall into Chen Miao's hands. But Chen Miao was not happy, and angrily said on the spot, Zhang Ping, you wimp, you helped Qin Chuan so much in the beginning, and now that he has the opportunity to get rich he doesn't think of you at all. This is what you call a good brother. Can we still get along? Qin wants to do whatever he wants to do. You're in too much control. Zheng Ping immediately droned. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate at the moment and looked at Lu Tiantian, saying, sign the contract. Do you really want to sign with me? Lu's sweetheart froze on the spot, originally thought that this deal was missed, but didn't realize that the other party really wanted to sign with her. Sign immediately, Qin Chuan said. Mr. Qin, I really don't know how to thank you. Lu's sweetheart's eyes were fluorescent as she looked at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, study hard and serve your country and society. That's how you can thank me. Aha! I will definitely study hard. Lu's sweetness was touched with snot and tears. Chen Miao, who saw this scene at this moment, immediately became anxious and said on the spot, Zhang Ping, you little cutie. Wimp, if you don't grab this list today, I'll give you a divorce. At that, Zheng Ping didn't want to lose face in front of Qin Chuan at the moment, and immediately said, divorce or divorce? Am I afraid of you? What? You, say that again? Chen Miao was dumbfounded on the spot. This Zheng Ping dared to mention divorce? Don't you want a divorce? I've had enough of it a long time ago. Don't think I don't know that you are looking for a wild man outside. At this moment, Zheng Ping almost vented all the pent-up anger he had suffered in the past few years. Chen Miao looked at Zheng Ping with an unbelievable face and said, good, you're patient. I'm going to call my father. I'll see if you still dare to divorce me. Upon hearing that he was going to call Chen Miao's father, Zheng Ping instinctively shuddered and seemed a bit intimidated. Chapter 81, no one can move you if I'm here. The original Zheng Ping's words of anger, but it made Chen Miao serious, immediately picking up the cell phone to call her father. This scene scared Zheng Ping so much that his face turned white and said, Brother Qin, go ahead when your contract is signed. I'll be looking for you when I have time. Why? I was thinking we'd go out for a walk. I'm in a time of need. There's a position that's very suitable for you, so you don't have to stay here and suffer from a harbor. Qin Chuan said slowly. This Zheng Ping was originally majoring in finance and economics. With strong business skills, Qin Chuan's current Tianhui mansion lacked a capable general manager. He believes that as long as you give a platform, this Zheng Ping will never let him down. Once Zheng Ping out of the real skills, and the 20 million commission compared to, that is just a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Zheng Ping were to listen to Qin Xuan's words. He is still worried about his old man. This Chen Miao's father is called Chen Delong. Young Time is a social mixer. That is tattooed all over the shoulder dragons. Looks more fierce and vicious. At first Zheng Ping was just a few words with Chen Miao. Was Chen Delong a slap a few days did not slow down. Brother Qin, listen to me. Go back first. I don't want to involve you. Zheng Ping spoke. At this time, Chen Miao also inherited Chen Dalong's temper and immediately said, Feng Yong, what are you waiting for? Close the door. I want to see if this loser dares to divorce me today. See if I don't cripple him. Seeing Chen Miao's ferociousness, Feng Yong also grinned. He had just been holding a grudge against Qin Xuan for not looking for him to sign, and had to find a newcomer, and immediately closed the door. Seeing the situation, Zheng Ping's body was involuntarily trembling, saying, Chen Miao, don't mess around. This is a society of law and order. I'll call the police if you dare to mess around. Yo, still calling the police? Do you really think that Qin Xuan has $2 and has the ability to rely on you now? He's not doing his job. He eats, drinks and gambles. Maybe he stole this $400 million from somewhere and gambled it. It's definitely not clean. Chen Miao said in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Miao, what the hell do you want? Zheng Ping was also a bit scared. Kneel down and apologize to me. Kneel immediately. Otherwise, when my father comes later, he'll make you all suffer. Chen Miao said angrily. Zheng Ping gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to put up any resistance, and even his knees began to slowly bend down. It seemed that Zheng Ping had long been subdued by Chen Miao over the years. Zheng Ping, what are you doing? Qin Xuan immediately picked up Zheng Ping and said. Zheng Ping's eyes were red as he said, Brother Qin, her father we can't afford to mess with. I don't want to involve you. Good brother, with me here today, no one can touch you. Don't worry. Qin Xuan opened his mouth and comforted. Zheng Ping looked at Qin Xuan, and seemed to be shocked by the other party's aura for a certain moment, as if the one standing in front of him at the moment was not the same Qin brother at the beginning. Rather, it was someone whose city was so deep that he could not see through it. Buzz. Just as Qin Xuan was talking, a roar of an engine suddenly came from outside the house. A modified Range Rover pulled up in front of the store, and as the door opened, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s wearing a suit with sunglasses walked down. The man was bald, and the tattoo of an over-the-shoulder dragon could even be vaguely seen on his neck, which was Chen Miao's father, Chen Dalong. Just getting off the car, Chen Dalong was walking towards the store with an angry face, saying, What door is closed in broad daylight? Open the door for me. Chapter 82, Do you still need a helper? As Chen Dalong shouted out this voice, Zheng Ping in the room obviously trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Feng Yong at this time was also bumbling to open the door. Chen Dalong touched his bald head and walked in with a bold face. When Chen Miao saw Chen Dalong walk in, she immediately cried out with an aggrieved face, Dad, you finally come. Zheng Ping bullied me and wants to divorce me. You have to make a decision for me. What? This dog is bullying you and wants to divorce you? Has he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? Chen Dalong's bull's eye-like pupils glared as he drank. Zheng Ping looked at Chen Dalong's ferocious face, and was also scared out of his wits, hurriedly saying, Dad, it's not what you think. It was Miao who filed for divorce first, and she has also done quite a few things that she has wronged me. When Chen Dalong heard this, he immediately walked to Zheng Ping with a few strides, tilted his head, and stuck his ear over, saying, What did you say? Say it again? Zheng Ping's heart was beating out of his chest at the moment. He had talked back to Chen Miao last time and had also said that Chen Miao might be looking for other men outside, but as a result, he was slapped by Chen Dalong for a few days and didn't get over it. Even Chen Dalong had said such shameless words as, his precious daughter can find a few if she wants to. Now that Zheng Ping had mentioned it once again, he was afraid that a slap would definitely be inevitable. Qin Xuan stood in place to take in this scene, and that expression that had always been gentle and elegant also became as gloomy as iron at this moment. Dad, Zheng Ping was speechless for a moment. Dad, this guy is a loser. No fart skills, but it pisses me off. You can teach him a good lesson. Chen Miao cried as she added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. Chen Dalong directly lifted his palm and said, Bring your face to me, immediately. Zheng Ping's throat rolled dryly for a moment. Clearly a 7-foot man, but facing his father-in-law's bullying, he was defenseless. Just as Zheng Ping's uncontrollable steps were ready to go forward, Qin Xuan's hand was suddenly on Zheng Ping's shoulder, saying, Zheng Ping, a man has to live out a man's appearance out a week, in exchange for only the endless bullying of others. Have you forgotten what I said to you before? Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Zheng Ping's footsteps suddenly stopped. Yo, can't you see that your kid even found a helper? Chen Dalong looked at Qin Xuan and immediately revealed a playful smile. Although Qin Xuan appeared to have a straight body, he did not have too many muscles, nor did he have much of a sense of oppression. Compared to him, who had a large bladder of horizontal meat, he was far too poor. Under the same body size, youths were definitely unable to beat middle-aged people. Not to mention that Chen Daolong had been a social mixer earlier in his life, and was full of toned muscles. Dad, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Qin, Zhang Ping said. I told you to stick your face out. Are you deaf? Chen Daolong's face suddenly sank at this moment, and he immediately raised his palm to slap towards Zhang Ping's face. Phew! Ka! However, Chen Daolong's palm was only 10 centimeters away from Chen Ping's face, but it was suddenly gripped by a hand on his wrist in a death grip. My good brother isn't something you can hit, Qin Xuan said with a morose chill as he grabbed Chen Daolong's wrist. This sudden scene caused the surrounding people to be startled. Even Chen Daolong was a bit surprised. The other party had caught his hand? Originally, Chen Daolong wanted to break free, but he realized that the other party's seemingly unarmed bodies seemed to have endless strength. Chapter 83, Try moving a little? In his last life, Qin Xuan had learned the air condensation decision, a secret skill that, as long as it was practiced, would constantly generate air within his body and even invoke the power of nature to strengthen himself. Don't look at this moment. Qin Xuan seems to have no muscles, but in fact, his strength is boundless, not to mention a Chen Daolong. Even 10 or 20 of them would not be a match. You bastard! Chen Daolong was grabbed by Qin Xuan's wrist, and realized that the other party was getting harder and harder, and his wrist also had a faint stinging pain. Snap! Qin Xuan didn't hesitate at all, flinging his hand towards Chen Daolong's face that was full of horizontal meat and slapped it. It was this slap that made Chen Daolong dizzy, staggering back several steps, holding onto the table behind him before he could barely stand still. Hiss! Qin Xuan's slap was so loud that it caused Zhang Ping, who was on the side, to take a step back in fear, and Chen Miaomio and Feng Yong and the others were even more shocked with their jaws dropping. Qin Xuan dared to make a move against Chen Daolong? Getting tired of living. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You dog dare to hit me? Chen Daolong felt the fiery pain on the right side of his face and immediately cursed angrily. Who did you call a dog? Say it again? Qin Xuan followed Chen Daolong's example and tilted his head to put his ear over. Chen Daolong looked at Qin Xuan's expression and immediately became furious. Damn! It's against the heavens! Chen Daolong directly grabbed the computer monitor on the table and was going to argue towards Qin Xuan. Boom! But before the monitor could be swung up, it was kicked in the abdomen by Qin Xuan lifting his leg. Cough! Chen Daolong was kicked on the spot and knelt on the ground, covering his stomach with a dry cough, then hurriedly raised his hand and said, Don't fight, don't fight. I admit my weakness. Seeing Chen Daolong's deceptive and fearful deplorable appearance, Qin Xuan was also too lazy to make a move. You dare to hit my father. I'll fight you. But Chen Miaomio on the side was not happy. Qin Xuan looked at Chen Miaomio, who had walked up to him and was about to grab him, and looked at Zhang Ping, saying, Zhang Ping, teach your own wife a lesson. Zhang Ping reacted from disoriented. That was a face of anger. If before he didn't dare at all, but now there was Brother Qin to help him out. What was he afraid of? Just like back then in school, whenever he was bullied, Qin Xuan would always appear in front of him. Stinking woman. Looking for a wild man behind my back. I've had enough of this for a long time. Zhang Ping directly stepped forward and pulled Chen Miaomio's hair and directly pressed it to the ground. Aha! Zhang Ping, you dare to hit me. Chen Miaomio was held down on the ground and instantly spilled her guts. Snap! Snap! Slap! Zhang Ping then swung his palm up and slapped it towards Chen Miaomio's face, as if he wanted to vent out all the anger he had accumulated over the years. Almost instantly, Chen Miaomio was slapped on her face and turned her head towards Feng Yong, saying, Feng Yong, what are you waiting for? Don't come and help me. Seeing his lover being beaten, Feng Yong was immediately hot-blooded and was about to go forward to pull Zhang Ping away. Try moving? Qin Xuan looked at Feng Yong again. Gulp! Feng Yong's throat rolled dryly and froze, not daring to move forward. After all, this Chen Daolong had been knocked to the ground by Qin Xuan's 3 punches and 2 kicks. He was still not as good as Chen Daolong. Wasn't this going up purely looking for death? Feng Yong, you loser! Chen Miaomio instantly cursed angrily, then wailed, Oh, Zhang Ping, don't fight. I won't dare anymore. Divorce. Zhang Ping said angrily on the spot after venting together. Zhang Ping, you heartless guy, when your father was sick, or Miaomia took the money to cure him. Now you say divorce on divorce? At this moment, Chen Daolong covered his stomach and said, Still have the face to say, I haven't left a single penny of the money I've earned from working all these years. I should have had $500,000 a long time ago. What I owe has long been paid off. Zhang Ping Han roared angrily. Chapter 84, I'm finally free. After being beaten up by Zhang Ping, Chen Daolong did not dare to say anything. After all, At this moment Qin Chuan was still staring at him with a fierce face. Chen Daolong knew that he had kicked the iron plate. Chen Miao Miao. I will apply to the court for a divorce. From now on I have no relationship with you. Zhang Ping said angrily. Zhang Ping, you have to think clearly. Right now your job everything you have is from me. If you divorce Miao Miao, what will your parents in the countryside take to support them? Chen Daolong could only generalize Zhang Ping's parents at this moment. Hearing this, Zhang Ping clenched his fists. Although it is said that these years he is not as good as he would like, but at least every month's bonus Zhang Ping will leave a part of it to send to his parents in the countryside. Once the divorce himself definitely could not do it here. Then he would be unemployed. That's right, Zhang Ping, just divorce me. My dad knows a lot of people in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so you won't be able to find a job when the time comes. Chen Miaomia covered her face in anger. At this time, Qin Chuan slowly walked up and said, Zhang Ping, there is another thing I came here for this time. My company now lacks a general manager. Follow me. With your strength, being worth tens of billions in the future is not a problem. Suddenly hearing this, Zhang Ping was flabbergasted for a moment and said, Company? Brother Qin has opened a company? I'm the chairman of Tianhui Mansion now. Qin Chuan said calmly. Hiss. At these words, Chen Miaomio and Chen Daolong on the side were dumbfounded on the spot. The chairman of Tianhui Mansion was actually Qin Chuan? When did he become the chairman? No wonder he was so rich. Brother Qin, you disappeared for so long. How did you suddenly become the chairman? Zhang Ping was stunned. It's a long story. I'll talk to you slowly later. Qin Chuan finished and added. Go, do whatever you want in the future. There's all kinds of women who want what they want. Aha! I believe in Brother Qin. Zhang Ping nodded heavily. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Now that the general manager was available, he could have a trusted person by his side to help him manage Tianhui Mansion. Zhang Ping, don't you go. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I beg you to forgive me. Chen Miaomiao panicked when she heard that Qin Chuan was the chairman of Tianhui Mansion and was going to promote Zhang Ping to general manager. This Tianhui Mansion could have more potential than this tiny Star City property. Don't be cheeky, Zhang Ping said angrily on the spot, then followed Qin Chuan towards the outside of the house. Looking at Zhang Ping who didn't return, Chen Miaomie was incredibly remorseful, bawling, but it was too late to cry. And Chen Daolong is more half a day did not slow down God, even in how to regret. There is no way to undo it. At this moment, Zhang Ping, who walked out of the Star City real estate, laughed loudly. Ha ha, I'm finally free. I'm finally free. I don't have to suffer from that family's anger anymore. Cool. Looking at Zhang Ping's hysterical laughter, Qin Chuan was also happy for his good brother from the bottom of his heart. After all, in this city, Qin Chuan had only one true friend. Let's not get drunk at night. Qin Chuan put his arm around Zhang Ping's shoulder and laughed. Good. Zhang Ping nodded heavily. Ding ding ding. Just then, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang, and it was Xia Chan who called. Hello? Qin Chuan said as he picked up. Qin Chuan, did you buy the gift for grandmother? Xia Chan asked. I just bought the stores and I'm planning to prepare them. Qin Chuan said. Good. Go to grandma's house first thing in the morning. Xia Chan said. Okay, Qin Chuan said before hanging up the phone. He was ready to go pick out a gift for his grandma. Chapter 85, Jade Goddess of Mercy. Zhang Ping, accompany me to a place. Qin Chuan said. Okay, I'll get the car. Zhang Ping said and headed towards his Volkswagen Santana. The two of them left the Star City property and went to the largest jade store in Suzhou Hangzhou, where Qin Chuan was going to buy a jade Buddha as a gift. This Xia Chan's maternal grandmother Li Xiao, more than 70 years old, a lifelong believer in Buddhism, and believe in Buddhism to a fairly exaggerated degree. Every day will recite sutras to pray for blessings, probably because of her belief in Buddhism. Li Xiao was very kind, and every time she saw Qin Chuan, she would hold his hand and chatter about her family. After all, Xia Chan was brought up by Li Xiao, so Xia Chan was very virtuous and sensible under Li Xiao's influence, much better than her sister Xia Yan. Qin Chuan is also very grateful to Li Xiao for cultivating such an understanding wife for himself, so naturally this gift couldn't be shabby. Brother Qin, what are we doing here at the jade shop? Zhang Ping asked as he looked up at the distant street. Buying a piece of jade. Let's go, Qin Chuan said and walked in. Jade Row was just a street with roughly dozens of jade stores, specializing in selling and customizing some jade items. Qin Chuan went straight to the biggest store called Ancient Jade Pavilion. This Ancient Jade Pavilion was very famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou, especially some customized Buddha statues and jade artifacts, which were loved by many rich people. Qin Chuan walked into the store and an old man in a work uniform with presbyopic glasses walked out and said, Two of you, what would you like to buy? This old man was the boss of the Ancient Jade Pavilion, called Lu Dongshang, a far-famed master carver. His technique was very exquisite. and the carved jade ornaments were so lifelike. However, there was no one in the upper class who did not recognize him, and in his previous life, Qin Xuan had once customized a jade mountain pendant from him. I want to customize a jade goddess of mercy. Qin Xuan spoke. Okay, how big do you want it? Lu Dongxing glanced at Qin Xuan. With his years of dealing with people from the upper class, he naturally saw at a glance that Qin Xuan had a good temperament. If possible, with the addition of the lotus seat, the height can not only be lower than 1 meter 9. Qin Xuan spoke. Zhang Ping, who was standing at the side at the moment, was also shocked. A 1 meter 9 jade statue? How expensive should that be? Yes, come pick it up in a month. Lu Dongxing said. Master Lu, is there any spot? I'm in a hurry. Qin Xuan said. Oh, this gentleman is joking. 1 meter 9 jade statue except the temple who will order. Surely there is no spot. And I'm in the jade. This line is considered the fastest carving. This 1 meter 9 jade statue. I count a few disciples. Overtime at least half a month. Lu Dongxing laughed. Qin Xuan frowned. Indeed, how is it possible to carve a 1 meter 9 jade goddess of mercy in this one day? Then don't 1 meter 9. 1 meter 7. 1 meter 8 will do. Qin Xuan said. I do have a jade goddess of mercy here. It was customized by someone some time ago, but that person didn't want it after a temporary accident. It's only 1 meter 6.5, without the lotus seat. Do you think it's okay? Lu Dongxing said. Then add a lotus seat. With Master Lu's level, it shouldn't be difficult to carve a lotus seat in a day. Qin Xuan laughed. Suddenly hearing this, Lu Dongxing was flabbergasted for a moment and said, This gentleman, it seems like the two of us don't know each other. Why are you so familiar with me? He, who doesn't know Master Lu's great name? Qin Xuan laughed. Ha ha, okay, then add a lotus seat. Delivery at 9 tomorrow morning. Lu Dongxing laughed. With his Lu Dongxing's hand speed, with the addition of a few disciples, it was still very simple to carve a lotus seed in one night. Chapter 86 White Jade is flawless. Okay, then I'll take a look at the Jade Goddess of Mercy first, Qin Xuan said. Alright, Lu Dongxing nodded, then walked aside to a jade covered with a dust cloth and slowly dropped it. Instantly, a 1 meter 6.5, lifelike Jade Goddess of Mercy holding a jade purification vase came into view. When Qin Xuan saw this, he also smacked his lips. A master is a master. This carving was extremely exquisite. The entire Jade Goddess of Mercy is natural. The so-called white jade is flawless. So apt. The side of Zhang Ping see here, is also rushed forward, hands together bow. Then asked, this Jade Goddess of Mercy to how much money? Together with the lotus seat, $25 million. But you have to pay a $5 million deposit first. Lu Dongxing said. Hiss. Zhang Ping immediately drew a breath of cool air and said, 25 million. Gosh, simply outrageously expensive. But to Qin Xuan, it was definitely worth every penny. After all, as long as grandma likes it, expensive is expensive. Swipe your card, Qin Xuan said as he took out his bank card. It had to be said that the money was too good to spend. 500 million. Buying stores cost 400 million. And now it cost 25 million. But money was the best thing to earn for Qin Xuan, so he didn't care at all either. But this can put aside the Zhang Ping look silly. Their brother Qin is now really enough luxury. As if this money is just a string of numbers in his eyes. Qin Xuan cheerfully paid the deposit, and only then left satisfied. Wait until tomorrow's grandma's birthday banquet and let Xiaochan personally lift the dustcloth in front of all her relatives and friends. Qin Xuan believed that not only would grandma be overjoyed, but Xiaochan would also be able to spit out a mouthful of bad breath in front of her relatives and friends. After all, in the past, at grandma's birthday banquet, Xiaochan had never been able to raise her head in front of her relatives and friends. After finishing his business, Qin Xuan took Zhang Ping and prepared to return to Tianhui Mansion so that he could be inducted as the general manager. Right after Qin Xuan left, Lu Dongxing started to work on getting a few disciples to start building the lotus seat. But just then, two people walked into the store. A woman who was over half 100 years old but dressed in a very foreign style, and a grandmother on crutches. Although the grandmother was over 70 years old with a withered figure, her face full of folds was full of kindness. As the saying goes, beauty is in the bones but not in the skin. Age never fails a beauty. And she must have been a magnificent beauty in her younger days. She was none other than Xia Chan's grandma, Li Xiao, and probably Xia Chan had inherited her grandma's looks. Is the boss busy? Zhang Suilian entered the room and said, not busy. What are you two buying? Lu Dongxing said, I want to buy a Jade Goddess of Mercy pendant. Zhang Suilian said, the pendants are all at the counter. Take a look. Lu Dongxing pointed to the far end. Li Xiao looked at the wide array of jade pendants and was quite fond of them, but when she saw the prices, she said, Suilian, this one small pendant costs thousands. Don't spend so much. Change it. Mom, see what you say. This ancient jade pavilion is very famous. Expensive also have expensive reason. Is not just a few thousand it. As long as you like it, Zhang Suilian said and looked up. But this looked. Zhang Suilian noticed not far away from the 1.6 meters of the jade goddess of mercy. Suddenly a shock. And said, this jade goddess of mercy, how so big? It costs a lot of money. Li Xiu also noticed the lifelike jade goddess of mercy, and immediately felt awe, put down his walking stick, and rushed forward to kneel down and bow and kowtow. Lu Dongsheng said, $25 million, but someone has already ordered it. I just ask. No one said I can't afford it. Zhang Suilian smiled awkwardly, then looked at her mother and added, Mom, what are you doing worshipping her? We can't afford this. How to talk? Don't hit the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva forgive me. The Bodhisattva forgive me. Li Xiu hurriedly bowed, and then added, can't afford to buy but also have to worship. I still saw the first time so big jade goddess of mercy. Chapter 87 Delaying my fortune. Leaving the ancient jade pavilion, Qin Xuan sat in Zhang Ping's car and rushed towards Tianhui Mansion. Zhang Ping, who was driving the car, glanced at Qin Xuan, who was sitting in the back seat in the rearview mirror, and said, Brother Qin, just now in the Star City real estate I didn't think to ask you for a moment. Why did you suddenly think of buying the stores in the old street in the western city? That place is a wasteland. Expensive and no one wants it. Hearing Zhang Ping's words, Qin Xuan laughed. I naturally have my reasons for buying. I heard from the grapevine that in a few years that place is going to build a high-speed train. Once the viaduct replaces the railroad, the old West City Street will definitely flourish again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping was flabbergasted for a moment and said, Really? Why haven't I heard about this? I've often followed some news about the remodeling as well. It must be true. Qin Xuan replied, If you know about it, then wouldn't you be a reborn person for nothing? Zhang Ping pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, Brother Qin, I seem to know when you say this. Wasn't a viaduct being built on the outskirts of Suzhou and Hangzhou some time ago? Suddenly hearing this, Qin Xuan was also stunned and said, What? The suburb of Suzhou Hangzhou is already repairing a viaduct? This made Qin Xuan quite puzzled, since it was already under repair. Why did he wait for more than a year in his last life before it was completed? With Huaxia's title of infrastructure maniac, the speed shouldn't be that slow. Yes, but I heard that it didn't go too well. The pillars there can't stand up, and people often get killed. I guess we have to plan to avoid that river if we can't solve it. It's normal for the speed to be slow, Zhang Ping said. Zhang Ping, your words are crucial. Qin Xuan instantly sobered up. Zhang Ping? Qin Xuan was speechless. After half a day, when Lu Wu called himself last night, he wanted him to help solve the problem of the viaduct, but Lu Wu didn't make it clear. He only said he wanted to fix the bridge. Qin Xuan thought it was just an ordinary bridge. If he could solve the problem of the pillars not being able to stand up, and make the viaduct construction go smoothly, then the speed would surely increase several times. It might be possible to repair the old West City Street in a couple months' time. Once it's built, then the price of one's own stores will definitely double. A set of 2 million will sell for 4 million. Even if he doesn't sell it, renting it out would be a very lucrative rent. Thinking, Qin Xuan immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Wu's number. At this time, Lu Wu was in a state of anxiety, because of the reason that the pillars could not be erected. This made the construction team had to prepare to bypass this big river. Lu Wu started out thinking that once the construction team into the city of Suzhou and Hangzhou, he will be able to contract this big project from the construction bureau. A hard turn on a sum, but now the construction period is certainly extended. Also cancelled, Lu Wu want to contract the subsequent construction intentions. However, just at this moment, his phone suddenly rang, and the one who called was none other than Qin Xuan. This caused Lu Wu to be startled and hurriedly connected. Master Qin, Lu Wu, construction don't bypass that river. I'll go and help you solve the problem the day after tomorrow, Qin Xuan said rather urgently. Hearing this suddenly, Lu Wu was flabbergasted for a moment. How did Master Qin know that the construction is going to bypass the big river? Don't ask me how I know. I'll go the day after tomorrow. Qin Xuan spoke. Master Qin, aren't you out of time? Why are you suddenly coming again? Lu Wu was also puzzled at the moment. That bridge is delaying me from getting rich, Qin Xuan said. Lu Wu, although he wasn't sure what was going on, Lu Wu still said, That's simply great that Master Qin can come. I'll wait for Master Qin then. Chapter 88 Brotherly Love Unrivaled. 2 hours later, Qin Xuan arrived when Tianhui Mansion was almost closed. By the time Zhang Ping got off the bus and looked at the building in front of him, his inner mind was also unable to calm down for a long time. Even Zhang Ping could not believe that his own brother Qin really became the chairman of Tianhui Mansion. It was only when Qin Xuan entered the building and the security guards at the door saluted Qin Xuan and called out to the chairman that Zhang Ping reacted from his shaken mind. Brother Qin, you're too powerful. How on earth did you manage to become the chairman in just 1 or 2 years? Zheng Ping's eyes were filled with shock. Not a year or 2, but a week, Qin Chuan said. What? Zheng Ping instantly froze, his face full of incredulity. Let's go. General Manager Zhang. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and patted Zheng Ping's shoulder. Zheng Ping was still in a bit of a trance at the moment. An hour ago he was a salesman at Star City Real Estate, and an hour later he had directly become the general manager of Tianhui Mansion. Even if he was dreaming, he probably wouldn't dare to do so. Brother Qin, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it if I become the general manager. Zheng Ping was inwardly excited but also accompanied by apprehension. There's nothing I can't do. I've already set the basic development strategy of the company now, so you'll just deal with the daily routine and consider it as a training. In the future, if I start a company, I will have to continue to reuse you. Qin Chuan laughed. Hearing this, Zheng Ping burst into tears and nodded. Brother Qin, thank you. What are you thanking for? These are what you deserve, Qin Chuan said. As the saying goes, in times of trouble you can see true love. Zheng Ping is Qin Chuan's only brother in Suzhou Hanzhou. Their friendship was incomparable to anyone else's. After all, Zheng Ping and Qin Chuan most down and out the most difficult time many times to help. Alone this point, Qin Chuan to Zheng Ping even more is worth it. Waiting for Zheng Ping to arrive at the office, Xia Chan was organizing the documents, which shifted to see Zheng Ping, said, Is it Zheng Ping? Sister-in-law, Zheng Ping shouted with a smile. Starting today, Zheng Ping is the general manager of Tianhui Mansion, Qin Chuan said slowly. Upon hearing this, Xia Chan was flabbergasted for a moment, and then laughed. Really? That's great. It just so happens that the company is lacking in management right now. I don't know anything in the first place, and I also have to deal with so much paperwork every day. So having Zheng Ping to help me out will make it a lot easier. With Xia Chan's words, this makes Zheng Ping, who is still a bit constrained, even more grateful, saying, Sister-in-law, you and Brother Qin are really too good. This makes me a bit uncomfortable. Xia Chan laughed and said, Look at what you said. Some years ago your brother Qin was not doing his job. He couldn't even take out Xiaodia's formula money. Every time he went to look for you you lent him money. Isn't it right to be nice to you? Sister-in-law, you're welcome. Zheng Ping smiled. Knock knock knock. Right at this moment, Li Hao stood at the door and knocked, saying, Chairman, this is the advertising contract that you are going to put recently. You sign it. Originally, this contract delivery was Xia Chan's job, but Xia Chan was not yet familiar with the secretary's business, so it was replaced by Li Hao for the time being. Li Hao, you've come just in time. Take Zheng Ping to the personnel department and let him assume the position of general manager. Qin Chuan took the contract and said, Good. I'll do it. Li Hao nodded. Zheng Ping, don't be formal, just treat this as your own home. Qin Chuan instructed. I know Brother Qin. Zheng Ping nodded. When the two of them left, Xia Chan then came up to Qin Chuan and said, Qin Chuan, where's the gift you bought for Grandma? Let me take a look. I bought it, but it's customized. I can't look at it until tomorrow. Qin Chuan said. Customized? Tomorrow? Xia Chan was flabbergasted for a moment and added, What is it? A pendant? A bracelet? Chapter 89, Old Stories. Looking at Xia Chan with the look of a curious baby, Qin Chuan smiled, then sat down on the boss chair and said while signing the contract, I can only tell you that it's jade. Guess it yourself. I know, it's a jade Buddha, but you'd better return it. Xia Chan suddenly said. The deposit was paid. Why return it? Qin Chuan said. Just now Xia Yan came by and said that Mom took Grandma to buy a gift today as well. It's a pendant jade goddess of mercy. If you also bought the pendant, that's not a duplicate of Mom's. Xia Chan opened her mouth. Qin Chuan laughed and said, Don't worry, it's impossible to duplicate. At least in this part of Suzhou and Hangzhou, it's too difficult to duplicate. Hearing Qin Chuan say that, Xia Chan was even more curious, walked behind Qin Chuan, while helping Qin Chuan pinch his shoulders, said, What is it in the end? You just say it. I would like to know. It's a jade goddess of mercy. It's worth a fortune. Qin Chuan spoke. I thought it was some kind of surprise. All know that Grandma believes in Buddhism. All bought Buddha statues. Xia Chan immediately lost interest. All bought Buddha statues? Qin Chuan was surprised. Xia Chan said, The eldest aunt is the richest. Bought a gold Buddha more than 200,000. The second aunt bought the emerald Buddha beads also 50,000. Mom is afraid to compare, so today took Grandma to buy. You also know, great aunt and second aunt most will compare. Buy if not as good as them. Do not know how to say it. Don't worry, all of their altogether even the edges of what I bought are not enough. Qin Chuan said. This great aunt, two aunts. One called Zhang Ping Ping, one called Zhang Lily. Qin Chuan's impression of them in addition to the acerbic small-minded. There is nothing else. What Qin Chuan remembers the most is that the last time his grandma's birthday, because of the gift from the money borrowed by Xia Chan, he was nagged by them all the time on their lips. Zhang Pingping even said something like, "Xia Chan, you were brought up by your grandma, half a daughter. Just send this stuff? It's too shabby." And Zhang Lili also added, "Raising you for nothing." When she said this in front of so many relatives and friends, Xia Chan was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. If it wasn't for the kindness of her grandmother who had been protecting Xia Chan, she would have been furious and cried. Qin Chuan had not yet opened his mouth to retort, but was also met with their hot and cold ridicule, saying that Qin Chuan was an outsider and had no qualifications to speak. In the end, they were still prejudiced against Qin Chuan. Originally a good birthday banquet, made everyone unhappy. In fact, in the beginning, Zhang Suilian was not so mean to Qin Chuan. After all, in the past, Qin Chuan borrowed money. Zhang Suilian was not ambiguous. It was because of the influence of her two sisters that she was so mean to Qin Chuan, and this also became Xia Chan's heart disease. Every time she saw Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili, she kept her head down and didn't dare to talk. "Not even enough for the edges? You buy $1 million worth of stuff?" Xia Chan said. "More than that." Guess again. Qin Chuan laughed. 2 million? 5 million? Xia Chan looked at Qin Chuan still shaking his head, immediately covered her red lips and said, "Don't you tell me $10 million. Not even close." Qin Chuan said. Xia Chan. Being told by Qin Chuan that way, Xia Chan was confused as to what kind of pendant was more than $10 million. Qin Chuan didn't tell her. After all, if he did, would it still be called a surprise? When the $25 million worth of white jade statue of Goddess of Mercy is delivered to the place tomorrow, it will definitely amaze the whole audience. Originally, Xia Chan would like to continue to get to the bottom of the matter, but the Qin Chuan mouth is very strict, can only be stopped. Chapter 90. Poor in the downtown. No one asked. Raza Day. Early in the morning the next day, Qin Chuan and Xia Chan took Xiaodai to her grandma's house. Since Qin Chuan hadn't bought a car for the time being, he traveled along in Li Hao's car. "Chairman, this little broken car of mine is a bit unimpressive. Sure you want to use my car at this moment?" Li Hao looked at his Audi S6 and said awkwardly, "It's just a substitute. It's fine." Qin Chuan finished and added, "It's not in the company now. There's no need to call the chairman." "Okay, brother." Li Hao was instantly delighted and shouted. Xia Yan on the side also changed the name of that person in the past and said, "Brother-in-law, the words are like this, but you are now the chairman of Tianhui Mansion. How can this be done without a good car? I also want to buy. The key is where to park it, or wait until I'm not busy to buy the house before considering the car," Qin Chuan said. Xia Yan and Li Hao both nodded. Indeed, where Qin Chuan lives now was a hutong. It was hard for three people to walk side by side. Naturally there was no place to park. "Sis, let's go. Mom went early in the morning." Xia Yan said. "Okay, let's go." Xia Chan nodded. Li Xiu lived in a self-built house near the outskirts of Suong, a small three-story house with a single door. The original cold and quiet small building was also lively today. Early in the morning, Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili rushed with their respective families, a full dozen people. These people are well dressed. Men are dressed in suits and dress like successful people. The women, no matter how old they were all wearing exquisite makeup, just like a high society dress. Lily, this Tsuelian is also too unlikable. Yesterday even secretly went behind our backs to prepare a gift for Mom. Promised to give Mom a surprise today. One of the women with a bag and a mole at the corner of her mouth obviously said with some complaints. This woman was the eldest sister of the three sisters. Zhang Pingping. I already knew. It must be that the things we bought were not as good as ours, and we were too embarrassed to take them out in front of us. Another woman with a somewhat bloated figure spoke up, and it was none other than Zhang Lili. Hearing this, Zhang Pingping nodded. So is this we three sisters, counting the oldest three mixed the worst, divorced some years ago with 2 daughters. The eldest daughter Xia Chan married to a loser, all-day work idol, but also on the second daughter Xia Yin at least found a deputy manager as a fiancé. Zhang Lili rushed to answer. Who said it is not? The last time the mother over the birthday. Can be my anger is not light? You say our mother's so old. To help her put Xia Chan raised. This Xia Chan is really, a little bit. Do not miss the old feelings. Every time you look at the delivery of what is, really blind. What is this? You know, a few years ago our mom also gave Xia Chan money behind our backs. Gave a full 30,000 it. Now our mom's body is getting worse day by day, when she can't walk anymore. Is not it necessary for us sisters to take care of it? Why give the money to an unscrupulous niece? Zhang Pingping said with a face of displeasure. They targeted Xia Chan, mainly because of the problem of money. After all, this Li Xiu has no son. after the old cannot move, certainly want to take care of the three sisters, which has money naturally want to leave them. Speaking of which, the reason why Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili put so much blood to send tens of thousands of Buddha gifts, is not mindful of Li Xiu's three-story building? After all, once the demolition, that is a tens of millions of dollars of demolition money, a line of people talking, has arrived at the door. At this time, Zhang Suilian was also rushing out to greet them. Big sister, second sister, you guys are here. Chapter 91, Hot and Cold Sarcasm. Yo, when did Suilian arrive? I thought you hadn't arrived. Big sister Zhang Pingping smiled hypocritically. I came early in the morning. Mom is in the inner room to pay homage to Buddha. It will be ready soon. Quickly enter the house. Zhang Suilian smiled. Only then did a group of people enter the house one after another. However, just after coming in, Zhang Pingping looked around and asked, Suilian, why didn't Xia Chan and Xia Yin come? This grandma's birthday can't not show up. Hearing her elder sister's words, Zhang Suilian hurriedly smiled and said, Xia Yin is arriving soon. It's not the peak period of work, traffic jam on the road. Oh, what about Xia Chan? Zhang Pingping continued to ask. Hearing the mention of Xia Chan, Zhang Suilian didn't know how to answer for a moment. She didn't inform Xia Chan at all. After all, the last time Li Xiu had a birthday, Xia Chan had lost face in front of so many relatives and friends, and she, as a mom, couldn't hang on to her face either. However, when asked, Zhang Suilian could only find an excuse to put it off, saying, Xia Chan is busy at work and can't afford to take a vacation. Excuses. This is also too bad. Right. Xia Chan is mom brought up, counting half a daughter. This own grandma's birthday even face or not show? She's not allowed to organize a banquet, so she can't even bring her mouth for a meal? Zhang Lili immediately got gloomy. In the face of these two sisters' cynicism, Zhang Suilian not only did not help her daughter speak, but also opened her mouth and said, Eldest sister and second sister, don't be angry. Wait for me to go back to say something about her. It's a little bit unlike words, but Xia Yan is here. Li Hao knows that grandma had a birthday and even spent $20,000 on gifts. Upon hearing this, the two sisters, Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili, had their expressions eased a little. Look at others. Xia Yan. Is not grandma brought up no filial piety? Zhang Pingping said. Yes, Xia Yan, this girl can understand. Li Hao is also very capable. I can count on her. Zhang Suilian mentioned Xia Yan and Li Hao. The smile on her face did not stop, waiting for a group of people into the interior. Into the eyes of the main hall wall hanging a Buddhist painting, but also set up a lot of Buddha. What wooden fish rosary beads, that is everything. It can also be seen that Li Xiu belief in Buddhism has reached the degree of obsession. All came. Quickly sit down. Li Xiu ritual Buddha and, looking at their daughters have brought their families to, is also a smile on the lips. Li Xiu had lost his partner some years earlier, and had always lived alone. This rare birthday, a large family arrived. The heart is naturally happy. However, Li Xiu looked at the crowd and seemed to realize who was missing, and hurriedly said, Suilian, how come I didn't see Xiao Can and Xiao Yan? Haven't they arrived yet? Hearing the mention of Xia Chan, Zhang Pingping hurriedly took over the conversation and said, Mom, Xiao Yan will be here soon. Xia Chan, don't think about it. This good niece of yours is not likely to come today. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuming became significantly worried and said, What's wrong? What happened to Xiao Chan? She said she was busy and couldn't take off her vacation. Really? She didn't even show up for her own grandma's birthday, Zhang Pingping said with a displeased face. Hearing this, Li Xiu's face was obviously a little disappointed, but still said, Xiao Chan is under so much pressure, and she still has to bring little butterfly. It's fine. I'll go and see her sometime. Mom, what are you talking about? She's not even coming to your birthday today, and you still want to go see her? Zhang Pingping was instantly displeased. Li Xiu also knew the character of her daughters. There was no one like her. She could only say helplessly, You two as aunts, you don't know how to sympathize with your juniors. Xiao Chan is not easy to live with. So if you can help out, you can help out. Just as Li Xiu just finished speaking, a car outside the house stopped at the intersection. Qin Chuan and the others got out of the car and walked towards the small house. Chapter 92 Gift Giving. Originally, Li Xiu was still feeling sad because she didn't see Xia Chan, but there were 4 people walking outside the door. When Qin Chuan and his entourage arrived at the small house, Xia Chan was the first to enter the house and said with incomparable kindness, Grandma. Li Xiu was still feeling sad because she didn't see Xia Chan, but when she suddenly saw Xia Chan coming, she was overjoyed. Xia Chan is here. Little Butterfly is also here. Tai Lulu. When Xiao Dai saw Li Xiu, she hurriedly ran and pounced on her. Aya, Little Butterfly has grown up again. Look, she looks the same as Little Chan when she was a child. Li Xiu looked at Little Butterfly who jumped into her arms. and was doubly affectionate. However, these fell on Chen Pingping, and Chen Lily's eyes were quite hard to bear. On the side, Zhang Suilian's face immediately darkened when she saw Xia Chan arrive. Obviously, Zhang Suilian did not know the current identities of her daughter and Qin Xuan, so Zhang Suilian's impression of Qin Xuan remained the same as a week ago. This made Zhang Suilian a little angry, which silently tugged Xia Yan on the side and whispered, "Xia Yan, who asked you to tell your sister?" Suddenly hearing this, Xia Yan said, "Mom, how can I not inform my grandma about her birthday? You girl, net doing stupid things." Zhang Suilian was also furious. Xia Yan was flabbergasted for a long time, and seemed to understand what it meant, saying, "Mom, are you afraid that my sister will embarrass you? Don't worry, now my sister is different. My brother-in-law is also different." And, not waiting for Xia Yan to finish her sentence, Zhang Suilian froze on the spot and said, "What did you call Qin Xuan? Brother-in-law? When did you change? Not on the same page as mom anymore?" With Zhang Suilian's series of questions, Xia Yan also had a bitter look on her face. Did she still dare to have a battle line now? After all, Qin Xuan was now holding the power of life and death over his fiancée, and could kick Li Hao out of Tianhui Group with a single word. Just as the mother and daughter were talking, Zhang Pingping on the side saw that the atmosphere was almost over, and this time slowly stepped forward, saying, "Mom, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. It's a golden Buddha made of pure gold." With that, Zhang Pingping took out a brocade box. Inside, a heavy golden Buddha came to life. The weight was definitely enough. As soon as she saw the golden Buddha, Li Xiu was also attracted by the golden Buddha and hurriedly said, "Ping Ping, you seem to have come all the way here, and still take such an expensive gift." "It's not expensive. It's just over $200,000. Zhang Pingping laughed. "More than 200,000 is still not expensive? Mom knows that you have made a lot of money doing business over the years, but there is no need to be so ostentatious and wasteful." Li Xiu said this though, but still took it. That was carefully observed. Zhang Pingping looked at Li Xiu's loving appearance, and also laughed. Seeing this, Zhang Lily on the side also rushed to bring out a small box, saying, "Mom, wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. This emerald Buddha bead is that I found someone to specially polish it. Replace that old one of yours." Receiving the Buddha bead, Li Xiu was equally fond of it. That was full of smiles. Li Xiu's other nieces and nephews also sent their own gifts of great value. The worst also have tens of thousands. At this moment, Zhang Suilian saw that everyone else had started to send gifts, and only then did she poke Xia Yan with her arm and said, "Xia Yan, what about the gifts that you and Li Hao have prepared? Hurry up and take them out." Xia Yan nodded and said, "Li Hao, take out the Buddha painting." Only then did Li Hao take out a roll and said, "Grandma, this is the Buddha painting I asked someone to buy at the temple. It was enlightened by a high priest. It's very spiritual." "Really? Is it that temple?" Li Xiu took the portrait, and it was really a rather dated portrait of Buddha. "Chongguang Temple." Li Hao laughed. "That's really thoughtful. I used to go to Chongguang Temple to beg for a Buddha painting without getting one." Li Xiu looked that was quite satisfied. Chapter 93, We Are Not in the Same Class. Zhang Suilian saw Li Xiu smile, also relieved. After all, he had not earned face in front of this group of relatives and friends in previous years. This time there is Li Hao. Naturally cannot be the same as in previous years. Seeing that all the people have sent their gifts, at this time Zhang Pingping turned her attention to Xia Chan and said, "Xia Chan, this grandma's birthday, what gifts have you prepared? Take it out for everyone to see." "Yes, I thought you are not coming. You can't come empty-handed." Zhang Lily was also adding fuel to the fire. Some of the other cousins were likewise looking at Summer Cicada. Li Xiu, who was overwhelmed by the gifts at the moment, then reacted and hurriedly relieved Xia Chan, saying, "Well, it's almost time. Let's go to the restaurant later." "Mom, Xiao Chan hasn't gotten her gift yet. What's the hurry?" Zhang Pingping laughed. It seemed to be a heartless laugh, but in reality it was just waiting to make Xia Chan make a fool of herself. Zhang Suilian's face immediately drooped, knowing that Xia Chan would not be able to get any decent gifts. However, Xia Chan changed her appearance and said, "Grandma, I let Qin Xuan prepare the gift, and it should be delivered soon." "Yo, it's still being delivered? It won't be a cake," Zhang Pingping said immediately. Zhang Lily said, "What was delivered is definitely a cake." The moment these words came out, everyone was all snickering and laughing. Zhang Suilian's face that was even more instantly darkened, said, "Xia Chan, you came just to come. What cake to buy? Everything in the hotel is ready. No shortage of that." Li Xiu saw Xia Chan's face as a little ugly, said, "I like to eat cake. As long as it is Xiao Chan scent I like. It's okay." Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Grandma, what I prepared for you is not a cake. It's a jade Buddha." Xia Chan specially asked me to customize it. It will be delivered soon. Xia Chan, who was still a bit embarrassed, also exuded a look of gratitude when she heard Qin Chuan relieve her. Jade Buddha, isn't this a heavy purchase? I've already sent a gold Buddha. Zhang Pingping specially raised to emphasize that, in her opinion, it must have been a fake jade Buddha made of artificial jade that was sent, and it was estimated that a few $100s on the market would be enough to buy it. When Xia Chan heard this, she was also a little bit angry. She really could not understand, obviously elders, but why be so harsh and mean to herself? Could it be that just because grandma took $30,000 for her some years ago, it made them so unhappy? Just when Xia Chan was a bit angry, Qin Chuan slowly stepped out, gazed at Zhang Pingping, and said without the slightest bit of mercy, Auntie, the Buddha that you gave away, and the one that I gave away, are not of the same caliber, so don't make a point of saying it, lest it will make you lose face later on. Hiss. The moment Qin Chuan said this, not only did it make Zhang Pingping freeze on the spot, but the people on the side all had a stunned expression. Even Zhang Suelian, who had an iron face on the side, looked incredulous. What did it mean to make Zhang Pingping lose face? What do you mean by making Zhang Pingping lose face? The person who sent it was a gold Buddha worth $200,000. Is it possible that you sent $500,000? What? Make me lose face? Goo. You said this can make great aunt startled. Then I have to see what Buddha. Zhang Pingping will believe Qin Chuan's words, and immediately laughed in a conspiratorial manner. At this time, Li Hao and Xia Yan looked at each other. Both of them had a bitter face. The current Qin Chuan has long been different today. Maybe what will be sent later is a golden Buddha worth millions. Chapter 94, the birthday gift has arrived. Just as Qin Chuan had finished checking the time, his cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? A man on the phone asked. It's me, Qin Chuan said. The jade Buddha you ordered has been delivered to the designated location. Come out and receive it. The man spoke. The person who called was not an onlooker. It was the ancient jade pavilion delivery call. Okay, I'll go out now. Qin Chuan hung up the phone before looking at Li Xiu and said, Grandmother, the congratulatory gift for you has arrived. Go out and take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu was also a bit puzzled, but still got up and walked towards the door with Xia Chan's assistance, and Zhang Pingping and the others all followed closely out, fearing that they would miss something. When the crowd arrived outside the door, they saw a truck parked in front of the house, with 8 strong loaders standing in place waiting. Only on the heavy truck an object covered with a dust cloth looked extremely mysterious. Xiachuan, what are you sending me here? Li Xiu looked at the mysterious object on the truck and also revealed her curiosity. Xia Chan on the side stared with wide eyes, similarly revealing a face full of bewilderment. Xia Chan, help grandma lift it. Qin Chuan smiled. Xia Chan returned to her senses and hurriedly nodded, then walked to the front of the car and casually pulled off the dust cloth. This pull was not too tight, and instantly made a kind of family and friends around them shocked with a face full of shock. Xia Chan was also instantly shocked and covered her red lips, because what was presented in front of them was a jade statue of Goddess of Mercy with a lotus seat of nearly 1 meter 8. This Lu Dongxing, as a master carver, has been using the ancient method of all hand-carved, extreme Qingdao craft to show the beauty of the statue. The angle of the knife, the weight of the hand, the depth of the carving have very high requirements, which should be the sentence. See the basic skills in the smallest place, silent place to hear the thunder, knife instead of pen, set painting, design, carving of the trinity of exquisite works of art. And Zhang Suelian, who had always been dissatisfied with Qin Chuan, after seeing this jade Goddess of Mercy, for the first time, a look full of shock appeared in her eyes. Heavens, Xiao Chuan, is this your birthday gift to me? Li Xiu visibly shuddered at the sight of the Buddha statue, and more than anything else, she was pleasantly surprised. Qin Chuan laughed. It was given to you by Xia Chan. On the other hand, Zhang Pingping, who was on the side, was also lost in thought for quite a while when she saw the sculpture, but jealousy made her react immediately, and she said on the spot, thought it was a gift of something. This is not just a chemical white glue poured fake Guanyin statue, can be worth $5,000? It's also of a higher grade than mine. How can it compare to my golden Buddha? That's right, look at this white jade without a single blemish, pure natural white jade where there is such a big piece. It's obviously fake. Zhang Lily also followed up. When these words came out, it made the already shocked crowd of family and friends have exuded a look of contempt, and one by one, they also began to be gloomy. Still think what a great thing, when it is really a fake jade to fool grandma. That's right, that big piece of fake jade is also taking up space at home. I used to do stone business, so big white jade even a blank is worth more than $10 million. Fake. Identification is complete. The others around have opened their mouths and said. However, at this time, Li Xiu was able to see the difference on this jade Goddess of Mercy, and immediately opened her mouth to say, Xiaochuan, did you buy this at the ancient jade pavilion? Grandmother knows about the ancient jade pavilion? Qin Chuan was also slightly stunned. How could Li Xiu not know? Yesterday, Zhang Zuilian took her to the ancient jade pavilion to buy the pendant that she had also worshipped this jade goddess of mercy Buddha statue. Chapter 95 The Real Surprise. Mom, don't believe his words. What ancient jade pavilion? It's not that I look down on him. Can he afford to buy something from ancient jade pavilion? Zhang Pingping was obviously anxious and spoke. Yes mom. This is worth tens of millions of dollars. It's simply impossible. Zhang Lily also denied it vigorously. Hearing the words of her two daughters, Li Xiu was obviously a bit angry and said, Can I not tell if it's real or fake? Yesterday, Zuilian brought me to the ancient jade pavilion to buy the jade goddess of mercy, and I've seen the statue with my own eyes. Chuilian, is it really fake? With unbelievable eyes, Zhang Pingping looked at Zhang Zuilian who had an equally wonderful face on the side. Zhang Zuilian slowed down and said, It's true, Mom and I have seen it. It's worth $25 million. Hiss. Only after receiving Zhang Zuilian's affirmation did a group of people slow down in a trance. This Zhang Pingping had thought that the golden Buddha she had given away was already very good, but compared to this $25 million jade goddess of mercy, it was nothing, and just the price of this jade goddess of mercy alone was comparable to her family's entire assets. Xiaochuan, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Just return it. Li Xiu reacted. That she hurriedly opened her mouth to politely refuse. After all, $25 million. What a concept. For an ordinary family, that was a number that could not be touched in a lifetime. Grandmother, when Xiaochan was in trouble, you took out $30,000 and gave it to her. Xiaochan has always remembered it, and has said several times that if she has the ability, she will definitely repay you properly. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Silly girl, Grandma doesn't want any repayment. Just be all good. Li Xiu was also in tears. At this moment, Xiaochan stood in place had been moved beyond words, and the corners of her eyes were also indisputably leaving teardrops. She didn't expect Qin Chuan to give himself such a big surprise, really giving Grandma a birthday gift worth more than $20 million. Zhang Zuilian reacted from her disorientation and said, Xiaochan, where did you get so much money? Did you win the lottery? Mom, how could you win the lottery? This is the money Xiaochuan earned. Xiaochan responded. The moment Xiaochan's words came out, it was no less than dropping a heavy bomb on the calm water surface. It instantly set off layers of waves. After all, Qin Chuan, in the eyes of this group of relatives and friends, was a waste of time who did not do his job and ate, drank, hoarded and gambled. Now that he was suddenly able to earn money, and had even rounded up tens of millions of dollars, it was obviously a bit of an exaggeration. Mom, in fact, I was just about to say that my brother-in-law's status is not the same now. Xia Yan also assisted from the sidelines. What's different? Zhang Zuilian asked. Now brother-in-law is the chairman of Tianhui Mansion. My sister is his secretary. You can ask Li Hao if you don't believe me. Xia Yan said. Buzz. The phrase chairman of Tianhui Mansion scared Zhang Zuilian so much that she visibly trembled, her eyes looking at Qin Chuan with unbelief. A few days ago, Qin Chuan, who had been scraping together money to pay her back, how did he turn into the chairman of Tianhui Mansion? He also became the boss of Li Hao, the golden son-in-law that she had been talking about? Li Hao, is it true? Don't lie to Mom? Zhang Zuilian exclaimed. Mom, what Xiaoyan said is true. My brother is awesome. Originally Tianhui Mansion was about to close down. After he took over now Tianhui Mansion is making a huge profit. Li Hao also said without mincing words. Zhang Zuilian only felt her brain buzzing. Between these few short breaths, she received a large amount of information that could not be digested. As for the crowd of family and friends, all of them were stunned. Their pitiful self-confidence was shattered in front of Qin Chuan at this moment. Chapter 96, the 100,000 emergency. At this moment, Zhang Zuilian's face was embarrassed. Where did she think that what Qin Chuan had said to her earlier? Just go and become the chief chairman of the board. Originally, it was a normal but flirtatious remark, but now it had come true? Qin Chuan, I really didn't see that you still have this ability. Mom was wrong about you in the past. Don't be angry. Zhang Zuilian said awkwardly with a stiff smile. At these words, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, Don't be angry. I still have to thank you properly. If it wasn't for you forcing Xiaochan to give me a divorce, would I still be that capable? As Qin Chuan spoke, he specifically emphasized on the word thank you. This made Zhang Zuilian so embarrassed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Xiaochan also rushed to round up the situation, saying, Qin Chuan, don't blame Mom for speaking harshly in the past. After all, it's all for your own good. Don't hold a grudge against Mom. What do I hold a grudge for? How many times a year can I see you? Not to mention that mom doesn't expect the two of us to retire. There's Li Hao. Qin Xuan looked to Li Hao on the side and laughed. This sentence, not only Li Hao face embarrassed, Zhang Suilian is said to be full of red. If it is placed in the past, Zhang Suilian high and low to scold back. But now, in the face of a chairman of the son-in-law, Zhang Suilian really do not dare to say too harsh. Looking at Zhang Suilian's embarrassed expression, Qin Xuan smiled faintly and said, Mom, don't be angry. I'm just playing. After all, when you also lent me money. Suddenly hearing Qin Xuan's words, Zhang Suilian was instantly delighted, saying, Mom is not angry. Mom is lucky to have a son-in-law like you. Family and everything prosper. Suilian, I told you a long time ago, Xiaochuan won't be like that all the time. All this people have to have a process of growing up. Li Xiu also rushed to help speak. Mom is right. Zhang Suilian responded with a smile. This made Zhang Pingping, Zhang Lily and the others on the side gnash their teeth. But there was nothing they could do about Qin Xuan. After all, people were indeed better than them. It's getting late. Let's go to the restaurant. Li Xiu spoke. This was followed by a large family that was ready to move on. Ding ding ding. However, right at this moment, Qin Xuan's cell phone suddenly rang. The one who called was Lu Wu. Just as Qin Xuan connected, he heard Lu Wu's urgent voice, Master Qin, 100,000 fire. Are you free now? Hearing this, Qin Xuan slightly zushed his eyebrows and said, Didn't I say I would help you solve the problem tomorrow? I'm busy now. Master Qin, it's too late. Another one just died at the construction site. This is already the fourth person who had an accident. Now the higher-ups are demanding that if we can't give a solution today, we have to stop work immediately. I guess we'll have to take a detour next. Lu Wu spoke with an anxious face. Another death? What exactly did you guys build the bridge on? Qin Xuan was also surprised. Was this place that evil? Lu Wu said with a bitter face. It's just a river. You'd better come and take a look. It really can't be delayed. Alright. Qin Xuan was also quite helpless, but still agreed. Many thanks, Master Qin. If you can really help me solve this problem, you are my new parent. Lu Wu said excitedly. Qin Xuan, Xiao Chuan, do you have something urgent? Li Xiu said. A friend of mine is in a bit of trouble. I'm going over to take a look. Qin Xuan hung up the phone and said. Li Xiu nodded. Okay, take your time on the road. Qin Xuan nodded and said. Li Hao, accompany me there. Okay, Li Hao hurriedly nodded. Then the two of them headed straight to the suburbs. Chapter 97, The Four Deadly Bits. Brother, what's so urgent that you can't even bother to eat? Li Hao asked slowly as he drove the car. Qin Xuan sat in the backseat with his eyes closed and casually said, It's not that big of a deal. The suburbs are repairing the high-speed railroad, and there was an accident when they passed a river. Upon hearing this, Li Hao was obviously flabbergasted for a moment, and with an unbelievable look, he said, What? You are still involved in the project of repairing high-speed rail? No, you'll know when we get to the place. Focus on driving, Qin Xuan said. Good. Li Hao didn't talk much, and went straight to the suburbs with a kick of the gas. After driving for nearly 5 hours or so, Qin Xuan arrived at the river that Lu Wu had mentioned. The river was roughly 40 meters wide, very calm, and even the fallen leaves on the surface of the river did not flow. Right at the time Qin Xuan sent a message to Lu Wu. Several doctors carrying a body covered with a white cloth were carrying it to the ambulance. The entire white cloth was covered with blood, and the death seemed to be quite miserable. And at this moment, Lu Wu, who received Qin Xuan's message, came out from the construction site in a hurry and saw Qin Xuan, as if he had seen his savior, saying, Aya, looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally brought Master Qin here. Qin Xuan got out of the car and noticed the unusual nature of the river and asked, The one who was just carried to the ambulance is the one you said was in distress? Yes, this victim was a mixer worker, just improperly operated headfirst into the mixer, was strangled bloody and dead. Lu Wu spoke. Qin Xuan glanced toward the large mixer in the distance and said, This mixer is so high, how did he fall in? I'm also wondering, or not to say evil, Lu Wu said with a bitter face. Qin Xuan also no longer dwelled on the matter of the mixer, but walked to the river bank and began to observe. The more he looked at it, the tighter Qin Xuan's brows ushed, which made Lu Wu, who was on the side, not dare to breathe. He was afraid that Qin Xuan would be like the other feng shui gentlemen and suddenly say, They can't handle this and then turn his head and leave. Boss Lu, if my guess is correct, is there a chemical plant upstream? Qin Xuan suddenly asked. Right. Mr. Qin is absolutely right. Lu Wu was slightly startled. This place is indeed not very good to deal with because the chemical plant has made this place the four deadly sites, Qin Xuan said as he looked at the water. What's the relationship between the chemical plant and that what's his name four deadly positions? Lu Wu was also puzzled by this. Qin Xuan began to analyze the situation for Lu Wu. The so-called 4 deadly positions were different from the 3 deadly positions. The 4 fatalities were the earth fatalities, water fatalities, yin fatalities, and wind fatalities. The earth bane is because the geographical location of this river is very low. It is a place of silt accumulation. It looks like the river is only 10 meters deep, but in fact with the silt it can be 20 to 30 meters deep. This is the earth bane. Secondly, there is the water curse. Because the chemical plant upstream needs a lot of water every day, so it is inevitable to build a dam to store water at the narrowest point of the river bank. This resulted in the live water being cut off, causing the downstream to become stagnant, which is why Qin Xuan saw the fallen leaves on the water surface not moving, because they could not circulate. The yin fury is simple. Because of the low lying, after the sun rises, it will first be blocked from the sun by the large factories in the suburbs, and the daily sunshine time is estimated to be very short. Insufficient sunshine. In the long run, the accumulation of silt will continue to produce the evil spirit, gathering but not dispersed. Slightly encountered a little breeze. The formation of the cyclone rose to the sky. The harm to the human body is very great. This is the windbreak. The formation conditions of the 4 fugitive position is extremely harsh, but once formed, the harm is greater than the 3 fugitive position. Chapter 98. What will be in the 20s? After Qin Xuan's analysis of the 4 deadly bits, Lu Wu listened to the clouds. After all, he did not understand feng shui, but he was still curious and asked, Mr. Qin, are you saying that it's the draconic qi here that caused the successive deaths, and even the pillars couldn't stand? Qin Xuan said, the baneful qi here caused the magnetic field to be chaotic, and the workers inhaled a large amount of baneful qi, so naturally, they would have hallucinations, and the root of this pillar not being able to stand is still caused by the workers' improper operation. Master Qin is right. Then is there a solution? Do you want me to prepare yellow paper and vermilion sand? Lu Wu asked. Qin Xuan, it's not like this is a demonic spirit. What do you need yellow talismans for? We need to get to the root of the problem of bad feng shui. Qin Xuan said. Understood. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. I'll call General Manager Huang here. Lu Wu nodded, before walking quickly towards the distance. At this moment, Li Hao, who was standing at the side, had long been dumbfounded. His throat rolled dryly and said, Brother, why do you still know feng shui? Isn't this feng shui all fake? Hearing Li Hao's words, Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Do you know why the rich are rich? No idea. Li Hao shook his head. Because they believe in feng shui, and nothing handed down from their old ancestors is useless. Qin Xuan spoke. At this moment, Li Hao was so impressed with Qin Xuan that he was close to kneeling down and begging for an apprentice. About a few minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a suit and a rich face followed Lu Wu towards Qin Xuan's direction. This man's name is Ma Yuran. In Suzhou and Hangzhou is also a big gentleman, specializing in contracting projects to start. Don't underestimate the contracting project, which one of his projects are billions or even tens of billions of dollars. Over the years, the value of more than $10 billion. And Lu Wu under his hand can only be considered a small contractor. Lu Wu, where did you find Mr. Feng Shui? It won't be another trickster? Ma Yuran said with a displeased face. Mr. Ma, don't believe me. This Master Qin is very powerful. When my previous construction site had problems, it was this Mr. Qin who helped me solve it, Lu Wu said. Ma Yuran glanced at Lu Wu, a bit skeptical. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at Qin Xuan's location. Master Qin, this is Mr. Ma. Ma Yuran, the big boss who specializes in contracting infrastructure projects, Lu Wu said and added. Mr. Ma, he's the Master Qin I told you about. Suddenly seeing the man who came with Lu Wu, Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. So it's him? This world is really small. Obviously, Qin Xuan recognized this Ma Yuran. At this time, Ma Yuran hitching eyes looked at Qin Xuan. Face immediately drooped down. Thought Qin Xuan should be a 60 or 70 years old. No less 40 or 50 years old should have it. After all, this is in line with the appearance of the feng shui gentleman. But looking at Qin Xuan, this is clearly a young man in his 20s. Can know what things? This is simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Wu, are you kidding me? You're letting a 20-something-year-old kid me read feng shui? Merely glancing at Qin Xuan, Ma Yuran that was immediately enraged, not intending to talk to Qin Xuan at all. Hearing this, Lu Wu was also anxious and said, Mr. Ma, this Mr. Qin is truly capable. You also get lost. Damn, net adding to my mess. Ma Yuran angrily rebuked. But just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ma Yuran took his cell phone and walked aside to answer the call. His tone was quite kind. It seemed that the person on the other end of the phone should not be small. Looking at this scene, Qin Xuan faintly smiled and didn't get angry. After all, with his age and qualifications, It was normal to be looked down upon by someone like Ma Yuran who was worth tens of billions of dollars. After all, not everyone was as discerning as Yu Hongtai. Chapter 99, Don't Get It. Boss Lu. It seems like I've made a trip for nothing today. Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head. Mr. Qin. You must not be angry. This Ma did not go to school for a few days. There is nothing to learn the city. To anyone this temper? Lu Wu rushed to intercede on behalf of Ma Yuran. This Ma Yuran's temper. I'm more familiar with it than you are. Otherwise he wouldn't have fallen head over heels. Qin Chuan said with a slight smile. It was this Ma Yuran that made Qin Chuan lose more than $13 billion in his last life. The worst loss Qin Chuan had ever suffered since he returned from his studies. As for why he lost, the root of everything was because of this Ma Yuran's temper. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than to mess with a villain. And this Ma Yuran is guilty of offending a villain. In the last life, Ma Yuran was in a bad mood to go to the nightclub to play, and a Yenjing to the second-generation ancestor to grab a woman. Originally, the second ancestor did not rob over the anger, casually muttered a few words, but Ma Yuran thought the other side scolded him, hot temper up, but also the other side to beat, that the second ancestor hate, find a few desperados. The drunken Ma Yuran stabbed 6 or 7 knives, although saved, but also fell extremely heavy sequelae. In the next 2 years, Ma Yuran dragged the sick body founded a joint company. Unknowingly Qin Chuan invested 13 billion. But who expected? Qin Chuan front foot investment. Ma Yuran back foot because of the outbreak of old diseases died. The 13 billion was Ma Yuran's. Several shareholders rolled up the money and ran away. Calculating the time, that's what will happen tonight. What? Mr. Qin also knows Mr. Ma? Lu Wu asked curiously. Can't say I know him, Qin Chuan said. Just as Qin Chuan and Lu Wu were talking, Ma Yuran, who had finished his phone call, walked over and said, Kid, seeing as Lu Wu trusts you so much, are you sure you can help me solve this problem? Hearing Ma Yuran's tone change, Qin Chuan naturally knew that it must be the big shot who made this call who pressurized Ma Yuran to construct the project as soon as possible. However, Qin Chuan was not at all accustomed to the other party and said, I was indeed able to solve it just now, but I can't solve it now. What do you mean? Amusing me? Ma Yuran instantly looked furious. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, just based on your tone of begging for help, you deserve to be unlucky. Moreover, I see that your seal hall is blackened. So tonight, you are expected to have a plague of knives. When this came out, Ma Yuran was furious on the spot and said, I'm damn. Lu Wu, this is the master you found? Saying that my hall of seal is blackened and there is a disaster of sword and light? With my status in Su Hang, who dares to mess with me? You want to tell my fortune without asking for background information? Talking to a cow. 1 more second is a waste of time. Li Hao, go. Qin Chuan didn't bother to continue pulling the wool over Ma Yuran's eyes, turned around and left. Li Hao was also dumbfounded, then quickly followed. Lu Wu also saw the situation as also a bitter face. After all, this Qin Chuan is the only master who can solve this 4 deadliest bit. If this is gone, how can he still contract the project to get rich? So Lu Wu also rushed to follow. Master Qin, you must not be angry, and said that Ma always has a plague of sword and light. He must not be happy. Lu Wu lying in front of the car window, said, I'm telling the truth. He'll be stabbed 6 or 7 times tonight if it's not good. I'll see if he still has a stiff upper lip. Qin Chuan finished and slightly raised his hand. Drive. The moment these words came out, Lu Wu, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded on the spot. Tonight? Is the time that accurate? Chapter 100, Mother's phone call. Watching Qin Chuan's car leave, Lu Wu was also helpless. After all, this was something he had hired with great difficulty. Whether or not he could contract the subsequent works of the high-speed railway all depended on whether or not this bridge could be repaired. And without Qin Chuan's help, how else could it be repaired? Lu Wu walked next to Ma Yuran and said, Mr. Ma, you shouldn't have pissed off Master Qin. If he wasn't capable, I wouldn't have invited him here. Alright, it's just to fool the likes of you. I don't believe it. Ma Yuran raised his hand slightly. Lu Wu continued, by the way, Mr. Ma, just now Master Qin said that you might have a plague of swords and light. This must be vigilant. It's better to believe it than not. Don't mention this. Nonsense. Ma Yuran was not the least bit impressed. Then added, go have fun. Recently by this matter have not touched a woman. Originally Lu Wu did not feel anything, but after Qin Chuan said so, Lu Wu grew a heart. Said, Mr. Ma, do you want me to find a few people to accompany you? No need. I have bodyguards. Ma Yuran raised his hand and slowly left. Lu Wu watched Ma Yuran leave before he took out his cell phone and sent a message to a few of his juniors, asking them to follow behind his back just in case something untoward happened. After all, since Qin Chuan helped Lu Wu solve his troubles, Lu Wu had long been convinced of Qin Xuan's words. At the same time, at this moment on the way back, Qin Xuan sat in the back seat and dozed off. After all, he had been running around for a day and had long been tired. At this time, Li Hao was still thinking about what happened during the day and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother, we didn't accomplish anything today. Won't this have a great impact on the stores you bought?" Hearing this, Qin Xuan slightly opened his eyes and said, "It's already half done. There's nothing wrong with it." "Ah, it's half done?" Li Hao was visibly flabbergasted. Qin Xuan smiled without saying anything. The reason why he would say that Ma Yuren would be chopped was not for Ma Yuren's ears. After all, with Ma Yuren's temperament, the knife would definitely not be believed if it wasn't on his neck. The main thing is to say to Lu Wu to listen to. On the Lu Wu that clever will certainly send people to protect Ma Yuren. Once the night happens something, this Ma Yuren must be convinced. At that time, there will be no reason to suspect him. Ding ding ding. Just then, Qin Xuan's cell phone rang. Qin Xuan looked down and saw that it was his mother. Yu Gue Qin, calling. This made Qin Xuan instantly happy. Ever since Qin Xuan swindled his parents' pension and his sister's tuition 2 years ago, he had rarely called home. Originally, Qin Xuan was thinking of waiting for the house and everything to be bought before picking up his parents and sister to make up for it, but he didn't expect his mother to call at this time. Qin Xuan immediately connected and said, "Mom, Xiaochuan, your sister will be getting engaged the day after tomorrow. See if you can come back for a trip," Yu Gue Qin suddenly said. Hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned slightly and said, "Mom, didn't I say before that I wouldn't allow my sister to date that man? Why is this a sudden engagement again?" "Alas, I couldn't persuade her, and your sister is quite fond of it," Yu Gue Qin sighed. Just as Qin Xuan was about to continue saying something, he heard a voice coming from the side. "Mom, are you on the phone with Qin Xuan? I said not to contact him. Even if I get married, I don't want him to come back. Hang up now." On the phone was an obviously angry female voice. At this moment, Qin Xuan heard it clearly. It was none other than his sister Qin Rou's voice. "Xiao Rou, your father left early. This eldest brother is like a father. How can you do without a man in the family?" Yu Gue Qin said from the sidelines. "Does he have the awareness of being an elder brother? Have you forgotten what he did before? If it wasn't for him, could I have given up my studies and gotten married early?" Qin Rou shouted with a sobbing voice. Chapter 101, I was too much of an asshole in the past. At this moment, Qin Rou's voice was like a needle piercing hard into Qin Xuan's heart, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. "Xiao Chuan, your sister said something angry. Don't be angry. Come back the day after tomorrow." Yu Gue Qin spoke. "Mom, I know that I have done a lot of things to hurt you and my sister in the past. Don't worry, I will go back the day after tomorrow. I will change all of this." Qin Xuan endured the trembling in his heart and said. But just then, Qin Rou suddenly snatched Yu Gue Qin's cell phone and said into it, "Qin Xuan, I don't recognize you as my brother. Mom doesn't need you to take care of her either. You're on your own." Snap, the voice came to an abrupt end here. Qin Xuan was thinking of explaining something, but Qin Rou obviously didn't give him that chance. Alas, Qin Xuan put down his cell phone and let out a long sigh. Li Hao, who was driving the car, also heard all this clearly, and said, "Brother, Xiao Rou still holds a grudge against you from before. You're not the same now. Just go back and explain. You don't understand. This kind of thing, it's not something I can solve by going back and talking about it." Qin Xuan shook his head and said, 2 years ago, Qin Xuan had cheated his mother and sister out of money on the pretext of doing business. Originally, his sister could have used the money to go to a good university. After all, her grades had always been superior. But because of herself, it made her life completely change drastically. Qin Rou was 4 years younger than Qin Xuan, and she had just turned 21 this year. A girl who was just in her early 20s could have unlimited possibilities in the future. But now there was only one possibility. All of this was his fault. To this day, his mother and sister are still living in a rented house somewhere in Suzhou, Hangzhou, relying on his sister's meager salary from work to get by. By the time Li Hao sent Qin Xuan home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Xia Chan had also long returned from her grandmother's birthday banquet and was sitting in the living room with Xiao Dai. Seeing Qin Xuan enter the door, Xia Chan's face that was unable to restrain the joy, said, "Qin Xuan, today is really too happy. Do you know the expression of the great aunt and the second aunt at the grandma's birthday banquet?" The whole time did not show a smile. Hearing this, Qin Xuan revealed a rare smile, hung his jacket on the wall, and said, "This is a way to return all the grievances you've been holding back all these years." He, Dad, Mom is happy today, and so am I. Xiao Dai laughed. Qin Xuan touched Xiao Dai's head and laughed. "If you guys are happy, then Dad is happy too. You've been busy all day and haven't eaten yet. I'll go make you some. What do you want to eat?" Xia-chan got up and put her apron on and said, "No need. Don't have much appetite." Qin Chuan lifted his hand and said. Xia-chan looked at Qin Chuan's expression and seemed to see something, saying, "What's wrong? Is something wrong? Mom just called, saying that Qin Ro is getting engaged, and the day after tomorrow is for me to go back, but Qin Ro doesn't want to see me," Qin Chuan said. Suddenly hearing this, Xia-chan also understood what was going on and said, "Mom and Qin Ro still don't know what you've accomplished now, not to mention the fact that what you did 2 years ago really isn't that easy to forgive. Yeah, I was too much of an asshole in the past. It's only right that I should be hated. Except that Qin Ro is my only sister. I don't want her life to be ruined in that man's hands," Qin Chuan said calmly. "You're talking about Zhang Junming," Xia-chan said. "Well, that man is no good," Qin Chuan said with an ironic look on his face. Chapter 102, A Speech That Becomes a Prophecy. "This Zhang Junming, it seems like you've only met him once. How do you know that he's not a good thing? See, he's quite good to Xiaoro as well," Xia-chan comforted. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan burst out laughing and said, "When I was in love with you in the past, how come you didn't see that I wasn't a good person, ignoring my family's objections to marrying me, and causing you so much misery all these years?" When Qin Chuan's words came out, Xia-chan was instantly disliked and was speechless. Then she blinked and said, "Solid. That's because I was blind. Luckily your prodigal son returned. Otherwise I said here." Xia-chan suddenly stopped. Qin Chuan naturally knew what Xia-chan said later. If it wasn't for his prodigal son's return, Xia-chan would have inevitably jumped into the river and killed herself. But none of that would be happening anymore. That's why men know men best. Everything is good when you're in love. But when you're married, inferiority can't stand the test, Qin Chuan said. Of course, Qin Chuan naturally is not one-sided. The last Qin Ro and Zhang Junming married. The two did not pass a year. This Zhang Junming repeatedly derailed, and even beat Qin Ro. Even with the Yu Guiqin are followed by the disaster. Especially after Qin Ro is pregnant. This Zhang Junming still refused to stop, and even Qin Ro to beat the miscarriage. It was also because of this blow that Qin Ro became insane. And even though Qin Chuan later got rich and took his mother and Qin Ro back, the hurt still didn't go away. It seems that when you go back the day after tomorrow, you'll have to do a good job on Qin Ro's thinking, Xia-chan said. Alas, Qin Chuan sighed and said, "I'm a bit tired. I'll rest first." "Good, go to sleep now." Xia-chan nodded. 11 o'clock at night. Just as Qin Chuan had long been asleep, the things he said during the day had been verified at this moment. At the same time, in a certain nightclub in Suzhou Hangzhou, Ma Yuran, who was in a bad mood and had come out to have fun, was sitting on the steps in front of the nightclub with his face covered in blood. His face was covered in blood and he was sitting on the steps in front of the nightclub. Ma Yuran's side also stood 6 or 7 youths. His tightly closed protection Ma Yuran. As Qin Chuan said during the day, this Ma Yuran came to the nightclub to have fun, and snatched a woman with a rich second generation from Yanjing. The rich man is robbed, but that rich second generation immediately calls shaking people, looking for 3 desperados to take advantage of the Ma Yuran toilet around no bodyguards of the empty space to start. Also thanks to Lu Wu early arrangements for a few juniors, this Ma Yuran face was cut a knife. Those juniors on the sound rushed to escort. Luckily came in time. Otherwise this Ma Yuran can not only face this scar, the body will also be stabbed 5 or 6 knives. About a few minutes later, a car was parked in front of the nightclub. Oops, Mr. Ma, why is there so much blood on you? Are you seriously hurt? Lulu got out of the car and was really startled. Ma Yuran raised his hand and said, "It's fine. Just a cut. You did a good job. You know to call a few people to protect me, otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to plant a big head tonight. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay." Lu Wu then breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Mr. Ma, what did I say? It's better to believe in something than nothing. During this daytime Master Qin said that you have a disaster of a sword tonight. Don't you see that this is not a prophecy?" With these words, Ma Yuran remembered and said, "This Master Qin is really capable. Could it be that I was wrong about him? Isn't that so? If Master Qin hadn't said so, where would I have thought of sending someone to protect you?" Lu Wu said helplessly. Chapter 103, Master Qin is truly a man of God. Lu Wu, what is this Master Qin's origin? Ma Yuran asked. "I don't know. I met him by chance. If it wasn't for him, I would have gone bankrupt," Lu Wu said. After this incident just now, Ma Yuran also had a new outlook on Qin Chuan at the moment. After all, this said that the disaster of sword and light, immediately, and even this time at night is not different. Although Ma Yuran also believed in feng shui, but to be able to calculate even when he had an accident so accurately, he currently had not encountered one. Lu Wu, give Mr. Qin a call. I want to make a good compensation to him. If not he reminds you, I guess I really have to fall head over heels tonight. At this time my urine still where there is the temper during the day, and spoke a lot more calmly. It's too late now. How about this? Tomorrow morning I will give Master Qin a call, Lu Wu said. Ma Yuran nodded slightly. Well, it's best to ask this Master Qin out. I have a lot of things I'd like to ask him about. Okay? Lu Wu nodded. That's right. Call and contact Guan Ocean. This kid has a wild path. Tell him to find out the rich kid who beat me up. I can't swallow this breath today. Ma Yuran slowly got up and said. This Guan Ocean was a local snake in the Suzhou Hanzhou territory, with a nickname Guan Yin Wang, a rather vicious character. Don't worry Mr. Ma. In Suzhou Hang you are the sky. Whoever gives you a hard time is looking for death. Lu Wu opened his mouth. The reason why Lu Wu dared to say this, that is not unreasonable. After all, Ma Yuran worth 10 billion. These years dry engineering know a lot of big names. Naturally, is the eye of the sky. The only shortcoming is that there is not a billionaire should have the city. The person character grumpy. Give a person a kind of money in place. Temperament did not keep up with the feeling. But this kind of person is also very good to get along with. There are not so many flowers and intestines. As long as the friendship, naturally a lot of benefits. Raza day. The next morning, Qin Chuan woke up early and was planning to head to Tianhui Mansion. But at this time Lu Wu's phone call also called over. The moment he opened his mouth that was full of admiration. Master Qin, you are truly divine. If it wasn't for you saying those words yesterday, Mr. Ma would have definitely fallen head over heels last night. Was he cut? Is it serious? Qin Chuan said. Not serious. Almost lost his life for a woman, but was saved by a few of my juniors. Don't mention it. Lu Wu finished, then said, Master Qin, Mr. Ma has already believed in you. He wants to ask you out for a meal so he can make amends to you. Noon today then. Qin Chuan spoke. Alright, by the way Master Qin, what do you think about this matter of repairing the bridge in the suburbs? Lu Wu asked. Since Ma Yuran had no more questions for Qin Chuan now, Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't be on the end of it. After all, if he got the bridge fixed earlier, he would be able to make money earlier as well. It's simple to fix it, just need to do 3 points. First, let the upstream chemical plant open the gates and release the water to flush the downstream's bogey. Second, have the workers choose to work between 11 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon when the yang energy is at its peak, and definitely not past 3. Third, the pillars should be 9 dragon pillars. The dragon belongs to water, which can suppress evil and dispel the evil spirits, ensuring that the viaduct will be as solid as a rock. Qin Chuan spelled out the solution. This solution was mainly a solution to change the feng shui. After all, the pillar not standing up was not an evil monster or evil spirit making a mistake, so there was no need for tedious steps. Master Qin, you are truly a man of God. If the construction goes smoothly, I'll have to thank you. Lu Wu was ecstatic. After all, as long as the pillar was erected, then his chance to get rich would come. Chapter 104, The Bully Syndicate. Qin Chuan woke up and washed up, casually ate some breakfast before heading to Tianhui Mansion. At the moment in the office, Zhang Ping, Li Hao was sitting on one side of the sofa waiting, like there was something very important, and Xia Chan, who came half an hour earlier than Qin Chuan, served hot tea to the two of them. Sister-in-law, don't be polite. We don't need you to personally serve tea there. Zhang Ping at this moment also rushed to take it. Yes, sister-in-law. If this is seen by Brother Qin, then what's going to happen? Li Hao was also visibly startled. Xia Chan smiled and said, I'm idle. It's fine. As he spoke, Qin Chuan slowly walked in and said, why are you guys here? Seeing Qin Chuan enter, Zhang Ping then slowly got up and said, Brother Qin, something happened to Tianhui Mansion. Suddenly hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned and said, something happened? What happened? Take a look at this. Zhang Ping handed Qin Chuan an agreement in his hand. Qin Chuan took the agreement and realized that it was a copy of the agreement regarding Tianhui Mansion's shareholding. Isn't this an agreement for financing? It's someone who wants to take a stake in Tianhui Mansion? Isn't this a good thing? Qin Chuan said slowly. Brother Qin, look at the second page, Zhang Ping said with a bitter look on his face. Qin Chuan then lifted the second page, the contents of which made Qin Chuan's face sink instantly. Xia Chan on the side also came over, and after seeing the agreement, she had the same unbelievable look on her face. This was because the agreement was sent by a company called Dragon Tang Company Limited. The other party was actually going to use $10 million to buy into Tianhui Mansion and to take up 70% of the shares. Is this agreement a joke? $10 million to take up 70% of the shares of Tianhui Mansion? This kind of thing should be thrown into the trash can. Xia Chan looked at it and immediately became angry. Zhang Ping on the side had a bitter look on his face and said, Sister-in-law, this Lonting Group is a big company that can be ranked in the whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou and even the whole country. It is a real capital. and the power behind it is very big. We can't afford to mess with it. Qin Chuan slowly closed the agreement and said, "When was this agreement delivered?" "An hour ago." Li Hao hurriedly took over. This dragon group Qin Chuan was no stranger to this company. This company was a group of capitalist bullies and rogues and robbers. Why would they use so many bad words to describe it? That was because there were no good words to describe them. With the gray and white forces behind it, the dragon group can be said to be a handful in Suzhou Hangzhou. Even Yu Hongtai's Dongsheng group doesn't dare to offend this dragon group. Qin Chuan's last life in this dragon group has launched more than one commercial war. The final is also a lose-lose. It is Qin Chuan forced to use force before the dragon group subdued, but did not expect this rebirth of a life. He has not really risen, and was again targeted by this Dragon Town group? This made Qin Chuan more or less angry. Qin Chuan, the other party wants to use this kind of overbearing terms to get into Tianhui Mansion. Let's just ignore it. And if the other party plays dirty tricks, let's take them to court. Xia Chan spoke up. Sister-in-law, it's not as simple as you say. If we don't agree to this contract, Dragon Group will copy our operation model. Even if you take them to court, this Dragon Group has the title of Pizza Hut in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so it's simply impossible to beat them. Zheng Ping shook his head with a bitter face and said, "It's so detestable. How can this still have such a shameless and bottomless company?" Xia Chan was truly infuriated. Li Hao was also filled with helplessness and said, "That person who sent the agreement said that he would send someone to negotiate with us in a couple of days, and that this agreement would first allow us to prepare our hearts in advance." Chapter 105, Big Fish Eating Small Fish. As Li Hao's words came out, Zheng Ping and Xia Chan on the side all revealed angry looks. "It seems like our Tianhui Mansion sales have been good for a while now," Qin Chuan said slowly after calming down his emotions. "Yes, ever since Tianhui Mansion changed its operation, sales have been getting higher day by day, and we've maximized our benefits with minimal investment. This Longting Group must have been eyeing our operation mode. That's why they want to take a stake. To put it bluntly, they want to whore out this operation mode," Li Hao said slowly. After Qin Chuan reformed the operation mode, the company's legal department had applied for a patent on this operation mode, meaning that no company other than Dongsheng Group was allowed to use it. If they wanted to use it, they would either have to buy the patent or take a stake to become the largest shareholder, and then open a branch office on the basis of from the Tianhui Mansion. The Dragon Group didn't want to take money to buy this patent, so they tried to use the rogue robber's way to acquire the Tianhui Mansion, which would be equal to buying this patent that could make billions and billions of dollars with $10 million. It is this kind of behavior, if it is placed in other companies, that is not dare to resist at all. After all, Dragon Group has strength in both gray and white. This gray road is the focus. Maybe at that time it is people and money are empty. It is indeed a bit of a headache to meet up with the Dragon Group at this time, Qin Chuan said slowly as his brows tightened. Yes, Dongsheng Group can't be relied on right now, and we've just started to see some improvement. So to go against Longting Group right now is undoubtedly like touching an egg against a stone, said Li Hao, who was also quite helpless in this regard. Zheng Ping also nodded his head and said, "Li Hao is right. It was rumored that there was a company that Longting Group wanted to acquire. That company refused to agree, and in the end, the company's boss died in a strange way, obviously assassinated. The so-called business war, to put it bluntly, is the big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. At the same time is also a place where you can't see the smoke but everywhere bloodshed battlefield. If you're not big and strong enough to be bullied you can only break your teeth and swallow it in your stomach. Otherwise it's a dead end." Qin Chuan heard Li Hao and Zheng Ping's words, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Li Hao, does Dongsheng Group know about this matter?" "Not yet. I guess even if Yu Hongtai is notified, he won't go against Dragon Group because of this agreement." Li Hao shook his head and said, "This was true. The current Dongsheng Group was already in a financial crisis and was unable to take care of itself, so it was unlikely that it would come forward to go against the Dragon Tang Group. Well, it's true that Yu Hongtai won't confront Dragon Tang Group, but he will definitely know about it now." Qin Chuan casually threw the agreement into the trash can and said, "When Dragon Tang Group comes in a couple days, I will negotiate with them, and this matter should not be revealed to the outside world for the time being." "Brother Qin, did you really throw the agreement in the trash? If this Longting Group plays dirty, we can't fight it." Zheng Ping was also frightened by Qin Chuan's action. After all, on the ground of Suzhou Hangzhou, which of the large and small companies are not treating Longting Group as their grandfather? Qin Chuan's hand is really a bit scary. Xia Chan on the side of the face is also a little ugly. Especially heard Zheng Ping said what assassination, bizarre deaths, is even more frightened, said Qin Chuan. Listen to Zheng Ping and Li Hao's meaning. This Dragon Tang Group we simply cannot afford to mess with, or we should agree to forget it. Don't really have any accidents at that time. Now Shao Dai is still so small. Qin Chuan glanced at Zheng Ping and Li Hao and said, What are the opinions of you two? Brother, I think sister-in-law is right. As the saying goes, the arm can't twist the leg. Besides, this Tianhui mansion is not ours in the first place. If we want to enter it, let him enter it. Li Hao opened his mouth and said. Zheng Ping didn't have any hesitation and said, Brother Qin, I'll listen to you. Do what you say. Chapter 106, Goon now. Goon for life. At this time, Xia Chan did not agree with Qin Chuan to take the risk. After all, she was worried about Qin Chuan's life safety. This little butterfly was still small. If it really pissed off Tian Tang Group and incurred the trouble of killing, this was to drag the family down. And Li Hao does not agree is normal. He is a deputy manager of the personnel department. Who is the boss he does not matter. But Qin Chuan is absolutely impossible to concede. After all, he had a big grudge with Tianting Group in his previous life. This is a new life. Naturally, it is impossible to wimp out on him. Alright, I will make the decision on this matter. Don't mention the matter of letting them take shares again in the future. Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand and said. Xia Chan immediately became anxious upon hearing this and said, Qin Chuan, I'm begging you. I know you're capable now, but even if you're capable, it's impossible for you to fight Dragon Group. We've also made a lot of money. There's no need to take this risk. It's only now where we are. We've just started. If we concede now, then we can only concede for the rest of our lives. Qin Chuan said, and patted Xia Chan's shoulder. Comforting. Don't worry. If Tian Tang Group dares to touch you and shout I'll make his entire company human and animal not to stay. With Qin Chuan's words, Zheng Ping and Li Hao, who were on the side, both clearly felt a vague sense of oppression from Qin Chuan. It was even a killing intent. This sense of oppression was quite substantial. It even made breathing a little difficult. Xia Chan was also startled by Qin Chuan's sudden words, and since Qin Chuan had said so, Xia Chan had no choice but to stop. Ding ding ding. Just then, the landline in the office suddenly rang. When Xia Chan answered it, the caller was none other than Yu Hongtai, and only then did she hand the phone to Qin Chuan. Hello, this is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan said. Mr. Qin, are you busy right now? Yu Hongtai said. Not busy. Why? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. My father and I will make a trip to Tianhui Mansion later to discuss something with you. Yu Hongtai spoke. Okay. Qin Chuan then hung up the phone. It didn't take any guessing to know that it must be the Dragon Group that had sent all the agreements to Dongxing Group. You all get busy. Qin Chuan looked at Zheng Ping and the two of them and said. Zheng Ping and Li Hao nodded before slowly leaving the office. An hour later, Yu Hongtai and Yu Guoliang arrived at the Tianhui Mansion. Qin Chuan had also been standing outside the door waiting for a long time. And when he saw the father and son duo coming out of the elevator, he said, Mr. Yu, Elder Yu, please come in. Ha ha, Mr. Qin, it's good to see you after 3 days of separation. This Tianhui mansion is really well managed by you. Yu Hongtai also laughed immediately. Yu Guoliang on the side also cast an expression of recognition and said, it seems that Mr. Qin is really a business genius. His future achievements will definitely not be lower than Hongtai. Hearing the father and son duo's 1-2 punch, Qin Chuan also looked surprised and laughed. Don't flatter me. Compared to you two's business empire, this is just a small endeavor on my part. When the two of them were seated, Xia Chan also served tea and then exited the office. Mr. Qin, if I guessed correctly, you should know the purpose of Hongtai and I coming here. Yu Guoliang said as he took a sip of the tea. Qin Chuan smiled slightly as he sat in his boss chair, then kicked a trash can aside and said, naturally, I know that you guys are here for this, right? Suddenly seeing the agreement in the trash can at Qin Chuan's feet, father and son Yu Hongtai and Yu Guoliang almost didn't spit out the tea they drank into their mouths. This, Chapter 107, I have hard legs. I can't kneel down. Mr. Qin, how did you throw the Dragon Group's agreement in the trash? Yu Hongtai was shocked. Can this kind of trash be offered up without throwing it away? Qin Chuan said. At this moment, Yu Guoliang was also shocked by Qin Chuan's approach. With the other party's eyesight and knowledge of business, he would not be unaware of the Dragon Tang Group. This throwing the other party's agreement in the trash seemed to have made the position clear. It looks like Mr. Qin doesn't intend to compromise with the Dragon Tang Group. Yu Guoliang reacted with a bit of gravity in his old eyes, saying, this kind of bully company, if you compromise once, you won't be able to stand up in front of them for the rest of your life. I'm a person with hard legs. I can't kneel down, Qin Chuan said with a smirk. At this time, Yu Hongtai was also shocked for a good assembly, then said, Mr. Qin, it looks like I have let you down. In fact, I came here to try to persuade you to let Longting Group take a stake. You also know that right now Dongxing Group is experiencing financial problems and can't withstand big storms. This Longting Group approached me today. I really have no way to refuse. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. He naturally understood Yu Hongtai's difficulties and said, I understand Mr. Yu's difficulties very well. This Tianhui mansion was originally owned by you, Dongsheng Group. If you open me up right now, I don't have any opinions on transferring the company to Dragon Tang Group. At this moment, Yu Guoliang also immediately laughed. Ha ha, Mr. Qin is overstating it. You saved Dongsheng Group. How could my father and son do such a thing? Yu Hongtai was also embarrassed at this moment, taking over the conversation, saying, Mr. Qin, I don't mean that. It's just that this Longting Group is too much of a bastard, and has power in the Grey Road. If they were to really piss them off, I'm afraid that Mr. Qin would be in danger at that time. Instead of guarding a Tianhui mansion, it's better to let go of it and wait for Dongsheng Group to slow down. As long as Mr. Qin is willing to do so, he'll be arm wrestling with Longting Group at that time. In fact, Yu Hongtai was just saying that, even if Dongsheng Group changed over, it was not a match for Dragon Tang Group. It was good enough to protect itself, but still wanted to arm wrestle? Qin Chuan laughed. He naturally knows the reasoning. Said, arm wrestling can now arm wrestling. Do not need to wait until the East Sheng Group to slow down. The East Sheng Group and the Dragon Group does not have too much intersection, or do not get involved. At this moment, Yu Hongtai's father and son had already been shocked by Qin Chuan's few words and didn't react for half a day. They didn't deny Qin Chuan's business talent, but now it seemed to be a bit too conceited. This Longting Group was a behemoth that was dozens or hundreds of times bigger than Dongsheng Group. This arm wrestling, to put it bluntly, mayfly shaking a tree is not self-important. Mr. Qin, I'll be blunt. This Long Tang Group is putting pressure on me. If I don't agree to their shares, I guess they'll mess up Dongsheng Group, Yu Hongtai said with a bitter look on his face. Mr. Yu, why don't you look at it this way? You sell the Tianhui mansion to me so that you don't have any relationship with Tianhui mansion anymore, and if they want to look for it, they will only look for me. Qin Chuan laughed. Sell it to you? Yu Hongtai was dumbfounded on the spot. This Tianhui mansion was bought for $3 billion. Qin Chuan can take out $3 billion now? This was obviously a bit unrealistic. Yes, sell it to me. After all, once this Longting Group gets in, it's going to take up 70% of the shares. Even if the subsequent Dongsheng Group can split from it, you won't be able to make a few dollars. Why don't you just give it to me and let me fight with Dragon Tang Group? Qin Chuan wore a smile on his face, as if crippling Dragon Tang Group was an easy task. Chapter 108 Risk Hedging. After Qin Chuan said that, Yu Hongtai hesitated for a moment. Indeed, if all the shares of Tianhui Mansion were transferred to Qin Chuan, it would mean that Tianhui Mansion no longer had any relationship with Dongsheng Group. Even if the Dragon Tang Group really looked for trouble, it would not be able to find Dongsheng Group's head. Mr. Qin, are you sure you want to do this? You have to know that if you piss off the Dragon Tang Group, it won't be as simple as failure. You might have to put your life on the line as well. Yu Hongtai said seriously. Mr. Yu, don't worry. My life can't even be taken by the King of Hell. A mere Dragon Tang Group Someone Qin, don't put it in my eyes yet. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and added. However, at the moment I don't have $3 billion. I can use the Tianhui mansion as a collateral. Within a month if I don't pay the $3 billion, the Tianhui mansion will still belong to the Dongsheng Group, and if I have any accidents during this period, the same applies. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongtai glanced at his father, and Yu Guoliang also revealed a few moments of admiration for Qin Chuan, saying, Hongtai, since Mr. Qin is certain, then let him give it a try. Yu Hongtai nodded and said, Mr. Qin, then do as you say. In fact, this was also forced by necessity. After all, if Yu Hongtai transferred or not, in the end, Longting Group would have to be forced into the shares, so it would be better to do as Qin Chuan said. That's good. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, then made a call to Zhang Ping. Not long after, a transfer contract for the Tianhui mansion was sent over. Both parties also signed and drew their pledges, and the contract was considered to have officially worked, while Dongsheng Group no longer had any relationship with Tianhui mansion. Mr. Qin, although I know you have confidence, you still need to be extremely careful. If you really can't fight, then let go, Yu Hongtai said in a serious tone as he held the contract. I have my own measure, Qin Chuan said. Yu Hongtai and Yu Guoliang then left the Tianhui mansion. Only after watching the duo leave did Zheng Ping walk over and said, Brother Qin, why did this Yu family father and son transfer the Tianhui mansion to you so quickly? This is not quite in line with their businessmen's usual interests. Seeing Zheng Ping's doubt, Qin Chuan said, You don't get it. With Yu Guoliang's sophistication, he couldn't wait for me to stand up to Dragon Tang Group at this time, so that he could better avoid greater risks. But that would be bitter to Yu Hongtai. After all, he is sincerely doing me a favor. Zhang Ping nodded and said, I seem to understand a little. It's good if you understand. Get ready to follow me and have a good time. Qin Chuan patted Zheng Ping's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, after entering the elevator? Yu Hongtai's face was a bit ugly as he said, Dad, I don't know if this is putting Mr. Qin in harm's way. Yu Guoliang also sighed and said, You're not putting him in harm's way, you're bringing him to the brink of extinction. It seems like this Mr. Qin's life can't be saved. What? Then you just agreed to my signature. Yu Hongtai was instantly dumbfounded and added, No way. I have to go up and persuade Mr. Qin. He's a business wizard. It's not worth it to be killed by the dragon group like this. Can't persuade? Now that our Dongsheng group is in a financial crisis. The Huang family has already tried to find the dragon group to join forces against us. If Qin Xuan comes forward at this time to distract the dragon group's attention, we will also be able to catch our breath. Yu Guoliang spoke. Dad, what kind of words are you saying? If not for Mr. Qin, our Dongsheng group would have gone bankrupt a few days ago. Yu Hongtai was a bit angry. Yu Guoliang immediately glared and said, What do you know? This is called risk hedging. Using a very small risk to avoid a bigger risk. This is the way of survival in business warfare. According to my idea, with Qin Xuan's mind it might be able to resist for 10 days and half a month. By then our financial crisis will be resolved, and there will be plenty of opportunities to avenge Qin Xuan in the future. Hearing these words, Yu Hongtai's face was gloomy. It seemed that without realizing it, he had already used Qin Xuan as a shield. Although he was very reluctant to do so, there was no way for him to disobey his father. Chapter 109 Lu Wu, whose jaw dropped in shock. Although Yu Guoliang's approach was ruthless, it also precisely illustrated the cruelty of business warfare. Since ancient times, the king has been defeated, and the business war is like a battlefield. In this world where profit is paramount, love and morality must all be sidelined. After all, the ancients have long said that mercy does not control the soldiers, righteousness does not control the wealth, which is the most rational saying. As the time came to the afternoon, Qin Xuan also ended the busy day. Qin Xuan looked at that standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, heavy-hearted Xia Chan, which slowly walked up, embraced Xia Chan's luxuriant waist, whispered, How is it? Tired or not? Suddenly being embraced by Qin Xuan's waist, Xia Chan was also slightly startled, then held Qin Xuan's hand and said, Not tired. I'm just worried about you. Don't worry. No need to worry. Later on, bring Xiao Dai and let's go eat a big meal. Qin Xuan laughed. No need. Mom said to pick up Xiao Dai from her house later. Xia Chan finished and added, What kind of big meal to go eat? Someone's treating us. Call Zheng Ping to go with us. Qin Xuan spoke. Just as he was talking, Zheng Ping knocked on the door and said, Brother Qin, there's a guy named Lu Wu downstairs looking for you. Okay, let's go. Qin Xuan then let go of Xia Chan and walked towards downstairs. At this moment, Lu Wu, who was standing in front of the car, was still looking at the building in front of him with a demented face, and with a look of disbelief. He asked the security guard at the side, saying, Bro, are you sure Qin Xuan is the chairman of this company? Hey, I said, are you people annoying? How many times have you asked? Mr. Qin is the chairman of the board. The security guard was also asked by Lu Wu with a speechless face. This Master Qin's identity is not simple. I didn't know anything about it. Lu Wu's eyes were full of shock at the moment, then said, That's not right. Since this Master Qin is the chairman of Tianhui Mansion, his wife was looking for me to borrow money? What the hell is going on here? The security guard looked at Lu Wu's surprised expression and smugly said, I've never seen it. Our chairman. That's a business wizard. Do you know Dongsheng Group? Mr. Yu Hongtai and my family, Mr. Qin, are very close brothers. After the security guard said, Lu Wu's jaw can be stuffed with a fist. What a concept. Dongsheng Group is a famous enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I don't know how many people would like to get in. I didn't realize that this Master Qin's relationship was so powerful. His own small boss and Master Qin are simply no match for each other. Just when Lu Wu was lost in thought, Qin Xuan slowly walked down with Xia Chan Zhengping. Master Qin, you've tricked me enough. I didn't know that you even have the identity of the chairman of Tianhui Mansion. Lu Wu saw Qin Xuan coming and rushed forward. You also did not ask me. Qin Xuan with a puzzled face said, Lu Wu, where is Mr. Ma's appointment? Qin Xuan opened his mouth and asked, At the Junlin Pavilion. This restaurant was compared to the 3-star restaurant in the beginning. It is considered to be the best restaurant in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Lu Wu opened his mouth and said, Well, the Buddha jumping wall at Junlin Pavilion is indeed a masterpiece, and is considered a one-trick pony. Qin Xuan said, It seems that Master Qin really is a deep hide. This Junlin Pavilion is a membership system. Very few people know about it, and there are only less than 200 members in the whole country, and every time you eat, you have to make a reservation in advance. Originally, Mr. Ma had an appointment with a very important client to dine here, and in order to thank Master Qin, he specially left the client out to dry. Lu Wu laughed. Oh, Mr. Ma has a good heart. Qin Chuan laughed. Let's go then. Lu Wu rushed to open the car door. Chapter 110, $200,000 for a meal. Lu Wu drove the car, turning left and right in the city, driving for more than half an hour before arriving. By the time he arrived at the Junlin Pavilion, Qin Chuan was also quite familiar with the place. After all, in his last life, he had often met clients here for dinner. Although this place was remote in terms of its boundaries, it couldn't help the fragrance of 10 miles of gourmet food, and he could smell the flavor of the food even from a long distance away. Master Qin, you guys go in first, I'll go fetch Mr. Ma. Lu Wu spoke. Where is Mr. Ma's driver? Qin Chuan said. Hey, don't mention it. That driver cum bodyguard was resigned by Mr. Ma. Yesterday Mr. Ma was stabbed. This bodyguard only cared about getting a girl and didn't even see it. Lu Wu helplessly said. Okay. Qin Chuan was also speechless. The trio then entered the restaurant. A dignified-looking female waitress also rushed over with a professionalized smile and said, Do the three of you have a reservation? What? Doesn't my Yuren have a reservation? Qin Chuan said. Okay. 3 of you inside and turn left to the first room. The waiter hurriedly pointed the way. The 3 of them then walked towards the private room. After sitting down, Zheng Ping was also shocked by the luxury of the box and said, Brother Qin, a meal at this place isn't cheap. 200,000 to start. Qin Chuan said. Hiss, 200,000? Zheng Ping was instantly shocked and added, I usually have to think about a $30 meal for half a day. This is too extravagant. Expensive naturally has expensive reason. This restaurant used more than 30 kinds of materials are all special supply. Only booking the day will be sent. If the guests did not come, these materials the next day will all be thrown away. The general public cannot be blessed to enjoy. Qin Chuan said. Xia Chan on the side looked at Qin Chuan dumbfounded, saying, how do you know in such detail? Qin Chuan grinned, and just as he was about to speak, the waiter suddenly came in a hurry and said, Sorry, your box is in the first room on the right. I remembered it wrong. Okay, it's fine. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and was about to get up and go to another room with Xia Chan Zhengping. However, just at this moment, a man and a woman suddenly appeared at the door. The age of the duo was not far from Qin Chuan's. They should be a couple. As soon as the woman saw Qin Chuan's trio in the box, her face instantly drooped and said, Waiter, what's going on? How come someone else is sitting in the box I reserved? The waiter immediately brought an apologetic face and said, Sorry miss, it was my negligence. I'll immediately have these 3 guests go to another room. Qin Chuan looked at the woman with a spiteful look and frowned slightly, but the woman was just making things difficult for the waiter. After all, it was indeed the waiter's negligence, so he didn't care too much. The woman pinched her waist and said, What do you mean by negligence? Apologize and that's it? These 3 people sat in my box. I'm the platinum VIP here. Don't you know that I have a cleanliness fetish? Are you new here? Being bared by the woman, the waiter didn't dare to squeak at all. After all, those who can come here to dine are either rich or noble. It's not something she can offend as a small waiter. She can only lower her head and keep apologizing. I'm really sorry. At this moment, Xia Chan picked up her bag and followed Qin Chuan out of the box, and just happened to walk past the woman. This made the woman immediately pinch her nose and said, Look, what kind of cats and dogs are these? A bad perfume odor, making my entire box unclean. Must give me a statement. Suddenly hearing this, Qin Chuan, who had already left, suddenly stopped in his footsteps, his brows slightly knitted. Xia Chan was also somewhat speechless, saying, This young lady, there's no need for a personal attack. The inferior perfume that came from my body, it's the flavor of laundry detergent alright. Chapter 111, A Slap to Teach Behavior. The woman immediately came to force, said, How? Sitting in my box you still have reason? There is no quality? Oh, quality? My God. You eat yourself and still say others stink? How did you do it? Zheng Ping was infuriated on the spot. Who did you say ate? Who are you cursing? The woman instantly rushed towards Zheng Ping with her bag. Qin Chuan was also a bit unable to bear it at this moment. His feet had just taken a step, but Xia Chan suddenly grabbed him and said, Qin Chuan, forget it, the ones who come here are not simple, it's better to do more than less. The woman skimmed Qin Chuan, who seemed to be about to make a move, especially when she looked at the other party's suit that wasn't much more expensive. She immediately became energized and said, Look at all of you, you're all poor and sour. When did this Junlin Pavilion even receive this kind of people? Who did you just call a cat or a dog? Qin Chuan asked with a sullen face. Said you, what's wrong? Still not convinced? The woman looked like she was being unreasonable, pinching her waist and raging on the spot. Splat! As soon as the woman's words fell, Qin Chuan's palm slapped over without hesitation. This slap was so loud that the woman's body stumbled for a moment, and she directly sat on her butt on the ground, blindsided. The other party actually dared to hit her? It seemed that after growing up so big, no one had ever dared to touch a single finger of hers, and today, she was actually directly slapped by someone? Qin Chuan took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand vigorously, saying, I feel dirty even hitting you, in a mouth full of. It's not as simple as a slap. You dare to hit me. The woman covered her face, her eyes looking at Qin Chuan with an unbelievable look. The youth who followed the woman along only reacted with hindsight at this moment, and drank on the spot. Damn, you dare to hit my girlfriend. You seek death. Just as the youth rushed forward with a healthy step and was about to make a move, Qin Chuan directly grabbed the youth's wrist and violently exerted force. Ka chow. Ah, don't. It's broken. Where was the youth Qin Chuan's opponent? He was subdued in an instant. Scram! Qin Chuan directly flung his hand, instantly causing the youth to stagger and sprawl on the ground. This scene also made Xia Chan's heart skip a beat as she watched. What was going on with her husband all this time? If it's understandable that he's gotten enlightened and knows how to make money, when did this force value explode so much as well? She didn't remember that Qin Chuan was a practicing martial artist before. At this moment, the commotion in the outside world was so big that some of the other guests in the boxes also heard the sound and walked out. At a glance, they saw the woman sitting paralyzed on the ground covering her face, and each of them was dumbstruck. Ha! This isn't Zhou Wan. How did she get beaten up? Who is that bold? Who is Zhou Wan? You don't even recognize Zhou Wan? The daughter of the head of the dragon group. Longtang group? Holy, these three people are going to suffer. Rumor has it that the dragon group has ties with the Grey Road, and they're not someone to be messed with. Zhou Wan, as the daughter of Longtang group, was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and no matter how unruly she was, no one dared to touch her half a finger in this part of Suzhou Hangzhou. How can she swallow this breath? And these soft whispers from the surrounding guests were naturally heard by Xia Chan. Her face instantly changed and she said, Qin Chuan, let's go. They are from Dragon Group. We can't afford to mess with them. Dogs, now that you know who I am, I'm telling you, it's too late. Today I'll let you know the price of this slap. Zhou Wan covered her face, that was trembling with anger. Chapter 112, Let You Die Without a Corpse. Really? What price? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. I'll let you die without a whole body. Zhou Wan gritted her teeth and threatened viciously. Qin Chuan laughed out on the spot and said, even your old man doesn't have the ability to do that, and you still dare to speak out of turn. It seems that this slap didn't make you learn to be a human being. As he spoke, Qin Chuan stepped forward with his steps. This stance, as if he was still going to make a move. When Zhou Wan saw this posture, her face turned pale in fear. She came out in a hurry today and didn't bring any bodyguards. Otherwise how would she suffer from this nonsense? Seeing that the situation was not good, the young man immediately got up and pulled Zhou Wan, saying, Wan, let's go. Let's go and call someone first. Let's go and call someone. Let's see how arrogant he is. Under the youth's pull, Zhou Wan glanced at Qin Chuan resentfully and said, if you're a man, don't go. You wait for me. After throwing down a vicious sentence, Zhou Wan then walked out of the restaurant in a sorry state under the youth's support. At this moment, some of the restaurant's managers and waiters did not dare to come forward to persuade them. If this is placed in other restaurants, what general manager has long come out as a peacemaker? But they do not dare. After all, the last one who came out to be a peacemaker had long been beaten into a second-degree cripple by Zhou Wan. And who else would dare to intervene? TSK. This kid looks like he's going to suffer. Offending Zhou Wan will definitely get him killed. Yeah, his father Zhou Changlong is a ruthless character. The whispers of the surrounding people made Xia Chan tremble slightly, although she wasn't sure how her husband could have that strong strength. But even with strength it was hard to beat a dead man with two fists. Something would definitely happen if he stayed on. Qin Chuan, let's go. Don't stay here. Xia Chan pulled Qin Chuan one by one. Let's go. Sooner or later, this Zhou Shuilong will have to touch him. Today I want to see how many kilograms he has. Qin Chuan's gaze was filled with coldness. Said. Xia Chan was really frightened by Qin Chuan's words and said, you asshole, do you know how Xiao Dai and I will live if anything happens to you? Zhang Ping, why don't you persuade a good man to do something about it? Zhang Ping was also at a loss for words, but after his sister-in-law said so, he still said, Brother Qin, why don't we just forget about it? Let's meet him on the business battle. There's no need to be here. Qin Chuan, can you fight dozens or hundreds of them by yourself? There's a Grey Road behind this Longtang group. Xia Chan was on the verge of shouting out anxiously. After all, the other party was outnumbered, and Qin Chuan couldn't possibly be a match for the forces of the Grey Dao even if he could fight. Don't worry, I don't care about 100 or 200 people yet. Qin Chuan patted Xia Chan's hand and comforted her. Xia Chan? Zhang Ping? Xia Chan was speechless. Where on earth did she get the confidence to fight a couple hundred people? Even if you have a sword in your hand, it's impossible for them to beat 100 or 200 people with their bare hands. Not to mention that it's the Grey Road. So there must be machete knives, steel pipes and other weapons. Just at this moment, a car slowly drove up outside the door, and it was Lu Wu, who had gone to pick up Ma Yuran, who had arrived. These two had just entered the door, when they saw quite a few people in the box walking out, seemingly still unaware of what had happened. Master Qin, what are you guys? Ma Yuran walked in with a stunned look on his face and said. Lu Wu glanced at the manager who was hiding far away, before beckoning, saying, what happened here? That manager also came with a bitter face and said everything that just happened one by one. This said improperly. Lu Wu and Ma Yuran were all shocked. How did this Master Qin suddenly mess with the shrewish woman Zhou Wan? Who in the whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou doesn't know that Zhou Shuilong is famous for protecting his calf? Not to mention his precious daughter. Chapter 113 More Friends More Roads. With an apologetic face, Ma Yuran said, Master Qin, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't come late, I wouldn't have been able to cause this trouble. My fault. Mr. Ma is polite. That shrew woman with a mouth full of should indeed be taught a lesson. Qin Chuan raised his hand and said. Ma Yuran said, let's change the restaurant. I still know this Zhou Changlong, although not very familiar, but also have business dealings, avoiding suspicion. Mr. Ma has said so. Let's go. Xia Chan was instantly happy to see this and said. At this time, Lu Wu also went up to persuade, saying, Master Qin, there is no need to be general with that. Turn around and let General Manager Ma go and talk to Zhou Changlong. This matter will be settled. Otherwise, with Zhou Changlong's temperament, this matter will be very troublesome. Looking at all of them persuading themselves, Qin Chuan was also quite speechless, but he couldn't afford to dismiss Ma Yuran and Lu Wu's face and said, alright, let's change one then. Ma Yuran smiled, then looked at the others inside and outside the box and said, what just happened here? I still hope that all of you don't talk too much, or else it's just to cross the line with me. Ma Yuran, those who are watching the crowd, once they heard that it was Ma Yuran, each one of them was also shocked. After all, although this Ma Yuran is almost meaningless in terms of prestige compared to Zhou Shuilong, but Ma Yuran is after all a dry engineering. This dry engineering is a few ordinary goods, behind the grey road and white road backing. At this time the crowd realized, after half a day this is a fairy fight? Lu Wu, go and arrange for the manager of Junlin Pavilion to delete the surveillance. Don't leave behind Master Qin's image. Ma Yuran spoke. Understood. Lu Wu hurriedly nodded his head and then talked to the manager of Junlin Pavilion for a few moments. This small storm didn't affect Qin Chuan's good mood too much, but the Buddha jumping wall was out of reach. The group could only choose a fairly good upscale restaurant in the city center to make do. Master Qin, thanks to you this time, or else I would have lost money for my project, not to mention my life. I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Ma Yuran got up with the wine cup. That was a drink. Qin Chuan naturally couldn't lose his demeanor either, and similarly drank it all in one go. By the way, Master Qin, when I came here, I heard Lu Wu say that you are the chairman of Tianhui Mansion. It seems that I was blind before, so young to have such a great achievement. The future is promising. Ma Yuran at this moment is also a change of opinion on Qin Chuan before. After all, before Qin Chuan did seem to be just a trickster Jianghu magician. But now, not only the means of the gods, but also in a high position. These add up enough to make Ma Yuran level Qin Chuan. Master Qin, that's a noble man. I'll toast Master Qin as well. Lu Wu also got up immediately. Good. Let's have a painful drink today. Qin Chuan smiled and raised his glass to drink with him. Ma Yuran said, Mr. Qin, you've helped me so much. Don't let it be 300,000. I'll give you 1 million. I'll make you a friend. Qin Chuan slightly raised his hand and said, Mr. Ma, don't be polite. Since we are making friends, let's forget about the money, or else it won't be enough to be friends. Qin Chuan saw a sentence. Let Ma Yuran once again to Qin Chuan impressed. After all, this age but so the city and seniority that is quite rare and precious. Especially Qin Chuan that from the bones revealed the temperament. More people dare not underestimate. This Qin Chuan, how to say that the last life is also worth hundreds of billions of people, and experienced the ups and downs of life. This state of mind has long been not 24 or 25 years old youth. Just when the party was drinking and eating, a man suddenly walked quickly outside the box, and as soon as he entered, he said, Mr. Ma, it's done. That rich second generation who hurt you is unrecognizable to his mother by us. Chapter 114, Making a Scene. Ma Yuran, who was drinking, suddenly heard this, smiled slightly and said, He, worthy of being Yu Guan Yen Wang. There is nothing you can't do. Very good. The man grinned and said, what Mr. Ma ordered. Naturally, I have to do it well. Only then did Qin Chuan look at the man on the side, probably around 30 years old, with a big waist, bald head, and many tattoos vaguely tattooed on his body, especially the pair of bulging eyeballs, which gave a strong sense of oppression. This kind of person knew at a glance that he wasn't a good person. After all, the face was born from the heart. Master Qin, let me introduce. This one is called Guan Ocean. In this realm of Suzhou Hangzhou have any trouble despite reporting his name. Good to make my Yuren opened his mouth. Qin Chuan looked towards Guan Ocean and nodded slightly, considered a greeting. Guan Ocean also nodded towards Qin Chuan, but did not show too much expression. After all, he does not know Qin Chuan. Mr. Ma, there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After all, that kid's body needs to be dealt with. Guan Ocean said as he spoke seemingly without any backstabbing at all. Xia Chan, who was eating at the moment, trembled when she heard about the corpse, and immediately looked at Qin Chuan, obviously frightened. How is this even involving a corpse? What the hell? Not only was Xia Chan startled, the wine my Yuren just drank in his mouth almost didn't spray out, saying, "You killed him? Didn't I say I'd let you teach him a lesson and forget about it? Why did you mess up a person's life?" Obviously, my Yuren, as a businessman, didn't want to have any fatalities in his hands, so his face became unusually ugly. I also don't want to kill him. This kid plays women play too much, and also sucks white. Weak. 3 punches and 2 kicks will be out of breath. Guan Ocean was indifferent, as if killing a person is as simple as killing a chicken. My Yuren's face at the moment, even Lu Wu was also half a day did not slow down, although Lu Wu is also a ruthless person, but can never make a human life. You don't want to be in Su Hang. Give you $2 million? Go hide somewhere else. Ma Yuren thought for a moment and then said. Hearing this, Guan Haiyang said, Mr. Ma, there's no need to hide. No matter what force behind this kid dares to set foot in the boundaries of Su Hang, I'll let him have a life to come and no life to go back. Ma Yuren, old Guan, you can't be careless. This kid is from Yanjing. This Yanjing wherever there is a bit of money which is not a dignified character. Be careful of the gutter overthrowing the boat. Lu Wu said. Lao Wu, look at you that wimpy. Afraid of a hair. Guan Ocean is a face of indifference. Alright, you go wait for me outside first. I'll look for you at the party. Ma Yuren raised his hand slightly and said. Only then did Guan Ocean turn around and leave. Master Qin, don't mind it. This guy is good at everything. He just doesn't have a light hand, said Ma Yuren. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, was calm and said, how do you know him? This kind of henchman is ruthless enough. This kid used to be hunted down and killed by someone. I helped him, and since then he helped me with anything I had. Not exactly my henchman, said Ma Yuren slowly. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. When the wine had passed 3 rounds, Ma Yuren went to the restroom, while Lu Wu lay down on the table and huffed and puffed. Only then did Qin Chuan slowly get up and said, Zhang Ping, go follow me out. Zhang Ping nodded and quickly followed. When he walked to the door, Qin Chuan saw that Guan Haiyang who was leaning in front of his car smoking a cigarette and chatting with a few of his men. Brother Qin, did you come out to look for this guy? He's killed someone. He can't be messed with. Zhang Ping was also slightly shocked and said, this kind of person who licks blood from the tip of the knife will be used sooner or later. So let's mix it up first. Qin Chuan spoke. Zhang Ping didn't know what his brother Qin was doing, but he still followed him with a stiff upper lip. Chapter 115, King Guanyan also has times of fear. At this moment, Guan Ocean was talking and laughing with a few of his own ponies, while Qin Chuan coldly appeared 2 meters away from Guan Ocean. At this time, a pitted-faced ponyboy also noticed the approaching Qin Chuan, and his face sank as he said, what are you looking at, kid? Get lost. Generally like this kind of gangsters who are always ready to fight against the bystanders. The most taboo is that the bystanders are looking at them, so when they saw Qin Chuan staring at them, they naturally lost their temper. And Guan Ocean also similarly looked at Qin Chuan. He knew that Qin Chuan was my Yoren's friend, but he didn't open his mouth to reprimand his pony boy. Instead, he let the other party heckle Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan revealed a gentle smile and said, what? Is it because you think you're too shabby to be seen? Still not allowed to see? Hey, really ing evil. Really any cat or dog dares to pop up on Yama's head, looking for death. The horseman drew a dagger from his waist and was about to stab Qin Chuan. Ka! However, just as the horseman's hand was raised, it was grabbed by Qin Chuan's wrist, and then lifted his foot and kicked on the horseman's calf. Puff! Egu! The horseman fell into a on the spot. In just one look, the horseman was easily knocked down by Qin Chuan. The other 2 ponyboys saw the situation as also a face of surprise. This is which don't want a life dare to them. That is immediately copied the car's steel pipe to do it. And at this moment, Guan Ocean was also surprised by Qin Chuan's clean maneuver. Did not expect the other party looks unarmed. Or a practitioner? All stop. Guan Ocean immediately reprimanded the two horsemen who wanted to make a move, and then looked at Qin Chuan, and said, "What do you mean? You came up here and beat up my brother? Don't think you can be unscrupulous just because you're Mr. Ma's friend. I don't give face to anyone except Mr. Ma." Qin Chuan took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, saying, "Don't be angry. I didn't come here to find you in trouble. I just came to remind you that your little life is not guaranteed. It's better to prepare for the aftermath before it's too late." Upon hearing this, Guan Haiyang flinched for a moment, then laughed. He, just by virtue of that kid being a rich second generation in Yinjing? I told you, come a few to die. Do you know who you're killing? Just that much confidence? Qin Chuan, with a light smile, said, "What? You know that kid?" Guan Haiyan was stumped for a moment. Qin Chuan said, "The rich second generation kid you killed is called Zhu Wei. His father's name is Zhu Mao. He's the chief of the Yinjing Detective Section's general team. You often mix with the Grey Road, so you should be clearer than me about what this represents, right?" Hearing Qin Chuan's words violently, Guan Ocean's head instantly buzzed and said, "You, what did you say? The chief captain of the Detective General Unit?" Obviously, after hearing Qin Chuan's words, this heavenly fearless Guan Ocean was instantly fearful and his body trembled. If the other party was just a rich second generation with a powerful family background, then Guan Ocean was not a wimp at all. But this detective section that was different. After all, it was natural for a mouse to be afraid of a cat, not to mention that this rich second generation's dad was still Elvis. This is not specialized in catching them, these rats. Now you know you're scared? But it's too late. With Zhu Mao's status and identity, wanting to get you killed is as simple as pinching an ant. Qin Chuan said calmly. The reason why Qin Chuan knew all this was also because in his last life, Ma Yuren wanted to retaliate after he was paled. But after learning about the other party's identity, Ma Yuren could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. But this time, because of Qin Chuan's intervention, it made the events change. That's why Zhu Wei was killed by Guan Ocean. Chapter 116, Snakes have snake paths, rats have rat paths. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Guan Ocean's face was a shade of green and a shade of white, obviously frightened. His arrogance and dominance in Suzhou and Hangzhou is because he has a relationship with many big bosses, and those big bosses who have something unseemly to do are him. Once he encountered any danger, those big bosses will also step in to protect him, so he is absolutely safe in Suzhou Hangzhou. But this killed Zhu Wei. His father is the chief of Yinjing's detective section. Then the nature has changed. If the other party directly mobilizes Yinjing's detective section to investigate him, then he will definitely be shot. But Guan Ocean is also a person who has seen a lot of wind and waves. After a short period of panic, he still raised his guts and said, "Humph, no matter what detective branch, I'm not a wimp. The strongest dragons don't suppress the snakes of the earth. If he Zhu Mao dares to come to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he'll be the same as a heel. Strong dragon does not suppress the snake. That is, the strong dragon is not strong enough. In front of the absolute strength, you have this ability and clowns are no different." Qin Chuan is also unapologetic, said. Being pinpointed by Qin Chuan, Guan Ocean's face obviously paled a little, but where could he admit defeat in front of his own horsemen? Continuing, "Since I dare to be called Guan Yanwang, it's not just anyone who can be taken out. Since you are so confident, as if I did not say," Qin Chuan finished, and then said, "Oh, by the way, my relationship with Mr. Ma is quite good. I do not want to involve him because of this. Also tomorrow and 2 days later, if you are being investigated, give me a call. Perhaps I have a way to help you," Qin Chuan said, signaling Zheng Ping, although Zheng Ping was a bit confused, but still took out the business card and handed it to Guan Ocean. If it was placed in the usual situation, Guan Ocean would not even give a damn. But after all, this was about his own life, so he still honestly took it. Only then did Qin Chuan turn around and return to the restaurant with Zheng Ping. On the way back, Zheng Ping couldn't help himself and said, "Brother Qin, why did you still give him the business card? In case the other party is investigated, won't you be implicated as well when the time comes?" "Don't worry, this Zhu Wei is even more unclean than Guan Haiyang. He's a 10 evil damned person. As long as this Guan Haiyang is looking for me, I naturally have a way to let him off the hook." Qin Chuan finished, and added, "Zhang Ping, if you want to make a name for yourself in this place of Suzhou Hangzhou, relying on your business acumen alone won't cut it. And if you want to stand on the top of the heap, a huge network of people is essential. Often a lot of roads that don't go through can be unimpeded by relying on them." Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping scratched his head and said, "Brother Qin, I understand the reasoning, but that guy is a mixed grey road. Snakes have snake paths, rats have rat paths. You always understand this saying, right?" Qin Chuan said. "Understood." Zheng Ping instantly came to a realization. He also knew what his brother Qin was trying to do. This was paving the way. After Qin Chuan returned to the box, the time was almost up. Ma Yuren was a bit distracted because of Guan Ocean's matter, so this banquet could only end here. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, Ma Yuren called out to Qin Chuan and said, "Master Qin, just now I received a phone call in the restroom. In the 20 minutes after we had just left, Zhou Wan took dozens of thugs and went to the Junlin pavilion, and didn't find you looking a bit furious." Qin Chuan said, "It looks like it's fine if we don't leave. It's just a few dozen people." Master Qin, you can't be careless. This Zhou Wan is a woman with a poisonous scorpion's heart. She's capable of doing anything. You must pay attention. Ma Yuren said. "Don't worry, it's fine." Qin Chuan finished and added, "Let's get together when we have the chance. I'll go back first." "Alright, take care." Ma Yuren nodded. Chapter 117 Qin Rou's Resistance. Qin Chuan went back home after the get-together, and because he had drunk a lot of wine, he rested early. Early the next morning, Xia Chan woke up and made breakfast. "Qin Chuan, are you going to mom and sister's house today?" "Well, I'll go after breakfast." Qin Chuan responded. "Don't forget to buy some gifts for mom and little sister." Xia Chan admonished. "No need. I've prepared another big gift," Qin Chuan said. Qin Chuan owed his mother and sister too much in his last life, so naturally, he couldn't just give them something. Now the Tianhui mansion was already Qin Chuan's, so he planned to split 20% of Tianhui mansion's shares into two for his mother and sister. Don't underestimate this 20% of the shares. When Tianhui mansion develops in the future, this 20% of the shares, that is worth several hundred million or even more than $1 billion, talking about the last 1 or 2 years. After breakfast, Qin Chuan took a car. About 40 minutes or so arrived at Qin Rou's neighborhood. This district is a bit away from the city, called Flower Garden District, only 10 floors, already has a history of several decades. There is no elevator. The facilities are old. It was basically inhabited by working class people who came from out of town to work. Qin Chuan got out of the car, then walked towards the neighborhood. Because there was no elevator, the higher the floor the cheaper the rental price, and Qin Rou rented on the 10th floor. When Qin Chuan climbed up to the 10th floor, he looked at the closed door and was about to reach out to knock. Room door but at this time suddenly opened. Qin Rou wearing pajamas, hand carrying 2 bags of garbage is about to go downstairs to throw garbage. This suddenly looked up and Qin Chuan came to a contrast, which obviously made Qin Rou flabbergasted for a moment. "Xiao Rou," Qin Chuan greeted with a smile. "Who let you come? You're not welcome here." Qin Rou reacted by immediately issuing an expulsion order. This made Qin Chuan, who came full of guilt, full of helplessness, but still said, "Xiao Rou, calm down. In the past it was me who did quite a lot of wrong things and hurt you in mom's heart. I'm not here to atone for my sins." "Ha, atonement? You still know you're at fault? The things you did back then. Not only did you make mom angry and turn her head white overnight, even my life was ruined by you. What face do you have to stand in front of me? Please disappear from my doorstep immediately." Qin Rou faced her brother and spoke without the slightest bit of mercy. In fact, how much the former Qin Rou loved this brother who protected her in every way. She remembered that when she was bullied at school in the past, her brother always protected her behind, and that magnificent body was like an impregnable harbor. No matter what happened to Qin Rou, as long as her brother was there, she could always solve it. But ever since her brother became unprofessional, everything had changed as well. "Xiao Rou, you let me see mom first. I will explain properly," Qin Chuan spoke. "No need." After Qin Rou finished speaking, she directly brought the door of the room with her and walked towards the downstairs. Perhaps, only after being disappointed with a person, can one be so dry and not listen to any explanation. Even though Qin Chuan was now long gone, there was nothing he could do in the face of his sister's resistance. Qin Chuan stood in place with a helpless look on his face. "It looks like it won't be that easy to enter this door today." Just as Qin Chuan was about to turn around and go downstairs, the door to the room suddenly opened and a middle-aged woman close to 50 years old walked out. The woman's figure was slim, but looked sharp and clean. Her silhouette was able to tell that when she was young, she must have been a great beauty who was famous on one side. When Qin Chuan saw the woman's slim body, his eyes also flushed a slight red, saying, "Mom." Chapter 118, Come to borrow money, right? When Yu Guiqin saw her son, a few moments of joy appeared in her eyes as well, saying, "Xiaochuan, hurry up and come in. Later your sister will come back and won't let you into the house again." Qin Chuan stood still and looked at his mother's thin appearance. His eyes slightly red, said, "Mom, you've lost a lot of weight." Yu Guiqin was about to go back to the house when she suddenly heard Qin Chuan's words of concern, making her flabbergasted for a moment, as if this was the first time in a few years that she heard Qin Chuan caring about her. This made Yu Guiqin's eyes indescribably joyful, and she just hurriedly said, "Mom hasn't lost weight. quickly go inside and sit down. Only then did Qin Chuan take a step into the rental house. Rental house is not big, barely 30 square feet. Small living room seems to be in addition to a small sofa and coffee table. Can no longer put other things? Xiaochuan, have you eaten breakfast? If you haven't, Mom will make some for you. Yu Guiqin put on her apron and asked. Mom, don't get busy. I've eaten, Qin Chuan said. It's good if you've eaten. Yu Guiqin nodded and added. Originally I wanted to go to your place to see Xiao Dai before, but your sister insisted on not letting me go. Don't blame Mom. Xiao Dai is growing up right now. You shouldn't just focus on playing. You need to care more about Xiao Dai. Yu Guiqin spoke. From time to time looked at Qin Chuan. She knows, as long as they say a few more sentences, Qin Chuan will always be very tiresome to say that she nagging. However, what surprised Yu Guiqin was that today's Qin Chuan didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he said, Mom, right now, Xiao Dai is doing very well. It's just for the last 2 days. When I arrange everything, I'll take you and my little sister over. Yu Guiqin was obviously flabbergasted when she heard this, and thought she had hallucinated? Her own son was going to take her and Xiao Rou to live with him? This would have never dared to be thought of in the past. After all, if Qin Chuan was filial, she wouldn't be living in Qin Rou's house. Just as Yu Guiqin was fuming, Qin Rou came back, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw Qin Chuan sitting on the sofa, and immediately said angrily, Mom, was it you who opened the door for him? I told you not to look for him. Why don't you listen to me? Looking at Qin Rou's angry face, Yu Guiqin was also quite helpless and said, Qin Rou, no matter how you put it, he's also your own brother, and I see that Xiaochuan is not the same as he was before, so don't hold a grudge too much. Different? Why didn't I see that? Coming all the way here, not even taking some nourishment, coming empty-handed. I think he's here to borrow money. Qin Rou seemed to know exactly what Qin Chuan used to be like, and said without any mercy. Qin Chuan slowly got up, took out 2 contracts from his arms, said, This is the gift I prepared for you and Mom. It's the 20% share transfer agreement of Tianhui Mansion. I'm now the chairman of Tianhui Mansion. Sister, Mom, you have to trust me. What Tianhui Mansion? I've never heard of it. Don't fool Mom. You're still the chairman of the board? Are you still the chairman of the board of directors? Did you start a purse company to cheat people everywhere? Qin Rou didn't seem to believe this at all. Qin Rou does not know Tianhui Mansion is not strange. After all, her life to buy the most expensive luxury or school that will save a long time to buy a $300 of Chanel lipstick. This Tianhui Mansion only does business with the rich. Qin Rou definitely won't know. Of course, even if she knew she wouldn't believe it. At this moment, although Yu Guiqin didn't say anything, a hint of disappointment also showed in her eyes. She believed her daughter's words more than her son suddenly becoming some chairman. Could it be that Qin Chuan's change was only superficial? Chapter 119, He's the liar big brother? In fact, Qin Chuan had thought from the beginning that his mother and sister would not believe him. This disbelief was the reason why no matter what Qin Chuan did, even if he came carrying a sack of money, his mother and sister would think that he had stolen it and robbed it. So he desperately needed a chance to prove himself. Ding ding ding. Just as Qin Rou was furious and ready to give her expulsion order, her cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, are you there yet? Qin Rou's tone immediately softened after she picked up. I'll be there in 10 minutes. There's a bit of traffic on the road. A man's voice came out from the phone. Good. Then you drive slower on the road, Qin Rou said. Yu Guiqin also hurriedly took off her apron and said, Xiao Rou, is Junming here? It's coming soon. Qin Rou finished, then glanced at Qin Chuan and said, It's fine if you don't go, but don't talk nonsense when Junming comes later. Yu Guiqin also urged, Xiao Chuan, Junming is here to get engaged. Later you and he can just get to know each other. Just go through the motions. After all, you can't not have a man at home. Hearing his mother and sister's words, Qin Chuan frowned slightly and said, Mom, this Jiang Junming is not a good person. His character is not good. I don't agree to fix this marriage. Qin Rou, who was about to go back to her room to dress up, suddenly heard Qin Chuan's words and laughed on the spot, saying, Oh, saying that people's character is not good? You have not seen the side of the mouth to come? Jiang Junming people start their own business, open several Haidilao chain stores. You, what are you? The chairman of a company? And you're sharing shares with me and Mom? What a joke. Yu Guiqin looked at this brother and sister to quarrel again at the drop of a hat, then said, Xiaochuan, this Jiang Junming is quite good, handsome, also quite polite. Your sister quite like him. Mom also hopes that she can marry a good family. So don't stop in the middle. Qin Chuan lightly inhaled a breath. So he sat on the sofa and didn't say more. After all, if he continued to talk, he was expected to quarrel with Qin Rou the girl again. Anyway, This engagement is not a marriage. Sooner or later he will let this Jiang Junming original shape. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the guests that had been waiting arrived as expected. The first one to enter the door was a man around 24 or 25 years old, dressed in a suit with an expensive wristwatch, dressed like a successful man. This man was no other than Jiang Junming, and when Qin-ro saw Jiang Junming enter the room, with a gentle smile, she said, "Junming, who are these people?" "He is my second uncle, third uncle." Jiang Junming also immediately introduced. "Second uncle, third uncle." Qin-ro also shouted very politely. However, these two middle-aged men merely glanced at Qin-ro and lightly nodded their heads as a greeting, but their eyes were full of arrogance. "Junming is here." Yugue Qin also went forward to greet them with a smile. Only Qin Xuan sat on the sofa with no intention of getting up at all. "Auntie, this is the tonic I bought for you specially from out of town." Jiang Junming carried the gift in his hand and smiled. "Look, you've come all the way here. What gifts are you bringing? Quickly go inside." Yugue Qin smiled and took it, saying. Jiang Junming then walked into the small rental house, but his eyes inadvertently glanced to the side of the youth sitting on the sofa, and immediately showed consternation. Said, this one is? He is Qin-ro's elder brother, Qin Chuan." Yugue Qin finished, hurriedly giving Qin Chuan a wink, signaling him to greet him. "Oh, is he the big brother that Xiao-ro said cheated her out of all her tuition fees?" Jiang Junming didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 120 Big Uncle called early. This Jiang Junming's unobtrusive sentence caused the atmosphere of the scene to drop almost instantly. Originally, Yugue Qin had even praised Jiang Junming for being a good talker and having a sweet mouth, but these words that came out of the cold. Isn't it obvious that he is looking down on Qin Xuan? "Junming, let's not talk about the past. Sit down first." Qin-ro looked at her mother's face not looking too good, before she hurriedly said, sorry, look at my mouth. Future great uncle, don't be offended." Jiang Junming wore a hypocritical smile as he stepped forward and was about to shake Qin Xuan's hand. Facing the hand handed by Jiang Junming, Qin Xuan ignored it and didn't even get up. Speaking, "Big brother-in-law called early. Besides, I have no intention to be your big brother-in-law." "Xiaochuan, Junming give you greetings. You do not refute your sister's face." Yugue Qin saw Qin Xuan did not want to shake hands, went forward and whispered. Jiang Junming looked at Qin Xuan still sitting on the sofa. His face also sank slightly, but still with a smile, said, "Oh, it's okay auntie, just now it was my fault. Don't know a bit of human feelings? Your own sister's engagement and you're putting on a smelly face, as if we're the ones who posted it up." The middle-aged man beside Jiang Junming crumbled a sentence. His eyes were full of frivolity. His Jiang family is not said to be a prestigious family in Suzhou Hangzhou, but it is also a rich family with several $100 million in assets. Especially Jiang Junming, who is young and talented, opened several high-D Lao stores, and has been financially free for a long time. "Second uncle." Jiang Junming also rushed to make a wink. After all, he is not yet engaged. If because of this matter stirred up, that is not a big loss. "Alright, we won't talk anymore," the middle-aged man said helplessly. After all, Jiang Junming had spent a lot of money on Qin-ro during this period of time, and the key thing was that so far he hadn't touched Qin-ro. Every time he wants to have a room with Qin-ro, Qin-ro uses the excuse that she is not married and her family is conservative as an excuse to get out of the way. This is so that is in love with Jiang Junming where to endure. Just want to get engaged as soon as possible to find a good day to get married, but also early to hold a beautiful woman. Waiting for Qin-ro to get his hands on, he still wore the need to be so lowly. Qin Xuan heard that middle-aged man's words, eyebrows slightly knit, just about to speak. Aside Yugue Qin rushed to say, "Xiaochuan, to help me serve tea." Hearing his mother call him, Qin Xuan then put away his anger and got up to walk towards the kitchen. Just as he entered the kitchen, Yugue Qin said in a serious tone, "Xiaochuan, I asked you to come here today for your sister's abbot engagement, so listen to your mom and don't refute their face in front of your sister." "I know." Qin Xuan nodded. After all, do not look at the face of the monks, look at the face of the Buddha. It is not easy to come back for a trip, but also cannot make his mother angry. Waiting for Yugue Qin to walk into the living room with tea, Jiang Junming laughed. "Auntie, this house is also a little too small. I don't think the kitchen can stand two people. When Qin-ro and I get married, I'll pick you up and take you to live in my house." Hearing this, Yugue Qin smiled and said, "It's good to have a heart. When Xiao-ro gets married, I'll go back to my hometown. I can't be a burden to you." "Auntie, this great uncle is also married. Why don't you go to his place? It's not possible that great uncle is also renting a house to live in Suhang, right?" Jiang Junming looked at Qin Xuan and said with a smile, "This is clearly saying that Qin Xuan is not filial. After all, How can there be a son who has established a family, let his mother follow his sister to live, and even his sister's marriage to send his mother back to his hometown? It's not what you think. Yu Guiqin just wanted to speak for Qin Xuan, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qin Ro. Qin Ro said, in his Thai place, he has to run 2 miles to go to the toilet. It's not as good as my place. Qin Ro words although hard to hear, but it is indeed so. Qin Xuan where a total of 2 beds. A family of 3 people live are crowded, let alone 4 people, and the toilet is also a public toilet. Chapter 121 You can't even afford the wall skin. Yu Guiqin originally wanted to say a few words to find face for Qin Xuan, but she didn't know how to redeem herself after being told by Qin Ro. This made Jiang Junming can be considered to have found a chance to get back at Qin Xuan. Immediately said, eldest brother-in-law, I see that you are about the same age as me. It's time to fight. You can't be loafing around. Otherwise when auntie gets old, how dangerous it would be to be alone in the countryside. Qin Ro glanced at Qin Xuan who picked up a teacup and drank tea by himself, saying, he's still struggling? It's not bad if he doesn't drag his feet. Yu Guiqin looked at her son being belittled in this way. Her heart was not in a good mood either, and she only felt her face was hot and red. However, just as Yu Guiqin looked helpless, Qin Xuan put down his teacup and said, I'm planning to buy a house. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 days. When the house is ready, I'll take my mother and sister there. This word, Yu Guiqin eyes bright. Regardless of the truth or falsehood, there is this sentence on the line. But the words were said, but there were many who demolished them. What can you buy? Xiao Dai has not even gone to school now. Eating is a problem. Talk big words cannot solve any problem. Qin Ro that is not at all to give their own this brother face. After all, when Qin Xuan took away her tuition fee without mercy, he was also merciless. Jiang Junming naturally knew that Qin Xuan was talking big, but he was eager to hear how the other party was making it up, saying, Xiao Ro, how can you talk about big brother like that? Maybe he's really buying a house? Big brother, where are you going to buy? Being asked, Qin Xuan naturally said, Yunhai Court. But the tea that Jiang Junming drank into his mouth was sprayed out on the spot, saying, Great uncle, where did you see Yunhai Yuan? Do you know what this place is? That's the rich area of Suzhou Hangzhou. The worst villa starts at $30 million. The highest grade is nearly $60 million. You need to find a more reliable property to talk about. This Jiang Junming's words, so that the originally quite pleased Yu Guiqin even more shocked half a day did not react. This 80% is Qin Xuan do not know where to listen to a villa area, full of talk out, but completely did not take into account the price of that place. What? You think I can't afford a house in Yunhai Yuan? Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, yes. It's my pattern that small if great uncle can afford it. Jiang Junming tried his best to hold back his laughter and added, Great uncle, I have a friend who's in the sales department of Yunhai Yuan. Do you think that I should give him a call? And maybe I can even give you a discount. Really? That's quite good. Qin Xuan smiled. At this moment, Qin Ro really couldn't help herself and said, Qin Xuan, don't you disgrace yourself okay? What can you buy? You can't even afford the wall skin. I'm not even there yet. How do you know I can't afford it? Qin Xuan looked at Qin Ro and said. Qin Ro was also too lazy to say more to Qin Xuan and said, Junming, don't worry about it. He's just talking nonsense. And don't call. It's not good to trouble people. Xiao Ro, what are you talking about? Look at the serious look of brother-in-law. How can he lie? I'll call my friend. Jiang Junming took out his cell phone with a strained smile. After all, just now the other party didn't even have the most basic manners and made himself lose face. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? Since Qin Xuan had gone overboard with his big talk, let's see how he would round it back up later. Chapter 122 $50 million villa still makes up for it. As Jiang Junming picked up his cell phone, he immediately dialed his friend's number. This scene let the side of Qin Ro look silly. This know that Qin Xuan is bragging about big words. How to really fight. Yu Guiqin stood by the side for a moment at a loss for words. This is not a clear disgrace. Hello, is it Jiangyan? Jiang Junming said after making the call. It's me, brother Jiang. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Are you looking for me to buy a villa? The man called Jiang and laughed. Jiang Junming said, where can I afford to live in a villa in Yunhai Yuan? With this money I'll invest in a few more Haidilao stores. It's like this. I have a friend who has his eye on the villas in Yunhai Yuan, and is ready to buy a set. Is there any existing house? Upon hearing this, Jiangyan said, coincidentally, there just happens to be one last set left. It's a quasi-high-grade one, all down to $50.5 million. But you and I are brothers. I'll make less. It's $50 million. Jiang Junming smiled, then looked at Qin Xuan and said, Big uncle, how is it? Do you still see the villa for $50 million? Well, it makes do. Qin Xuan responded calmly. Speaking of which, in his last life, the house Qin Xuan lived in was a mega manor worth several $100 million. But currently, he didn't have that condition. A house of $50 million. Although it was $10 million short of his expected $60 million. But after all, there was only one set left, so he could only make do first. If an onlooker knew Qin Xuan's true inner thoughts, he would probably be dumbfounded. After all, 50 million villa, that is the upper and lower 3 floors, covers an area of more than 800 square feet. What yard wigwam underground garage has everything? Facilities are extremely perfect. Make do? Jiang Junming heard this, obviously flabbergasted for a moment, and then laughed. Great uncle is rich and powerful. Awesome, that's good. Let's pick a day and go buy it now, how about it? Yes, Qin Xuan said. Jiang Junming, pretend. Keep pretending. When we really get to the place later, I'll see how you can still pretend. Mom, I told you not to call him in, but you had to. What are you doing? You're going to humiliate us. At this moment, Qin Ro was trembling with anger. Yu Guiqin was also embarrassed and said, Xiachuan, Mom knows you're gambling. This is not the time to fool around. Mom, just relax. I had planned to buy it in the next few days, and since I mentioned it today, I'll buy it on the way. Qin Xuan spoke. Yu Guiqin, Qin Ro. Jiang Junming was stumped for a moment when he heard Qin Xuan's rather confident words, and even had the illusion that the other party seemed to be able to really afford the same. Thinking of this, Jiang Junming said, Brother-in-law, let's set off then, but my car can't carry so many people. Since you can afford a $50 million villa, your car shouldn't be bad either, right? Haven't bought a car yet, just lead the way, Qin Xuan said. When Qin Xuan said this, the illusion created by Jiang Junming instantly dissipated. As a man, when there is money, is not the first thing to buy yourself a good car? This also fully demonstrates that Qin Xuan is bragging. There was no way he could afford a $50 million villa. Qin Xuan took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Zhang Ping, asking him to bring Xiachan over. After all, Xiachan had mentioned about buying a house before, but because she was busy during this period of time, she hadn't been able to do so. It just so happened that today it was a coincidence. So let's buy the house first. This is not to continue to live in a rental house. More importantly, the mother can also have a better living environment. Do not need to climb the stairs every day upstairs and downstairs. Chapter 123, Did you drink spirit soup? Tianhui Mansion is not too far away from the Flower Garden neighborhood. About 20 minutes away. At this moment, Zheng Ping drove his car and brought Xiachan. Qin Xuan, what's the point of having Zheng Ping bring me here in such a hurry? Xiachan looked at Qin Xuan, who had long been waiting downstairs, and asked. At this time, Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro and the others also came over. When Jiang Junming looked at Xiachan, who was walking in the distance, his gaze obviously paused for a moment and his face was slightly shocked. What kind of Qin Xuan did Qin Ro say to him a long time ago? That it was a hangdog who didn't do his job and ate, drank and gambled? Why is this wife so beautiful? Is she blind to follow such a man? Xiaochan, you're here, Yu Guiqin said. Mom, little sister. Xiachan went up and greeted her. Although Qin Ro's relationship with Qin Xuan was extremely bad, but for this sister-in-law, Qin Ro still had a relatively good feeling about her, and opened her mouth. Sister-in-law, you've come at the right time. Qin Xuan is disgracing himself here, so hurry up and take him back. When Xiachan heard Qin Ro call Qin Xuan by his first name, not even brother, and with an impatient look, she was not surprised. After all, she had similarly carried a very strong hostility towards Qin Xuan before, and it wasn't until Qin Xuan actually started to look after his family and make money that Xiachan gradually changed her opinion. Xiao Ro, is it that your brother said something? Don't be angry. Your brother is now much better than before. Xiachan rushed to speak for Qin Xuan. Qin Ro said, Sister-in-law, you have no idea what's going on. Forget it. I'm too embarrassed. Let mom speak. Yu Guiqin was also quite helpless and said, Xiaochan, isn't this your sister getting engaged? Xiaochuan is not willing to do so. It's a bit unpleasant in the house. Just now Junming talked about the house. Xiaochuan insisted on going to Wat Yun Haiyuan to buy a villa. You persuade him? Where do we have the money to buy a villa now? Gambling is not the way to gamble. Hearing Yu Guiqin tell the whole story, Xiaochan smiled and said, Mom, to buy a house is what I proposed before, and now I also have this condition to buy, so don't worry about it, just go. Yu Guiqin? Qin Ro? No, sister-in-law. He's fooling around. Why are you following suit? Do you know the price of Yun Haiyuan? It's the most expensive place in Suzhou Hangzhou, with an average price of more than 60,000 a square foot. It's almost as expensive as Yanjing. Qin Ro said with a speechless face. I know. Qin Chuan said the price. Xia Chan said. At this moment, Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro were both dumbfounded. Sister-in-law, what kind of mesmerizing soup did Qin Chuan give you? Did you even believe that? Haven't you been fooled by him enough? Qin Ro said. Just as Xia Chan was about to open her mouth to say something, Qin Chuan slightly raised his hand and said, Xia Chan, you don't need to explain. They don't believe in anything. Let's go to the sales department first. Hearing this, Xia Chan wanted to say something, but she could only stop. In fact, she could understand Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro's thoughts better. After all, it was just like her before. At this moment, Jiang Junming, who was standing in the distance, did not know what their large family was talking about. Seeing Qin Ro huffing and puffing, then he said, Alright, let's go. Under the leadership of Jiang Junming, the group of people went straight to the sales department of Yunhai Yuan. And at this moment, Xia Chan, who was sitting in Zhang Ping's car, looked at Qin Chuan, who didn't say a word on the co-pilot, and said, Is it that Qin Ro doesn't listen to me? It seems to have pissed you off. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, What am I angry about? Before was originally my fault. This girl hold a grudge against me is also normal. And so on in the future to make up for her on the line. Chapter 124, Only Cash Payment. It did not take long for the two cars to arrive at the sales department of Yunhai Yuan almost at the same time. At this time, Jiang Junming was still immersed in the joy of how to humiliate Qin Chuan later. So he got out of the car and went straight to the lobby. When a group of people entered the door, a beautiful-looking female salesperson also hurriedly came forward and said, Several people. Are you renting or looking for a house? Of course it's to buy a house. Let Zhangyan come over. Jiang Junming said with his hands behind his back. The saleswoman hurriedly nodded her head. Okay, a few of you sit and have some tea first. I'll go and call manager Zhang. Waiting for the saleswoman to leave, Jiang Junming then wandered over to Qin Chuan and laughed. Brother-in-law, this Zhangyan and I are sworn brothers. Not only is this house cheaper than $500,000 for you, the furniture and facilities are all complete, allowing you to move in with your bags. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled faintly. This is best. At this time, Xia Chan looked at the model in the sandbox of the property. Her heart was quite happy. After all, who would have thought that a week ago, she was still running around for a living. After this week, she could afford to live in a big villa. And it was still Yunhai Court. Although Xia Chan's heart is happy, but the Yu Guiqin on the side that is hard to sit still. Her own son cannot know what kind. It is obviously unrealistic to come up and buy a $15 million villa. Yu Guiqin wanted to go up several times to pull Qin Chuan back and ask him not to gamble on this kind of gas. But looking at Qin Chuan's light-hearted demeanor, as if he could really come up with $50 million? As for Qin Ro, she never took her eyes off her brother. She was also wondering if Qin Chuan was really pretending. About a few minutes later, a man in a small suit with a thin figure walked out quickly. And when Jiang Junming saw this, he also immediately raised his hand. Zhangyan, I'm here. Brother Jiang. Zhangyan saw Jiang Junming and immediately went forward to shake his hand. At the same time, he looked at the group of people behind Jiang Junming and immediately whispered, Brother Jiang, is that the one who wants to buy a villa? It's the one with a beautiful woman standing beside him. Jiang Junming made a wink in Qin Chuan's direction. Really? It's that big boss. That rich? Zhangyan looked over at Qin Chuan, visibly startled. Jiang Junming muttered in a low voice. What big boss? He's my future great-uncle, purely a loser who eats, drinks, gambles and doesn't do his job. Where can he afford to buy a villa? Ah, this. Zhangyan was also baffled by Jiang Junming's sentence and whispered. Then why did brother Jiang come all the way here? This guy bragged in front of me that he can afford to buy a villa. I've read that this guy just wants to come and put on an act. I guess he'll either give you a blank check later or pay in installments. Later, no matter what he says, you must have cash. Except cash, other payments are not recognized at all. See how I humiliate him? Jiang Junming said slowly. On the way here, Jiang Junming thought left and right. He really couldn't figure out where Qin Chuan got the capital to blow this cowhide. Finally he figured it out. It is not necessary to pay cash to buy a house. Write a check. Apply for a large mortgage, which requires time to review, and so drag a few days. Qin Chuan will probably use other reasons to give up the purchase again. So he gave Zhangyan a precautionary shot in advance. Let Qin Chuan give cash. If you can't get 50 million, that's pure pretend. Then see how he humiliated. Zhangyan immediately understood Jiang Junming's meaning, immediately smiled and said, Don't worry brother Jiang, it's on me. That's good. Then it's all up to old brother. Jiang Junming smiled. Chapter 125, Bought. Not long after, Zhangyan walked towards Qin Chuan's direction and smiled. What's your surname? Sir? Surname Qin. Qin Chuan said. Mr. Qin, do you know anything about the houses in Yunhai Court? Zhang Yan opened his mouth. Don't know too much. Let's look at the model house first, Qin Chuan said. Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiled and said, no problem, please several of you follow me. The group of people then walked towards the model room under Zhang Yan's leadership. Jiang Junming, on the other hand, followed behind Qin Chuan, the corner of his mouth skimming as if to say, let's see how long you can pretend. When the crowd arrived at the model room, Zhang Yan began to introduce the house from the sidelines. The villa sat north to south, and outdoors there was a courtyard with rockeries and flowers, as well as small bridges and pavilions, and quite a few goldfish. The interior, on the other hand, was well lit, bright indoors during the day and quiet at night. The building materials used in the upper and lower 3 floors are all top quality in the top quality, especially the supporting furniture, clear solid wood furniture. It is estimated that it is also worth 2 million. This is simply a palace. Xia Chan didn't even blink from entering the model room. It felt like a dream. It is indeed quite big. It looks like you have to take care of a few nannies on a daily basis. Otherwise you won't be able to keep yourself busy on your own. Qin Chuan laughed. No need. Being able to live in a house that big, it's worth it even if I'm exhausted, Xia Chan said excitedly. Qin Chuan laughed and said, I can't afford to tire you out. Hearing this, Xia Chan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she actually became shy. This scene was also watched by Qin Ro. She simply looked dumbfounded. How could her sister-in-law change so much? Not long ago, she had met Xia Chan, and at that time, Xia Chan mentioned Qin Chuan with the same hatred as her. Just a few days ago? How could she blush at Qin Chuan's words? This is simply more outrageous than the sun coming out of the west. Mr. Qin, how is it? Is it still satisfactory? Zhang Yan looked at Qin Chuan and asked with a smile. Well, it's satisfactory, so I'll buy it, Qin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junming on the side immediately signaled Zhang Yan, who understood and continued. So how did Mr. Qin make the payment? I didn't expect to buy a house today, so I don't have my bank card with me. Why don't I write a check? Qin Chuan slightly beckoned, and Zhang Ping who was beside him immediately took out his checkbook and walked over. Seeing this scene, Jiang Junming laughed out on the spot. This was exactly as he had guessed. Sure enough, he was planning to muddle through with a check. Zhang Yan laughed. I'm sorry Mr. Qin. The company's new rules yesterday rejected the use of checks for payment. It must be paid in cash. Hearing this, Xia Chan on the side said, Qin Chuan, anyway, we've seen it, why don't we wait for the afternoon and come back? It's not too bad for a while. Hearing this, Qin Chuan slightly frowned. He has not heard that there is a sales department that does not take checks? When Jiang Junming heard Xia Chan's words, he immediately laughed and said, eldest brother-in-law, sister-in-law just love this villa. This has come. If you don't buy it with full payment, won't what you just said at home become big words? Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro's mother and daughter's faces were not looking too good. It seemed that this really answered their speculation that Qin Chuan was just forcing a gamble. But wasn't this gamble plainly being poked and prodded? Mom, let's go. I can't afford to lose this person. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. What do you have to act like? Qin Ro pulled Yu Guiqin to leave. Yu Guiqin looked at Qin Chuan awkwardly and said, Xiao Chuan, why don't you go home first? Mom, don't be in a hurry. Don't worry. This house will definitely be bought. Qin Chuan opened his mouth and said, and then glanced at Jiang Junming who had a playful face on the side. Was this intended to make him make a fool of himself? Chapter 126, 200,000 coins first. Qin Chuan put the check away and said, why don't you take a check? This check also has a payment function. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's face changed from the smile he had just worn, and instead, he replaced it with an uninterested look and said, Mr. Qin, don't you know the reason why you're so rich? This kind of large check, the bank will review it for a long time. This Yunhai Yuan's house is so hot selling, do I have to wait for a day? Wouldn't that be missing out on a lot of customers? Zhang Yan's sentence made Jiang Junming, who was in the distance, secretly give a crazy thumbs up. The humiliation was just right. Qin Chuan wasn't angry either and laughed. That means I can only pay in cash. Is that what it means? That's right, cash, Zhang Yan said. Alright then, Qin Chuan said, about to turn around and leave. Seeing Qin Chuan's stance, Zhang Yan thought that it was Qin Chuan who knew that he was going to leave, and immediately blanked out, saying, funny, can't afford to look at any house. Wasting my time. Brother-in-law, don't go the check can't be bought can be exchanged for cash can't let us make a trip for nothing. We can wait. Jiang Junming also said in a conspiratorial manner. Just as everyone's face was ironic, Qin Chuan said, who said I'm leaving? Doesn't he want cash? I'll give him cash. Just wait. Jiang Junming grinned, seemingly anticipating again that this would 80% be a case of looking for cash, and then stalling until the bank got off work and didn't settle the matter. However, Jiang Junming will not let Qin Chuan have his way. After all, if he does not take advantage of this opportunity to take the other party down, and later marry to Qin Ro, maybe this big brother-in-law will be how to make things difficult for him. When Qin Chuan walked outside, he took out his cell phone and dialed Yu Hongtai's number. Hey, Mr. Qin, Yu Hongtai said. Mr. Yu, do me a favor, can you raise me 50 million in cash within an hour? I have a check here for you. Qin Chuan spoke. Suddenly hearing this, Yu Hongtai was also flabbergasted for a moment, saying, $50 million in cash? To paper bills? Yes, Qin Chuan said. Good. Not a big problem. I'll contact the various companies and ask them to let the bank withdraw the money. Yu Hongtai finished and added, is it sent there? Send it to the sales department of Yunhai Yuan. Qin Chuan said, okay, it will be delivered in an hour. Yu Hongtai spoke. Wait a minute. In comes 200,000 coins. To be loose weighed, it is best to mix some nickels. Qin Chuan grinned. Said. When Yu Hongtai heard this, he laughed out on the spot and said, he, who messed with Mr. Qin here? In this way? 200,000 coins are 2,400 pounds. Some people are too idle. Find him something to do. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Good, Yu Hongtai said and hung up the phone. If he were a different person, it was estimated that it would be quite difficult to go up to the bank and withdraw $50 million in cash. But with so many subsidiaries under this Dongsheng group, it would be enough for a family to withdraw a small $10 million. It wasn't a big deal at all. Originally Qin Chuan is intended to use 50 million coins to pay, but think about it is not very realistic. Not to mention the weight of 50 million coins. Even if you search the entire major banks in Suzhou and Hangzhou, it is estimated that not necessarily come up with 50 million coins. If 200,000, it can still be done. After the phone call ended, Qin Chuan then returned to the waiting area of the sales department. Seeing Qin Chuan return, Xia Chan said, Qin Chuan, you had someone come to deliver the money? Well, since I'm here, let's buy it, Qin Chuan said. Zhang Yan, who was on the side, spoke. Mr. Qin, are you going to buy it or not? I don't have that much time to wait for you to gather $50 million. I hope that in an hour's time, you'll still be able to speak to me in such an unruly tone. Qin Chuan glanced at Zhang Yan and said coldly. Chapter 127, the money has arrived. Count it. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Zhang Yan snorted a laugh and didn't take it seriously at all. Walking straight towards Jiang Junming, Jiang Junming clasped his hands on his chest, smugly looking at Qin Chuan, saying, still 1 hour. Give you 8 hours and you won't be able to come up with the money. I'd like to see what excuses you'll have later. Brother Jiang, how do you think I just did? Zhang Yan laughed in a small voice. Not bad. I'll treat you to dinner later. Jiang Junming laughed. You're welcome. In fact, I also hate this kind of people. No money hard to pretend. People 5. Zhang Yan blankly glanced at Qin Chuan and said, while Yu Guiqin was anxious and didn't know what to do. Only Qin Chuan, Zheng Ping and Xia Chan were breezy at the scene. After all, they are aware of Qin Chuan's financial strength at the moment. Is not 50 million. That is not casually take it out. An hour passes quickly. Not long Qin Chuan received a call. It is the driver drove a truck to come. Qin Chuan then got up and said, the money has arrived. Qin Chuan this sentence, that still waiting to see the joke Jiang Junming on the spot flabbergasted for a moment, said, the money has arrived? Where is it? Since it's cash, it must be outside. Is it still in my hands? After Qin Chuan finished, he added, Manager Zhang is it? Is the house still for sale? Zhang Yan was also startled by Qin Chuan's words and immediately looked at Jiang Junming. Brother Jiang, it's only been an hour. Did he really get it all together? Go out and take a look before saying anything. Jiang Junming also vaguely felt bad in his heart at this moment. Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro on the other side also revealed unbelievable looks. Really? $50 million was really sent? Xiao Chan, don't lie to mom. Xiao Chuan really has money? Yu Guiqin, with a deep shock, looked at Xia Chan who was on the side, and Qin Ro beside Yu Guiqin was also staring with wide eyes. Her brother, is it true or not? Mom, Qin Chuan is really rich, and very rich, you'll know when you go out. Xia Chan laughed. The group then walked out with unbelievable looks, only to see that at the entrance of the sales department, an escort car pulled up and 2 loaded escorts walked down. One of them said with a smile, is it Mr. Qin? It's me, Qin Chuan said. We were sent by General Manager Yu. The $50 million is in the car. The escort finished, took out the escort slip and said, you sign. After signing, Qin Chuan walked to the position of the car and pulled open the door, only to see nearly $50 million in cash stacked one on top of the other in the carriage, while there were dozens of sacks of coins beside it. This scene made Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro on the side look dumbfounded on the spot. This is real? Shinro's reaction at the moment was even greater than Yu Guiqin's. How could she dare to believe that her brother was really that rich? However, the most wonderful faces on the scene were also Jiang Junming and Zhang Yan. Both of them had jaws that could fit into a fist, and their throats were even dry and rolled a bit. Really fake. What a joke. Jiang Junming looked at the cash in the compartment. His pupils slightly dilated, obviously with skepticism. Manager Zhang, count it carefully. Don't say I'll give you a lack of caddy. Qin Chuan specifically used a lack of caddy to describe it, showing the extent of his wealth. Hearing this violently, Zhang Yan was dumbfounded on the spot. Counting? $50 million in cash would take half a day to count even if it was banknotes. Not to mention the several sacks of coins. That, Mr. Qin, how much is this coin? Zhang Yan asked with his scalp numb. How should I know? Count it yourself. I have limited time. If you delay my time, I will immediately complain to the top management of Yunhai Yuan, Qin Chuan said coldly. Hearing the complaint, Zhang Yan's face brushed pale at this moment. If the higher-ups knew that he was making things difficult for a major customer, he would lose his job. Chapter 128, earned it with his skills. The reason why Zhang Yan is afraid. That is because before the clouds in the sea court has sales offended customers, resulting in the customer for 100,000 coins to make things difficult for sales. This matter was also put on the internet, making a big fuss. And finally Yunhai Yuan cannot carry the pressure of public opinion. The unlucky sales were forced to apologize and resign. Zhang Yan did not expect that this time it was his turn. Mr. Qin, this, Zhang Yan stammered for half a day, froze and did not say a word. His eyes even looked at Jiang Junming. Jiang Junming on the side of the whole person are looking dumbfounded, the eyes staring at the $50 million in the car. It's not that he has never seen $50 million, but marveled at Qin Chuan's means. Just 1 hour to get a full $50 million in cash. It also included a pile of coins like a small mountain. To know, withdrawing that much money from a bank in one go, the bank would need at least 1 to 2 working days to raise it. Even if it was a big bank, it would take half a day. But Qin Chuan, it only took an hour. Calculating the drive on the road, it was estimated that it would not even take half an hour to withdraw the money in the end. Jiang Junming was ashamed of himself. Even if his family's assets were several hundred million, he really couldn't get 50 million in cash. Manager Zhang? Weren't you quite unruly just now? Qin Chuan said here. Then added, I'll give you 1 hour to count this money clearly. I'll wait for you. After saying that, Qin Chuan walked towards the waiting area without looking back, leaving behind the Zhang Yan who had an iron face but could do nothing about it. Mr. Qin, I was wrong just now. Don't be angry. There are still so many coins in this $50 million. I only have 3 employees in the sales department. We can't finish counting till tomorrow. Zhang Yan jogged to keep up with Qin Chuan and said with a pleading face, 3 employees? Isn't Jiang Junming your good brother? It shouldn't be too much of a problem to let him do us a favor and count them? Qin Chuan glanced at Jiang Junming in the distance and said. Hearing these words violently, Jiang Junming's entire face darkened. The 2 uncles beside him, who had been silent all this while, also had similarly gloomy faces. Mr. Qin, why don't you change your check? The check can pay. Zhang Yan hurriedly said. Oh, change whatever you say? Why do you have such a big face? Qin Chuan finished and added. Instead of talking nonsense here, why don't you act quickly? After saying that, Qin Chuan also stopped ignoring the other party. Xiaochuan, where on earth did you get so much money from? Yu Guiqin looked at the piles of cash at the moment, and was a little scared. After all, in case the money came from the wrong source, it would lead to imprisonment. Qin Ro on the side had the same thought, saying, these money can't be what Qin Chuan won by gambling. That's stolen money. Hearing this, Xiaochuan was obviously a bit displeased, but still said in a nice voice, Mom, little sister, this money is earned by Qin Chuan with his ability. It's clean. It was only at this time that Qin Ro suddenly thought of what Qin Chuan had said earlier about opening some kind of company and giving them shares. Could it be true? Qin Ro looked at Qin Chuan's back as he left in the distance, and for a moment she stood in place not knowing what to do. Zhang Yan looked at Jiang Junming on the side and said, Brother Jiang, you've killed me. Didn't you say he didn't have any money? Jiang Junming ate a secret loss, also a little annoyed. This face can be considered a loss of face. Humiliation failed, but also backed by Qin Chuan will be an army. It's all because Qin Ro said it to me. How was I to know? Jiang Junming said with some exasperation. Chapter 129, $50 million sent to you. At this moment, Zhang Yan was faced with that mountain of cash. It was a mute and unable to speak. He had no choice but to count the money as Qin Chuan wanted. With the help of a few employees, bags of coins and cash were carried to the hall, and the 2 money detectors started at the same time. At this time, Qin Chuan was sitting on the sofa in the hospitality area, leaning back on the chair with his legs folded, drinking coffee comfortably, and Zhang An also started counting the coins under Qin Xuan's supervision. At this moment, Jiang Junming looked at his brother's wretched appearance, before he walked over to Qin Xuan with a face full of embarrassment and said, "Brother-in-law, isn't this a bit too unkind? This chapter manager has given you a discount of $500,000 off." Hearing this, Qin Xuan did not raise his head, eyes and nose, sip a mouthful of coffee, said, "Oh, as if you say I won't get a discount if I find someone else to buy. I can get my hands on $50 million. Do you think I can't find someone to introduce me to buy a house?" Suddenly hearing this, Jiang Junming froze on the spot. This is true. A master who can raise so much money in such a short period of time would not know some house sellers? "Mr. Qin, I don't think we should count. You are John's great uncle. I trust you. Let's sign the contract directly." Zhang An just counted for a while and felt his hand cramp up, saying with a bitter face, "That's fine, but if you end up missing hundreds of thousands or millions, then you'll have to make up for it." Qin Xuan slowly got up and spoke. "Zhang An, Jiang Junming," with a single sentence. He instantly dispelled Zhang An's intention to stop, and at the same time cast a look of help towards Jiang Junming. Since they were sworn brothers, how could this Jiang Junming bear to watch his good brother like this? So he simply rolled up his sleeves and joined in the counting of money. While counting, his resentment towards Qin Xuan deepened. Qin Ro on the side looked dumbfounded. It seems that she still can't believe it even now. "Qin Xuan, are you sure you want to straighten them out like this?" Xia Chan looked at the several people, also crying and laughing. Qin Xuan put down his coffee cup and said, "Horses are good at being ridden. People are good at being bullied. Today is a way to let them learn a lesson, and at the same time give Jiang Junming a wake-up call." Hearing this, Xia Chan nodded and said no more. After about an hour, the cash was basically counted out, leaving a pile of coins on the ground, which had only been counted by a third. Zhang An also really couldn't count anymore and said, "Mr. Qin, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to look down on others again. You should forgive me this time. You're not afraid that I'll underpay you?" Qin Xuan, with a teasing look, said, "It's fine. I'll admit it if you really underpay me." Zhang An said with a bitter face. Jiang Junming was also exhausted, and those eyes looked at Qin Xuan, almost spitting out fire. "Well then, sign the contract." Qin Xuan then slowly got up. This lesson was also taught. Not also knocked. After all, Qin Xuan and they also do not have any deep hatred. Point to point. Zhang An then breathed a sigh of relief, nodded his head and walked to Qin Xuan with the contract. Qin Xuan slightly signaled Zhang An and said, "Give her the contract." Xia Chan, who was beside him, suddenly heard this and was flabbergasted for a moment, saying, "Give it to me? We haven't given you anything decent since we got married. This villa is your private property." Qin Xuan looked at Xia Chan and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Chan instantly covered her red lips, moved to tears. "This $50 million villa is given away just like that? I'm afraid that in the whole world, only her own husband would be sincere to her." Chapter 130, Moving House. This house was also bought, and Qin Xuan also proved his financial strength. Yu Guiqin, who was originally very worried, also dispelled her worries at this time. His own son is really capable. However, Qin Ro on the side was extraordinarily complex, and did not know what to say for a while. After all, Qin Xuan had broken her heart before. As her own brother, he did not think about her studies and ruined her life. This was not so easy to forgive. "Mom, Xiaro, now that the villa has also been bought, let's live together in the future. I'll carry this family from now on," Qin Xuan said softly as he looked at his mother and sister. Yu Guiqin, hearing her son's words, was also moved and wiped her tears. "Xiachuan, you've really changed. If your father knew, he would be very pleased." Thinking of his father, Qin Xuan felt more guilty inside. After all, his father had raised him and he was unable to fulfill his filial duties. This also made Qin Xuan secretly vow that no matter what the future holds, he will compensate his loved ones 100 times 1,000 times over. However, just at this moment, Qin Ro, who was on the side, suddenly said, "I won't live with you. Don't think that you can get my forgiveness just because you're rich. You're not worthy." The scene that was originally harmonious, but because of Qin Ro's words, the air was once again chilled. "Xiao Ro, your brother was indeed confused at first, but hasn't he changed now? There is no such thing as hating one's own brother." Yu Guiqin also rushed to intercede. In fact, before this, Yu Guiqin had already said countless times, but Qin Ro's stubborn nature is not the slightest bit appreciative. "Mom, you don't have to persuade me. If I say I won't forgive, I won't forgive." After Qin Ro finished speaking, she then looked at Jiang Junming and said, "Junming, are you still leaving?" Jiang Junming was already carrying fire towards Qin Xuan. Now that he saw that Qin Ro had no intention of forgiving Qin Xuan, He was slightly happy inside and said, "Go go go." With that, the two of them left the scene. "Xiao Rou." Yu Guiqin also shouted. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly and said, "Mom, don't persuade. I know this girl's temperament since she was a child. Take your time. She will understand the day." Alas, Yu Guiqin could only let out a helpless sigh. Leaving from the sales department, Qin Chuan contacted the moving company and prepared to move. This Yunhai Yuan villa was turnkey, so there was no need to prepare anything, just moving some important things from the old house. After finishing his work, Qin Chuan sat on the soft sofa in his new home and was quite cozy, while Xia Chan and Yu Guiqin cleaned up in the kitchen, and the cold villa was immediately brought to life. At this time, Zhang Ping, who was on the side, took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and said, "Brother Qin, have a smoke?" "Oh, then smoke one." Qin Chuan obediently took over. Qin Chuan does not have much of an addiction to cigarettes, belonging to the kind that can be smoked but not smoked. Today it is rare to be happy, so it did not refuse. Ding ding ding. Before the fire started, Zhang Ping's cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, that one?" Zhang Ping looked at the unfamiliar number and asked, "I'm looking for Master Qin, quickly give him the phone." "Help!" An urgent voice rang out from the phone. This made Zhang Ping flinch for a moment, then instantly realized who it was. Wasn't it Guan Haiyang? "Brother Qin." Zhang Ping handed over his cell phone. Qin Chuan took the cell phone and said, "This is Qin Chuan. Master Qin, I'm Guan Ocean. I beg you to save me. As long as you can save my life, I'll work for you as an ox from now on." Guan Ocean begged with a bitter face. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled without showing any emotion and then said, "Slowly say what you have to say." Chapter 131, Listen to me if you want to live. Afterwards, Guan Haiyang told Qin Chuan all the causes and consequences of what had happened to him in his head. Things are like this. This morning, Zhu Wei's father, Xu Mao, learned the news of his son's disappearance. Xu Mao's strength to want to investigate his son's situation that is not as easy as a hand. So this off the ocean to kill Zhu Wei's matter of the east window of the incident. This is quite explosive news. After all, who is he Xu Mao? That is the chief captain of the detective branch, the power of the heavens. So he immediately dispatched a large number of people to investigate the circumstances of his son's murder. Even the newspapers and media have reported it. Guan Haiyang also did not expect that after only one day, he was found so quickly. If he was found, not to mention that he is the leader of the underground snake in Suzhou Hangzhou. Even if he's the leader of the underground in Suzhou Hangzhou, he'll die for sure. Even Ma Yuran would be involved. The desperate Guan Haiyang could only call Qin Chuan, hoping that Qin Chuan would help him. "It looks like you've caused a lot of trouble, just because you killed Zhu Wei. This Xu Mao has 100 ways to get you killed," Qin Chuan said slowly. Guan Ocean looked fearful and said, "Master Qin, you must save me. Actually, I'm not particularly afraid of death. The main thing is that if I'm caught, Mr. Mao will also be implicated, and so many of my brothers under my hand won't be able to escape. What's the point of panicking? You're still known as the King of Guanyin. You're scared out of your wits when you encounter something?" Qin Chuan said speechlessly. Hearing this, Guan Ocean was also quite embarrassed. After all, what is his identity? In the realm of Suzhou and Hangzhou that is also a grey road hand, but now it was like a lost dog. There was no place to hide, no place to run. What a mess. "Master Qin, do you have a solution?" Guan Ocean calmed down a little and asked. "There's naturally a way. This Xu Wei hasn't done anything good in Yanjing. You're even cleaner than him, so the more this kind of person is dealt with, the easier it is," Qin Chuan said. "Please teach me, Master Qin," Guan Ocean said. Qin Chuan slowly lit his cigarette, gulped out a mouthful of cloudy mist and said, "When you killed Zhu Wei, where did you find him?" "It was his private residence in Suzhou Hangzhou. It's quite secretive. It took me a lot of effort to find it," Guan Ocean said. "Very well, if you want to live then infiltrate Zhu Wei's private residence once more, and try as much as possible to find some of Zhu Wei's unseen things, such as USB flash drives, account books, cell phones, and it's best to get a hold of his incriminating evidence of sucking up the white goods as well." Qin Chuan spoke. "What? Infiltrate once more? In case the private residence is controlled, wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot?" Guan Haiyang floundered for a moment and said, "This is the only way for you to stay alive right now. Instead of talking nonsense with me, why don't you move quickly and come to Villa 6 of Yun Haiyuan to look for me after you find this incriminating evidence?" Qin Chuan said. Guan Haiyang hesitated for a moment. It seemed that there was no other way but this now, and said, "Good. I'll take a chance for once. I'll look for you at Cloudsea Court at 9 in the evening." After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan handed his cell phone to Zhang Ping. "Brother Qin, are you really going to help him? This Xu Mao is the chief captain of the Yanjing detective section," Zhang Ping said in shock. "There's no harm. I'm helping Guan Ocean for future considerations. As long as this storm passes and Guan Ocean is at my disposal, at the very least, I'll have no more worries when it comes to the Grey Road forces. Qin Chuan spoke. Perhaps Zhang Ping did not understand what it meant, but Qin Chuan knew what he was doing and what he should do next. In his last life, Qin Chuan was because he didn't handle the Grey Road well, causing him to suffer several dark losses in the business wars, the so-called learning from one's mistakes. After all, the one he had to deal with, that was the Dragon Group. Chapter 132, Conquering King Guanyin. Time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Chuan sat in the living room to accompany Xiao Dai to watch TV. At this time the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Guan Ocean who called. He had already arrived at the small square outside the villa. Qin Chuan also got up and walked out. After arriving at the location, at this time, Guan Ocean was wearing a black punching jacket with a mask and hood, wrapping himself alive into a dumpling. Master Qin, I'm here. Guan Ocean immediately waved his hand to Qin Chuan. Well, have you found everything? Qin Chuan asked. Found it. This guy's room has a laptop, 3 USB drives, and a cell phone. It's all here. Guan Haiyang handed the laptop to Qin Chuan. Very well, go to the front gazebo and talk, Qin Chuan said. As the two arrived at the gazebo, Qin Chuan turned on the computer, but it was encrypted. However, this was not difficult for Qin Chuan. A phone call called a tech-savvy employee from Tianhui Mansion, and it barely took a few minutes to decipher the computer. On the side, Guan Ocean was also watching intently, saying, Master Qin, can this thing really save my life? That's natural, Qin Chuan said, inserting the USB flash drive into the computer, and a folder appeared in the computer. As the files were clicked open, this Xu Wei's glorious deeds were now being taken in. In the video, this Xu Wei can be said to be a good thing not to do all the bad things. Almost all of his criminal evidence. It involved luring female students, murder, house arrest, opening grey clubs, and killing more than 20 people, most of whom were women, with students occupying the majority. There are even more brutal videos, in which Xu Wei forced a girl to open her mouth and bite the corner of the table, and he kicked the woman's head behind her, cracking her maxilla on the spot. There's even taking a needle and stabbing it into the woman's fingernail slit. Just about anything. ing crap. This guy is even more ruthless than me. Simply heartless. I even think it's cheap to beat him to death. Guan Haiyan looked at that video of punching and kicking the girls, all kinds of ravaging and torturing, and it was a gasp of amazement. Qin Chuan said, this guy indeed deserves to die. Just based on these, it's not too much for him to die 20 times. You're also considered to be ridding the people of evil. At this moment, the big stone hanging in Guan Haiyang's heart was considered to have fallen to the ground, and asked, Master Qin, how should I use these things to save my life? Send them directly to Zhu Mao? Make 2 copies of these. You keep one and send one to Zhu Mao. Tell him that if he continues to send people to track him down, then the fish will die and make these videos public. I think with Zhu Mao's status and position, he definitely doesn't want to lose his reputation, and you'll be able to gain a short period of safety. Qin Chuan closed his notebook and said, briefly, Master Qin is saying that I will be in danger in the future? Guan Haiyang flinched and said, that's inevitable. After all, you hold so much black information about Xu Wei. Do you think Xu Mao will let you live? Qin Chuan skimmed his eyes and said, this. Guan Haiyang fell into silence for a while. Qin Chuan saw the other party's face show difficulty before he said, but there's no harm in it. As long as you're threatened, call me immediately. As long as I'm here, I'll keep you alive. The moment these words came out, Guan Haiyang that was no second thoughts directly flopped and knelt down, saying, Master Qin, as long as you can save my life, from now on, I, Guan Ocean, will only look up to you. As long as you say the word, I will never raise an eyebrow if I have to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, it's not necessary for you to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Just don't go against me in the future in Suzhou Hangzhou. At this moment, Guan Yang did not understand why Qin Chuan said this, but still nodded heavily. After all, he is now holding his life in Qin Chuan's hands, lending him 100 guts he would not dare. Chapter 133, Zhou Changlong. Raza Day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Chuan ate breakfast, changed into a clean suit and prepared to head to Tianhui Mansion. And Zhang Ping had also long been waiting at the door with his car. Seeing Qin Chuan go out, he also rushed forward to greet him, saying, Brother Qin, isn't sister-in-law going to the company today? Do not go. Today Xiao Dai rest. She took Xiao Dai and my mom to go to the amusement park to play. Qin Chuan sat in the back seat, opened his mouth. Alright, Zhang Ping nodded, before starting the vehicle. After traveling a distance, Zhang Ping added, Brother Qin, I just received a call from the company. The chairman of the Dragon Tang Group wants to come to our company to negotiate at 9 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was not surprised. After all, Dragon Tang Group would definitely make a move when they set their eyes on Tianhui Mansion. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. What should come will always come, Qin Chuan said as he looked out the car window at the traffic. Brother Qin, do we need to prepare anything? Zheng Ping asked with some concern. No need for now, just wait for him, Qin Chuan said. At the same time, in a certain building in the center of Suzhou Hangzhou, the four big words Dragon Group were hung up high, and this place had become a landmark building in Suzhou Hangzhou. As the chairman of the board, Zhou Shuilong had absolute control over Dragon Group, and it was not too much to say that it was a family business, because Dragon Group is involved in too many industries, so it is difficult to determine what he specializes in. Basically any one of the fire industry, Dragon Group will be involved in, and will monopolize it. It was because of the huge think tank that existed in the Dragon Group that it made the Dragon Group become the leading company in Suhang that deserved to last for a long time. Even Dongsheng Group couldn't compete with it. 8 o'clock in the morning. In the chairman's office at the top of the Dragon Tang Group building, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window looking into the distance. The man was 1 meter 8 tall, dressed in a suit, with a pair of gold glasses, looking refined and a little feminine, especially the black hair mixed with a few strands of white hair, adding a little more flavor at this age. Must have been a suave gentleman in his youth. He was no one else but the head of the Dragon Group, Zhou Changlong. Dad, did you find the person who beat me up before or not? It's been a few days. Right at this moment, a beautiful-looking woman slowly walked in. It was Zhou Wan who had been slapped by Qin Chuan earlier, and started complaining as soon as she entered the door. As soon as Zhou Changlong saw his daughter come in, that was immediately revealing a smile, saying, already looking for it? Don't worry, you definitely won't be able to run away after hitting you. That's best. When the time comes, I'm going to make him break an arm and a leg. It's best to cut out his tongue as well. Zhou Wan's eyes showed resentment and said. Zhou Changlong was quite doting on this only daughter, and laughed. That's natural. Hitting my daughter is a capital offense. Daddy is the best. Zhou Wan immediately hugged Zhou Changlong's arm and pampered him. Zhou Changlong smiled and said, come with me to Tianhui Mansion later. To do something. Is it the matter of acquiring Tianhui Mansion? Zhou Wan was flabbergasted for a moment, then said, this kind of small company doesn't need you to go personally. Just send a manager. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuilong smiled and said, this Tianhui Mansion is not the same as other small companies. His business operation model is unheard of by me. According to the business projections, if it opens branches across the country, the money earned in the future will be at least tens of billions to start with. With this kind of company that has a great potential, it is only natural for me to personally show up. Chapter 134, Grievance. Hearing her father's words, Zhou Wan was also obviously flabbergasted for a moment, saying, $10 billion to start? Who is this that powerful? To revitalize a company that was on the verge of closure in just half a month? I heard that it's someone from Dongxing Group, surnamed Qin, before Huang Tingfei and he lost the bet. I really didn't see it. This Dongxing Group is still a crouching tiger with hidden dragons. It's not simple, Zhou Changlong said lightly. Zhou Wan pondered for a moment and said, since it's owned by Dongsheng Group, if we use a super low price to acquire the shares, will Dongxing Group be willing to do so? Indeed, this Dongxing Group had spent billions of dollars to buy it, and now they wanted to take a 70% stake at $10 million? This seemed unrealistic any way you look at it. Zhou Shuilong smiled and said, daughter, haven't you heard of such a saying? Take advantage of his illness to kill him. This Dongxing Group is in a deep financial crisis. Even if we ride on his head, they don't dare to squeak. If we miss this opportunity, when Dongxing Group gets a breath of fresh air, if we want to buy it for $10 million, it won't be that easy. Hearing this, Zhou Wan smiled. Dad is so right. Then I'll go with you. I also want to see what this business wizard looks like. Well, let's go. Go and meet this genius wunderkind for a while, Zhou Shuilong said as he turned around and left the office. 1 hour later, 9 o'clock in the morning, Tianhui Mansion. At this time, Qin Chuan had summoned 7 or 8 senior executives of Tianhui Mansion early to wait in the conference room. At this time, the female receptionist at the front desk hurriedly walked in and said, Chairman, 2 cars have come downstairs, and one named Zhou Changlong said that he was the chairman of the Dragon Tang Group and wanted to see you. Coming. Zheng Ping also had a startled face. The other few executives also had a pale face, all of them showing a few moments of fear. After all, this Zhou Shuilong's prestige in the industry was superior to the Yu family father and son of Dongxing Group. Only Qin Chuan, with a smile on his face, casually raised his hand and said, let him come up. Yes, the female receptionist rushed downstairs. A few minutes later, the elevator arrived, and the first ones to step out of the elevator were the suited Zhou Shuilong and Zhou Wan. More importantly, behind Zhou Changlong, there were 4 strong bodyguards with sunglasses. The sense of oppression of the group was quite sufficient. As Zhou Changlong entered the conference room, he saw the young man sitting at the chairman's first position, and immediately showed his astonishment and smiled. Not long ago, I heard that Dongxing Group has come to a remarkable character, and in just a few days, the dying Tianhui mansion was revitalized. And today, I really see that it's different, and the young man has the ability to be a great man. Qin Chuan looked at Zhou Shuilong, who praised him as he entered the door, smiled faintly and said, Director Zhou Liao praised him, please take a seat. As Zhou Changlong entered, Zhou Wan, who followed him in, also looked at Qin Chuan. At the first glance, the other party's temperament was extraordinary for his young age, and his appearance was also handsome and dashing, which caused a phrase to pop up in her mind. Strangers are like jades, and the sun of the world is unmatched? However, at this second glance, those previous thoughts were immediately overturned, not for any other reason, just because the other party was the culprit who beat her that day. It's you! Zhou Wan almost shouted out on the spot. This caused Zhou Changlong, who was at the side, to be visibly stunned and said, Xiao Wan, do you recognize him? Dad, he's the one who hit me. Zhou Wan pointed at Qin Chuan with a face of indignation. This caused Zhou Changlong to frown slightly and immediately looked at Qin Chuan. This was really a narrow road between enemies. This can all collide into one piece? Chapter 135, Sword Drawing. Qin Chuan looked at Zhou Wan and wasn't too surprised. After all, he already knew who she was when he hit her. Wan, are you sure it was him who hit her? With a few moments of doubt, Zhou Qianlong said, Dad, I'm not blurry-eyed. How could I be mistaken? You must avenge me. Break his arms and legs, and cut out his tongue. Zhou Wan angrily shouted. At this moment, Zhou Shuilong's face was a bit gloomy, but today was after all a day to talk about acquisitions, and it was indeed inappropriate to be furious at this time. Only then did he slowly say, Xiao Wan, let's put this matter aside for the time being. I think Mr. Qin definitely doesn't know who you are, and if he did, he wouldn't do anything about it. At this time, Zhou Changlong was still dreaming of taking down Tianhui Mansion without bloodshed, so his tone was still relatively kind. However, Qin Chuan, who was on the side, suddenly laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, in fact, I only hit her because I knew that she was your daughter. If she wasn't your daughter, perhaps I wouldn't have cared. Hiss. Zhou Qianlong. Zhou Wan? Everyone. This sentence of Qin Chuan's could be described as a shocking statement, which was simply heartless. Hearing this, Zhou Shuilong, despite his excellent qi cultivation skills, still twitched the corners of his eyes, but still wore a smile on his face as he said, Oh, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Bold. It seems like it won't be that easy for me to acquire your company today. Easy? Too easy? If you offer $10 billion right now, I'll give this Tianhui mansion with both hands right away, Qin Chuan said without changing his face, rather kindly. At this moment, the 2 bodyguards standing behind Zhou Shuilong's face sank with a brush, immediately taking a step forward, as if they would strike at any time. While Li Hao and Zhang Ping saw the other bodyguards wanting to make a move, they were also clearly intimidated, but still stood up with courage. This point is rather let Qin Chuan surprise. This Zhang Ping not to mention. Fight up, he must be the first on. This Li Hao also stood up, but let Qin Chuan impressed. It seems that Li Hao is not bad in nature. When it comes to things is not the slightest bit wimpy. Still want $10 billion? I think it's plutonium. What are you guys still standing around for? Cripple him for me. Zhou Wan pointed at Qin Chuan and shouted angrily. The 4 bodyguards immediately took a step forward, seemingly ready to fight. Qin Chuan was still sitting in the chairman's seat with a smile on his face, looking at the 4 bodyguards as if they were clowns. On both sides of the crossbows are drawn. A word is about to fight. Zhou Shilong has suddenly raised his hand, said, Stand down. Today is to talk about the contract, not to fight and brawl. Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards backed off slightly. Zhang Ping and Li Hao were obviously relieved to see this. Dad? Zhou Wan also didn't know why her father hadn't made a move yet. Zhou Changlong slightly patted his daughter's shoulder and whispered, Don't worry. This slap dad will definitely help you get it back. Now be calm. Seeing that her father had said so, Zhou Wan could only temporarily suppress her anger. Zhou Changlong looked at Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Qin, you hit my daughter. If it was on someone else, I guess there is no life left to live now. But I'm a person who cherishes talent. How about this? I'll acquire 90% of your Tianhui Mansion shares for $10 million, while you continue to be the chairman of the board of directors, but subordinate yourself to my Dragon Tang group, as long as you agree. How about you and my daughter's grudge? It will be written off. Chapter 136, Accompany me to the end. Until death do us part. Hearing Zhou Changlong's words, Qin Chuan suddenly laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, what would you do if I don't agree? Upon hearing this, Zhou Changlong laughed, Mr. Qin, I, Zhou Changlong, have already given you enough face by giving you a kind word. Don't be ungrateful. You should know that I can gain a foothold in Suzhou Hangzhou, relying on more than just playing with my lips. As long as I want to, playing with you to death is no different from pinching a mole cricket to death. As Zhou Shuilong's threatening words came out, the 4 bodyguards all revealed fierce looks, ready to strike at any time. Snap, snap, snap. However, Qin Chuan was suddenly applauding with a few smiles, saying, He, Mr. Zhou is really overbearing. Ordinary people would really be bluffed by you. Bluff? Do you think I'm bluffing you? Zhou Shuilong laughed and added, in this realm of Suzhou Hangzhou, no matter the gray road or white road, there are all my people. If you want to engage in a commercial war with me, you also have to see if you are catty enough. Even if I let the Yu family father and son come, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless in front of me. Zhou Wan on the side looked at Qin Chuan's arrogant demeanor and immediately became angry, saying, Dad, what are you wasting words with him? Just break his arms and legs and he'll be honest. At the moment, Zhou Wan was quite upset. She went wherever who was not lowly courteous. How did Qin Chuan here not only beaten, the other side and her father contradicted? This makes Zhou Wan hold a bellyful of fire. Is going to continue to let the bodyguard hands coldly look at Qin Chuan, but found that the other side of the pair of night-cold star-like eyes are watching her. A cold aura fell on her body. This caused Zhou Wan, who was quite arrogant a second ago, to instantly become like an enemy, and her heart was enveloped by a fear of death. What kind of eyes was this? It was something she had never seen before. It seemed to be filled with killing intent. That's right, it was definitely killing intent. I'm talking to your father, please shut up. Otherwise, the next slap won't be so gentle, Qin Chuan said with a ghastly chill. It was this sentence that instantly sent chills throughout Zhou Wan's body, and she, who had always been unruly and capricious, unexpectedly did not dare to say anything more. This could make the Zhou Changlong on the side scared for a moment. His own daughter was subdued by the other party? How is this possible? In the Zhou Changlong shocked, Qin Chuan said, Mr. Zhou, back to it. I cannot transfer the Tianhui building. Even if it is 1% of the shares you cannot buy away. Seeing that Qin Chuan had said this much, Zhou Changlong also knew that he could no longer make any progress by negotiating alone, and only then did he slowly get up and said, Mr. Qin, I can understand that you're young and impetuous, but sometimes you have to pay the price for doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. I wish I could still be so tough-talking when you have an accident. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhou Shuilong, saying, Are you threatening me? That's right, I'm threatening you. Zhou Shuilong couldn't care less about his city, and said simply and clearly. Qin Chuan slowly got up and said, Well then, since Mr. Zhou intends to compete with me, I, Qin, will play along to the end. Once this game has begun, there is no quitting in the middle of the game. We'll play until death do us part. Buzz. Qin Chuan's sentence that came out with obvious killing intent. Even Zhou Shuilong was subdued on the spot, but recovered after a brief moment of disorientation. From this, a doubt arose in his heart. What exactly did the other party rely on? How could he have so much vigor to arm wrestle with himself? Isn't this asking for death? But the doubts were quickly dispelled. How could he, Zhou Shuilong, be afraid of a brat who was not yet dry? Chapter 137, Scattered Sand. The tit-for-tat between Qin Chuan and Zhou Yanlong had scared the hell out of several of the Tianhui mansion executives present. Even a few of them didn't even dare to utter a single breath. But what was even more terrifying was yet to come. Ha ha, a good until death do us part. Then as you wish, I, Zhou Shuilong, will take note of all of you who are doing this today. Zhou Shuilong said, Chairman Shou, don't be angry. I'm just a small shareholder of Tianhui Mansion. This matter has nothing to do with me. Yeah. A few of us were in favor of your acquisition. But nah, the chairman doesn't agree. That's right. Chairman Qin doesn't even know what my name is until now. We're complete outsiders. A few executives rushed to get up. That was to brush aside the relationship. In fact, it wasn't hard to understand. They were all the senior executives left over from the previous days of Tianhui Mansion. Their relationship with Qin Chuan wasn't considered to be good, and Qin Chuan was in a state of free range for them as well. At this time Qin Chuan and Zhou Shuilong arm wrestling, that is not to tie them also. This but lost, that will lose their lives. This scene could make Zhou Changlong laugh, saying, Ha ha, thought how marvelous Tianhui Mansion is under your leadership, but it seems to be a scattered sand. Then, those who don't want to go against me, Zhou Shuilong, resign now, and I'll forget about it. Obviously, Zhou Shuilong was intending to carry out a coercive deterrent. Mr. Qin, I have an 80-year-old mother at home and a teenage child at home. I can't afford to lose. I resign. I also resign. And me too. In the blink of an eye. Other than Zhang Ping and Li Hao, several other people immediately opened their mouths to resign. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Ping to resign. He had already made plans to work with Qin Xuan. There was no doubt about that. Li Hao, on the other hand, had an ironic look on his face. Should he resign or not? If he resigned, he might be able to get his life back in the future business battle. But if he resigned, then he would lose his job. Just as Li Hao was at a loss for words, Qin Xuan suddenly said, "Okay, those who want to resign can leave immediately, and I will convert your shares into salary payments." In fact, Qin Xuan was very happy for them to resign. After all, although it was said that he was now occupying the vast majority of the shares of Tianhui Mansion, it was not completely occupied. This was because these few executives all held shares ranging from 3 to 5% in their hands as well. Now that they had resigned en masse, it was also equivalent to the shares that had been reclaimed by Qin Xuan. "Many thanks, Mr. Qin," several people said in unison and then left the conference room one after another. In an instant, Qin Xuan had almost become a bare-knuckle commander. "Oh, Mr. Qin, I don't know where you got the courage to fight with me. I just hope you'll take care of yourself." Zhou Shuilong smiled happily, and then turned around smugly and walked towards the outside. At this moment, he was bursting with self-confidence. It seemed that pinching Qin Xuan was just a matter of lifting his hand. There was no difficulty at all. Zhou Shuilong also does have this capital. After all, even the last Qin Xuan and Zhou Shuilong business war came to a lose-lose. Not to mention that at this moment Qin Xuan is not the last life so huge value. It was yet to be seen who would be the winner of this duel. "Just you wait. My father will make death very ugly." Zhou Wan gritted her teeth, viciously threw down a sentence, turned around and quickly followed Shang Xianlong. Looking at the empty conference room, Qin Xuan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, looked at Li Hao and said, "Li Hao, aren't you going to resign?" Chapter 138 Good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts? Suddenly being asked, Li Hao also struggled for a long time. He really wanted to resign. However, when the words came to his mouth, Li Hao didn't know how to speak. He could only say, "Brother, I'd better not resign. I don't think this Zhou Shuilong is really going to lay his hands on him. That's against the law." Qin Xuan smiled slightly and said, "Breaking the law? Didn't you hear him say, there are people in both the gray and white paths, so he'll definitely lay a deadly hand on you. Anyway, you just need to walk less at night." "Ah, it can't be." "Then, what then?" Li Hao was scared on the spot, but now in resignation is obviously unrealistic. After all, people Zhou Shuilong are gone. What else can be done? The soldiers come to block the water to cover the earth. See the trick. Qin Xuan put down the cup of tea, looked at Li Hao, smilingly said, "Li Hao." Qin Xuan smiled. No matter what, this Li Hao didn't go has been considered very righteous. He can't continue to scare him. Said, "Okay, you didn't resign, did the right thing. Just for you alone. The benefits will not be spared." Hearing this, Li Hao didn't know where the confidence came from and said, "Good, then I'll give up my life. Do it with the Dragon Tang Group. Well, now that there is a vacancy at the top level of Tianhui Mansion, you will temporarily take up the position of Deputy General Manager and follow Zhang Ping. I don't need you guys to charge into battle for me. Just manage Tianhui Mansion well and leave the rest to me," Qin Xuan said slowly. Upon hearing about the promotion, Li Hao was still quite ecstatic inside, but it was also a mixed blessing. After all, that also requires a life to continue to be This business war, which had an extremely wide reach and huge impact, was thus kicked off. Qin Xuan did not have $100 billion in his last life, and whether he can carry the successive blows of the Dragon Group, these are all unknowns. At the same time, Dongshang Group, as Qin Xuan and Zhou Changlong tore their faces apart, Yu Hongtai, who was far away from Dongshang Group, was also the first to receive the news. After all, one of the few executives who resigned from the Tianhui Mansion had a bit of an encounter with Yu Hongtai, so he naturally told Qin Xuan what he did in the conference room. This scared the Yu family's father and son to death. "I've long said that I told Mr. Qin not to engage Zhou Shuilong, but now it's good. The business war hasn't even officially begun yet, and just the first move scared the hell out of the shareholders of the Tianhui Mansion, and they lost miserably." Yu Hongtai was sitting in his office at the moment. That was hanging his head in shame. Yu Guoliang on the side was also silent for a long time. Said, "I was the one who overestimated Mr. Qin. I'm afraid he can't even last 3 days. Not only is his life over, Tianhui Mansion can't be saved. It's also fortunate that we transferred Tianhui Mansion to him, or else we'll be caught in the crossfire as well." Yu Hongtai said, "Dad, it's too late to say anything now. I can't watch Mr. Qin get screwed over by Zhou Shuilong. I must intervene. Even if I have to fight Zhou Shuilong. Don't be a fool. Yu Guoliang immediately drank. Then added, we have advised him before. He is the one who was bent on having his own way. If you intervene, Dongsheng Group will also be in turmoil again. But, Yu Hongtai said. Yu Guoliang slightly raised his hand and continued. Don't but. To put it unluckily, good words are hard to persuade the damned ghosts. Mr. Qin does have great talent, but he doesn't know how to hold back. And being overly sharp is easy to bring about the trouble of killing oneself. Yu Hongtai is also a helpless face. Although he did not continue to contradict his father, but the heart has finalized the idea. The evening in Qin Xuan make a phone call. He Yu Hongtai is not to see death to save the Lord. Not to mention that Qin Xuan helped him so much. This matter he in the case of reasoning have to help a hand. Chapter 139, Sudden Situation. 4-week multiplied dragon next possible retaliation behavior. In fact, Qin Xuan heart has long been in clear mirror-like. This week multiplied by the dragon business war. Often are the opening first 3 axes. Deterrence, assassination, monopoly. If the 3 axes are not work, he will move the reel. If ordinary businessmen face these 3 axes, it is impossible to catch. Often the first encounter will be admitted, such as this just deterrence. The success of the Tianhui building of a few senior management to scare away. Then the next step is the assassination targeting Qin Xuan. It depends on whether someone Qin, can catch it. Ding ding ding. Just as Qin Xuan had just come out of the conference room, his cell phone suddenly rang and it was none other than Xia Chan who called. What's wrong? Qin Xuan said after connecting. Qin Xuan, you hurry up and come to the central hospital. Mom is in a coma. The situation is very bad. Xia Chan said with incomparable anxiety. Hearing this violently, Qin Xuan's face instantly clouded over as he said, what's going on? Wasn't she fine in the morning? I don't know. Just now she said she was very tired and went to rest on the amusement park bench. Xiao Dai couldn't wake her up no matter how she called her. The ambulance came and said it was a brain injury. Xia Chan spoke up. I'm on my way. Qin Xuan hung up the phone and immediately said, Zhang Ping, take me to the central hospital immediately. Quick. Zhang Ping was also surprised, but looking at Qin Xuan's face, it seemed like something big was going on, and immediately said, okay, go. Sitting in the car, Zhang Ping sped all the way to the Suhang Central Hospital. Brother Qin, what happened? Zhang Ping asked. My mom is in a coma. Her vital signs are weak. Drive faster. Qin Xuan said. Zhang Ping nodded, and couldn't even care less about the red light. But this also made him look shocked, saying, wasn't Auntie still fine before? What in the world is going on? Was it Zhou Shuilong who did this? Impossible. Zhou Shuilong's speed is not that fast. Qin Xuan immediately negated this absurd idea, and added, my mom used to have frequent headaches. It's an old problem. Surely she doesn't want to involve me, and Qin Ro intentionally didn't say anything, and this led to the deterioration of her condition. At this time, Qin Xuan's mood is very heavy. Talking about his mother, he is more guilty. After all, since the death of his father, his mother has been working all day long, and he is not competing and not doing his job, so that his mother can only temporarily live in Qin Ro's house. But to Qin Ro's economic conditions, hard to live has been very difficult, where there may be that free money to go to the medical examination, even if found out, but also do not have that money to treat. The more you think about it, the more guilty Qin Xuan's heart is. No matter what, he absolutely can't let his mother have an accident. As Zhang Ping drove all the way, he finally arrived at the central hospital. Qin Xuan also immediately ran towards the ward. Oh, Grandma, wake up! I'm Xiao Dai. At this moment, Xiao Dai lies beside Yu Guiqin and cries loudly. Xia Chan on the side was also looking at Yu Guiqin on the hospital bed with reddened eyes, and there were several doctors and nurses standing around, doing first aid. Mom, I'm Qin Ro. Look at me. You can't have an accident. At this time, Qin Ro on the side was also full of teardrops, crying like a pear. Obviously, it was Xia Chan who contacted Qin Ro, and because Qin Ro was working near the central hospital, she arrived at the first time. Mom! Qin Xuan's face instantly paled when he entered the door and saw the life-threatening mother lying on the hospital bed. Are you the patient's son? An attending doctor in his 40s looked at Qin Xuan and asked. I am. Qin Xuan immediately responded. Chapter 140, Returning to Heaven Medical Technique. Your mother is in a very bad state. The CT that was just taken is caused by a brain tumor compressing the nerves. Right now it's all about the oxygen tube hanging on to her last breath. If the surgery is not performed, the patient is likely to be brain dead. The middle-aged doctor spoke. Qin Ro, who was on the side, was struck by lightning when she heard this and said, What are you still standing there for? Don't operate yet. Don't be in a hurry. Let me explain the situation first. With this state of the patient, even if the surgery is performed, the success rate is only 0%. Then it's a large degree of becoming a vegetable. And the follow-up treatment will also be a large expense, the doctor said. Xia-chan was flabbergasted for a moment and said, "Are you saying that even if he is revived, he will only be a vegetable?" "Yes, a vegetable without any consciousness. So this depends on what you decide. If the surgery is done, it can be done now," the doctor said. "Mom, wake up." Shinro felt like the sky had collapsed when she heard this. Qin looked at his mother on the hospital bed, slowly walked over, put his hand on his mother's wrist, and after a few seconds, said, "I don't need you guys to operate, as long as you make sure my mother's oxygen supply is fine." When Qin said this, Xia-chan and Shinro were shocked at the same time. "Qin, what are you talking about? He's a mom," Xia-chan exclaimed. Shinro on the side was even more filled with anger. "Qin, you're really not a human being. Mom is like this and you still won't allow the surgery. Didn't you say you have money now? Are you afraid of spending money?" "I don't want your money. Even if I dump my family's money, I still want to get my mother back." Hearing Shinro's words, Qin's face sank as he said, "Shut up. What, don't you know what to yell?" Shocked by Qin's words, Shinro was also flabbergasted and speechless. The doctor on the side was also astonished, and the other nurses around were similarly shocked by Qin's approach. Hanging a breath with oxygen like this, that patient was also suffering quite a lot of pain. Qin immediately looked at Zheng Ping and said, "Zhang Ping, you immediately go to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and find me 24 3-inch silver needles. Remember, it has to be 3 inches. Although Zheng Ping did not know what his brother Qin wanted, he still nodded and immediately walked out. Qin took another look at Yu Guiqin's pupils and immediately found a treatment plan. After all, the things he had learned in his previous life were not for nothing, and among them was a type of acupuncture called Wei-Tian acupuncture. If it was paired with some Chinese herbs, it would definitely be able to restore his mother to her original state. "Sir, are you planning to heal yourself?" The attending doctor at the side was stunned. "What, can't you?" Qin said. "This is not something that can be cured by Chinese medicine. It has to be operated on," the attending doctor said. "Really? Then you guys just watch and learn." Qin didn't bother with the other party. This statement made the several doctors on the sidelines were shocked. After so many years of practicing, it seemed that they had never encountered this kind of strange thing. In about a few minutes, Zheng Ping came over with a bag of silver needles and said, "Brother Qin, here." Qin took the silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and began to apply the needles. This made Xia-chan and Qinro on the side look dumbfounded on the spot. "Qin, you?" Xia-chan knew that Qin had been strange for a while, as if he knew everything. How come this even knew Chinese medicine? How on earth did he suddenly become enlightened? "Qin, don't you fool around." Qinro was obviously startled when she saw Qin's action, but Qin had no time to care about them and was still applying needles in an organized manner. While the surrounding doctors looked at Qin's incomparably skillful technique, they all revealed shock. Could it be that the disease that several of their attending doctors couldn't do anything about, he could cure it with just a few needles? As one silver needle pierced into Yu Guiqin's brain acupoints, in just a few moments, all 24 silver needles had been pierced. The originally heavily unconscious Yu Guiqin suddenly moved her fingers. Qin gently pinched her mother's neck again. As expected, Yu Guiqin's hand subconsciously touched her neck. It worked! Qin instantly let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 141 Urgent Use. Qin applied the needles in a simple, quick and effective manner, before and after less than 2 minutes. This could leave the surrounding doctors stunned. In medicine, if a deeply comatose patient can subconsciously touch his hand to the location of pain, it means that he can definitely wake up. Obviously, Yu Guiqin had reached this condition. "Zhang Ping, go outside and grab some medicine. I'll give you the prescription," Qin said slowly. "Good." Zhang Ping nodded. "Forget it, it's too late. It's better for me to go by myself," Qin said and headed outside. As for why Qin didn't grab the medicine at the central hospital, it was because in this kind of hospital, only prescriptions prescribed by the attending doctor could be grabbed. Qin was all about his own medicine, so naturally, he could not have a prescription prescribed by the attending physician, and could only go to some Chinese medicine stores. Leaving the hospital, Qin hoofed it to a nearby Chinese medicine store. It took about 10 minutes of searching to find a pharmacy named Wan Shitang. Qin walked straight in and said, "Old man, lend me some paper and pen." The old man in the pharmacy knew that Qin was trying to write a prescription, so he handed over the pen and paper. It was while Qin was writing the prescription that he noticed a group of people standing in the pharmacy. Each one of them was physically tough, not vulgar in fact, more like bodyguards. In the position where this group of people were clustered, There sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The man suited in booted sword eyebrow eagle eyes. Mannerisms exudes the air of might and dominance. Must have been a soldier in his youth. After that old man handed Qin Chuan the paper and pen, he then looked at that middle-aged man and said, Mr. Zhao, your illness is getting serious again. The medicine I prescribed for you before is no longer able to curb your condition. Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh and said, Alas, I didn't realize that I, Zhao, had spent my entire life campaigning for the country and the people, and that when it came time to enjoy my blessings, I would fall into such an illness. It's because of your years of conquering that you have delayed your condition, coupled with the accumulation of work. The brain tumor has expanded, and it's estimated that it will soon press on the nerves, and by that time, there's nothing I can do to help. The old man shook his head and said, when these words came out, the middle-aged man's body trembled slightly. Was he going to reach his end? Although he was unwilling inwardly, the middle-aged man did not show it, saying, Elder Lu, you can first grab the medicine for the other guests. I'll go out and come back to talk about it in detail. Alright, the old man called Lu Lao nodded, then looked at Qin Chuan and said, Little brother, have you written the prescription yet? Qin Chuan wrote the last medicine before handing over the prescription, saying, Old sir, urgent, hurry up. Receiving the prescription handed over by Qin Chuan, Lu Lao carefully scrutinized it. Originally reading the beginning of a few flavors of medicine did not feel anything. However, the more Lu Lao looked down, the more he was shocked, and finally his pupils slightly contracted, and he said with a shocked face, Little brother, where did you get this prescription from? Didn't you see it? I wrote it myself. Qin Chuan frowned and said, Hiss. Qin Chuan's words shocked Lu Lao for a long time, and unbelievably added, I know you wrote it yourself. I was asking the divine doctor who taught you. I've included the world's pharmacopoeia, but it's the first time I've seen a combination and matching prescription like yours. It's amazing. Seeing Lu Lao's expression full of shock, Qin Chuan let out a bitter smile. Writing a prescription could still shock the old Chinese doctor. If he performed Hui Tian needle technique, wouldn't it scare the other party to death? After all, the things he would do were all masterpieces that had long been lost. Old sir, don't ask. First grab me the medicine, Qin Chuan said. Lu Lao looked at the prescription and said, Sir, how about this? I'll grab it for you and boil it on site? It will also save you a lot of time. Whatever. It's urgent. Qin Chuan couldn't care less. Chapter 142, Living God Immortal. Lu Lao nodded, then started to grab the medicines according to Qin Chuan's prescription, and in a few minutes, all 40 to 50 types of Chinese medicines were put together. How much? Qin Chuan asked. There's no rush on the money first. I'll boil it first, Lu Lao said, then instructed a few apprentices to take the Chinese medicines to the back room to boil them. After doing so, Lu Lao walked back and said, Little brother, this prescription of yours is really amazing. You see, the money for the Chinese medicine is exempted. Can the prescription lend me a research study? As a right to make a friend. Make a friend? As soon as Qin Chuan heard this, he knew that he was thinking about his own prescription. However, Qin Chuan does not rely on the prescription to make money, and this kind of prescription can only be regarded as the lowest end in his huge knowledge base of Chinese medicine, so there was nothing to hide, saying, Okay, I'll give it to you. As soon as Qin Chuan said this, Elder Lu was overjoyed. This was picking up a great bargain. To know this level of prescription, the average person who grabs the medicine will definitely not grab it in the same pharmacy. They are all broken up and go to several houses. The purpose is to be afraid of leaks. Qin Chuan at the moment perfectly explains what is called others do not want the garbage. To another person is the treasure. Conservative estimates of the value of this prescription is also 7 figures to start. After waiting for about 3 hours, the traditional Chinese medicine has been boiled. At this time, Lu Lao sealed the package of boiled Chinese medicine and sent it over, saying, Little brother, the Chinese medicine has been boiled. I still don't know your name? Surname Qin. Single word Chuan. Qin Chuan said. Is there anything else Mr. Qin needs? Lu Lao asked. Not for now. I'll come back if I need anything, Qin Chuan said, turning to leave. This Qin Chuan's front foot just left. Lu Lao picked up the phone and called the middle-aged man from before, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he said excitedly, Mr. Zhao, your disease is saved. Come to the pharmacy quickly. Waiting for Qin Chuan to return to the central hospital. At this moment, the Chinese medicine was not yet cold. Qin Chuan let Xia Chan give it to his mother. After taking the Chinese medicine, about half an hour later, his mother's complexion had changed from pale to rosy, and seemed to have blood. Dad is so powerful. Is Grandma going to wake up? Xiao Dai also shouted out in excitement. Qin Chuan rubbed little butterfly's head and laughed. Don't worry. She will definitely wake up. It's too amazing. Qin Chuan, how on earth did you do it? Xia Chan looked at Yu Guiqing's condition and was instantly overjoyed. Even Qin Ro, who was on the side, had her face gradually recovered at the moment, and in looking at Qin Xuan, an indescribably complex look had appeared in her eyes. That's how it was done. Qin Xuan didn't go into details. After all, even after saying this, Xia Chan didn't understand. In fact, it was all thanks to the Hui Tian needle art. The reason why this tumor in the brain was so serious and couldn't be cured even with an operation was down to the fact that the medicine couldn't reach it. It was like a clogged ditch. Qin Xuan used silver needles instead of shovels to unclog the ditch, which also unclogged the blood in Qi veins. After taking the Chinese medicine, the medicinal effect goes straight to the lesion. Naturally, the medicine will get rid of the disease. Easier said than done. After all, the 40 to 50 flavors of Chinese medicine were all fiercely potent herbs, and if the needle technique was not refined, it could even cause a backlash. Qin Xuan, is it true that Mom recovered after waking up? Xia Chan asked. It's not that fast. I'm not a fairy. I still need to follow up acupuncture with Chinese medicine. It will last about a week before the tumor completely disappears. Qin Xuan spoke. But this is enough to make Xia Chan shocked. After all, just look at the CT. That tumor is almost as big as a fist. A week can completely eliminate. Even if it is not a fairy, it is almost the same. Chapter 143, Qin Xuan has become a killer? In the next 5 or 6 hours, Qin Xuan has been at his mother's side. Yu Guiqing's change from being terminally ill in the beginning, to now having a rosy complexion and clear signs of awakening, was almost visible. And Qin Ro is no longer as stubborn as she was at the beginning. Looking at her mother, she says, Mom has long told me that she's tired. I asked her to come to the hospital for a checkup. She hasn't been coming. If I could have insisted that she come, it wouldn't have to be so scary. Hearing Qin Ro's words, Xia Chan on the side consoled. It's fine. Mom hasn't already been cured by your brother. She will awaken. Aha! Qin Ro wiped her tears and nodded. Just as the family was talking, there was a sudden noise from outside the door. Lu Qi, I'm telling you, if anything happens to my father, I won't spare you. Only to see that in the corridor outside the hospital, a tall, 20-something-year-old girl with outstanding looks is pushing a wheelchair and angrily rebuking. And on the wheelchair sat a middle-aged man who was foaming at the mouth and looked like he was about to die. The very same one who was in the pharmacy before. Followed by that old man Lu who was grabbing medicine for Qin Xuan. Ouch, how could this happen? Obviously, I boiled it according to the prescription. Lu Qi had a bitter look on his face. Apparently, after he got Qin Xuan's prescription, he boiled an extra pot of medicinal soup and gave it to this Mr. Zhao. But who would have thought that he would fall unconscious within a few minutes of taking it, foaming at the mouth and with a weak pulse. Doctor, quickly come to the doctor. The girl pushed her wheelchair and shouted helplessly. Then an attending doctor rushed in and began to start working on first aid for the middle-aged man. But after some examination, the attending doctor frowned and said, What did you give the patient to drink? Lu Qi hurriedly said, Chinese medicine. The patient's pupils are dilated and his pulse is weak. How much did you give him to drink? This is not nonsense. The attending doctor angrily rebuked. Alas, it's all my fault. I'm the one who harmed Mr. Zhao. How can I trust the wild prescription so easily? Lu Qi that was remorseful. At this time, the girl cried that was Pearly. Oh, Dad, you can't have an accident. Please, wake up. Right at this moment, Qin Xuan slowly walked over and said, Old sir, what are you guys? Lu Qi saw Qin Xuan violently and was furious on the spot, saying, Kid, I kindly grabbed medicine for you. How could you harm Mr. Zhao? Upon hearing this, the girl looked up furiously and said, He's the one who brought the prescription? Yes, Lu Qi spoke. Men, cuff me. He must be a foreign spy, trying to harm my father, the girl said angrily. The girl's words were not without reason. This middle-aged man in a wheelchair was the god of war of the 9 states, Zhao Dingshan. When he was young, he led a large army to suppress the borders and swept across the 6 kingdoms, and that was unrivaled in the world. The world rumored that with this man around, the great summer could be guaranteed. No worries. I don't know how many people abroad want him dead. 2 bodyguards went up without saying a word and handcuffed Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan now sort of knows what it means to fly into trouble. What did he do? And he was handcuffed? At this moment, Xia Chan and Zhang Ping in the house also came out in a hurry, equally stunned. What are you doing? How can you just arrest someone? Xia Chan said angrily. Kid, I really shouldn't trust you so easily. Say, are you an assassin sent by a foreign country? Lu Qi said angrily, being falsely accused. Qin Xuan was also a bit angry and said, It's you who used the medicine indiscriminately without asking about the usage. How can you blame me? Nonsense. I grabbed it according to the prescription and it's not different. It's obvious that there's a mistake in the prescription. Lu Qi said. Qin Xuan was speechless on the spot and said, "Did you use acupuncture? Acupuncture? What needles?" Before Lu Qi could finish his sentence, he was shocked on the spot and added, "You mean, I'm missing a step? If you want this gentleman to die, keep handcuffing me," Qin Xuan said indifferently. Chapter 144, Do you think I'm easy to bully? Lu Qi seemed to have realized his mistake and said, "Miss Zhao, I remembered. I was indeed wrong. Can you release this little brother and let him treat Mr. Zhao?" At this moment, the girl didn't believe it at all and said, "Even with him, he can cure my father? I believe in Western medicine more, no longer believe in any old Chinese doctors. They are all lies." Hearing this, Lu Qi was bitter. He has been a Chinese medicine practitioner for his whole life. What kind of patient can he not know? This Western medicine relies on machines, and is to shoot CT, laboratory tests, blood sampling, delayed up the patient has long been dead. If acupuncture, as long as the acupuncture point's open, that is an immediate effect. Miss Zhao, you just believe in me once, or Mr. Zhao will really die, Lu Qi said almost pleadingly at this moment. "I don't believe you." After the girl finished speaking, she looked at the attending doctor at the side and said, "Doctor, please, no matter what, save my father's life." The girl had expected the doctor to operate immediately, but who would have expected the other party to speak directly? "This young lady, the patient's current situation is extremely bleak. I think it's better to let this little brother give it a try." This attending doctor was the same doctor who had watched Qin Xuan applying the needles earlier. He had just seen what a medical miracle meant with his own eyes, and was convinced of it. However, the attending doctor's words made the girl freeze on the spot, obviously a bit at a loss for words. The attending doctor said, "Miss, just now this little brother did have the real thing. He personally treated his mother, and the symptoms were similar to this patient." Lu Qi saw that this doctor was also quite reasonable and hurriedly continued, "Miss Zhao, Mr. Zhao's illness cannot be delayed. Every minute and every second is a drain on life. Since this little brother can take such a precious prescription, he definitely has the ability." After the attending doctor and Lu Qi's exhortations, the girl also calmed down a bit, but her face remained gloomy as she said, "Then let him try. If he can't cure him, both of you will be guilty of death." As soon as he heard the girl loosen up, Lu Qi let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Little brother, please apply the needle. It's 100,000 times more urgent." But Qin Xuan was not happy, saying, "Oh, I'll heal if you say I should?" Handcuffing me without a second thought. "Do you think I, Qin, am that easy to bully?" Lu Qi. It's also true that this girl came up and cuffed Qin Xuan regardless of the circumstances, which I'm afraid no one else would be happy about. "You." The girl was also infuriated. At this moment, Xia Dingshan, who was lying on the wheelchair, was about to breathe his last breath, and his vital characteristics were extremely weak. The girl was afraid that something would really happen to her father, so she also held back her anger, bowed her head to Qin Xuan, and said, "Sir, I apologize to you for my abruptness just now. I implore you to save my father." Seeing the girl loosening her lips, Qin Xuan then skimmed the other party and said, "It's fine to let me save. If I can save this gentleman, you will wear the silver bracelet on your own hand for 3 consecutive days, and you are not allowed to take it off during that time." With Qin Xuan's words, Lu Qi on the side could be really shocked. Sensei Su Hang, even if you look at the whole of Daxia, who has that qualification to handcuff Zhao War God's 1,000 gold? Good. If you can really save my father, I'll wear it. The girl gritted her teeth and said. The bodyguard then came forward to remove Qin Xuan's handcuffs. Qin Xuan moved his wrists for a while, then took out a silver needle and sterilized it with alcohol, then began to stab at Zhao Dingshan's acupoints. As a needle stabbed down, the acupoints were opened, and those fierce medicinal effects that had piled up in the veins were like a dam releasing a flood of water, rapidly rushing towards the brain foci. Just a few tens of seconds later, cough. This Zhao Dingshan, who was originally foaming at the mouth and was about to die, was suddenly coughing a few times, and his face was visibly improving. Chapter 145. Make a friend. Dad. The girl also immediately stepped forward and shouted when she saw this. This scene also shocked Qin Xuan, saying, I didn't expect this gentleman's physical quality to be so strong. An ordinary person would take a few hours to awaken, yet he recovered in a few dozen seconds? Seeing Qin Xuan's skeptical face, Lu Qi on the side said, That's natural. Do you know who this is? He is the great Xia god of war Zhao Dingshan, who has spent his entire life in the military, so his physical qualities are naturally far beyond the ordinary. Zhao Dingshan? It's that Zhao war god on the news who fought against foreign enemies and defended the borders for more than 20 years? Qin Xuan was also quite surprised. What Qin Xuan admired the most were those true men and women who threw their heads in the sand for the country and the people. Where in the world could there be quiet years? It was someone who was carrying the weight for them. Yes, his position in Daxia, that can be said to be a person under 10,000 people. If he has an accident, that is the collapse of the pillar of the heavens, Lu Qi said in a serious tone. I seem to have had a very long dream. What exactly happened? After Zhao Dingshan awoke, he only felt as if his body was being rinsed by a stream of warmth, and his headache was greatly relieved. Dad, it's good that you're fine. It's good that you're okay. The girl on the side was crying like a pear. However, the girl still kept her promise, which was why she took the handcuffs from the bodyguard's hands and clicked, directly putting them on herself. Tong Tong, what are you doing? Zhao Dingshan looked at his daughter Zhao Tongtong wearing handcuffs, and was obviously flabbergasted for a moment. Zhao Tongtong, do what I say. Zhao Tongtong opened her mouth. At this moment, Lu Qi also had a bitter look on his face. Then he went up and told Zhao Dingshan all about the matter one by one. This caused Zhao Dingshan to be shocked and immediately looked at Qin Xuan and said, "It was this little brother named Qin Xuan who saved me?" "Yes, if it wasn't for him, I'm afraid you'd be powerless to return to heaven right now." Lu Qi shook his head and said. Zhao Dingshan ignored his weak body and forced himself to get up, saying, "Little friend Qin, a great favor is not appreciated. Zhao Dingshan, will never forget this favor. Mr. Zhao is polite. You are a hero. It's only right that I save you. Quickly sit down." Qin Xuan also rushed forward to assist him. After all, what is the identity of this Zhao Dingshan? That is for the country, for the people of the world, hero. Qin Xuan, which have no reason not to respect. It was only at this time that Qin Xuan noticed the handcuffed Zhao Tongtong and spoke. "Since you are Mr. Zhao's daughter, I won't make things difficult for you. Forget it." "No, Zhao Tongtong, say one thing and do not do another. I will wear them for 3 days." Zhao Tongtong was quite temperamental. Qin Xuan, since the other party was happy to wear it, Qin Xuan was also too lazy to care. Lu Qi on the side was also embarrassed at the moment. "Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. It's me who saw the benefits and forgot about them. I've eaten my own. You definitely can't buy this prescription of yours without $5 million. It's because I was greedy and gave it to Mr. Zhao without asking for the steps. It almost caused a big disaster. I'm willing to pay double and give you 10 million to make amends." Hearing Lu Qi's words, Zhao Dingshan on the side hurriedly said, "Hey, how can I let Elder Lu pay for this? You saved me out of the goodness of your heart. Let's put it this way, I'll pay for the 10 million. Hearing this, Qin Xuan laughed. "Forget it, meeting each other today is fate. Qin, like to make friends, today is right to make a friend. Money is exempted." When Qin Xuan said this, Zhao Dingshan was also impressed with Qin Xuan. At such an age, not only is he proficient in medical skills, he is also so sophisticated in dealing with people, and he is not moved by money in the slightest. It was indeed a friend worth making. Chapter 146, A Handful of Sky. Ha, Mr. Qin is a generous person. Then I'll make this friend. Zhao Dingshan laughed out loud. Qin Xuan also smiled faintly and added, "Mr. Zhao, although I've stabilized your condition for the time being, the follow-up still requires a week's worth of treatment. Mr. Qin, you tell me how my father needs to be treated. It doesn't matter how much money you spend." Zhao Tongtong hurriedly said on the side. "It doesn't need much money. Let Lu Lao decoct the medicine on time every day, in which I will apply the needles every day. Within a week, I guarantee that Mr. Zhao will be alive and well. One thing must be remembered. Applying needles must be done once a day, not even 1 day less." Qin Xuan opened his mouth. This Zhao Dingshan's physical quality was already different from normal people. As long as a week had passed, it was estimated that beating a cow to death with one punch would not be a problem. "Good then, I'll trouble Mr. Qin." Zhao Dingshan was also quite happy. He thought that he was too sick to recover this time, but he didn't expect that he would recover by chance. Knowing that he was only 47 years old now, living for another 50 years wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be too much to say that Qin Xuan had done him a great favor. Tong, take off the handcuffs. Apologize to Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin won't take it personally." It was only then that Zhao Dingshan noticed his daughter's state at the moment. This Zhao Tongtong was his daughter. Just one daughter. Where to let her suffer this aggravation? Qin Xuan said, "Take it off. You can't take care of your father like this." Seeing that Qin Xuan had said so, Zhao Tongtong then nodded, and with a few apologies, said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving my father. I apologize to you for my impulsiveness just now." Qin Xuan nodded slightly. He wasn't that petty yet. He was guilty of being petty. Next, Qin Xuan and Zhao Dingshan exchanged their cell phone numbers. Because of his serious illness, Zhao Dingshan didn't stay much longer and left the hospital under Zhao Tongtong's care. Xia Chan, who was on the side, saw the party leaving. Before she came forward and said, "Qin Xuan, who is he? Looks like a big shot?" "More than a big shot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is covering the sky with one hand." Qin Chuan murmured and then returned to the hospital room. At this time, Yu Guiqin had already awakened, and all her states were very stable. This unexpected situation was also solved in front of Qin Chuan's back to have medical skills. It was already evening when they were discharged from the hospital and returned to Yunhai Yuan. Xia-chan, tomorrow you'll have to work harder. Send Xiao Dai to the dance class and then go to the company to help me with the paperwork. I'll take care of mom at home, Qin Chuan said. I'm not tired. I like that every day is fulfilling. Xia-chan smiled and nodded. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, Qin Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller was none other than Yu Hongtai. Mr. Yu, Qin Chuan said. Mr. Qin, where are you? Yu Hongtai asked. At home? What's wrong? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. You and Zhou Shuilong tore your face off this morning. This guy will definitely go after you. You can't stay at home. Come up to my place. Yu Hongtai spoke. Suddenly hearing this, Qin Chuan faintly smiled and said, Don't worry, just with him Zhou Shuilong wanting to kill me is not that easy. It's fine. Mr. Qin, you can't be careless. This Zhou Shuilong is ruthless. It is estimated that this will already be in contact with the killers. At the time my father was almost assassinated by him. Yu Hongtai said anxiously. Yu Hongtai anxious is not unreasonable. After all, Su Hongzhou once how many big companies can be said to be blossomed, but in the end, it is not Zhou Shilong one by one annexation. In the end, Dongsheng Group was almost swallowed, but fortunately Zhou Shilong has little interest in the business of Dongsheng Group, so he let it grow, but now it was different. Zhou Shilong was quite interested in Tianhui Mansion. Mr. Yu, I appreciate your good intentions. Put 120 hearts. No problem, Qin Chuan said. Seeing that Qin Chuan was bent on having his own way, Yu Hongtai could not continue to persuade him, saying, Then Mr. Qin take care. Be careful. Chapter 147 Killer. Chapter 147 Killer. 10 o'clock in the evening. Dragon Group Building Chairman's Office. Ever since Zhou Zhanlong came back from the Tianhui Mansion, he had already started working on the assassination plan against Qin Chuan. In the office, there was not only Zhou Changlong, there was also Zhou Wan sitting on the sofa on one side, and at the same time, there was also an old man in his 60s standing directly in front of him. Although this old man was in his 60s, his waist was straight and his breath was smooth. If you looked closely you would find that his breathing was very rhythmic, and it seemed that there was explosive power hidden within his body. His name was Feng-san. He was Zhou Shuilong's butler and bodyguard, and was also an expert in hard qigong who was quite good at it. Feng-san, have you contacted the assassin you were told to contact? Zhou Chenglong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and asked. Master, it's been arranged. The old man called Feng-san nodded slightly, then added, the person who arranged this is called He Chang. He only has 7 fingers. The Taoists call him the 7th master. Although he's a bit ruthless in his work, he's very clean. Very good. Give me his phone. I want to personally explain. Zhou Shuilong said. Feng-san then handed Zhou Changlong his cell phone. At the same time, at this moment, in a certain abandoned construction site in Suzhou Hangzhou, 4 men with dragon and phoenix tattoos and cigarettes in their mouths were sitting on the ground playing cards. And in the corner of the room, a girl without an inch hands and feet tied is dying on the ground. Suffered a lot of abuse. Not long after, a man with a thin body and a vicious face came through the door and said, Still playing? Has the ransom called yet? Master 7, I was about to go out to look for you. This woman's old man has gotten together $1 million, and it has already been called into the account. One of the juniors hurriedly got up and said, upon hearing that the ransom money had arrived in the account, He Chang grinned slightly before walking to the woman, lifting the other party's chin and saying, Little baby, your old man still loves you. The girl, who was already filled with death, instantly trembled and said, Big brother, please let me go. Please, Master 7, you can't let go. This woman is very moist. The brothers haven't played enough. One of the junior brothers spoke up. Just know how to play. Have you forgotten the principle of following me? He Chang's face sank as he drank. Once these words came out, a few of the junior brothers didn't dare to squeak anymore. Little baby, I'll let you free. These days you serve my several brothers comfortably. Won't let you suffer anymore. He Chang grinned. When the woman heard this, she was instantly delighted. Thank you, big brother. He Chang smiled and laughed, suddenly took out a hammer from behind him and smashed it down towards the woman's head. Boom! Boom! After a series of heavy smashes, the woman suddenly convulsed a few times and lost her breath in just a moment. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, He Chang's cell phone rang. Hello, I'm He Chang. Which one are you? Zhou Shuilong. Zhou Shuilong spoke. Yeah, Chairman Zhou. Just now Master Feng already called me. Don't worry, I'll take care of things. He Chang smiled. Well, remember to make things cleaner. the money won't be less for you. Do it tomorrow night, Zhou Shuilong said slowly. He, absolutely foolproof. He Chang said. Zhou Shuilong added, try not to let others know about this matter. Don't worry about this Chairman Zhou. Even my boss I won't disclose, He Chang said slowly. Hearing this, Zhou Changlong frowned slightly and said, what? Are you starting to go solo now? If your boss knew about it, he wouldn't peel your skin off? He. My boss is a clay bodhisattva right now. He doesn't have time to care about me. He Chung laughed. That's good. I'll call you tomorrow night, Zhou Shuilong said and hung up the phone. Only then did He Chang put down his cell phone and said, brothers come to a big job. Dispose of the woman's body and go to Yunhai Yuan to step on the spot. Boss, is it a woman this time? A junior brother asked. It's a man, but according to the information provided by Master Feng, he should have a pretty wife. He Chang's face slightly revealed sinister. TSK, that's great. I love other people's wives the most. A few juniors jumped at the chance. Chapter 148 A lifetime of military horses to subdue the world. Raza Day. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Qin Chuan did not go to Tianhui Mansion, but stayed home to take care of his mother. Mom, your body is weak. You must pay more attention to rest, Qin Chuan said as he finished helping his mother with her treatment. Alas, originally I wanted to help you bring up Xiao Dai, but now I'm dragging you down instead. Mom is really useless. Yu Guiqin had been feeling guilty in her heart ever since she woke up. Mom, don't say this in the future. You've worked hard all your life to bring Xiao and I up. Now it's time for me to be filial to you, Qin Chuan said as he helped his mother to cover up the quilt. Yu Guiqin's eyes were also red as she sighed at Qin Chuan's change. When Qin Chuan left the room, Zhao Dingshan's phone call also came, and it seemed that he had already arrived outside the villa. Qin Chuan immediately went out to greet him. When Zhao Dingshan arrived, Qin Chuan was really surprised by the array. 4 customized bulletproof Land Rovers drove the road. There were 4 Hummers at the back, and in the middle was a lengthened version of Red Flag. The lineup could be said to be quite strong. Waiting for the vehicles to stop, more than 20 men with loaded guns and wearing military uniforms stood on guard around the villa. Looking at them, they were bound to be troops that had gone through special training and possessed extremely strong combat capabilities. Mr. Zhao, you've come to Yunhai Yuan with such fanfare. Those who don't know would think that I've committed some sort of crime. Qin Chuan walked out of his room, also with a helpless look on his face. Zhao Dingshan smiled and said, Mr. Qin, don't be offended. I didn't want to make such a big scene. It was all arranged by Tong Tong. She was afraid of something happening to me if she wasn't with me. I see. Please come in, Qin Chuan said. Only then did Zhao Dingshan step into the living room, and at the same time was shocked by Qin Chuan's luxurious villa, saying, it looks like Mr. Qin is worth a lot. This kind of high-grade villa. It's not something an average person can afford to live in. Oh, where? Doing business with a small profit only. Qin Chuan smiled, and said, medicine brought? Brought it? Just missing your acupuncture? Zhao Dingshan laughed. Well, have a seat. Qin Chuan arranged for Zhao Dingshan to be seated before he prepared to administer the needles, and at the same time said, Mr. Zhao, aren't you a native of Suzhou Hangzhou? A native of Suzhou Hangzhou. You are thinking that I don't sound like it. Zhao Dingshan paused and added, that's because I was kicked out of Suzhou Hangzhou at the age of 17, and I spend more time outside than at home. Kicked out of Su Hang? What does that mean? Qin Chuan was surprised while applying the needles. Zhao Dingshan smiled faintly and said, actually, my Zhao family used to do business in Su Hang. My parents were murdered in a business battle, and I was driven out of Su Hang like a lost dog, joined the army by chance, and finally returned home in honor. Qin Chuan flabbergasted for a moment and said, Mr. Zhao's life is still truly legendary. Those who plotted against your family should have been sanctioned as well, right? Ha ha, that's natural. Mr. Zhao, hates people who can't win in business battles and who engage in conspiracies behind their backs. Those families were eradicated by me one by one. Said here, Zhao Dingshan's body showed his murderous spirit. However, it was converged in just an instant and laughed. This was more than 20 years ago. Mr. Qin wasn't even born at that time. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, then finished applying the needles and said, alright, just drink the medicine. Mr. Qin, I really don't know how to thank you. Let's put it this way. If you encounter difficulties in business or elsewhere, you can call me, Zhao Dingshan said after getting up. Alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Zhao. Qin Chuan smiled. You're welcome. It's me who's troubling you. Zhao Dingshan raised his hand slightly. After this conversation, his favorability towards Qin Chuan had also risen once again. Chapter 149 Dark Moon, High Wind, Killing Night. After sending Zhao Dingshan away, Qin Chuan took care of his mother at home and read the newspaper. And the day ended quickly. When Qin Chuan looked at his cell phone, It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. It gets dark very quickly in the late fall. The so-called dark moon and windy killing night. Zhou Shuilong. I think the assassin you sent should have almost arrived. Qin Xuan smiled lightly. Even if Yu Hongtai didn't remind Qin Xuan, he had already guessed that Zhou Shuilong would definitely strike at him today. As this old rival Qin Xuan wasn't the first time he had fought him. If he stayed at home all the time, with the security level of this Yun High Court, it was probably not too realistic for the killer to come in, so naturally Qin Xuan would not hide. After making a call to Xia Chan, he walked towards the outside of Yun High Court. It wasn't long before Xia Chan came down from the cab with Xiao Dai. Dad! Little Butterfly also rushed over when she saw Qin Xuan. Why did Little Butterfly come back with Mommy today? Didn't she go to Grandma's house? Qin Xuan touched Xiao Dai's head and asked. Mom took me to the company. Little Dai said. Hard work. Qin Xuan looked at Xia Chan and said. No hard work. Haven't had dinner yet. I'll go back and make some for you. Xia Chan revealed a soft smile and said. No hurry. First go to the pavilion to have a seat. Later there will be honored guests to come. Qin Xuan pulled Xiao Dai towards the pavilion in the distance. Noble guest? Xia Chan frowned slightly, seemingly not knowing who Qin Xuan was talking about. When they reached the pavilion, Qin Xuan sat down and waited quietly for the honored guest. Qin Xuan knew that there were only two possibilities for Zhou Changlong to send a killer. Either to find Guan Ocean, and if Guan Ocean knew that it was to deal with Qin Xuan, then he must have called with Qin Xuan in advance. And naturally, he would not do anything. But Qin Xuan did not receive a call from Guan Yang, so this killer is someone else. Also at this time, 5 men wearing black assault vests had long been squatting near the gazebo, as this was the exact path Qin Xuan would take to get home. Master 7, is this guy the one to kill? A junior brother asked. That's right. Looking at the picture it's him. I didn't expect this guy's wife to be quite pretty. Now you guys are blessed. He Chang grinned. I still prefer the smaller ones. One of the little brothers rubbed his hands, his eyes staring straight at Xiao Dai. When I let you guys on later, do it straight away, slash this guy to death and tie up the woman. He Chang's eyes flashed sternly as he said in a deep voice. At this time, Qin Xuan was the one who heard the words behind him clearly. His face became unusually solemn, and spoke. A few people, tired of squatting in the green belt, right? Just when Yi Chang was planning to make a move. Qin Xuan's voice, which was slightly low and magnetic, was what made the 5 people startled at the same time. At this moment, Xia Chan was also looking at Qin Xuan with a puzzled expression, seemingly not knowing who he was talking to. Good brat, how did you find out about me? Yi Chang, seeing that he was exposed, no longer hid himself and slowly got up. Qin Xuan. Xia Chan was obviously frightened at the sight and immediately hugged Xiao Dai. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qin Xuan patted the face of Xia Chan's hand to comfort her, and then added, a few of you. How much money did Zhou Shuilong give you to kill me? As Qin Xuan spoke again, Yi Chang's face instantly sank, seemingly sensing a hint of strangeness. Not only did this other party know that they were hiding here, but he even knew exactly who sent him? Quite a lot of money. Enough for my brothers to not worry about food and drink for the next 5 years. Yi Chang revealed his morose white teeth and laughed. Oh, that's not much. No matter how much, you guys don't have the life to spend it. Qin Xuan finished, slowly got up, midnight cold star-like eyes gazing at Yi Chang. Chapter 150, I don't believe he can fight 4 in 1. The moment Qin Xuan rose and turned his head, Yi Chang clearly felt a tremor in his body after meeting the other party's gaze, especially for someone like him, who had been licking blood from the tip of a sword for years. His sensitivity to a murderous aura was quite high. He was able to clearly feel the invisible spread of oppression on the other party. This kid is not simple. Yi Chang drew out the dagger at his waist and said in a deep voice, 7th Master. This guy is purely looking for death. I can't wait. I'll go first. One of the men drew his dagger and was about to rush up. Qin Xuan said, Xia Chan, take Xiao Dai back first. Leave this place to me. No need to call the police. Qin Xuan, is it okay? Xia Chan asked worriedly. It's a great insult to say yes or no to a man. Qin Xuan laughed. You're still being poor at this time. Be careful. Xia Chan still chose to believe it and pulled Xiao Dai in the direction of home. He originally didn't want to stop his little brother from doing it, but as he saw Qin Xuan looking at him with a harmless smile, his pupils dilated violently and he drank. Old 5, come back. However, it was already too late. Qin Xuan smiled faintly, then his figure disappeared in an instant. Where is everyone? The man who rushed out had just reached the gazebo, but realized that there was no one in front of him. With this reaction speed, you're still a killer? It's not embarrassing enough. As Qin Xuan's words fell, he violently raised his leg and kicked out towards the man's back leg. Ka-ching! Ah! Almost instantly, a hysterical scream rang out like killing a pig. The man directly fell to the ground in response to the sound. The entire calf was directly kicked off. The bones were exposed and clearly visible. It was quite brutal. It's a practitioner. This Feng San did not investigate clearly. He Chang was clearly stunned when he saw his little brother being dry-wasted in an instant. Want to join together? Qin Chuan twisted his head to look at him. Still wearing that harmless smile, He Chang gripped his dagger tightly and said, "One piece on. I don't believe he can fight 4-1. The four men glanced at each other and rushed out with their daggers almost simultaneously. As the saying goes, a messy fist kills a teacher. Not to mention that they were holding knives. Even if they were to be barreled for a bit, the other party would definitely have enough trouble. However, this was not challenging at all for Qin Chuan, whose condensed air decree, once activated, melted into nature. Everything around him, any wind and grass movement, could hardly escape his senses, as if the air had become extremely permeable. As one person attacked, Qin Chuan backhandedly grabbed the other's wrist and violently twisted it. Ka-ching! Another crisp bone-breaking sound rang out. The man's wrist was directly broken. As Qin Chuan lifted his foot again, he kicked towards the chest of the other man. Boom! With a muffled sound, the man's chest was almost visibly dented, and he was directly kicked until he lost his voice, covering his chest in pain and unable to make any sound. He Chang watched before swinging the knife and fell too. Obviously some panic, but things have come to this, can only be hard to charge forward. Qin Chuan directly a whip leg whip in one of the neck. Instantly an upside down hard fall on the ground. On the spot spitting blood fainted, and He Chang with the help of this would have just gotten close. The knife was just about to be raised, when Qin Chuan grabbed his wrist. He Chang was grasped by Qin Chuan's death grip. His face was shocked. How could the other party's strength be so great? Before he could be shocked, Qin Chuan snatched the dagger with his backhand and directly stabbed into He Chang's palm, like a nail, deadening it to the wooden pillar of the gazebo. Ah! You bastard! He Chang covered his wrist and instantly screamed miserably. Qin Chuan simply and ably restrained He Chang before he lifted the other party's collar and saw the tattoos inside, saying, "Same tattoos as Guan Haiyang. You're his stable boy, right?" Hearing this, He Chang gritted his teeth and drank. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog thing. Knowing that my boss is Guan Ocean, you still dare to hurt me. You seek death. Snap. Qin Chuan directly backhanded a slap, then took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand, saying, "I think the one to die should be you." Chapter 151, Something with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. At this time, He Chang's face was full of iron. Who was he? That was the seventh master that everyone in the Grey Road talked about and were scared of. In Not With the Sea Before, Guan specializes in kidnapping ransom. Hands stained how many lives, has never missed. But today, this is completely kicked in the iron plate. Qin Chuan slowly took out his cell phone and dialed Guan Yang's phone. At this time, Guan Yang was still drinking with a group of brothers in an underground place, because Qin Chuan had helped him to resolve the danger. Naturally, he wanted to celebrate, so he didn't realize what had happened at all. Seeing that it was Qin Chuan calling, Guan Ocean hurriedly walked out of the box and said, "Hey, Master Qin, what's going on?" Qin Chuan asked. "At the nightclub? What's wrong?" Guan Ocean flinched when he heard Qin Chuan's questioning tone. "What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? I saved your life. Is this how you treat your savior? I don't think there's any need for a wolf-hearted thing like you to live. Wait for death." Qin Chuan's tone was cold and domineering, and he said simply and clearly. These words made Guan Ocean's entire body confused, saying, "Master Qin, I don't understand what's going on. I didn't do anything. Really? My own little brother has found his way to my head, asking for my life by name, and you're telling me I didn't do anything?" Qin Chuan said this, put his cell phone to He Chang's ear, and then violently kicked He Chang in the abdomen. Being kicked violently by Qin Chuan, He Chang screamed miserably on the spot. This scream made Guan Ocean dumbfounded, saying, "This is He Chang's voice? Why is he at your place?" "Heard it? Then don't get your ass over here," Qin Chuan said in a deep voice. At this time, Guan Ocean, where there is still a mood to play in the nightclub, after all, his little life is in Qin Chuan's hands, clutched it. That is, immediately rushed into the box, said, "Damn, don't play. Follow me," said. A line of a dozen people left the nightclub, driving a few cars straight to Yunhaiyuan. At this moment, He Chang, who was nailed to the pillar, his face was pale. How did this Qin Chuan call his boss Guan Haiyang? And the tone of voice was so ferocious? Even if he was in front of Guan Ocean, then he would have to bow down and wouldn't dare to speak loudly at all. "You, who the hell are you?" He Chang's eyes were finally showing a few moments of fear at this moment. Qin Chuan didn't pay any attention to He Chang at all, but instead took out a pack of cigarettes from the other's pocket and sat down in the pavilion. Snap! With the lighter lit, Qin Chuan lightly inhaled, gulped out a mouthful of clouds and waited quietly. At this moment, outside the pavilion lay four juniors with broken arms and legs. plus He Chang who was nailed to a pillar, forming a stark contrast. By the time Qin Xuan burned out one of his cigarettes, that Guan Haiyang, who had sped all the way to Yun Haiyuan, had also arrived at Yun Haiyuan. Immediately, he hurried towards Qin Xuan's villa with a dozen or so people. Over here, Qin Xuan shouted as he looked at that Guan Ocean who was walking towards his house. Guan Ocean turned his head, and only then did he see Qin Xuan, who was sitting in the gazebo and was stubbing out his cigarette butt, and there were a few cripples lying on the ground, as well as He Chang whose face was pale and covered in blood. Although Guan Haiyang knew that Qin Xuan was a practitioner, he didn't expect his methods to be that brutal. To know this He Chang under his hand, that is the gold medal fighter. The other four are also elite, now by Qin Xuan all dry down, that looked to be as miserable as miserable. Chapter 152. If you don't kill him, you die. Guan Ocean hurriedly walked into the pavilion and immediately said, Master Qin, what the hell happened here? How did you get into a fight with He Chang? You're asking me? Qin Xuan looked up at Guan Ocean and said, being asked a rhetorical question by Qin Xuan. Guan Haiyang's face was startled, as if merely glancing at Qin Xuan made his hair stand on end. He Chang, you dog, how on earth did you offend Master Qin? He Chang droned with an angry accent, being reprimanded by his own boss. He Chang's face turned pale as he said, Boss, this can't be blamed on me. The brothers have no meat to eat for a period of time, thinking of coming out to take some private work. I also did not think that Zhou Shuilong wants to kill people and you have a relationship. Otherwise lending me 800 guts I wouldn't dare to. Hearing the three words Zhou Shuilong, Guan Ocean immediately turned blue and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you long ago, don't do the job of kidnapping and assassination if you follow me, but you still dare to take private jobs behind my back? With that, Guan Yang directly kicked He Chang's face. Being kicked solidly, He Chang's nose spurted blood on the spot. Although Guan Haiyang is a ruthless person, but he has never done kidnapping and extortion. This He Chang is also not his training up. At best, he joined him halfway, although Guan Ocean had a hunch that the other party might cause trouble for him. I didn't expect it to really come out. If this offended Qin Xuan, he would definitely die without a burial place. Master Qin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know about these things. If I did, I definitely wouldn't have let the people under my hand find trouble with you. You must believe me. Guan Ocean looked at Qin Xuan and said in a lowly tone, put this aside for now. What are you going to do with him? Qin Xuan pointed at He Chang and said. Guan Ocean was flabbergasted for a moment, then immediately understood and said, come on, dodge He Chang's hand to make amends to Mr. Qin. With that, a man immediately drew a steel knife towards He Chang. Wait, Qin Xuan raised his hand slightly and added, is it as simple as chopping off a hand? At this moment, Guan Ocean was also shocked by Qin Xuan's words. When did this Master Qin become so ruthless? Is this to kill He Chang? Guan Ocean's face was a bit ugly as he said, Master Qin, this He Chang is following me no matter what, or both hands are hiding. Qin Xuan didn't respond. After a moment of silence, he said, I know that you guys are the most righteous on the road. He offended me today. You could have not killed him, but it's you who will die. Let's see if you can make a choice. Upon hearing these words, Guan Haiyan trembled. Although Qin Xuan's words were indeed a bit of a threat to him, he did have the capital to threaten. With that simple and skillful restraint He Chang 5 people, then they are estimated in the hands of Qin Xuan also cannot benefit, not to mention that Guan Ocean in the future will have to rely on Qin Xuan to shelter him. After thinking for a moment, Guan Ocean said, Master Qin, I know what to do. You can rest assured. From today onwards, but wherever Su Hang Gray Road, there will be no one to threaten you. Well, that's still like a human word. Deal with it as you see fit. Qin Xuan slowly got up, flicked his cuffs, and said. Guan Haiyang slightly beckoned, and a man handed over a dagger, then walked towards He Chang. Boss, you can't kill me. At this moment, He Chang was scared out of his wits, his face full of panic. If you want to blame me, you shouldn't have offended Master Qin. Guan Haiyang directly stabbed He Chang's heart. Chapter 153, Rude Guy. He Chang, who was still alive and kicking, could only watch as the knife stabbed into his heart a little bit at this moment, and eventually his body struggled a few times and completely lost his breath. He killed so many people in his life, and now he has ended up in such a situation. It is also considered retribution. Take care of He Chang's body. Don't dirty this place. Guan Haiyang killed He Chang, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. A few of his men also slowly came forward, ready to carry He Chang's body away. For Guan Ocean, he was best at dealing with this kind of thing. This Yun Haiyuan belonged to a rich area, not one of those ordinary neighborhoods, so there weren't many people loitering around here at all, so it was quite simple to deal with. But this matter also made Guan Ocean fear Qin Xuan. It seems that Qin Xuan is not as simple as it looks on the surface, and when it comes to doing things, he is even more ruthless than him. A person who has been mixing with the Grey Road for many years. Ding ding ding. Just as several of his men were carrying He Chang's body and preparing to leave, the cell phone in He Chang's arm suddenly rang. Guan Haiyang flinched for a moment, took out the cell phone from He Chang's corpse, frowned slightly, and said, Master Qin, is it Zhou Changlong calling? Qin Xuan took the cell phone and smiled slightly, then pressed the answer button. At the same time, in a unique villa somewhere in the center of Suzhou Hangzhou City, Zhou Changlong was sitting on the living room sofa sipping red wine and wrapping his arms around his 18-year-old petite wife. At the same time, he made a phone call and asked, He Chang, how's it going? Did you get rid of that kid? Remember to dispose of the body. Hearing Zhou Changlong's voice, Qin Xuan smiled lightly and said, Chairman Zhou, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. As this voice on the phone came out, Zhou Shuilong stood up almost instantly as a whole person and said, Qin Xuan, is it a surprise that I'm not dead? Qin Xuan said with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Shuilong's face was gloomy, looking somewhat surprised. This He Chang had been tested by Feng-san, and was extremely efficient, almost never missing a beat. It was reasonable to say that by this time Qin Xuan was already a corpse, but now he was obviously still alive. Where is He Chang? Zhou Changlong asked with a gloomy face. I'm afraid you'll have to go down there if you want to see him, Qin Xuan said wryly with a morose smile. The words were obvious. He Chang was dead. The assassin sent out was killed in return? This was clearly a bit beyond Zhou Changlong's realm of understanding. After Zhou Changlong was shocked for a moment, he immediately replaced it with a smiling face and said, He, Mr. Qin, it seems that I have underestimated you, and sure enough, if you dare to arm wrestle with me, you do have some ability. Without ability I wouldn't be standing here right now. Qin Xuan finished and added, Chairman Zhou, since you want to play business war, then do it for real and in the open. Backstabbing is not the way of a gentleman. You're the chairman of the Dragon Tang Group. Wouldn't it be a bit too humiliating to be labeled as a villain? Qin Xuan's sarcasm. Despite his excellent qi cultivation, Zhou Shuilong still had a face full of iron, unable to say a word, and hung up the phone on the spot. Hearing the sound of disconnection on the phone, Qin Xuan violently crushed the cell phone to pieces. Rude guy. Seeing the cell phone being crushed so easily, Guan Haiyang, who was on the side, obviously felt a tremor. This hand strength, it was really big. This inevitably made Guan Yang wonder, what exactly did the other party learn? Karate? Judo? Or is it Shotokan? Go back once you've taken care of the scene, Qin Xuan said, walking towards the distance without looking back. Chapter 154, Shadow. Watching Qin Xuan leave, Guan Haiyang also felt a little guilty. After all, it was his men who had committed the offense. And that's when he said, Master Qin, if you allow me to, I can arrange for someone to teach Zhou Changlong a lesson, or assassinate him. Hearing this, Qin Xuan stopped slightly and said, just you are not a match for Zhou Shuilong. Feng-san under his hand is a Qigong master. You can't get close. Go back. Hearing this, Guan Ocean could only stop, slightly raising his hand. The crowd left one after another. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come and not go. This Zhou Zhanlong sent someone to assassinate him. Qin Xuan naturally won't let it go. How to retaliate? He has already had a plan in mind, waiting to return home. At this moment Xia Chan has been guarding the door waiting. See Qin Xuan's safe return. Only then a long sigh of relief. Said, that a few people you dispatched? Well, it's been dealt with. It's fine. Qin Xuan smiled. At this time, Xia Chan was still having palpitations, saying, this is too scary. Obviously it's just a business competition. How can this still send killers? What if he lays hands on Xiao Dai or even Mom in the future? Just like those TV kidnapping and blackmailing ones, forcing you to compromise. Xia Chan's concern is not unreasonable. The reason why bad people are bad is that they will do anything to achieve their goals. Any underhanded means can be used. Zhou Shuilong dares to assassinate today. Tomorrow he dares to send someone to kidnap someone. By the time Qin Xuan is forced to compromise, it is really hopeless. In fact, Qin Xuan had also thought of this link a long time ago. In his last life, he had been threatened by Zhou Changlong, but for the time being, Zhou Changlong hadn't explicitly laid his hands on Qin Xuan's relatives, but it would be hard to say in the future. You have a point. I'll think about it. Take an early rest. Qin Xuan finished and walked towards his bedroom with a heavy heart. After today's incident, Qin Xuan had already developed the idea of wanting to hire a bodyguard at this moment, mainly to protect the loved ones around him. Can't wait for them to be killed, and then regret it. It's already too late. But the bodyguard that also depends on the strength. Some of the bodyguard companies on the market are all winebags, against the real masters, simply cannot be used. In his last life, Qin Xuan had cultivated a private army called Shadow, but that was after the commercial war with Zhou Shilong. Moreover, this Shadow armed forces, which was loyal to Qin Xuan, had not been completely built. After all, the expenses required to cultivate an absolutely loyal, absolutely forceful and absolutely secretive armed forces were quite huge. The main expense is in the selection of personnel. Training. It is estimated that there are not tens of billions of dollars and the body simply cannot afford to provide. Raza day. Early the next morning, Qin Xuan washed up, ate some breakfast, and went to Tianhui Mansion after treating his mother. As for giving acupuncture to Zhao Dingshan, it was scheduled for the afternoon. As soon as he arrived at Tianhui Mansion, Qin Xuan went into his office and called Zheng Ping and Li Hao at the same time, because Qin Xuan was going to make a very significant decision next. It was mainly because of Zhou Shuilong. This assassination failed. Zhou Shuilong will certainly take the next step, that is, the third axe of the three axes, monopolization. According to Qin Xuan's understanding of Zhou Shuilong in his last life, he will definitely plagiarize the operation mode of Tianhui Mansion. In other words, directly use the operation mode of Tianhui Mansion without any patent. After all, Dragon Group has money and people. As long as he wants, he can open branches all over the country, which is enough to spoil Qin Xuan's business. And Qin Xuan does not intend to sit back and wait for death, but with the help of Zhou Shuilong's third step of the plan, ruthlessly let him plant a big head. Chapter 155 Strategies. Brother Qin, are you saying that the next step is that Zhou Shuilong will open branches all over the country to make money with our operational strategy? Zheng Ping said slowly. Hearing this, Li Hao on the side said, isn't this plagiarism? If they really dare to do this, then sue him. Sue him until he goes bankrupt. Qin Xuan was speechless and said, Li Hao, use your brain before doing anything. Dragon Group has hundreds of billions of assets, is rich and powerful, and even has a very professional team of lawyers. If you try to sue him, you'll even be bitten back by him. Besides, even if you win the lawsuit, Dragon Group, would have already made a lot of money. What about this? We can't just stand by and watch our hard-earned world being stolen by the other party. Li Hao was also a bit unconvinced. Qin Xuan smiled faintly and said, there is naturally a way. I called you all here to have the marketing department prepare to increase diamond suppliers. Suddenly hearing this, Zheng Ping was flabbergasted for a moment and said, increase diamond suppliers? The current suppliers are enough to fulfill our daily sales and even have leftovers. If we increase them, not only will we have to invest more money, we might even cause dissatisfaction from the current suppliers. Qin Xuan slightly raised his hand and said, you don't need to consider this, just do as I say. This supplier must use the diamond raw materials from the Golden Stone Group. Hearing the four words Jinshi Group, Li Hao froze on the spot and said, this Jinshi Group's reputation in the industry isn't too good. It has caused many scandals in the past. Zheng Ping also tried his best to dissuade him, saying, yes, I've heard some of this. If people with ulterior motives know that the raw materials used are from the Jinshi Group, then we'll lose a lot of money. Qin Xuan said, if he had a good reputation, I wouldn't have used his raw materials. Li Hao was confused by Qin Xuan's mesmerizing operation. This people take goods or first look at the supplier's reputation is good or not. This has not heard of specializing in picking bad reputation? You don't have to think too much, just do as I say. If it goes well, it's enough to make Dragon Tang Group plant a big head. Qin Xuan raised his hand slightly and said, since Qin Xuan had said so, Zheng Ping and Li Hao could only nod their heads. Oh yeah, as soon as possible. It's best to sign a supply agreement with Jinshi Group within 3 days. The order doesn't need to be too big. As long as you put in $1 million, Qin Xuan said. Yes, I'll get on with it. Li Hao nodded, then left the office. Zheng Ping scratched his head and said, Brother Qin, I don't understand. Isn't this tarnishing our own reputation? Qin Xuan slowly got up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and said, the reason why Jinshi Group's reputation is bad is because the raw materials of their diamonds are not natural. They are synthetic high-quality moissanite diamonds. This kind of diamond is cheaply made, but Jinshi Group is selling it under the name of natural diamonds mined in South Africa, and the price is even higher than the market price. What? Zheng Ping was dumbfounded on the spot, saying, really? In the past, Jinshi Group's reputation was a bit worse, but I didn't hear that they used moissanite diamonds? Qin Xuan smiled. Indeed, at this stage, the Goldstone Group hadn't been blown up for diamond counterfeiting, and even if it had been, it would have been a few years later. But things happen for people. Qin Xuan could make this thing that would happen a few years later explode in advance, and manipulate the market at that time. So this fake diamond would be crucial. After all, wasn't he, Longtong Group, prepared to plagiarize the Tianhui Mansion's operation strategy? So let him plagiarize it. As long as the time was ripe, Qin Chuan would immediately spend money to manipulate public opinion, allowing the media to make a big deal out of the fact that artificial diamonds were flowing into the market and it was hard to tell if they were real or fake. At that time, the nationwide branches that the Dragon Group had invested a large amount of money to open would be immediately and violently impacted. Chapter 156, The Exasperated Yu Hongtai. According to Qin Chuan's conception, if Longteng Group wanted to eat this piece of cake in one bite, the amount of money invested would be very huge. After all, a single Tianhui mansion was worth billions of dollars, and if branches were to be opened all over the country, even if the stores were a few notches smaller than Tianhui mansion, it would still be a rather huge sum of money. Imagine Qin Chuan blowing up about the fake diamonds immediately after Longteng Group plagiarized the operation strategy. No matter how much Longteng Group invested, it would definitely be a blood loss. Of course, the consequence of this would be that Qin Chuan's Tianhui mansion would also take a hit. However, Qin Chuan did not care. After all, there are thousands of ways to get rich, and now that the Tianhui mansion is his, he can also take advantage of this storm of fake diamonds to transform. Anyway, no matter how he did it, he was sure to make a profit. At this moment, Zheng Ping had roughly known Qin Chuan's thoughts and said, "Worthy of being Brother Qin, I really admire you. If things go in the direction we envisioned, this Zhou Shuilong won't be pissed off to death. This is just where it's at. This game has just started. Screwing Zhou Shuilong is just a matter of time." Qin Chuan smiled faintly and added, "Let's go. Take a trip with me to the Dongsheng Group and make plans for my next move." "Good." Zheng Ping nodded. Dongsheng Group. *******. This son of a thing, when I get my breath back, let's see if I don't kill him. Piss me off. At this moment in the chairman's office, Yu Hongtai looked at the several termination statements in his hands. That was angry and cursed. Below, a few group executives that is one by one lowered their heads. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Simply too deceitful. They all dare to jump on our heads. Even Yu Guoliang, who had always been calm and collected, would be blowing his beard and eyes in anger. Old chairman, this Huang family is doing things too ruthlessly. This is intending to push us to our deaths. If I see it, directly give him a price war. The big deal is that the fish is dead. A man spoke up. That's right. If we are not doing well, we can't let him do well either. I agree. I also agree. Several other people seem to have been forced to raise their hands to vote. Just as Yu Hongtai was at a loss, Chen Jingjing slowly walked in and said, "General Manager Yu, Mr. Qin is here and wants to see you." Suddenly hearing this, Yu Hongtai was immediately stunned and said, "Quickly, let Mr. Qin come in. The others go to the conference room and wait for me first." Several executives then left. At this time, Qin Chuan also walked in and said, "Mr. Yu, old Mr. Yu, what's going on? I heard you guys breaking into a rage all the way across the room." Suddenly seeing Qin Chuan, Yu Hongtai also hurried out, looking left and right, saying, "Mr. Qin, are you alright? What can I do?" Qin Chuan, still wearing a harmless smile, said. At this moment, Yu Guoliang's old eyes were also wide open. This Zhou Zhanlong must have sent assassins to assassinate Qin Chuan yesterday, and the other party was actually standing here intact? Could it be that Zhou Yanlong didn't do it, or Qin Chuan dodged a bullet? I just wanted to call you, but I didn't have time because of trivial matters. I didn't expect you to come. Yu Hongtai was obviously a bit surprised. Are you worried that I'll be killed by Zhou Shuilong? Qin Chuan laughed and added, "As I said, it's not that easy for him to kill me. It's true that heroes come out of youths." Mr. Qin with this open and calm look. It seems that he has already fought with Zhou Changlong and won. Yu Guoliang, who was as sophisticated as he was, immediately realized it. Chapter 157, I explode my own black materials. Yu Hongtai also gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up when he heard his father's words. "What just happened to you?" Qin Chuan asked. "Alas, don't mention it. It's this son of a Huang Tengfei, taking advantage of the fact that Dongsheng Group is in a slump right now. He put his hand where my clients are." No. Early this morning, several companies that have cooperation with Dongsheng Group collectively cancelled their contracts. Dongsheng Group had already slowed down. Now it's good. It's seriously injured again. Yu Hongtai picked up the contract and said with a sad face, How do you know that Huang Tengfei did it?" Qin Chuan asked. "It's not that simple. There are eyes I planted somewhere in the Huang Group, and he was the one who reported it. Not only that, this Huang Tengfei went to Longteng Group this morning, presumably to talk about cooperation." Yu Hongtai sat on the chair with some weakness and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded slightly and said, "It seems that this Zhou Shuilong is trying to cooperate with Huang Tengfei to eat my piece of cake, which is quite surprising to me." "What do you mean?" Yu Hongtai was obviously still ignorant of the situation at hand. Qin Chuan did not explain too much and spoke. "Mr. Yu, do you want to take revenge for this?" I want it too much. I want to kill this dog in my dreams. Yu Hongtai was gnashing his teeth in anger, almost carrying a knife to the Huang group to cut him. I have a way, but I need Mr. Yu's connections. Qin Chuan spoke. When these words came out, Yu Guoliang on the side slightly frowned. This Qin Chuan is currently fighting a business war with Zhou Shuilong. The winners and losers are still unknown. How can he still have free time to help Dongxing Group? And this is not a bet can help. Not to take out more than $1 billion can solve the problem. After all, against a Zhou Shilong chances of winning are not great. Plus Huang Tengfei, that is certain to lose. However, Yu Guoliang didn't open his mouth to say anything and quietly watched. Mr. Qin has any way to speak straight. As long as it's something I can do, I will never excuse myself. Yu Hongtai said. Well, do you know some friends in the media? Preferably ones with good connections. Qin Chuan asked. Yu Hongtai smiled and said, you're asking the right person. My brother-in-law is the editor-in-chief of First Perspective. That's an iron enough relationship. First Perspective was a media company that had great influence in some social software and short video platforms. Basically the first news released would be dispersed to the whole country. Oh, that would be great. Qin Chuan immediately smiled with joy. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Yu Hongtai looked at Qin Chuan's joyful appearance and asked, what are you looking for the media for? Are you planning to explode Zhou Shuilong's black news or Huang Tengfei's? I'm not a paparazzo. What's the point of exploding their black news? It's to explode my own. To be precise, it's Tianhui Mansion. Qin Chuan spoke. Yu Hongtai? Yu Guoliang? This reverse operation of Qin Chuan's hand directly made the Yu family's father and son look dumbfounded. What kind of divine operation is this? No, how did I get sidetracked by you? Exploding your own black information? Yu Hongtai was astonished. This matter is more complicated to say. You'll understand when I get the news copy done later. Qin Chuan said. There's nothing wrong with this. As long as there's a need, he'll definitely do what I say. Yu Hongtai spoke. Good. That's fine. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and said. I'm leaving first. I have other things to do in the afternoon. Leaving right here? Yu Hongtai was flabbergasted for a moment. This came all the way here for so many things? Of course, Qin Chuan naturally wasn't the only thing. It was just that this Jiaoningshan's residence was on the same road as the Dongxing Group. It was just a side trip. Chapter 158 Operationalization. Waiting for Qin Chuan to leave. Yu Hongtai is still at a loss. He simply does not know what Qin Chuan is planning. But again, he always felt that it wasn't that simple. Dad, what kind of medicine is this Mr. Qin selling in his gourd? Why can't I see it? Yu Hongtai asked as he looked towards his father. Yu Guoliang was silent for a moment, and said, I business sinking dozens of plants, but I have never been as impervious to a person as I am now. Originally I thought it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhou Shuilong's assassination, but he succeeded, and now with his shocking words, he gives me a feeling of strategizing and deciding. Hearing his father's praise, Yu Hongtai was also quite shocked. This Yu Guoliang praising people he had heard before, but praising as strategizing to win 1,000 miles was the first time he had heard it. This evaluation that was quite an endorsement, and had even lifted Qin Chuan to the same height as himself. At the same time Qin Chuan left Dongxing Group for Jiaoningshan's residence. At the same time, some changes were quietly taking place in the Dragon Tang Group. On the top balcony of the Dragon Tang Group building, Zhou Shilong and Huang Tengfei were sitting opposite each other with an expensive tea set in front of them. Zhou Chenglong screamed the cooked hot tea into a teacup and handed it to Huang Tengfei, saying, taste it, the authentic Westlake Longjing. Receiving the hot tea, Huang Tengfei smelled, lightly sip, smiled, good tea, such as orchids in the tongue. Refreshing, really tea is not intoxicated people from drunk awe. Looking at Huang Tengfei praising so much, Zhou Shuilong smiled slightly and said, speaking of the tea ceremony, old Mr. Huang Shengli Huang is much more proficient than me. My grandfather tasted tea all his life, but when it comes to tea knowledge, there is still a gap between Chairman Zhou. Huang Tengfei took this opportunity to pat his ass with a thud. Zhou Chenglong smiled faintly and said, Mr. Huang, the cooperation I mentioned, how have you considered it? Hearing this, Huang Tengfei smiled and said, Chairman Zhou has personally opened his mouth. I have no reason to refuse. Only this opening branches in the country. It is estimated that the investment should be quite a lot of it. After all, doing all the diamond business, the cost is not low. Zhou Chenglong also understood the other party's meaning and said, don't worry, this is a surefire deal. After all, the success of the Tianhui Mansion is a very good example, and it already shows that this set of operational strategies is already very mature. As long as we work together, I can guarantee that the revenue will be seen immediately within 5 days. Hearing this, Huang Tengfei was not questioning anything. After all, he had previously gambled against Qin Chuan and lost only a few days in the past. This was definitely an opportunity to make a big profit. thinking about it again and again. Huang Tengfei said, let's do it this way then. I'll put in $10 billion on behalf of the Huang clan. This is already the maximum I can do. Zhou Shuilong nodded with satisfaction and said, yes, your 10 billion, plus my 15 billion. This amount of money is enough to open branches in every major city in the country. I can guarantee that we'll see a profit in 3 days, return our capital in 10 days, and incidentally, we'll also be able to completely mess up Tianhui Mansion. When Huang Tengfei heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. After all, Qin Xuan had previously made him lose $2 billion he still remembered in his heart. How could he let go of such a perfect opportunity to take revenge? Good. Then everything will be done according to Chairman Zhou's intention. Let the brat surnamed Qin know who owns this world. Huang Tengfei picked up his teacup and said, tea instead of wine. Congratulate us in advance on our prosperity. The two of them clinked their teacups together and seemed to have reached a consensus, which also meant that this piece of cake had become Zhou Shuilong's bag. Chapter 159, A Highly Skilled Artist. After nearly an hour's drive, Qin Xuan arrived at Zhao Dingshan's residence on the outskirts of the city. As the great Xia god of war, a generation of kings, this Zhao Dingshan did not have a mega manor of several hundred acres with thousands of servants living a life of luxury as Qin Xuan had imagined. On the contrary, it is quite low-key. In the suburbs of Suzhou Hangzhou, beside an artificial lake, a single-family villa of only about 500 square feet is situated by the lake. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. With beautiful scenery, it is an excellent place to cultivate one's body and mind and live a slow life. This Qin Xuan's car had just parked in front of the villa. Shoo shoo shoo. Several men in suits moving swiftly instantly appeared around the car, vigilantly looking at Qin Xuan inside the car. I'm going, where did these guys come out from? Zheng Ping was also startled. My name is Qin Xuan. I'm here to treat Mr. Zhao. Please inform me. Qin Xuan spoke. One of the men nodded slightly and said, Mr. Qin, Marshal Zhao has already instructed us. Please come in. Only then did Qin Xuan get off the vehicle, while his eyes looked at the men in suits. It was evident that each of them was a first-rate expert. If it was about combat power, it was estimated that it would not be a problem for one person to beat 20 to 30 ordinary bodyguards. It was worthy of being Zhao War God's men, which made Qin Xuan envious for a while. If he could have a team of such well-trained men with strong combat power, then there would be no worries. When Qin Xuan entered the villa with Zheng Ping, which was not even inside, he heard voices coming from inside. Dad, you're still sick. How can you fight with Zhuo De? Aren't you afraid that the tumor in your head will rupture? Zhao Tongtong said with some exasperation. At this moment, Zhao Dingshan was wearing a practice shirt. Opposite him was a man in his 30s who was nearly 1 meter 9 in height, with a straight figure, and a pair of sharp eyes that were like eagle eyes, as if he could see through everything. The man gave off a rather strong sense of oppression, even more perverted than those expert bodyguards outside. It's fine. After Mr. Qin's treatment, I feel very healthy now. It's been a long time since I've had a fight with Zhuo Yuan. My hands are itchy. Zhao Dingshan moved his wrist and laughed. The man called Zhuo Yuan said, Marshal Zhao, it's better not to. I'm afraid that my hands won't be light enough to hurt you. What kind of words are these? Just with you still want to hurt me. If you don't go on, I'll go on. Zhao Dingshan said, directly dodging and attacking. This Zhao Dingshan was worthy of being a generation of war god, not moving, but moving like a thunderbolt, and one could even clearly see the residual shadow behind him. The man called Zhuo Yuan's methods were also quite superior. Each move and each momentum did not have the slightest bit of delay. Not only could he resist Zhao Dingshan's attacks, he was even able to attack back with his backhand, which made Qin Xuan, who hadn't even entered yet, secretly smack his lips. Just as the two were fighting, Qin Xuan walked in and said, Mr. Zhao, it's better not to be strenuously active. Otherwise I won't be responsible for any accidents. Hearing the voice not far away, Zhao Dingshan stopped, then smiled and said, Mr. Qin is here. Quickly come in. Qin Xuan smiled and walked in, while nodding slightly at Zhuo Yuan and Zhao Tongtong as a greeting. The duo also nodded slightly in return. I had planned to come a bit earlier, but I was delayed by something on the road. But looking at Mr. Zhao's condition, he recovered faster than I thought. Qin Xuan smiled as he entered. This is also thanks to Mr. Qin's wonderful hands. The shrinking of the tumor visibility in my head, and my body feels refreshed like never before. Zhao Dingshan laughed. When Qin Xuan took his seat, Zhao Tongtong brought 2 cups of hot tea and placed them in front of Qin Xuan and Zheng Ping. TSK, I didn't realize that this Mr. Zhao has quite a few experts under his hand. It's an eye-opener for me. Qin Xuan smacked his lips as he looked at Zhuo Yuan in the distance. Chapter 160, Pupils Like Cold Stars. Hidden Qiankuan Within. Chapter 160, Pupil Like a Cold Star. Hidden Qiankuan Within. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Zhao Dingshan laughed and said, "Ha ha, that's natural. This Zhuo Yuan comes from the dragon sect, but he's my chief instructor, and his strength is second only to mine." As soon as the words dragon sect came out, Qin Xuan nodded his head slightly. He could see that, in his last life, he heard his master say that this world's martial arts were divided into 3 sects: Qi sect, dragon sect and tiger sect. This dragon sect was ranked second, and had always been known for its strong combat power. Of course, it was still quite a bit worse than Qin Xuan's Qi sect air condensation decision, but it was still dominant enough. If I guessed correctly, the path this brother Joy is using is the Tsangshan dragon sect's 12 stunts, isn't it? Qin Xuan suddenly said. The so-called Tsangshan 12 stunts, those were real killing moves. Every move and every momentum was aimed at taking a person's life straight away. Not only were they strong in combat, but they also greatly strengthened the senses and the body's coordination. This did not open his mouth, but once he did, it caused Zhao Dingshan to be filled with shock on the spot, while Zhuo Yuan also cast a curious gaze at this youth he had never met before. The beautiful eyes of Zhao Tongtong on the side even looked at Qin Xuan with incredulity. After all, not many people knew about this Dragon Gate 12 stances. Even martial arts masters did not necessarily know about it. On the contrary, it was Qin Xuan who opened his mouth and said it, or said it as an ordinary person. It was impossible not to be shocked. "Mr. Qin, you know the 12 stances of Tsangshan?" Zhuo Yuan on the side couldn't help but ask. "A little bit. I see that you should have only used 60% of your strength in the battle you just fought." Qin Xuan laughed. Hiss. Qin Xuan's words were tantamount to dropping a huge stone on the calm water surface, causing the several people present to be dumbstruck. How can you call this a slight understanding? You even know exactly what percentage of force was used? Even a martial arts master wouldn't be able to tell, right? Mr. Qin, I really didn't expect you to have that much understanding of martial arts. It seems I've underestimated you. Zhao Dingshan also looked at Qin Xuan with a surprised gaze at this moment. Zhuo Yuan stared at Qin Xuan and said, "Mr. Qin, if my guess is correct, your strength should not be below mine, right?" Buzz. Zhuo Yuan's words caused Zhao Dingshan and Zhao Tongtong to be shocked once again. "I didn't even see it." "But you did?" Zhao Dingshan stared at Zhuo Yuan and said. View Mr. Qin exhales extremely calmly, although his body is thin, but his pupils are like cold stars, and he is even hiding Qin Kuan inside. But I don't see that he is practicing that family's martial arts. Zhuo Yuan's eyes sharply stared at Qin Xuan and said. Qin Xuan slightly smiled. "If you can see, that is still called Qimen. This condensation air decision 100 years only one person. As long as there is a person will never pass on the second person. Even if Qin Xuan were to display the air condensation decision at this moment, the other party would not be able to see it." Zhao Tongtong on the side was also staring at Qin Xuan. She didn't expect that this youth whom she met by chance was so mysterious. Not only did he possess amazing medical skills, but from what her father said, he also lived in Yunhai Yuan and had a rich family, and now he was being praised so much by Zhuo Yuan. This was simply a man who was so perfect that he had no flaws. "Zhuo Yuan, it's not often that I see you praising someone. I'm even more curious when you say that." Zhao Dingshan was also interested at the moment and said, "Mr. Qin, why don't you show your hand, to spar with this right-hand man of mine? I'm here to administer needles to you, not to fight in the ring." Qin Xuan suddenly looked helpless. "Ha ha, there's no rush in administering the needle. The medicine is still simmering. It's idle anyway," Zhao Dingshan said and added. "If Mr. Qin can walk up to 3 or 5 moves under Zhuo Yuan, I'll give you a treasure." "Treasure?" Qin Xuan immediately brightened up. If he said treasure, then he would be energized. After all, the things sent by this hallowed generation war god were bound to be of great value. Chapter 161 Ancestral Dragon Jade. Zhao Dingshan slightly raised his hand and said, "Bring me the jade pendant I treasured." Upon hearing the jade pendant, Zhao Tongtong, who was on the side, slightly froze and said, "Dad, you mean that ancestral dragon jade?" "That's right, quickly bring it," Zhao Dingshan said. "Dad, that's the most precious treasure that was rewarded to you by the Yanjing side after you held down the border for 20 years. You usually don't even bother to wear it. How can you just give it away?" Zhao Tongtong was also shocked. "This Mr. Qin saved my life. It's only right to give a gift. Besides, it's not directly given. The condition is whether this Mr. Qin can walk under Zhuo Yuan's hand for 3 or 5 moves." Zhao Dingshan laughed. In fact, Zhao Dingshan does not believe that Qin Xuan can get, although Qin Xuan was Zhuo Yuan boasted of God's skill, but after all, the age of the pendulum, more than 20 years old, even if it is a genius, it is impossible to beat Tsangshan 12 stunts in the evening of Zhuo Yuan. Zhao Tongtong thought about how Qin Xuan could be Zhuo Yuan's opponent, so he went into the house and brought out a brocade box. Qin Xuan looked at Zhao Tongtong, took out the box, slightly frowned. This box has not yet opened. Can vaguely see the chi hidden in it. After all, Qin Chuan no chi man yin and yang. This eyes that is the eyes of fire. As the box opened, a jade pendant in the shape of a dragon, slightly larger than a coin, lay quietly in the box. When Zhang Ping saw the jade pendant, he was shocked. Brother Qin, this is a treasure. You see it? Qin Chuan said curiously. I don't understand, but I feel that this jade pendant gives off a strange feeling, like it has light, but I can't see it. Zhang Ping said with a bit of astonishment. This even Zhang Ping, an ordinary person, could tell that the jade pendant was worth a lot of money, let alone Qin Chuan. He naturally saw that it was definitely worth a lot of money. Mr. Qin, do you know the origin of this jade pendant? Zhao Dingshan took out the jade pendant and asked. Don't know. Qin Chuan shook his head. Zhao Dingshan smiled and said, back then, when Emperor Qin unified the world, he ordered the jade workers to create the jade seal of state transmission, also known as the ancestral dragon seal, which was later dropped, and this jade pendant was the corner of that lost piece that was recarved. Hiss. Zhao Dingshan's words made Qin Chuan doubly shocked. This real heirloom jade seal was long gone, but this corner was also shocking enough. I'll go. Is it really fake? This is too mysterious. Wouldn't that mean that this thing is not measured in terms of value at all? Zhang Ping was dumbfounded. How about it, Mr. Qin? Do you want it? Zhao Dingshan held the jade pendant and laughed. Qin Chuan was really moved and said, this rumor is that jade nurtures people and can prevent disasters. This jade pendant is more than just preventing disasters. If an ordinary person takes it with them, it can save a life. Oh, that's right. Zhao Dingshan laughed. Good. Then I'll spar with Brother Zhua. Qin Chuan saw this kind of treasure. How could he not want it? And immediately got up. Zhua Yuan heard this, also came to the spirit. After all, he could see that Qin Chuan was not an ordinary person. He did not know the depth. If he could spar, it would be more than he could ask for. Brother Zhua, don't hit so hard when you strike. Mr. Qin still has to administer needles to my father. It won't be good if you injure him. Zhao Tongtong suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, I will keep my hand. Zhua Yuan spoke. The duo's conversation made Qin Chuan sweat. What do you mean it's not good to injure? Who can injure him under this heaven? After Qin Chuan stepped out, he slowly took off his suit and handed it to Zhang Ping, before looking at Zhua Yuan, saying, Mr. Zhua, please. Chapter 162 Winning? As Zhua Yuan walked out, his eyes looked towards Qin Chuan. The sparring between these two. There seems to be little suspense. After all, this Zhua Yuan is from the dragon sect, standing at 1 meter 9. Whether it is the body type or fighting skills that are second to Qin Chuan. What's more, Zhua Yuan once followed Zhao Dingshan to fight in the north and south, practicing killing techniques, and the enemy troops who died in his hands were countless. Mr. Qin, if you can't hold back, immediately shout stop. Zhua Yuan opened his mouth. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Zhua Yuan slightly raised his hand and set up a standard starting stance. Then his foot slammed down on the ground, directly leaping through the air with a tiger leap, a rather powerful roundhouse side kick, heading straight for Qin Chuan's solar plexus. This is a killing move. When the side kick can clearly feel the hunting air explosion, can be said to be a tiger wind. Brother Zhua, don't kill me. Zhao Tongtong was obviously startled. If this kick killed her father, what would her father do? Although Zhao Dingshan on the side didn't say anything, he was also frowning tightly, looking a little nervous. However, just as Zhua Yuan's foot was only 3 inches away from Qin Chuan's brain, Qin Chuan directly raised his hand to protect in front of his brain and grabbed Zhua Yuan's foot neck in the process, while Zhua Yuan's airborne roundhouse kick was blocked. Without the slightest panic, he immediately raised his left foot and kicked towards Qin Chuan's chest. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, lifted his left fist and ran the condensed air resolve, directly blasting towards Zhua Yuan's soul. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhua Yuan's face was suddenly shocked. His body directly flew out sideways. His feet landed on the ground, scuffing back 3 steps. What a domineering power! Zhua Yuan's left foot tingled as he stood still, clearly astonished. Qin Chuan smiled faintly as his figure stood as if it was a nail, his feet not even moving half an inch. But this is not to say that Zhua Yuan is weak. If Qin Chuan is replaced with someone else at this moment, even an expert, it is estimated that he will be crippled by Zhua Yuan's kick. Zhua Yuan slightly stabilized his figure and then struck again. This time obviously took out the real work. Fists and feet together, one move after another. Qin Chuan was also forced back by Zhua Yuan, dodging several heavy punches and side kicks, while also appreciating Zhua Yuan. Zhua Yuan can't touch Qin Chuan figure, also is a little shocked. Speed is raised a few grades, can vaguely see the attack shadow. Then Qin Chuan was forced to the corner, seems to have to counterattack, directly a high leg, like a giant axe general toward Zhua Yuan split down. In the face of Qin Chuan's sudden attack, Zhuo Yuan crossed his arms in front of his body, and as a result, his legs were bent, his face flushed red, and he almost knelt down. The so-called sparring is meant to be point to point. Qin Chuan didn't continue to exert himself, but instead kicked out, and in the process forced Zhuo Yuan back a few steps, as a way to give him a step back. How many moves were there just now? Zhao Tongtong asked in surprise. It's been 8 moves, Zhao Dingshan said with considerable shock. Mr. Zhuo is really strong. Forcing me to this point, Qin Chuan smiled and said. Zhuo Yuan had a bitter look on his face as he said, Mr. Qin doesn't need to give me steps. It's me who is not as skilled as I am, and I will surely lose if I keep fighting. Hiss. Zhuo Yuan's words made Zhao Tongtong, who was not optimistic about Qin Chuan at first, also cover her red lips. How could she not expect Qin Chuan's strength to be that strong? Zhao Tongtong was born into a military family, and in her mind, those who could make her look at them squarely were bound to be the kind of worldly heroes with superior strength, and the strength that Qin Chuan had revealed, as well as his personal charisma, fascinated her as well. Chapter 163, I love my wife very much. At this moment, Zhao Dingshan was also flabbergasted when she noticed her daughter's eyes that were flooded with autumn water. This daughter of hers, who had been pampered since she was a child, was extremely discerning, and had once been introduced to so many young talents, but Zhao Tongtong had never even looked at them squarely. But now, it was staring at Qin Chuan without even blinking, indicating that this was a favorable impression of Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I, Zhuo Yuan, haven't admired anyone other than Marshal Zhao, and you are the second one. Zhuo Yuan slightly arched his hand towards Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Zhuo Liao praised me. Where can I compare to Mr. Zhao? Qin Chuan also responded with a smile. Ha ha, it seems that this jade pendant of mine is not Mr. Qin's. Zhao Dingshan had a bitter look on his face before he handed over the brocade box. Seeing this, Qin Chuan shook his head and said, a gentleman doesn't take away a person's favor. This jade pendant is worth a lot of money, so it's better to forget about it. Mr. Qin, what I, Zhao, say is what I say. You won. It should be yours. Don't excuse yourself. Take it, Zhao Dingshan said. Since the other party insisted on giving it, Qin Chuan also deserved to receive it, saying, then I'll be respectful. At this moment, the more Zhao Dingshan looked at Qin Chuan, the more satisfied he felt with him. After all, the other party not only had a city and a good family background, he was also a superb healer, and his personal strength was comparable to Zhuo Yuan. This kind of person could be considered one in a million, a potential dragon. This caused Zhao Dingshan to sprout a different idea and said, Mr. Qin, I wonder if you have a girlfriend. Suddenly being asked, Qin Chuan flinched for a moment, and Zhao Tongtong on the side was also suddenly flushed red, saying, Dad, why are you asking him this? I see that you've been staring at Mr. Qin. Are you moved? Zhao Dingshan snickered. This made Zhao Tongtong blush, and she didn't know how to answer for a while, and Qin Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, I've disappointed you. I'm already married. My child is 5 years old. Moreover, I love my wife very much. Qin Chuan only has Xia Chan in his heart, and could never go to have a ding-dong ambiguity with other women. This Zhao Dingshan suddenly mentioned. Naturally, he had to say it in time, so as not to make an embarrassment. Married? TSK, that's a big loss. If I could have known you earlier how good it would have been. Zhao Dingshan also smacked his lips repeatedly, feeling sorry. When these words came out, Qin Chuan picked the corner of his mouth. Known earlier? I guess you wouldn't even look at yourself squarely at that time. Zhao Tongtong on the side heard that Qin Chuan had gotten married. A trace of disappointment inexplicably showed in her eyes, which also made her remember that before, in the hospital, there was a woman whose appearance and figure did not lose to hers. That should be Qin Chuan's wife, but at that time, the situation was special and she didn't pay special attention to it. Marshal Zhao, the medicine is ready. Just then, a bodyguard came and said, good, then please trouble Mr. Qin to administer the needles. Zhao Dingshan said, well, let's begin. Qin Chuan nodded and took out the silver needle from his pocket. Ever since his own mother's sudden condition, Qin Chuan had brought this pack of silver needles with him, just in case. After a moment and a half, Qin Chuan finished helping Zhao Dingshan with the needles. After these 3 needle applications, Zhao Dingshan's complexion was already the same as a normal healthy male. Mr. Zhao, after 4 days of continuous treatment, your tumor will completely disappear, Qin Chuan said as he put away the silver needles. Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Qin. Zhao Dingshan nodded. At this time, Qin Chuan looked at Zhuo Yuan and said, Mr. Zhuo, your strength is very strong. If you have the chance to spar in, can't wait. Zhuo Yuan smiled and nodded. Right, Mr. Zhao. You said before that Mr. Zhuo is your chief instructor. If I want to train a few bodyguards in the future, Can I ask Mr. Zhuo to help me train them? Qin Chuan asked. A small matter, as long as when Mr. Qin needs it, let Zhuo Yuan follow you, Zhao Dingshan said atmospherically. And Zhuo Yuan didn't refuse. After all, he was still quite favorable to Qin Chuan. This made Qin Chuan slightly happy. His own shadow private armament. This is not a landing.